Hello and welcome everybody to the main event. This is what you've been looking for. My name is Julian Knapp. This is Callum Smith over here. And Callum and I, we are getting ready for one of the four premier European, to some degree, I want to say global legacy events we got going on here. The 4 Seasons spring events in beautiful Bologna, Emilia Romagna, Italy. Callum, how excited are you? Because this is the place to be, right? To play legacy.
Absolutely. Like we said yesterday with the Invitational, that was a smaller field, 64 of the best players from Italy. But as we keep saying, the Italian player base is just so strong because it's such a huge ingrained like kind of scene. So this event, I think we have 330 players, which is just so many, especially because these events are 4 per year. Like there's so many opportunities to play. But it's just such an amazing place to be, especially this time of year in the spring. It's gorgeous in Italy, I assume. And I'm buzzing to see how it goes down because it's always a very, very tight clash to the top. So
Yeah,
very
dude, I
excited for it.
remember like you were talking about wanting to move to Italy at some point, and I feel like 4 Seasons and the whole Italian legacy scene is a big part of that. They got so
Absolutely.
much going on for them, and they established this thing. I still remember when 4 Seasons was starting out. Was that like 10 years ago or something? I was like, oh, okay, it's going to be one of those Italian legacy series. They're going to have like a couple of tournaments, and then a new thing is going to come around. No. 4 Seasons has persisted, right? 4 Seasons has been going on, has established itself. They have a really good concept. We've been there countless times as well.
Mhm.
So if you're not there, ask yourself why you're not there. If you're a different continent, maybe you're gonna get a pass. But like watching all of my friends, like in all these WhatsApp groups on Twitter, posting pictures, going there yesterday. Everybody, of course, had dinner. If you were not qualified for the Legacy Invitational, there were countless other tournaments to play. But today, everybody is coming together in the main event. 330 players trying to crown the top eight, one of the champion, of course. Many players have tried, only a few have really made it. And yeah, we got some amazing feature matches lined up for you. Callum and I are going to come to you for 4 rounds today. Afterwards, Andreas and Nan are going to take over for the remaining 5 rounds of the Swiss, which I think we're not going to do top eight as far as I know. That's usually how it works for these tournaments. All glory to the top eight. And Callum, how do you feel about Legacy right now? I think yesterday we saw the Invitational top eight, we saw the Invitational meta game, lots of different decks. Where are we in the format right now? What's there to do? Are all the archetypes represented equally?
Yeah, honestly, actually, I'm always impressed by how there is always differences you can see from the Magic Online like metagame and then the in real life metagame. But I think I've never seen it more stark than this. So online, you see more Tron because Candelabra of Taurenus is so expensive to play in paper. So I think you see more Tron online and more Oops All spells online. But in paper, it just doesn't translate because people don't have these candlesticks and they don't really want to go to a tournament, especially a 9 round tournament, and play Oops too much. So we just see a very different metagame. And underneath those two decks, which I don't think Oops is one of the best decks, but I do think Tron is maybe the best deck. But underneath that is actually an incredibly fun and diverse metagame, and it's showing here from the archetypes and stuff we saw yesterday. So
Yeah,
here we see the metagame breakdown for D&T, Sneak and Show, Omnitel, and look at these numbers. It's 5, 4, 3, 2, and then 32 in other. That's
that's
50%.
crazy to me, right?
Yeah.
So if that's 32 and other, it means they don't clear the threshold of at least two decks, which of course otherwise it would be there. We got a couple of decks on two. So those are
Mhm.
32 individual decks showing up for the invitation. And people have been brewing hard for this. And for
Yeah.
those tuning in right now, this is yesterday's Italian Legacy Invitational meta game, where 64 of the best players from all across Italy qualified for a year long for this final tournament. And yeah, as you said, we saw Luca La Lucia coming out of it ahead on Eldrazi, but Death and Taxes actually being the most played deck, and I want to say one of the most impressive decks that we've seen of camera almost every single round yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Eldrazi wasn't really on my radar, to be honest. Like, it's a deck that can always do quite well. It has an incredibly high nut draw with some very aggressive starts. And the build we saw yesterday had Broadside Bombardiers, which is not too common, but it's played enough. And, that taking it down with Death and Taxes, Birthing Ritual Death and Taxes coming in second in such a competitive field, I think that says so much about the format, how much brewing there is potential. And again, if you can beat Tron, so we saw the Death and Taxes deck, had White Orchid Phantoms, and the Eldrazi deck can just put such a fast clock that it really punishes like the Ancient Tomb starts. Or the Tron deck needs to make enough land drops to generate the crazy amounts of mana. If you could just kill it fast enough, then that's fine as well. So I think those two decks were positioned fairly well. At the same time, we can see only two Tron decks were played, and that is because of the scarcity of Candelabra of Taurenus, I assume. So it's just very diverse. It feels like there's one maybe S tier decks, and then there's a ton in like higher B, below A kind of tier things. So there's just a ton of potential. You can play your pet deck, and it's probably quite good.
That's quite the gap though, from S tier to B tier. But I agree. There's
Yeah.
still, like, I think that's whenever like Legacies has had its ups and downs, you could still hang with your deck, right?
Mhm.
Unless it was like something really out of left field. I don't know. But one thing I'm curious about, and that's been a talking point in Legacy for many years, is there a proper pure control deck out there? We see that 4-color control deck. Is that, I would assume, the Beanstalk kind of version, right?
I'm gonna guess so. We see the green pip. It probably is. Maybe Uro's kicking around as well.
I've
That would
seen
be
that.
my
Yeah, I played
guess.
against it quite a bit.
Yeah, because then I think the blue white red control deck, there may be one or two actual control decks, but I think the failure, like kind of tempo S deck, may be lumped in there. And I would define that deck as a weird amalgamation of like tempo, mid rangey, more tempo. Um, so yeah, I think control decks exist, and I do believe that they are good enough to exist. I don't think they're going to be above like B tier, but I think they're decent enough.
It's music to my ears. Loving it.
Yeah, and look, we look at the metagame. Apart from Sneak and Show, Non-Mintel, we've got Blue Black Delver, Blue Red Tempo, D&T, and then Control decks and Affinity. These are all decks sporting creatures, and so control decks want people to be playing creatures because then their Swords to Plowshares, their removal spells are effective in the matchups. So yeah, as I said, I do think given this current format where there is this wide swath of decks you can play, like underneath the top deck of Tron, if it is there, then control deck can flourish. But at the same time, it never likes to see such a wide meta game that it doesn't know what to build to beat. If
Yeah.
that makes sense.
So, what would you and I have played? I think we would have probably picked up the same deck right now, as
Yeah,
it
it's
often
funny.
is.
We're on the same trajectory these days. I am obsessed with my little welder and surveillance cam decks. That was definitely what I'd play. I think the deck is very underrated and it's not crazy good, but I think it's still struggling to find the right build. There's like 3 or 4 different builds out there with slight variations. But yeah, that would be my pick, and I would definitely play that and be quite happy going into it with this.
Would be sweet to see some of that on camera today. I recently got my very first 5-0 with it on Magic Online, and as you told me,
Nice.
it's actually like kind of like an established deck right now. I thought we were like flying under the radar with this, and then like a lot of people on Twitter were like, "Oh yeah, I played this variation, I played that variation." I was like, "Wait, I thought like Callum gave me the secret sauce. Like, why does everybody know about the deck by now?" But I guess if I say it's spreading, it implies that it's coming out of you. I don't know if that's the case, but it's good to see that the deck actually has legs. So
Yeah.
yeah, if we can see the Corey camera welder variation later on the day, some people also played like with some affinity stuff. That would be sweet. Yeah, cool. So I don't know if we are ready to go into the first round already. Other than that, Callum, how many times have you been to 4Seasons Bologna?
I think between 5 and 10, probably upper 10, closer to 10.
Somewhere between 5 and 10. Okay, that's quite a lot. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I think
So,
7 or 8 probably. It's such a beautiful place to be. Even in the winter ones, it's just gorgeous being over there in Italy, in like central Italy. It's always quite warm and stuff. But right now in spring, it must be gorgeous. And got to be said, the vibes over there are just amazing. There's a bar with beer, which is always a good thing. There's always like
that's the Britain you're speaking, right? You got a bar of beer, sign me up.
Yep. People are more relaxed over there, I find, which is why I enjoy in a tournament. People are not going to jump down your throat for judge calls and stuff, if that makes sense. But at the same time, people go out and drink and eat in the evenings and stuff. And that's as much a part of going over to 4 Seasons as actually playing and being in the main event, just having a good time. And the food over in Italy is pretty good as well. It's got to be said.
Yeah, what's the special place everybody goes to? Molina?
Molina, yeah.
Yeah, I'm still not sure whether I've been there. Like, I always just go wherever, like, the whole crowd of players goes, and I'm like, oh yeah, gonna join those guys. Sure, sounds good.
Yeah.
But yeah, cool. So before we jump into the first round, we also want to introduce, of course, our team here coming to you from. Well, actually, we also have some American representation here. Our casters, our production crew. So let's get those guys on stream right now to see who's bringing you out of this tournament. Of course, we got Callum and me. We got Nan Johnson. I believe he's from the US. And of course, Andreas Petersen from Denmark. They're going to take over starting from round 5 today. Looking forward to that. It's always cool. Like, after you're done with your shift, you just, kick up your legs. Actually, I'm watching Germany later today. Oh, too bad. But I'm gonna check it out later on YouTube, of course, where we are streaming as well. We got 4 season tournaments on Twitch as well as on YouTube. So get your friends in here. We are just getting started. First round still loading up. I think we're like at 90% loaded here. And yeah, behind the scenes, we got the Impact Live crew as well. And those guys, they've been going at it for something like, I don't know, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, steadily improving. Every year it's going to be even better. We got David and Inigo from the production crew. We got Will managing the team over there. Thanks to those guys, we are able to bring you the kind of quality you see. Like, you see our faces, you hear our voices, you see the players playing, but without those guys, nothing would be on. You remember the old days when we had like battle reports, like you would read tournament reports on the Wizards website? And I'm going to let you in on a secret. I once talked to one of the Wizards guys back when they had write-ups of the Pro Tour or GPs. There was sometimes one guy doing the write-ups for the top 8 of the GP, and they told me, sometimes I completely make it up. Like, it's too fast. I can't follow the game. I completely make up the tournament. Like, the players later read it. They're like, this is not exactly at all how the game works. Just there. That's why we got video evidence. And Impact Live, they are giving you the video evidence. So I'm so thankful for that. Check them out. If you also need some production for your own tournament, hit them up. They'll probably be able to hook you up with a great deal, as they are the premier production company we got here in Europe going on. That's amazing.
Absolutely.
Super excited for the first round, by the way. We got some amazing decks loaded up here. We got Alessandro Cordinotti on lands, and that's a deck I think that's quietly almost.
I think it's exceptional right now.
I struggle to call it S tier, but especially in the hands of like players like Rodrigo Togores and some other guys, this deck has been doing really well after being gone. I don't know, it ebbs and flows, but right now I feel like it's pretty close to the top.
It's such a cool deck. It's been around forever, and it's always been like interesting and cool, where it had like Punishing Fire back in the day, and you're winning with Mishra's Factories and stuff. And it got some recent new additions in Malevolent Rumble, and actually Disruptor Flute is a huge part of the deck. What Malevolent Rumble does so well is just finds obviously all the lands you need to combo or lock people out, but also just be able to find explorations and Disruptor Flutes. I think Disruptor Flute being added to the main deck was an unintuitive kind of addition, which Magic Online user Sprouts did, and it kind of catapulted from there. And what Disruptor Flute does for the deck is just shores up combo matchups it can do, or it can shut down opposing any activated abilities. I think especially Tameo can be a problem for the deck to get through. And the recent addition of Skateboard is another haste enabler for Dark Depths and taps down blockers, and it just kills out of nowhere. So I think lands, it's interesting to see it's gone to this mono green state, but it's, I think, incredibly well positioned because it can wasteland lock these Tron decks.
You know what I like about Malevolent Rumble? I used to play lands like back in the days, back when, as you mentioned, we did like the Mishra's Factory thing and had smokestacks and stuff. And one of the most annoying things was that you never had a tutor except for intuition, I guess, for exploration. And now Rumble can actually pick up the exploration from like sifting through your deck, right? And that's kind of cool.
Exactly. Yeah, and very often you are just finding like another land that you need, or often the deck, it's got the combo of Thespian Stage plus Dark Depths. How they work together is they can copy the Thespian Stage copies the Dark Depths, and you're going to end up with a 20/20 indestructible flying Merit Lage token, which is pretty powerful. But it does win with Urza Saga a lot of the time, because you can just make these constructs and they grow pretty enormous pretty fast, because each time Saga is going off, you're going to make 2 tokens usually, and you often find either a Mox Diamond at the end of it, or Expedition Map, or Pithing Needle. And then you can recur those Urza Sagas with the Life from the Loam. So the grinding engine of this deck is pretty phenomenal, and recurring these Urza Sagas can keep going and going. And it's trying to lock people out with Blast Zone, can remove opposing permanents. Wasteland Lock with Life from the Loam is a classic. As you say, finding exploration was always a kind of slightly weak point. I remember you'd always, part of like the heuristics of the deck would be you could never keep a hand without exploration or Mox Diamond, because you need the acceleration. But if you have a couple of lands and you know it's a slower matchup, and you have a Malevolent Rumble on turn 2, I think you probably can.
You also know something? It seems like Wizards has a soft spot for the lands players. Like all the Eternal Weekend promos, we got crop rotation, and now we got Life from the Loam for them. I don't know.
So I'm hoping Alessandro has all these promos, right?
Yeah, for sure. 4 copies of them, easily.
Absolutely.
The foil ones, perfect.
Exploration next, right?
So let's move over to, Matteo Blasi, always one of the favorites. Any tournament he enters into. This deck, titled Blue-Red Otter. And we already saw him yesterday on stream in the Invitational. I think he had a win it in for the top 8. He barely couldn't make it, if I remember correctly. But maybe I misremember. Actually, no, that was Manuel Judy. Anyway, so this deck, straight up your Blue-Red tempo deck, I believe. But Delver, apparently, for quite a while by now, not good enough for this kind of archetype anymore. What are we playing instead?
Yeah, so we're seeing this kind of slight combo of Storm Chaser's Talent, which is a Delver S card, so 1 blue for a blue enchantment. And when it ETBs, you make a 1/1 blue-red otter token with prowess. Now, it does have 2 more levels. The next level is 4 mana to get an instant or sorcery back from your graveyard to your hand. The 6, I don't think we're going to see. We talked about it a bit yesterday, but whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, you get another otter with prowess. So it's kind of unassuming, right? It's basically a 1 mana 1/1 otter with prowess, but this deck is built to abuse that, and it's built to kind of trigger these prowess things. It's quite proactive with the Corey Steel colors, the flow states, and the cantrips. So you're going to see this otter attacking for 3 or 4 in the early turns quite often. And then in comes this Boomerang Basics card, which is a blue for sorcery, return target permanent to its owner's hand. And if you control that permanent, you draw a card. So the synergy here is you can use it on the Storm Chaser's talent, but you keep the otter in play, obviously. So you can trigger the otter with the Boomerang Basics. You then play the Storm Chaser's talent a second time, get a new otter. Now you've triggered prowess twice through this, and then you've drawn a card to replace it. So it's nothing crazy. It's not a big combo, but it's just a synergy that actually works well enough because the Boomerang Basics, because this is a tempo deck, can also bounce opposing large creatures. Like if you play against Eldrazi or a Murktide Regent or a Barrogoyf, you now have an actual answer to these things if you're able to put enough pressure on the board. So these cards together just bring exactly what the deck wants. Can be a threat, and it can be a removal spell in this tempo kind of deck. At the same time, you've got the classic Dragon Rage Channeler to fly over the top. Being an enchantment in the deck as well that you can mill with the Dragon Rage Channeler. It's easier to turn on the Delirium Threat. And Corey Steelcutter also puts so much pressure as you can keep these cards flowing. So it's
Awesome.
yeah, very aggressive deck with some grinding potential as well.
Yeah, I think like if you never played against this deck, you tend to underestimate the otter. And as we've seen yesterday, the otter would often get in for a total of like 10 damage over 3 turns, or sometimes even
Yeah.
more. So that small little guy does a lot of damage, and the Boomerang Basics is the the best small quote-unquote combo, or as you called it, synergy that we have
Yeah.
available here. And yeah, Delver, sorry, no room for you anymore, my friend.
It does have this extra late game grinding power with the Mystic Sanctuary, the one of. We saw that in expeditive iteration matters where blue red could just outgrind control decks to an extent. That was because they had a 2 mana card advantage spell, and we now have that again with flow state. So I think quite commonly we may see flow state when it's active later in the game, 2 mana, get 2 cards, Mystic Sanctuary it back, draw 2 cards again. Then the Dazes can bounce the Mystic Sanctuary back to your hand, play the Mystic Sanctuary, and get the flow state back again. So it does have a lot of late game grinding power.
Yeah, it's
For
the
such an
old
aggressive
Mystic
deck.
Sanctuary Days combo value engine, right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, okay, cool. So let's jump into the match. Let's see how this is playing out. Do you have any favorites here, or is this match rather even?
I think historically Lands is pretty good against blue-red decks, especially because blue-red decks often struggle with a Merit Lage, but we see these Boomerang Basics. So you know what? If the Lands player is kind of forced to make the Merit Lage at sorcery speed to try and play around Wasteland, and the Boomerang Basics could take care of a Merit Lage. Now it depends if the Lands player is heads up with that, knows that Boomerang Basics is a sorcery speed spell. Maybe they're just going to always make it end of turn. But I think Lands is slightly favored, but it's going to be close.
Cool, super excited.
Yeah.
We got Matteo. Oh, yeah, running out the namesake card of the deck. Storm Chaser's Talent, creating a 1/1 otter with prowess. Blue, for most importantly. And now we pass it over to Alessandro, who's, of course, probably looking to lead out with an Exploration or a Mox Diamond. I always feel like those are the kind of starts that are hard to beat.
Yeah, absolutely. Exploration is exactly what you want. So maybe once upon a time, maybe baiting a days potentially.
Maybe, right?
Yeah. Well, we try and find a nice otter token.
Would you really go for that? I mean, it depends on what you got as your follow-up. Like, if you don't have a turn to play for 2 mana lined up anyway, but yeah, usually you just let them resolve, I would guess.
Yeah, once upon a time is this one of these funny ones where sometimes it's absolutely vital. You need it to find a green source or something. It's a bit of a risky keep, and you're just praying your opponent doesn't counter it. But very, very often it's not that. It's just actually a kind of card selection spell.
Wait, Matteo's looking for a token, but apparently Savatarix doesn't have an otter token. Could that be?
Something's
Kai,
changed.
if you're listening, drop whatever you're doing and start painting an otter. We need an otter with prowess there.
So I've just spied Matteo has 2 wastelands in hand. So Alessandro really wants to find some acceleration to not get stifled by that.
Makes sense. So we pick up the Tabernacle. Traditionally, Tabernacle was quite good against blue-red decks, especially when they had like young Pyromancer and stuff. But now I feel like now that they have these prowess creatures, they rarely have more than like 1 or 2 creatures on board anyway, which still is quite a lot to tap every turn.
Yeah, I was about to say the tax for these aggro tempo decks is still quite a lot, even just having to pay 1 or 2 mana to keep your spells around. And Corey Steelcutter does make tokens as well, so we've got to be aware of.
You know what I would have done if I was Alessandro? I'd be happy to run out the Mox Diamond without the thespian stage there, because if Matteo dazes, then you play the Tabernacle and the token dice. I mean,
True,
Matteo is too
true.
good for that, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, no, it'd be a great play. Absolutely.
Yeah.
This
Okay,
is a great start though. With the Mox Diamond, as you said, generally with lands, you really want either Mox Diamond or Exploration to start off the game. Without them, especially on the draw against a tempo deck, we don't know it was tempo before starting the match, but it's Matteo. So I think a lot of Italian players will know Matteo is probably on tempo.
Yeah, in the background, by the way, we see Andrea Magucci over there, probably one of the most famous Magic players in the world. Still, like, loves Legacy, loves any kind of Eternal Magic. I think also is very fond of Vintage and stuff.
Absolutely.
So maybe we will see more of him later in the tournament today.
Yeah.
Matteo, flow state. Is it just a flow state for a single card?
Yeah, it's a kind of sign of weakness in a way, especially off a Wasteland. I think for me as a lands player, I'm kind of reading, maybe there is not another kind of Volcanic Island based card in hand. But at the same time, it could also be that there's two flow states in Matteo's hand. So the first one is going to help turning on the second one.
True. You told me that you think flow state is actually better than expressive iteration, is it?
I think so.
Wow, that's quite the statement.
Mostly because you don't need to play a second color for it. So in Matteo's deck, fine, blue-red is very similar. But at the same time, he wouldn't be able to cast Iteration there.
Iteration allowed you to play lands, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah. So you can Iteration would be one into hand, one into exile that you can play, and one on the bottom of your library. So sometimes you would see them playing it turn 2 just to like hope to hit a bauble with it, but often it would just be like card neutral. But I think flow state being able to play off Wasteland is a pretty big part of it as well.
So Alessandro running out the Besieged there, attacking the Wasteland of Matteo. Testing Matteo, well, there's not much to fight over it. I guess he's just going to get another, Volcanic Island. No, is he going to get a basic land?
Probably Thundering Falls.
Oh, yeah, to get the Surveillance there. That's sweet.
Yeah.
Try to work on the Delirium. Smooth out your draws. Why is Alessandro going after the Wasteland there?
It must be because they value the Tabernacle quite highly, which is reasonable completely. Or there's a hand that has Thespian Stage and Dark Depths, is my read onto it. So, Blue-Red Delver doesn't have a way to return the Wasteland, much like lands does. So maybe they're thinking, okay, I'm going to get this Tabernacle down. Okay, here's the other side of it. There's the Thespian Stage in play already and the Dark Depths. So Matteo does have another Wasteland in hand. I think this makes a lot of sense because Blue-Red could just have the single Wasteland in hand. And now with it gone from that Beseju, then there could be a window to just make this Merit Lage at the end of Matteo's next turn.
So you mentioned it earlier today, so we're not actually spending 30 mana to remove the 10 ice counters. So what are we going to do here next turn, potentially?
So Thespian Stage has a lovely ability where for 2 mana and you tap the Thespian Stage, you target another land and Thespian Stage becomes a copy of that land. And then if you make it become a copy of Dark Depths, then Dark Depths has an ability that says if it has no ice counters on it, you sacrifice it and make it into a 2020 flying indestructible Merit Lage token. So the way you do it, they have a legend rule. So the legend rule, you sacrifice the Dark Depths that has the ice counters on it. And the Thespian Stage will trigger saying, hey, I become a Merit Lage, and then you get a Merit Lage token.
So what happens if I stifle that ability?
It works for a second. So I've got you. So basically, the stifle will counter the trigger saying, hey, make me a Merit Lage. But then after that's resolved, the land will go, hey, don't forget about me. I'm going to trigger again.
Yeah, so the actual way would be to stifle the activated ability of the Thespian Stage, right?
Yeah.
I've seen people do that wrong in tournaments at times.
Yeah. So stifling the Thespian Stage copying will basically prevent it for a turn.
Yeah, kind of like a time walk there on that.
Yeah.
Which is quite a big deal, right? When you're talking about a 2020 indestructible flyer.
Yeah, it's usually the difference of winning and losing. So Matteo here, I can see there's 2 Dazes, 2 Lightning Bolts, a Wasteland, a Flooded Strand, and a Flow State, I think, in hand. Probably thinking, I see him getting the 2 Dazes at the back of the hand and about to put them back, which I like a lot. I don't think it's going to be an opportunity to play the Dazes very much, and because of the known Tabernacle hand, bouncing lands back to your hand is a very real cost. Yeah,
that's true. So Matteo, after careful deliberation, puts 2 cards back, gets in for 2 damage on the Otter, and probably runs out. Oh, okay, it's just going straight to the face. Yeah, in the first game, right? Why are we bolting the face? Are there no other targets?
It's just not going to be other targets, is there? So sometimes you could have, an Urza Saga making a 3/3 token sometimes, but I think this is absolutely heads up play. There's no Urza Saga in play. The auto just needs to get in for damage. So the bolt with the prowess trigger is essentially 4 damage. Whereas if you kind of like leave it up, pretend you've got other things, it'll be 1 less damage. And that can be the difference of life or death. And lands can kill you out of nowhere with a Merit Age token. So you do really want to be putting the clock on. And with the second bolt in hand, if there was a random creature played, then you've got another bolt there. But I
Okay.
think we're probably going to see another bolt going face next turn as well.
Okay. And Matteo finds the wasteland, and you talked about how that's a way to break up the combo. And it's kind of like this situation of like who's going to blink first, right? Because it looks
Mm.
like Matteo is not gonna use it right away, but he's actually gonna wait. Which moment exactly is he waiting for? And how is
Well, I think
Alessandro gonna play around that?
he's really thinking. It depends on, you can see him talking head on hand, like, do you do it now? If you do it now, you probably go for the Thespian stage because the Thespian stage does tap for mana, and the Dark Depths until you combo is generally not useful unless you play like a Yavimaya, which makes it all the lands tap for green. So I think he's thinking, does he go for the Thespian stage now? The punish would be, yeah, I like this. I do like going for it now. The punish would be Alessandro just passes, and then now with the mana up to activate the Thespian stage, targeting the Dark Depths, just pass, and the following turn play a wasteland of their own, and then the wasteland from land side. This is the following turn could target the wasteland from Matteo. The wasteland from Matteo then needs to be activated in response to that, otherwise you lose it. You can target the Thespian stage, but then you can activate
Hmm.
it in response and make a Merit
And we
Age. So
find the Yavimaya that you talked about. And the
yeah,
Yavimaya
nice.
actually allows the Dark Depths to tap for mana there, buying back a Thespian stage, beseech you. Eventually, can we run out Matteo of lands here? I think he's got like at
Yeah,
least 5 lands, 3 of which have already been used. That it used to be a thing in lands, right? Where you just like with Ghost Quarter and stuff, you completely run your opponent dry on any kind of mana producing lands. Don't
yeah.
really think that's a plan anymore, especially without expiration. But
Mhm.
Alessandro's mana looking pretty good, and I feel like it's a pretty clear race, right? Prowess against the inevitability of life from the dome.
Yeah, absolutely. We do see a flow state here from Matteo. He can play and then play Lightning Bolt as well. So the Otter will be attacking for 3, the Lightning Bolt for 3, putting Alessandro down to 6. Next turn, Alessandro is going to be able to make a Merit Age. And now, because of the Storm Chaser talent in play, I think Boomerang Basics is a pretty easy read. So I don't expect Alessandro to make a token main phase on their next turn, which gives Matteo an opportunity to find either a third wasteland from this flow state or drawing from next turn, or could potentially find a Boomerang Basics, attack with the Otter, pretend or present to have lethal with a Lightning Bolt, and then Alessandro has to make the Merit Age to block the Otter token and then gets Boomerang Basics. So Matteo needs to find Wasteland and or Lightning Bolts here, or Boomerang Basics to kind of be in the game. But I think at the same time, Alessandro has some very tough decisions to make in the next turn.
Let's see what Mateo's going to be able to come up with here. You already talked about how bolts might just go to the face. Sometimes when you get like a second creature, you can also buy another turn against Merit Lage by jump blocking if it's like your Dragon Rage channel in the air. But looks like we are rather going for a ponder here.
Yeah, I like the ponder. Again, we're looking for Wasteland and or Boomerang Basics. Wasteland would probably be ideal, just because I think it's reasonable to expect Alessandro doesn't make a main phase Merit Age. It's playing around the third and fourth Wasteland, which is you want to main phase it for, versus a pretty common 3 or 4 Boomerang Basics in this blue-red Storm Chasers talent deck. So I think based on the numbers alone, it just makes sense to make it end of turn. But yeah, if Matteo can find the third or fourth Wasteland, then it punishes the waiting.
I love how, from a strategic point of view, you got like you put your opponent in a difficult spot, as you mentioned, right? Do I do it in the main phase? Do I do it at the end of their turn? And the potential for Matteo to have either or makes it a little bit harder for Alessandro to pick the right spot. Where's Cataxium
Absolutely.
Probe when you need it?
Yes. Would you see it in lands though?
Yeah. If you had given it a couple of years, you would have probably seen it in everywhere.
Maybe,
Even
maybe.
in Thalia, doesn't Texas, who knows?
Yeah.
By the way, how does it work with Tabernacle and Merit Lage? So if I have Tabernacle out, do I have to pay for it, or can it just like ignore it?
This is some very funny old wording, and it's a great shout because Tabernacle says everyone has to pay 1 mana or you destroy the creature, and Merit is indestructible. So actually, Merit doesn't need to pay. It's a very funny interaction because
Because
it feels like
historically, that kind of card would say like, or sacrifice it, right? Because that's the common
absolutely,
template. Yeah.
yeah. I think if it was made now, which I don't think they would make a Tabernacle card these days because it's such an interesting, weird design. But yeah, I think right now you feel like it should say sacrifice, but hey,
I mean, you're
there's a lot
still
of
free to pay if you want to. I've seen people do it.
yeah,
It's like,
yeah,
cool,
yeah.
sure.
It's one of those things where like, I think you don't really read Tabernacle much because you kind of think you know what it does, if that makes sense, and then you find out these new things about it.
It also doesn't help that 80% of the tabernacles you come across are in Italian, which of course
That's
wouldn't
true.
be a problem for these players mostly
No.
in this tournament. So yeah.
Yeah.
So let's see, Alessandro. We know he's got the lesbian stage. That one's
Yeah.
coming down, and we're just passing the turn there.
Yeah. So I like this. I think Alessandro.
We're
Okay,
doing it on
fine.
the upkeep.
We're doing
Interesting.
upkeep now. Okay, so it's Wasteland versus Boomerang Basics. And
So what does doing it on the upkeep do? Okay, I guess yeah, it plays around Wasteland, right? By doing it on the upkeep, yeah.
Yeah, so it's as simple as playing around Wasteland versus Boomerang Basics. And you know what? The Boomerang Basics might not be on Alessandra's mind. This is, I mean, the Otter version is fairly established, but not crazy amounts. And it's not unheard of to see Storm Chaser's talent without Boomerang Basics as well. And it is also like commonly 2, 3, maybe sometimes 4 of, but like 2 or 3 of. So the numbers could be the same: 2 Wastelands versus 2 Boomerang Basics as well. And Matteo just could have none of them as well. So it's a very close call. And if Boomerang Basics isn't on your mind, upkeep is absolutely the right play.
Okay, well, what is Matteo looking for except for Boomerang Basics? Is there anything else? I think we didn't see Murktide in this list. Is there a way for him to somehow produce hasty damage to get past there? Not really. Is there a life for him to gain life? No. So it's really Boomerang Basics or maybe a Jump Blocker? Is there anything else?
Yes, so Dragon Rage Chandler is probably active. I think we know there's Ponder, Flow State, and lands in the graveyard. And there's a Lightning Bolt at least. So if there's a way to get it Delirious with like one more different type in the graveyard, that'd be good. I think we see a Corey Steelcutter, a Lightning Bolt, a Daze, and a Ponder, and a Scalding Tarn. So Matteo is maybe thinking, can I play Corey Steelcutter and get the damage in there? The Lightning Bolt puts Alessandro down to 6. One of these creatures will be blocked. They're kind of going to be similar sizes, so I don't think it matters too much. But maybe if you go Corey Steelcutter, then Ponder, but then you can't play 2 Lightning Bolts. So I feel like
Time
you
to start
start
playing
off with
Fire
Ponder.
Blast.
Yeah,
We're gonna see the one of Fire Blast in this kind of deck. I'm gonna tell you.
Fire Blast would be amazing right now.
Mark my words. One
okay.
of Fire Blast. Half a year from now, it's gonna be everywhere.
They are marked.
I hope
think
you wouldn't.
The big decision here is like, do you play Corey Steelcutter first to get extra attackers through? But then if you then play the Ponder second, you're left with 1 mana up, and that has to be the Boomerang Basics. But if you don't play the Corey Steelcutter first, then you could at least Ponder, don't find something, but find another cantrip or a Flow State or another Ponder after a shuffle. So my instinct, just because it's life or death, is to start with the Ponder.
Yeah, I would think so. Otherwise, you would cut yourself off from Ponder, finding like another cantrip, right, and being able to cast that.
Yeah. Especially Flow State.
Yeah.
So I think Aspire, Force of Will, Wasteland. The Wasteland too late. Quick shuffle. Yeah. Matteo knows exactly what we're looking for. We're looking for hopefully another cantrip or a Murktide to block. I think there's no Murktides in Matteo's list.
There's no Murktides in the list, yeah. There's only Dragon Age Channelers. So he's got like 7 outs right now, which is like pretty decent. Oh, oh well.
That's it.
I thought he was like pretty happy about finding it. He was like, no, I know exactly that I can't win at this point. Okay.
Yeah.
Going to sideboarding.
Yeah, very tight, very tight. I mean, look, Alessandro was at 9. There was another Lightning Bolt in hand. If there was, I guess, 2 Lightning Bolts, fine. But if there was like another turn for Matteo, it's another whole turn of sculpting the hand and finding things. So honestly, a very, very tight game there.
Okay, so as it goes, Lance often takes the first game against tempo decks, and what are we looking to bring in here? We got a couple of different options. Twin Shot Sniper. Why are we playing that Goblin, by the way? That's kind of cute.
So Twin Shot Sniper is a fun way to kill Magus of the Moon under the Magus.
Ah, that's a sweet thing to do. Okay, not really relevant here. No. What do we like here? What do you see?
I don't think you need to sideboard very much. I guess like you could bring in the Ottawa and the Solgar Lance, and I just don't think you will. Dismembers probably for Dragon Rage Channeler. I don't think you need to either, really. I like the Endurances. The Endurance can shuffle the graveyard and, turn off Delirious things, and it can also just block Dragon Rage Channelers. We don't know there's no Murktides if you're from Alessandro's side of the board, so I would just be looking to bring in the 2 Endurances, and like, I don't even know what I'd cut here. Everything seems pretty good. Probably the Pithing Needle.
Oh, the Needle. Wouldn't you mind like keeping that for Wasteland? I would totally keep that for Wasteland.
Maybe, but you've got your own Wastelands you want to go after.
That's true. That's true.
The Delvers, the tempo deck. So I think lands is just.
What is it with you and always thinking to the next level?
There's always more context hiding behind every bit.
Exactly.
So
cool.
Yeah, and also the Disruptor Flutes are not great. I think you could be looking at Pithing Needle and Disruptor Flutes and bringing the 2 Endurances and then maybe the 2 Dismembers. But again, lands is historically quite well set up against these tempo decks, so I kind of like not sideboarding too much here.
Okay, cool. Let's go over to the other side of the board. Let's see what Matteo Blasi is gonna bring in to try and improve the matchup here. Already got some sweet cards in the main deck. Unfortunately, couldn't find any of his 7 outs on that ponder. Let's pump up the numbers. Give us more outs to a flying, kick flipping Maridlage. We got the main deck, so let's take a quick look over there on the sideboard. So we get Graftiger's Cage, Consign to Memory, Hydroblast, Surgical Extraction, Pyroblast, Unholy Heat, Abrade, Price of Progress, and Force
Nice.
of Negation. Callum, hit me. What are we trying to do here after sideboarding?
Price of Progress seems like a slam dunk. There is this weird spot where, like last game, you saw Alessandro only had one land in play at the time of winning. So, like, it's not as slam dunk as you might expect. Your first reaction is like, oh my God, it's lands. They've got so many lands in play. The deck does operate off 3 or 4 lands quite easily. And then, as you saw, the combo sacrifices 2 of the lands. So, you're going to bring it in, I think, but it's not always at its best, as you might assume. Your Braid, I think, is fantastic. You know, Killian Mox Diamond can really hamper the deck, and you'll probably see things like construct tokens from the Urza Sagas. So I do like the Abrade. It is a bit reactive. I think Matteo maybe might not bring it in on the play because on the play you can be the more aggressive deck, but it's not bad. Surgicals can be good if you're scared of Life from the Loams. I think you probably will see the Surgicals come in. It used to be a slam dunk against lands of the past when there was Punishing Fire and things like that. But I think the deck operates without the graveyard quite well these days as well. So I wouldn't be surprised not to see them Surgicals coming in, especially again on the play being the aggressor. So Consign again is also a funny one where Consign can't stop the Thespian Stage combo because the way it works is you can't actually counter activated abilities. So you can't counter the stage copying the Dark Depths. And then like we were discussing before, the Dark Depths will keep triggering. Well, the Thespian Stage that copy the Dark Depths will keep triggering. So it can't stop that combo. It can stop parts of the Urza Sagas though, which are quite important. It can counter like a Mox Diamond. So I don't hate Consign, but it's also a bit reactive. I think on the play, Matteo might just be looking to be streamlined and be a bit more aggressive. And on the draw, he may bring some of these more reactive cards in.
Okay, so I would be thinking like he only really has 4 cards that are slam dunk to side out, like the 4 lightning bolts. But even then, oh, I guess the Unholy Heat as well. So we got
Unholy
5
Heat.
cards to side out.
Yeah. I actually don't
Force
mind
of
the lightning
Negations
bolts as
maybe
well.
coming in, maybe.
Yeah, potentially. Like it's good that it excels Life from the Loam, and it's good to counter an Exploration or a Malevolent Rumble of that ilk. But at the same time, it can be very awkward if you have too much counter magic against these lands decks. They can just play lands, and you can't do much about that.
Would be expecting that. Okay, so
Yeah.
let's see what Matteo thinks about the matchup. As you mentioned, could also be quite different depending on play or draw. Maybe the play on the play is to just be as aggressive as possible and just stop one tiny thing that Alessandro is trying to do. Yep. So, of course, once again, starting on the Stormchaser's talent, that's how you play the deck. The Andreo knows best.
The Topolantre.
Topolantre coming down. By the way, I love Alessandro's nails. I initially was like, what are those colors? But now I can see that one of them is green. It's the magic colors, but they are in the wrong order. Alessandro, no. So close. But you know what? He actually painted in a way so the middle ones are the Italian flag. So, okay, gotta give him credit for that.
That's a really cool idea.
Makes a lot of sense then.
Ooh, look at this.
Force of Negation on the Mox Diamond.
So do you see the Force come in? And I love this. Pitching a Brainstorm is, it hurts. But I think that Mox Diamond, especially because leading with the Urza Saga, there's the extra information here. So I think it's totally right from Alessandro to play this Urza Saga first so that you can play the Mox Diamond and pay for days. But at the same time, countering the Mox Diamond, I don't think it would be countered if it was another land led with by Alessandro. Because now the Mox Diamond represents a turn 2 construct and a turn 3 construct. But now, without an Ancient Tomb, of which there is one of in Alessandro's deck, this Saga is not going to make any constructs as it stands, unless there's another Mox Diamond.
Watch him have it. Watch him be like, yeah, actually, I set it up in the way that Matteo would fight over the Mox Diamond because I got them the Ancient Tomb. That would be masterful. Dude, I want to see that.
True.
I want to see that so badly. I mean, it's 2 Stormchaser talents. Oh my god,
nice.
that's quite the offense now.
Quite the combo. We do see a crop rotation in Alessandro's hand, which, if there was a green source, could crop rotate into a Ancient Tomb.
Let's see if that's going to be what's happening here.
There is a green source. So look, there could be a surprise 2/2 here, mid-combat.
Would you block, though?
Probably not. Especially not now. Because there just could be another spell. We see Lightning Bolt drawn. We see Dragon Rage Channeler, and I didn't catch the last card. I really like the Lightning Bolts being in the deck. sometimes you'll catch a smaller Urza Saga token, but really, I think you just need to be the aggressor. I think the assumption is the lightning bolts are probably going face, and again, I feel like the tempo deck like doesn't have enough pressure with creatures to actually kill before the lands deck does what it wants to do without this extra reach.
True, true. Okay, now we're getting in for 4 damage here. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, make
Yeah.
that's 5 more. So is that 9 damage on this turn? Like 4 by. No,
Yeah.
that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 9 damage, yes.
Down to 9 already. Yeah.
My man. Going to the
I
face.
really
He
like
knows what
this.
his job is. Kept the lightning bolts. Probably didn't do a lot of sideboarding except for the Force of Negations, I would
Mhm.
think.
Yeah,
And
probably for the Unholy Heat.
oh, and you called it. You called it crop rotation, but we are getting rid of the Urza Saga because we can probably already tell, right? Just making construct tokens here. That's not how we're gonna win against these otters in the flying, soon to be
Yeah.
flying, maybe already flying Dragon Rage Channeler. But what are we gonna
Yeah.
find here?
I think Tabernacle is actually a pretty good one to stop Mateo. He's probably going to pay for all 3 creatures, but then it takes out the ability to play cantrips at the end of it. So I'd probably like to see Tabernacle, but it's very context dependent on Alessandra's hand as well.
The thing is, Tabernacle doesn't make mana for you, right? And you're
No,
still like,
true.
if Matteo pays, you're probably staring down like 5 damage. What do we have? You got land, instant. Okay,
It's a 1/1 at the moment, just land instant.
yeah.
Yeah. Something to point out here, there's a really nice little synergy with the lands deck is Urza Saga can go to chapter 3, and then you can tap it for mana. So you float a mana, you've got the search ability on the stack, and as we've seen here, Alessandra has sacrificed the Urza Saga with the crop rotation, so you still get to search for an artifact and you get to crop rotation.
Okay, and that one's probably gonna be. I would think it's gonna be Mox Diamond, right? You just have to catch up in tempo.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice. So look, hey, there's 1 mana floating from the Urza Saga. We may just see a Dark Depths and make a Marit Lage. 1, 2, which
Oh,
does
but we'd still be a mana short, right?
1 mana
put the
short of
skateboard on
skateboard for haste. Yeah, that'd be crazy though. Imagine like another Mox Diamond comes down.
No kick
God.
flipping Merit Lage. By the way, how do you like that flavor? Like that 2020 like frozen under the ice avatar comes down, jumps on a skateboard and runs you over. Is it a flavor win or a flavor fail?
It's a bit of a fail.
It's so much of a fail that it's actually a win again. So to me, it's awesome.
Okay.
Okay, so
Alessandra, amazing.
oh, Twin Shot
Ooh.
Sniper. Oh yeah, floating the mana, Mox Diamond. We're gonna take out the Dragon Rage Channeler and just like playing it slowly. Like if Mateo has another bolt, he could be getting pretty close to winning, but now he's just gonna get in for 2.
Yeah. Wonder why
But
Alessandra
nothing else
didn't make a
going on.
Marit Lage there. Are we missing a mana? There was
Yeah,
one
he
from Urza
could.
Saga floating.
Yeah, but he used that mana for a Twin Shot Sniper.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't Twin Shot Sniper, you could just make a Marit Lage token.
Yeah, maybe that was too risky for him. Maybe he really wanted to take out the Dragon Rage Channeler, but he could because he expected Mateo for it to go to the air next turn.
Yeah,
And then it would take another turn anyway. Okay, Rumble. How many cards are we looking at? Top 5, top 4? Oh, well, actually, top 0.
What?
So
Top
we're
0,
going to
yeah.
go for a hardcast Force of Negation.
Rumble would usually be top 4. You get to choose a permanent card from among those 4 cards, put it into your hand, and you get a Scion token as well. These
Which would have been sweet, right? Because you could have picked up a land and a Scion and then still activated the Thespian stage.
Yeah. I think Alessandra's thinking here is with another mana, the following turns, you can make the Marit Lage token and give it haste.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, because maybe they're thinking, there could be Brazen Borrows now in the deck, as well as if Boomerang Basics is on the mind.
How many people do you think Boomerang Basics is an instant?
Probably half. I did for a long time.
Me too very much.
It would be really, really good as an instant, like so much better, obviously, but like to add it on, you can like save one of your permanents and draw a card. It'd be pretty powerful. It's also a lesson, so if you have a card with Learn, you can get it from your sideboard.
Does it actually have to be in your sideboard? I think so, right? I've never really played those Learn cards, but yeah, I guess they function like wishes.
Yeah, in a funny way. You can either loot or get a lesson from your sideboard.
Is it the best lesson?
Maybe.
Putting you on the
I'll
spot.
be honest.
Let's say this. There's not enough people out there who know to like disagree with us.
It depends how much mana you have. I'm sure there's some pretty powerful ones later. Ooh, okay. So we see Mystic Sanctuary.
Which one's that going to pick up? Is it going to pick up the Bolt?
So I believe Mateo's probably going to activate one of the Storm Chaser's talents to return something to hand as well. And so if you had another card in hand, like a blue card, then you could return the Force of Negation. But I think I think you return Brainstorm, put Brainstorm on top, and then you probably return the Lightning Bolt. And
It's so tricky though. Like
yeah,
he's got nothing else going on, right? So he might as well.
yeah.
Yeah, gonna take the
Okay,
lightning
so there
bolt.
we go. And just attack for 2 and hope that Alessandro doesn't draw a mana producing land because that will be lethal. Because you
That would
can
take the game.
tap the Besagio Mox Diamond, use that mana to make Thespian Stage into a Dark Depths, and then with the last mana, equip Skateboard. The
Let's
face
see.
says it's not. Oh
The
my god.
face says it's something that does something, but it's not a mana producing land.
And
It is probably
now,
a tough decision.
yeah, so now if it's not a mana producing land, you can still activate the Thespian Stage, becoming a Dark Depths and making a Merit Age, but the Lightning Bolt going face, putting Alessandro down to 2 life.
Ooh, that's an ancient tomb though.
Oh, yes. Yes, it is.
That's
Wow,
gonna become an
yes.
ancient tomb. And
Yep.
that one's gonna be good enough to put the skateboard on a large skate over,
Yes.
kickflip over Matteo, and take
Yes.
the game and the match in the
Woo!
first round of 9.
Wow.
Long way to go here for Alessandro Condinotti. And yeah, taking it down against one of the Italian juggernauts, Teo
Absolutely.
Blasi, losing in the first round. Don't think that happens to him often.
No, not at all.
Well, amazing,
Unbelievable.
amazing.
Yeah.
That
Wow.
was deep.
The face there just didn't look like it was
Yeah.
a land, but then I think it took a minute to realize, like, oh my god, crop rotation is an ancient tomb. That single ancient tomb can open up so many lines, especially with crop rotation. For like the turn 1 as a saga, turn 2 make tokens and stuff. Sometimes against control matchups, that's what you want to do. And as we saw, especially with this haste giving artifact you can get from it as a saga, it can kill out of nowhere as well. So absolutely fantastic.
I remember they used to have it as a one-off, so you could crop rotation for it on the first turn to play one of your Sphere of Resistance when you
Sphere,
played those
yeah.
cards. But the Spheres are gone, but we still maintain that ability for crop rotation to basically become like a spirit guide, kind of, if you want to. Anyway,
Yeah.
so yeah, we got Alessandro taking down the first round, and we're being told by production we're actually moving straight into round 2. You know, we're not going to doing any breaks. We're gonna get there. We're gonna move on. We got amazing matches lined up for the second round for you guys. Get your friends in there while we are waiting for the match to load up. We got some amazing players here joining us later today, especially other commentators, of course, as well. But let your friends know that the biggest legacy tournament in Europe of the year is going on right now here in Bologna. Hit them up, let them know. Twitch TV/4Seasons tournaments, as well as on YouTube, of course, where we are streaming as well. And Callum, we already talked about we would play one of those painter, rather evolutions of the painter decks. Is painter still a thing in Legacy anymore?
It
Don't
always
break
is.
any hearts, okay? Don't break. Okay, good.
It always
you're,
is.
You're cushioning the hit.
I feel like it's struggling a little bit at the moment. Can't really pinpoint exactly why it's not bad. Blue Blasts,
Because you stopped promoting it.
Red Blasts are good. Yeah, I mean, with the introduction of Flow State into the meta, Flow State is very popular, and I think having Blast to counter that is very important, as we saw in the Expeditive Iteration days as well. I just don't think there's like not a champion of the deck, if that makes sense. There's not someone grinding it and like, you know, putting up all these results. I do think it's always a solid deck. It has such a good game plan. It has so many different ways of building it and playing it. And the addition of Surveillance Camp to the deck has made it better. So I'm surprised to not see it as much, honestly. It's good. I mean, my favorite card in the deck has always been Goblin Welder. So me going over to these Surveillance Cam decks with Goblin Welder is just like a natural evolution of things that I enjoy. I don't know. I can't give you a good answer. I think people just aren't playing Painter as much as they.
Okay, fair enough. So let's move into the second round. Let's see which players we got lined up over here. We also got some famous names of the Italian Legacy scene, dude. That's going to be a treat. We got 2 matches here for you. Let's look at one of the first players here, of course. We got Nicolo Corvoni. Nicolo,
Classic,
famous guy. If you don't know him, you've seen him, or at least his beard. I want to say one of the most famous Legacy. He basically, he's got his fingers, his hands, and anything going on in Legacy in Italy at the very least, if not in Europe, right? He's kind of involved in everything. I still can't tell you what exactly it is that he does, but he does it really well, and he makes a big contribution to these tournaments running well. And every once in a while, you also see him in a tournament. I remember like when we played him in a team tournament, the first thing his team did was to give us bananas.
Yes,
they're kind of like the banana team in the law league in Italy. They got these 23 leagues going on, and of course he's one of the champions of the law league, and they have a thing for bananas, and I still never fully understood it, but I mean, you take it, you eat it, and you play the game.
Yep, absolutely. He's got his fingers in lots of pies, as you say, or lots of bananas, maybe banana pie. But at the same time, he does lots of work for the invitational that happens. So he's a big part of the scenes behind everything, where he helps with the invitationals and runs that there. So Very, very dedicated, hardworking player for the Italian scene in general. But he's also a phenomenal player. And his favorite deck is Cephalid Breakfast, as we see. Bananas for breakfast as well, I'm sure. But he has been on Cephalid Breakfast for as long as I can remember, really.
Awesome. Yeah, Sapphire Breakfast. Run me through it. How exactly do we win? Because that looks like a really janky assembly of random cards, if
It
I've
does
ever
actually,
seen one.
doesn't it? And I've just noticed 4 flow state as well, really helping the deck out here. But basically, this is a combo deck. It's a creature combo deck. So we see 3 Nomads of Encore next to 2 Shuko. They're functionally the same card. Basically, they allow you to target one of your creatures as many times as you want. So the Nomads, it redirects damage. It comes up sometimes. And the Shuko gives +1/+1. It comes up sometimes. But really, what it means is the Shuko you can equip infinite amount of times. And the Nomads you can target and prevent damage infinite amount of times. And this other half of the combo is Cephalid Illusionist right underneath them. So Illusionist is 1 and a blue for a 1/1. Whenever it becomes the target of a spell or ability, you mill the top 3 cards of your library. And then it's a combo deck that uses the graveyard. So with Cephalid Illusionist and either the Shuko or Nomads Encore, you can then mill your whole library. When you mill your library, Narcomoebas are going to trigger. So Narcomoeba is a 1/1 that if it's put into your graveyard from your library, you can put it into play. And then with your whole library in your graveyard, you can flashback Dread Return, targeting Thassa's Oracle. Thassa's Oracle sees no library left, and you win the game.
That
So
sounds incredibly complicated. I'm actually really happy that we got you over here.
good stuff. It's a classic combo. It can win turn 2. You could just go turn 1 Nomads, turn 2 Cephalid Illusionist. Like it plays Force of Wills. It's historically played a bunch of Dazes as well, so it could be a very, very fast combo deck turn 2 win. But at the same time, it's weak to graveyard hate and it's weak to creature removal, so it's not easy to combo. So it's opens itself to a lot of things. You see 3 Urza Saga as well and the 4 flow states. So it's pretty good at grinding. It can play this longer game setting up as well. We see 4 Tamio again. Tamio is actually it is phenomenal in the fair decks. We're actually seeing Tamio, I think, do better in these combo decks that play Brainstorm because it's just an alternate way to win. So often you can just play turn 1 Tamio, you can start attacking, grinding,
Yeah.
and you can threaten the combo. At the same time, it's also like a removal stick, right? Turn 1 Tamio is going to eat a removal spell from the opponent whenever they can, and then that clears way for the Cephalid Illusionist and the Nomads Encore. So it plays right into the decks what it
Something
wants to be
I
doing.
spotted, by the way, is the one of Spell Snare. Yesterday, we were talking about how Spell Snare is ever so slowly creeping back into the metagame, right? So here, once
Yeah.
again, we see it, and maybe also courtesy of Flow State. So on the other side
Yep.
of the board, we got Luca Chiasoni, very much a combo specialist. Like when you look back at his past, he's been playing combo decks left and right for the longest of times. He also made top 8 at last year's 4 Seasons Springs here a year ago, trying to repeat it this time on High Tide. Dude, it's been quite a while since I've last seen this deck. And it's probably one of the most beloved decks that
Mhm.
Legacy has ever seen, with some amazing additions joining it over the last years. Of course, Mind's Desire getting unbanned, now Flow State becoming a thing in Legacy. But one thing that a lot of people, when they first see this deck, struggle with: how do we actually win the game? Like, this is great at countering stuff, making mana, drawing cards. What's the catch? How do we win?
You just draw cards. You just draw more and more cards. So you say you haven't seen it for a while. I talked to Marcus Ewald. I think a lot of people will know of him. So I see it quite often. I even played against him 2 days ago on Magic Online on High Tide. But yeah, this is a really, really old school deck. So it's using the card High Tide, which is a 1 blue instant. And essentially it makes all islands tap for an extra mana. So if you cast 2 High Tides, your islands tap
Your
for 3
opponent's
mana.
islands as well.
Yep, indeed,
How
indeed.
unfair
So
is that?
it's symmetrical. It's totally fair. So so the High Tides are going to make your islands tap for more mana. Then you have multiple ways to untap your islands. So Turnabout is an instant for 4 mana. You can tap or untap all creatures, artifacts, or lands, but you can target yourself, untap your lands. Then Time Spiral is basically a time twister. So you shuffle your hand and graveyard into your library and draw 7 new cards. Then you untap up to 6 lands. So if you have 6 lands in play, but even if you have 4 or 5, it's great because with the High Tide going, that's 8, 10, 12 mana. You untap them all, you draw 7 new cards, you cast High Tides again over and over again. So eventually you get to a state, a flow state, if you will, where your islands are tapping for so many more mana than the usual, so like 4 or 5 mana, and you keep on tapping them with the turnabouts and time spirals. And then you're going to get the storm count insanely high, and you're going to cast the once banned in Legacy, Mind's Desire, which I just love seeing in this format now. What an incredibly cool card. So you get your storm count up to like 20, you cast Mind's Desire, you exile top 20 cards, you'll probably hit another Mind's Desire, you cast that again. So then at that point, I think you're probably able to cast your whole library, and then you'll cast Jace, Wielder of Mysteries. So Jace, Wielder of Mysteries is similar to Thassa's Oracle that we saw in the Cephalid Breakfast deck. If you draw a card while your library has no cards in it, you win the game instead. So you cast the Jace, You can then plus it to do it. But even if they remove the Jace in response, you could then cast a Brainstorm at instant speed or a Dress Down at instant speed because you've exiled them all with the Mind's Desires, and you can just win at instant speed.
So you're telling me, like, if I'm playing against this, all I need to do is to counter the Chase Wheel of Mystery. That's easy. I can totally win against the stack.
In theory, but with High Tide having drawn or exiled its whole library, it's going to have some Force of Wills and Paths of Negation available.
Because like I just counted, it has like 11 ways or something to protect it. So if you tell me if I have like 12 counter spells, I can totally win this match.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, the 2 Teferi as
easy.
well. We don't usually see a splash because playing basic islands is such a high priority for the deck to not get wastelanded, because you really need, generally, you need 4 islands in play to go off. So it's like a turn 4 kill deck generally. So if you had like played a Tundra and get it wastelanded, that's a big downside. Okay, but here we go. There's not a ton of removal. We see 2 dress downs in the High Tide deck. So that can like prevent the combo for a turn from Niccolo. But I think the Cephalo Breakfast deck probably has a slight edge because it's just faster. But with the way the game is going now, maybe not particularly.
Okay, so we got the. So you're basically telling me there's going to be like a lot of setup and nothing really happening for the first couple of turns, and then eventually both players are going to unleash whatever they have and trying to come out on top.
Yeah. If I'm
Sweet.
Niccolo here, if I don't know Luca already, again, I think a lot of Italian players know each other and maybe know what they're on. But if I don't know Luca and we go basic island into Strand, I think they're probably a control deck. So we see Niccolo with a Force Will in hand, but I also spied like a flow state. So I would be, if it's a combo deck, I would be casting flow state rather than making construct tokens. But if you're against a control deck, I think playing it slow, making construct tokens makes a lot of sense. So yeah, I think Niccolo maybe is unaware it's High Tide, think it's a control deck.
Okay, and we see the dress down in Luca's hand over there. How good of a feeling is it? Like when your opponent just spends basically 3 turns setting up in Urza Saga, going all the way to ultimate, making 2 tokens in the meantime, and then you just spend 2 mana, cycle, and destroy all of their work, except for, I guess, whatever you got out of the Saga.
That yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? Like
I've
the Saga
only
player
ever been on the other side of that.
same. The Saga player puts 6 mana into it, and you get to put 2 mana into it and draw a card. Yeah, it's pretty good.
You know what I'm most excited for? Which kind of token Nicolo's gonna have?
Better be a nice one.
Oh, of course, it's gonna be a Zavatarix one.
Yeah.
Did I tell you? Actually, both of us, like, we have custom Zavatarix ones, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, sweet.
I've got alien ones, like alien films.
Yeah, I've got 2 inspired. One inspired by Ghost in the Shell, and the other one nice. I told him to totally freestyle it, and that one turned out even better.
Here we see an Orc army, but it'll do.
Yeah. You're gonna treat that as a construct token over there. And then of course Urza Saga going to 3, triggering. So Nicolo now has the choice to make another token or he's most likely getting the Shuku, I would guess. And if he wasn't, I would think he would try to go for the combo there, but no, he's just trying to slowly grind it out. And of course, Luca already has the High Tide lined up. Very happy to see Luca to go for this. By the way, do you fetch with your 2 Flooded Strands in response to the Saga going off? You probably have to, right?
Yeah, just in case.
Just in case there's a Pithing Needle.
Yeah, it's especially it's High Tide because you're really trying to get, 4 islands in play. It's just unbelievably punishing for even one to be turned down. So yeah.
By the way, having seen the Lorien revealed in 3 basic islands by now that we fetched for, I would think there's a decent chance this is High Tide. If Nicolo doesn't already know.
Yeah.
Especially since there's such beautiful islands. I don't know. You shouldn't read anything into that, but that's kind of like a takeaway for me. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
If this last Flood Strand gets an island, yeah, I think that's the give up that it's not a control deck. We get a Tundra here though. Yeah, it's potentially control.
Oh man.
The one of Tundra quite misleading. Fairies. Yeah.
Okay, we got the Shuku coming down here as expected. Doesn't really need to calculate how much damage. By the way, is Shuku a real thing? Do people wear those gloves? Or is that totally made up for Magic?
No, I
think our resident weapons expert.
Here. Yeah, I am not a weapons expert, I'm afraid. I'll pass.
You're gonna have an American later on today. So
you know what I'm really interested in?
Maybe Nam can help us.
So the dress down is going to kill the construct tokens, and you probably do cast it here. But at the same time, if I'm Nicolo, it's a way to stop the Thassa's Oracle from the combo coming in. So I'm not too unhappy from Nicolo's side here, even though it's a bit of a blowout.
Good point.
Yeah, because with the Thassa's Oracle, if with Dread Return on the stack, if you're comboing, they dress down in response, you're just going to lose the game. So yeah, it's good to get it out.
On Nicolo's side, we see a couple of flow states. We also see a Nakrumurba, and that always leads to one of my favorite game states, Nakrumurba picking up Shuko. But okay, we're
Here
gonna
we
try
go.
to go there for the high tide, and Nicolo's got the Force of Will ready, pitching Nakrumurba, not gonna get into battle anytime soon. But
Oh.
Luca's fighting over this,
Yeah,
pitching the Merchant Scroll.
I really like countering the high tide. It's like you don't always do it because the high tide there could just be another one easily. It costs 1 mana as well. But I really like going after it because I think there's more ways to untap lands with the turnabouts and the time spirals than there is ways to play high tide. And the deck needs high tide resolved to go off. So yeah, here we go. But Luca
We
with
get
the
more
perfect
sweet
thing.
tokens. Got
Yeah,
Time
love
Spiral,
it.
which is of course going to be able to untap all of his lands. That's going to give him access to at least 10 mana and 7 new cards. While Nicolo really only looking to pick up Force of Worlds there, which is always
Yep.
going to try. So you're telling me like you almost always go for the high tide, right? It's probably makes the most sense, especially against the
I
Storm
think
deck.
so. It's always a bit context dependent. Like if Nicolo had like counter spells in the deck, you could actually just fetch the Flood Strand to get an island. But yeah, I like going after the high tide. Again, it's just there's less copies of high tide than untap effects.
Yeah. What's
There's,
your, by
there's
the way,
merchant scrolls, but they can search for turnabout or high tides. So
which kind of high tide player are you? Which kind of artwork are you going to pick? There are like basically 3 established ones and then one that nobody plays.
I like the alliances one, the fish one. I think the one that Luca has.
Well, there's no alliances one. There's only like Fallen Empires ones. There's
Fallen
the,
Empires. That's what I mean. I
all
like
of
the
them are
one with the
Fallen
merfolk
Empires.
on it. The
Yeah,
fish
that's
or the
what we see
merfolk.
here. That's the Anson
Yeah.
Maddock ones. There's Amy Weber,
Yeah.
which has like all the fish in the sea. That's the one I rarely
It's
ever
quite
see.
dark, that one, isn't it? I like that one as well, though.
Yeah, actually, that's the one I like the least, except for the new printing, which like I don't like at all. I used to be like an Anson Maddock kinds of guy, like the Merfolk kind of dude,
Mhm.
but now I like the Drew Tucker one, the surfboard one, even more. The one that we saw on the deck tag. I don't know. I feel
Yeah,
that's the
that's
coolest.
cool. Ooh, Lucas missed a card at the bottom there, but that'll be fine. Yeah. Okay,
Oh,
so
this is Commander.
cool. Luca in a fantastic spot. So the high tide combo turns can be quite long. So we're gonna be here for a little while, I expect. But it's very cool because it's non-deterministic. So
Oh, second
we'll
high
see
tide.
how we go. Second high tide. There's a lot of tracking to do because now with the addition of Mind's Desire, or before they would play Brain Freeze as well, so you need to track the storm count and the mana. But at least it's not different colors of mana.
You know, once we've played the 4th high tide, Nicolo could start hardcasting as Force of Wills.
True.
Interesting. Now we fight over the second high tide as opposed to the business spell. I think that's one of the toughest decisions to make because that one is not nearly as clear as whether you fight over the first high tide.
Yeah, this one I agree. Yeah, this is a tougher choice.
Okay, we got Teferi coming down there, and at this point, Nico is completely locked out of any kind of interaction, pretty much.
An interesting thing that you said, if 4 more high tides resolve, then Nicolo could hardcast a Forcible. I think he would have needed to crack the Flooded Strand during the first high tide. Because I think if the island comes in after high tides are resolved...
No.
Is that not how it works?
No, that's not how it works. Like, it basically
Okay.
just makes like this general thing that all the islands, no matter where they're from, but when they arrived, they have all equal rights.
You know what I'm thinking of? I'm thinking of playing Cube and playing...
Bubbling Mud?
No, yeah.
Rain of Filth?
The Rain of Filth, and then fetching and not being able to sacrifice it. That's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah. Rain of Filth is different. That's true.
Yeah. Cool. All right. So Luca going off flow state. Flow state seems incredible in this deck, right? It's just you can cycle Laura and Reveal to get a sorcery in the graveyard, or you can play Ponder or more flow states. And also like so many instants like Force of Wills and the High Tide itself.
Okay, and Luca turnabouting himself to untap all of his lands. By the way, turnabout quite the cool card, right? Sometimes you can turnabout your opponent for all their lands, tap down all of their lands, then go into your turn and then go off if you expect some kind of like non-forceful interaction that they would need mana for. Ooh, and here it comes. Mind's Desire, Storm Count 10. We're gonna be able to shuffle. I guess technically we have to shuffle our deck every single time, especially since we will be able to play instants in between each resolution of the storm effect. So yeah, we're out of mana. Still access
I just
to like
adore
at least
Mind's
6 mana
Desire.
over there. Yeah, Mind's Desire is such a cool card.
A young Callum was like playing when Scourge came out, and I remember seeing that card and just being absolutely obsessed with it. Just looking at the artwork, like, oh my god, it's so crazy and cool.
Okay, Luca's actually shortcutting here. Like, I guess you can do that unless you like want to play instants in between each resolution. He doesn't really. Oh, that's it's not a dud, but it's not amazing, really.
There's still some redraws there. There's flow state to find 2 cards, a Ponder, and a Dress Down. I don't think he's going to miss at this point.
That's true. Super unlikely to miss. He finds the Time Spiral over there.
2 Time Spirals. Nicolo's just
It's
saying,
like,
yeah, enough.
yeah,
Yeah, because with the 6 mana, you can just cast another Mind's Desire as well. Yeah.
that second Mind's Desire that would hit for, like, if you play all the other cards, something like 25 or something. And
Yeah.
like, if you get to play the top 25 of cards for free, any deck in Legacy would struggle not to win from that kind of position.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks
Cool.
really powerful. I think the flow states helped out a lot there, right? Just finding the setup. There was a flow state earlier to find the setup, and then secondly, after casting the Mind's Desire, finding more time spirals.
You know what's sweet? Nicola also has the one of Arms Chant. That can happen quite a bit. Yeah.
Yeah,
Other
that'd
than
be
that,
good.
on the sideboard, what are we trying to bring in here? I see a lot of cards that don't really do anything here. Would you bring
Yeah.
in the Pithing Needle on like Flooded Strand? That's too cute, right? That's not good.
Yeah, I think so. I think, yeah, there's not a ton. The consigned to memories don't really do much. It can kind of counter a Mind's Desire, but I don't know if you'd bring it in for that. It depends how many cards you've got to take out, which there may be enough. I kind of like the Surgical Extraction if you have enough cards to take out as well. But the only slam dunks really are the Lavinia, which is fantastic against High Tide because it's going to stop the Time Spirals and the Mind's Desire unless Luca has 6 lands in play. And the 2 Force Negations, obviously, because you need more counter magic to fight over all the non-creature spells. I
Makes a
think
lot
the
of sense.
easy takes out like the Source of Plowshares, the 1 Prismatic Ending. So that's 3 cards already. And then maybe Tamiyo's, right? I don't think you're winning with Tamiyo in time before the High Tide deck goes off. So I could see Tamiyo's coming out for like the consigned to memories and surgicals, but they're not good. So it's maybe
Okay.
Tamiyo on the play is enough.
Cool. So let's see what's gonna be happening on the other side of the board there. High Tide usually not known for like sideboarding a lot of different cards, but now that they're not playing Cunning Wish anymore, maybe they get access to some more stuff. Let's see what
Yeah.
we get. Oh yeah, by the way, I totally realized there's no Cunning Wish. That used to be such a mainstay of the deck. Ooh, more white cards in the sideboard. Okay.
Nice.
Voice of Victory. Like, tell me you're bringing this in here. I want to see it in action.
I think so. But at the same time, I'm worried that Cephalid Breakfast is just the faster combo deck. Obviously, it didn't happen in that game 1, but I think it is. So I don't feel like I'd bring the Voice of Victory here because I think the pressure is on me now, especially on the draw, to kind of react to what Nicolo's doing. So I personally wouldn't be bringing the Voice of Victories here because I think you can beat the Force of Wills and a few other counters just with the main deck already, is my read to it. So I would be trying to stop Nicolo's combo here. So I'd be looking at the Grafdigger's Cages because they stopped the Dread Return being cast and the Thassa's Oracle come into play. I would probably look at the Consigned to Memories because they stopped the Thassa's Oracle trigger coming into play, and maybe the Fluster Storms. So again, I'm looking to be the reactive player here. You just want to set up, yeah.
Also, you usually don't want to sideboard too many cards, really, from what I understand.
Yeah.
I would love to bring in the Snap to break up the combo, but maybe that's too cute, especially since there's probably not too much you can actually take out there.
Yeah. I was thinking the exact same thing. I think it is just a bit too cute. I think it's more for hate bears, which again, we don't know Lavinia's there, so maybe you do want something for Lavinia. Again, you just don't know it's there. There is one Sink into Super in the main deck, which you can Merchant Scroll for, which is quite cute. So there is, and also Dress Down can turn off the abilities. So I feel like I'm kind of well set up with 2 Dress Down and a Sink into Super in the deck.
Okay.
And
so
then I
let's
don't
jump
even
into
know
the
what I'd
second
cut.
game.
Maybe Pact of Negation.
I was looking at Pact of Negation. I was like, is it really the kind of card I want to have in this matchup? Because you can really only use it defensively. You can't use it to stop Nicolo's combo. I mean, technically you can, but that would require quite the commitment of resources.
Yeah.
So that's a card I'm also eyeing for side out there. We will see what Luca thinks about it.
Yeah. So I expect the more reactive cards to the Cephalid Breakfast combo deck.
You know what I noticed, by the way? We've been, like, over the last 2 days, we've been talking quite a lot about flow state. And I don't really see people complaining about it nearly as much as they used to about expressive iteration.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Maybe not yet, I get. But is it okay? Like, is there no problem with expressive iteration with flow state right now? It feels okay as a card. I don't know.
I think the power level of the format has just come up so much since expressive iteration.
That's true.
I've also just realized Luca Chisone is a very, very famous judge across Europe.
Oh, that's that Luca.
Yeah.
Dude, I've seen Luca many, many times. Yeah, I've always seen him in the chat shirt. Yeah. Amazing guy.
Absolutely. That's very cool.
So he amazing figures of the Italian legacy scene.
Absolutely. It's very cool to see him playing, actually, because I've only ever seen him in a red judge shirt.
You know what Nicolo told me? Like, he's going to keep his beard growing until he wins a tournament.
Is that why it's so long?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, love it.
So there we go. Both players starting out slowly here, trading punters. And, well, is that Brainstorm surveilled into the graveyard? I would think so. And we are getting
Is it
our.
not Undercity Sewers turn 1 and then turn 2 cast
Oh, that
Brainstorm?
makes a lot more sense. Makes a lot. I didn't know we had a land drop available. Okay, of course, Nicolo going there on the play, and Luca finds the Grafdigger's Cage. So
Nice.
why exactly is Grafdigger? You need a name for that hand. You know that Nicolo did the one. Wait, that
Yeah,
one's not
yeah.
resolving yet. I gotta
Absolutely
say
not.
something. Why do we stop the Grafdigger's Cage? What does it do?
Yeah, so the Graphics Cage stops Nicolo's combo. So it basically says cards can't be cast from graveyards and creatures can't enter play from the graveyard. So it would here. I mean, Nicolo has the combo, so we'll walk through it in a second. So if Luca doesn't have a counterspell, he's just dead here. So the Graphics Cage would have stopped it. So basically, the combo part of the deck is you mill your whole graveyard, your whole library into the graveyard, then you flashback Dread Return, but Graphics Stage stops flashbacks. So it would have stopped the
So
combo here.
no Necromoeba's coming back, and you can't cast Dread Return, can't use Chemotherapy. So it's, yeah.
I think Luca found the force. Oh my god, this this hand from Nicolo. Turn 3 kill with double force for the Grafdigger's Cage and the force back. So it's an interesting thing. So Nicolo has had to pitch a Narcomoeba to the Force of Will, but I believe there's 3 in the main deck, so he will still get 2 Narcomoeba triggers coming into play. So you can sacrifice the Cephalid Illusionist and then the 2 Narcomoebas.
Yeah, he's got 3 Necromoebas total, so that's exactly how. If he hasn't
so
sided
very
out
interestingly, if Luca had a surgical extraction, he wouldn't be able to flashback the Cabal Therapy here first because he needs the 3 creatures in play to flashback Dread Return. I think the body language of here, the players at the table, is just saying, Luca's just saying, look, let me see your deck, and then I'll concede. He's just saying, yeah, there we go.
It's just like looking at the rest of the deck. Let me see how you sideboard. It's like pushes it all over. You know,
here
like
it is. Here it is.
Cassini, when you win the chips, they push the pot over to you. It's just like, yeah, here, take a look. And now he's gonna like mush shuffle all of them together upside down.
Nice.
Like, yeah. Actually, he might be doing that. Oh my god. By the way, I love the flavor. Nicolo also, like, not only does he give you bananas, he also plays yellow.
Oh yeah,
sleeves.
yellow. Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
And he calls the deck Italian breakfast. What's the Italian part about the deck? No Cephalid breakfast anymore.
I mean, I guess yellow cards.
It's kind of a nod to Wizards getting rid of Cephalid as a creature type as a whole.
Yeah.
Which still, like, that's, I don't know.
Maybe it's the Spell Snare. We've seen Spell Snare in all these Italian lists.
Oh, the Italians are ahead of the curve on that one again. Yeah.
They're aware of the flow state.
What do you think about, like, Wizards killing off Cephalids? It's a great tragedy of our time.
I agree. It is a great tragedy.
Didn't they, like, errata them to Murfolk or something?
Yeah, I remember. I don't remember now, but I remember reading that something.
Yeah,
I think people would just still call them cephalids.
Oh no! They're not Murfolk. They're octopus now.
Oh,
come on, Wizards! Cephalid is such a cool established creature type. Octopus. Can we get back cephalids?
Yeah, I don't get that. I think that's unnecessary. I think people will just continue to call them cephalids.
Yeah, as we do. Hashtag
right,
cephalid justice.
So that game 2 played out how I kind of expected, and I really like Luca bringing the Grafdigger's Cage and realizing that he needs to be the more reactive player. And yeah, Nicolo with an incredible hand. Double force, 1 for the Grafdigger's Cage to stop the combo, and then the force of his own. And I think Luca did brainstorm into that force of will back, so...
Yeah, when you think about it, Luca had like a single turn, and during that turn he was able to produce 2 pieces of interaction, Grafdigger's Cage and Force of Will, and it was not good enough.
No,
not good enough. That's quite something.
Yeah.
Nicolo was able to match those 2 forces with forces of his own and just go for the combo. And as you said, like sometimes it's as easy as 1-2 and you go for the combo.
I don't expect the players to change too much based on the play or draw. I think the context still is the same. Luca is the slightly slower combo deck, so he's going to be playing a bit more reactively.
Yeah, let's see. We're loading up the 3rd match for you right now. Dude, I just love High Tide. You remember when, like, we still had Solidarity, the deck that would win on your opponent's turn during their attack step? Then we always had the little brother Springtide, which was kind of like what High Tide evolved into. And sometimes pains me that these days this is the High Tide deck of choice, because technically Solidarity is still out there. Bring back Reset.
Exactly. I'm really happy that Mind's Desire is in the deck now, because it does cut down the combo turns a lot. You just exile your deck very quickly. I have a very fun story to tell about Spiral Tide. So obviously you can combo off at like the last moment. So a player at my old local game store would like combo mid-combat because it was the last opportunity to. So he was playing against a Moonstomping player who had Rabble Masters and everything and putting a fast down combo. And so the Rabble Master attacked, put him down to 2 life, and then he starts to go off, and his opponent just goes, sudden shock you.
Dude,
Good
Cyber
times.
Shock, the maker of so many great stories there.
Yeah.
Ooh, and
Yeah.
look at Luca. Look at him. Turn one, Graftikas Cage once again. Nicolo has to let it resolve this time.
Mm.
Wh- What's Nicolo's game plan against a resolved Graftikas Cage? Is it just Urza Saga, or does he have ways to get around that?
So we saw one prismatic ending in the main deck at least, and I was talking about maybe sideboarding that out because it's not a card you really want against High Tide. But we did see the Graftigas Cage game 2, so I would expect Niccolo to have either left it in with the foresight that I didn't have, or bring in prismatic ending for game 3.
Okay.
And
So let's see which way Nicolo is going to go down here. Is he going to go for the beatdown? Is he going to try to fight over the Grafdigger's Cage? All the while, of course, also having to juggle the combo potential that Luca is going to be presenting as soon as he hits his 4th island. Okay, Lavinia. That one's going to turn off some Force of Worlds, not High Tides, but
yeah, High Tides will always be live,
quite a
but
lot.
this is a great combo like anti-combo card. But it does need to, like, Niccolo needs to pressure in addition to this, because Luca can just get to 6 lands in play and then still combo through it. But it does turn off any of the forces. Oh, it also turns off Mind Desire because you're going to cast them for 0 mana.
Yeah.
This is a pretty important combo piece.
Potentially even Lorien revealed, depending on how many lands Luca is going to have in play. And Luca is having a deep think about that.
Yeah. I think I'd be forcing this if you have a force in play. At the same time, he does have dress downs in the deck, and I assume they've stayed in because there's Urza Saga and it's a creature combo deck. So yeah, actually, there are answers to it as well.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah.
Nicolo
So we're
just
probably
gets in
looking
there
at
for
like
damage.
Yeah, Luca's probably looking to make a few land drops, sculpt the hand a bit, and then when he's looking to go off, he's probably gonna like end of turn High Tide. What's it called?
Rest down.
Rest down. Yeah.
Okay. Nicolo just going for the Ponder. Checking his hand back again. He's got a Force of Foil. He's got a Shuko. Actually, you can just put out the Shuko at some point and put it in Lavinia.
Yeah.
Okay, that's kind of a cool point. Like, you play a Ponder, you keep on top, but then you still surveil the top card away.
Yeah,
which is
very
a
nice.
Force
Very
of
nice.
Foil. Did he just Force of Foil? Surveil a Force of Foil?
Yeah, I think I see another one in hand. And so depending on how many blue cards he has, then he probably doesn't really want that. I think I see a Dread Return in hand as well, so he's probably looking for something like a Brainstorm.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Okay,
We see
meanwhile,
Luca here.
Luca on the
Brainstorming end of
Brainstorm
turn.
there.
Yeah.
Brainstorm
A
end of
play
turn.
that we
Why
didn't.
would you do that?
So I was about to say, like, he could be setting up for a turn 4 kind of combo turn if he has a dress down here. And he has the mana to cast it. And also, like, the High Tide deck just has a lot of things to do with the mana for sculpting. So there's now flow states. You want to get an instant into the graveyard for flow state as well. So we could also see like an end of turn Brainstorm. And then while there's no fetches, we could see then a Lorien Revealed cycled as well as a shuffle effect. So I think this is probably more like a classic Brainstorm into fetch land, maybe with a Lorien Revealed, but we'll see. Again, it's just using your mana, I think.
Makes a lot of sense.
Again, I think Brainstorm is the value of like slow playing Brainstorm has gone down as the more pressure you're on, as the format's faster. So he does have some pressure here. Oh, it's a main phase one as well. Okay.
Never mind then. You already have the extra land. Gonna go for the Ponder. Good chance that the Ponder is gonna shuffle. Unless you find a really good card 3 cards down, and looks like Luca is maybe ready. Maybe he picked up another card. He's like, oh, actually, that one no, don't want that.
Shuffle. Yeah.
Gonna shuffle. Give me a fresh top of the deck. Nicolo's
another.
Sure, go ahead.
Luca does have 2 Teferi Time Ravel in the deck as well, which is a answer to Lavinia. So
it is. It's not really a good one, is it?
It's okay though. I mean, I think you can play it and then force the Lavinia coming down. And you can't get forced back. So, despite the Lavinia being a very good card against Luca at the moment, I really like Luca's spot because again, you're just sculpting, making land drops, and with the Grafdig as a cage in play, you can probably use your counter spells to try and protect that. And Nicolo can't combo through it, so this Lavinia needs to go a long distance to win, and it's just buying Luca so much time.
Okay, Nicolo going for his own flow state. Picks up a Force of Negation. There's a Ponder and a fetch land in there. Like, Force of Negation in this kind of board state is, I was almost going to say better because you can hard cast it, but he puts it to the bottom and picks up a land and a Ponder. We might see that Ponder cast here, digging ever deeper into his deck. No, and he's going to go straight for this one. Okay, sure.
Nice.
No more prismatic
so now,
taking out the cage.
Now if I'm Luca, I'm feeling under pressure because Nicolo can just play the combo out of nowhere and win. So without the Grafdigger's Cage.
Yeah, and on 5 lands, that's usually where they feel pretty confident to go for it if they got the high tide. But he's just passing the turn there.
Yeah, because
Nicolo.
Lavinia is still saying that you can't cast Time Spiral.
Good point. Good
So
point. So the idea would be like high tide into Dress Down into the rest of your combo. But of
yeah,
course, you need a lot of things to go right from that position on.
yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I think Luca again, yeah, feeling under the pressure more as I said, but also might be fine. I'm trying to spy his hand. What's going on there?
By the way, we also see Spell Snare, Nicolo's hand, the one of Spell Snare, the Italian Spell Snare, which would have a Dress Down covered at this point. We got a Cephalid Illusionist, we got the Dread Return in hand. By the way, Dread Return in hand always means that you also need to Caber Therapy yourself before you can actually go off. So you need like one more creature, so the one of Caber Therapy you got needs to hit yourself and cannot hit the opponent. Always like some small things that have to work together. But
yeah, because he could do it this turn by like play 2 mana for Narcomoeba, 2 mana for the Cephalid Illusionist. I think, yeah, he's going to wait.
Nicolo on 5 lands, by the way, could also hardcast a Force of Will at this point. Getting around that Lavinia clause easily. By the way, we see Rama back there, Taxi Rama, another famous Italian legacy player in the background.
Love it.
And Angelo Cadei over there. Maybe we're going to see him in a feature match later.
Some people in the chat are talking about lands in front, and I think if one of the highest ranked judges in Italy is your opponent, you don't need to worry about it. It doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. No one cares.
But, Nicolo has such a natural way to play like this. I didn't even notice until you mentioned it.
So smooth. Yeah. I like the waiting here from Nicolo. As I said, he could have, with the Dread Return in hand, it is awkward. Oh, there's the Italian Spell Snare.
First Spell Snare of the tournament. We need a Spell Snare counter at some point, dude. I love the card making a comeback. This is like the nature of Legacy. Some cards you haven't seen like being a thing in 10 plus years. All of a sudden, they creep their way back into the metagame. Loving that.
Yep.
Otawara coming down for Luca on the other side of the board here, just passing.
This brainstorm is fantastic for Nicolo because he can put the Dread Return back in hand now.
Oh.
So his hand is fantastic. He's got the combo. He puts the Dread Return back. He's got Lavinia in play to turn off forces, unless Luca has a Force of Negation to hardcast, or maybe a Dress Down into the Force of Will. I think Nicolo is probably going to untap and has a very good shot of combo net here. He also has a Surgical Extraction, which he can just use to look at Luca's hand for the information.
Sweet. What do you target there? Brainstorm probably, right?
Probably the Brainstorm? Yeah, I like the Brainstorm.
Also makes it so that Luca can't like refresh his hand after the surgical. So
he's not even going for it.
Perfect information.
The patience here. I'm going to try and work out why the patience.
Maybe feel confident. He feels confident in defending against Luca's combo. And I mean, we're getting somewhat close-ish to the Lavinia just closing it out here.
Yeah. I'm looking at like his only interaction is the Force and Surgical. Maybe he's worried that Luca can like Dress Down in response, and then it's like kind of taxed to use the Force of Will.
Oh, look at him even paying the mana for the Surgical Extraction.
That life total is so relevant against High Tide. So the Surgical is in response to the Mystic Sanctuary targeting whatever. So we can see whatever the Mystic Sanctuary is targeting.
I would guess Flow State at this point. Actually, is the Flow State even going to be good there? What's the card between Flow State and Brainstorm? Ponder. Okay, it would have been a full Flow State. Oh, and we did bring in
the Voice Victory.
Yeah, exactly.
Luca's hand here is great. He's got the Dress Down and Consign to Memory as interaction against the combo. So, yeah, maybe Nicolo being patient on purpose, but he's about to redraw that Dread Return, which is kind of awkward.
So no way for him to get rid of him? Okay. I mean, you could run out a Cephalid Illusionist and a Shuku and target yourself to get rid of the top of your library.
Yeah, I think I would like to see that.
I've seen people do that when they're unhappy with their cantrips and for some reason they're not able to go for it. They're just clearing the top of the deck.
Yeah. Surgical here is so useful to see the Consign and Dress Down and play in hand. It's such a huge part of this back and forth chess game. So now with that information, Nicolo can make much more informed decisions.
Nicolo also knows by now that Luca actually has no way to win the game this far. Hasn't picked up any kind of business spell to high tide into, except for the random draw of the Dress Down, I guess. So he feels pretty safe there. Honestly, I wouldn't mind running out the Illusionist just to increase the clock. Because at this point, I'm reasonably committed to the beatdown.
Or the Shuko. I mean, the Shuko can get countered by the Consign. Now he draws this. The Nomads. I guess
Nomads
he's
and
going
Cora.
for it. Well, at least he's going for it to like get out some interaction. So now Luca needs to decide: do you dress down here? You need to dress down before casting the Force because the Lavinia will turn off the Force unless it's hard cast.
Tricky.
Yeah,
Sequencing, such a big part of playing against the breakfast deck. Okay, and now we
absolutely.
get the full combo on the board.
Yeah. Notably, Nicolo's combo, despite the Nomads being activated at instant speed, notably casting Dread Return and Cabal Therapies and everything, is only sorcery speed, so he can't like combo at instant speed in response to a dress down or something.
Until one day they're gonna have Quicken in that deck.
Sure.
Always the answer to any kind of puzzle. How do you win from here? Oh, you have Quicken. Oh, yeah,
Quicken,
sure.
yeah, sure.
And just passing the turn there.
Yeah. Because he's got the Dread Return in hand.
Also with Shuko, this is a 2-turn clock.
Yeah. I feel like Nicolo's going to win if he untaps next turn.
He's gonna go for it, you think?
I love this, like onboard combo, because Luca doesn't know Dread Return is in hand.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. Also,
I mean,
Nicolo.
Nicolo has like enough mana to hardcast Dread Return at this point.
Yes. Well, yeah, he's got the 2 black as well, doesn't he? So yeah, because now with the face up consigned to memory on the Thassa's Oracle, and consigned can be replicated, so the Cabal Therapy needs to go after that consigned to memory.
So many ways to do it. First of all, we're gonna get in here for 4 damage.
Yeah.
Dropping
Next turn the
Luca
Shuko's
down
lead.
to 5.
2 Shukos now. This is tricky, really, really tricky, because like Nicolo doesn't know that Luca doesn't have surgicals in deck as well. So surgical could hit like the therapy or something. Maybe he doesn't want to mill the whole deck.
He's thinking about it.
Yeah, I think he needs to. It's really awkward, right? Because he can start to combo. Luca could then play the dress down. Kind of forces Nicolo to counter it. He does have a force, and then it's hard. It's hard. I think this is Luca realizing that he's probably dead next turn, so he needs to try and go off on his next turn.
Oh, and Nicolo fights over it. Forceful pitching the second Cephalid Illusionist.
Mm-hmm.
And what does Luca do on this here? Does he
And
force?
this is vital here because he can't force because the Lavinia is stopping it, and he doesn't have the 5th mana to hardcast it.
I guess he could go high tide hardcast force.
That's true. Yeah. No, honestly,
actually, no,
great
he
point.
could not, right? Or does he? Oh, yeah, he got enough islands.
Yeah.
Okay, because I was looking at the Otawara. By the way, Otawara also like kind of a tricky card to play because it doesn't benefit from the high tide. It's not an island, whereas Mystic Sanctuary is an island, so it does get pumped by the high tide.
Yeah, actually, the cost of playing Otawara in this deck is pretty high, isn't it? Much higher than usual.
But it also helps you out quite a bit, right? Otawara could have potentially bounced Lavinia at some point if it wasn't in play. So I can see why it's there.
This is a
look
tough
at Nicolo.
He's
got such a stone-faced killer look. Just looks over at Luca. Luca seems like in pretty much in a lot of distress. He doesn't really know what he wants to do there.
Yeah. I think trying to go for it next turn is probably the play. Because like next turn is attacking for 4, going down to 1, turns the polluted delta off. Yeah. He's in a tough spot. I think he needs like the top of the deck to be very kind to him. I feel like you do need to go high tide into hardcast Force of Will, and then hope to draw something like a flow state into another high tide and time spiral.
Such a tricky decision for Luca to make there.
Yeah.
Nicholas staring over the board. Choose your destiny. Where do you want to go with this?
Yep. Chat asking if that Del Piva in the background. That is indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It is. You went to Impact Returns with them like 2 years ago, I believe, and Andre Mangucci, right? Yeah.
Absolutely great times.
So many familiar faces.
Impact Returns, awesome tournament.
Yeah, check it out. Also the crew behind Impact Returns, also the crew behind Impact Live bringing you this tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Top-notch production quality. They've been improving every single year. Like we've been following them for quite a while, and like look at what they're coming up with right now.
I love this amazing stuff. This scene is just like 5 Legends of Italian legacy.
Oh, very much so.
Yeah.
So help me out. What would you do? Like, what's your call? If you're on Luca's side, what do you do here?
I like going high tide into Force of Will back, hardcast Force of Will, and hoping to draw like you can go flow state into high tide, and then you have enough mana to time spiral. So you hope that. Oh, sorry, the flow states have been exiled to surgicals.
Tricky.
I mean, I guess it's just hope that you top deck time spiral, then, right?
I mean, if that's the only out, the only reason, or the most reasonable out, then you play towards that.
Yeah.
Luca getting
I think so.
clarification. It feels like it's probably on the Oracle text on the Lavinia. Tricky card. What exactly
Yeah,
does it
probably.
say?
Yeah,
So
I expect so.
gonna try to
So
find that one out.
yeah, they're just checking. I guess another thing you can do is so Lavinia, the counter spell if no mana was cast for it is a trigger, so you could consign the trigger.
Wait, you can do that?
Yeah, I think so.
That's basically like Chalice's Void, which is technically also a trigger, right? So people like sometimes would like trick bind it, so it doesn't trigger for the rest of the turn stuff. Wow,
That's cool. Well,
that would be
so
some high
Lavinia
level
has
play.
her abilities are slightly different. So yeah, the Chalice effect one like that is if no mana was cast a spell, play a card, then it's a trigger. But the other ability is just you cannot cast a non-creature spell if it has mana cost more than the lands in play. But Luca now has 7 lands in play.
You can cast this
Yeah.
entire deck at this point, yeah.
Yeah.
If it was up
Yeah.
to Lavinia, as long as he pays for it.
Yeah. Oh, he's got a Sink into Stupor.
Oh, he's gonna bounce Lavinia and respawns? That's the
Uh-huh.
card he had in hand, apparently. Didn't notice that one.
So if you bounce the Lavinia, then you can force pitching the Consign to Memory on the dress down. I expect. Oh, he just lets it go because it doesn't matter because the Lavinia's gone, and he's just hoping to untap and win now. He needs an action spell here.
Flip it.
Does he know the top card from a Brainstorm?
I think he's fetching on the upkeep, isn't he? Oh no, he played a land. So
And he's like, tap the non-island. Oh, are we gonna see it? Is this a Time Spiral?
that would be sweet. I think he hasn't looked at the card yet. Or maybe he still actually does know it from the brainstorm. Like that would be masterful.
Maybe. But I would love it if this is just blind. Doesn't know it.
I think he might
He's
actually
just
be like does the showman thing. He lets the
all right, come on,
high-tide
Luca.
resolve,
Tap your lands. Tap your lands. Say I'm casting Time Spiral.
and then flip it.
And then flip it.
Flip it. Do
Flip
it.
it.
And it's gonna be what it's gonna be. It's gonna be
Oh, it
Time
is, it is.
Spiral.
He must have known it, but it
Nicola
is.
dies inside. Let's make it so that he didn't know and he just flipped it from the top. Nicola's looking at his hand. He's like, "Oh my god, come on, dude! Don't do this to me." Like, look at Luca. Head in his hands. He's like, "Please, please, please let this resolve, please."
Well, he's got the Force as well. Like, I
Yeah,
can't see
Nicola
what this
needs
does.
like 2 pieces of interaction to fight over this.
Yeah, and Luca
I'm not
has
sure
6.
he does.
And he has 6 mana floating.
Oh my god. I mean, how often do you actually lose when you have 6 mana floating and you're gonna untap into? I think it's like 12 mana more, so like 18.
Oh my god, this is a very cool thing. So Nicholas said, in response to us doing this, I'm going to mill my whole library, so just get the Narcomoebas and play for free. That's so heads up. I love
So
it.
not only do you get them into play for free, it also makes it so that you don't draw them later on.
Yeah. So you have more chance of drawing Force Dwellers. That is
Very
a
heads-up
super
play.
heads-up play. Love it. Love it. I did not think of that in the slightest.
Of course, that also
Very
means that
cool.
Luca gets a full look at Nicolo's deck, or at least until Nicolo has milled all of his 2 Necromoebas.
I think they've
6
just
mana.
shortcutted there. Nicola was like, just look at my whole deck. So they're
Yeah.
fine.
6 mana floating, both players shuffling up,
Yeah.
drawing a
So this
fresh
is-
7.
Yeah, this is the last turn. This is either High Tide wins now or loses next turn, I'm sure.
As it
Like,
often goes.
yeah, because he's at 4 life. And so, yeah, getting the Narcomoebas into play is then lethal. So
Just floating
heads
a
up.
white mana because he might find not Clarion Conqueror, Voice of Victory,
Voice of Victory.
or
Yeah, nice.
Teferi, of course, to seal the deal pretty much on anything Nicolo could find.
With High Tide, it's always like non-deterministic. He could just draw 7 more islands here or something. So you never ever know. It's part of the slight frustration of playing against the deck because sometimes you're like, well, I think I'm dead, but I don't know. So
You still have to play it out, right? That's how
Yeah,
it usually
yeah.
works. Yeah. Okay.
yeah,
So what is Nicolo
Let's see.
looking to try and find here? Just like additional Force of Worlds?
absolutely.
Orb's Chant?
Orb's Chant would be absolutely phenomenal. He does have some Flusterstorms in the sideboard, which I'd be shocked if weren't in the deck as well. So I think Nicola has a lot of outs here. Although Flusterstorms get worse and worse very fast as your opponent has all the High Tides resolved and lots of mana.
That's true. Not many decks can casually pay for a Flusterstorm for later on, like 5 or 6.
Like 20.
27.
Yeah,
There we go. Okay. Untapping your lands.
All right,
Making
very
sure
big
to
moment
untap
for Luca here.
islands there.
Mhm.
How often
Yep.
do you actually see High Tide Fizzle there? I think they have like a 95% win rate from a like draw 7 here. With
Sounds
that much
about
mana.
right.
Maybe
There's
even
just
more.
so many cantrips and things that cycle through things. This is, huge start to the turn.
First must counter. And no Arms Chant in response. Oh, but Force of Negation. Okay, so there's still hope. And
Okay.
Luca fully committing here, runs out the Pact of Negation. He's like, it's now or
Nice.
never. Technically could even pay for it, but he's not going to see another turn anyway. And Nicolo, he's got something. He's got Brainstorm
Brainstorm.
in response,
Looking for an Orange Chant or Flusterstorm, I guess. Or another
most
force.
likely.
Because
Not
even
even
if...
sure whether Flusterstorm would do it, right? As you talked
Yeah,
about.
because there's 12, 13, 15 mana. Yeah, Storm count would be 7 then. So yeah, Flusterstorm can just be paid for.
Maybe
Like
2
if you have it, you
Flusterstorms.
might as well play it, but like to tap the lands down, but it probably won't matter. Another Brainstorm, looking for that third card down. Is it something?
Mm.
He nods his head.
Nods his head and looks like it's the kind of nod that says, yeah, resource.
Yeah.
Ooh, like Nicolo looked so good in this game for like most of it. And then Luca
I
on
do
that
feel
one
like
turn where you get like dress down completely turns it around.
I do feel like he could have gone for something a bit earlier. I mean, it's a very complicated turn there because of, Luca did have consigned to memory and dress down, so maybe it was risky. But I feel like giving Luca all this time has led to something like this turn where on the last turn he can go off.
Is there a way to break up the combo of Sink into Stupor? I guess you can try and Sink into Stupor the dread return.
Yeah.
It's one way to do it.
Because the Sink and Stupor was the last unknown card in Luca's hand after the surgical.
And of course, famously, when you flashback a spell and you like counter it and return it to hand, it actually goes to exile. It's kind of the same thing when you remand a flashback spell.
Right, yeah. Nicolo now hands behind the chair, being like, "Do your worst."
Yeah, I think at this point, Luca is just going through the motions. There's some stylistic things that these kinds of decks can do, like optimize here, like squeeze out a little bit of more mana, see one more card down there. But yeah,
Mind's Desire.
Or you just take
10.
the Sledgehammer and like go for it. Mind's Desire for 10 once again seems to be his favorite number. And the top 10 cards of Luca's library are going to be played for free here.
Yeah. So again, Lavinia would have stopped this, but had to take it out with the Sink into Stupor. Here we go. We are high tiding. This is high tide.
We're very much surfing here at this point. You know those big waves off the coast of Portugal? Those like 20, 30 meter waves? That's what Luca is doing right now.
Yeah. I think that's when you exile the rest of your library to the second Mind's Desire, right?
That's how it works, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, finds a time spiral in there. That's what we needed. And that's really the only thing going on for us here, but that's good enough.
Yeah, Nicolo's, it's fine.
Nicolo says, you got it.
Oh, that was so close. Yeah. I feel like there was a little turn, like Nicolo was playing it very slow, but again, it was complicated. It was not a clear cut. Oh, could have just gone for it. But he also had like counter magic to protect the Lavinia, and he felt pretty safe with Lavinia in play. So it's not clear cut in the slightest. And he was like showing lethal the following turn. So I guess why go for it when you could leave up mana and hope to get there?
Maybe there's a world where you just like, mill yourself until you find cable therapy, and then you try to get perfect information and figure it out from there. But I'm not a high tide player, maybe, or rather a Cephalid Breakfast player. There's probably like infinite reasons why you wouldn't do that. And like Nicolo almost got there. So both falling to 1-1, still live, but has to win out at this point. Traditionally, like an 8-1 gets you into the top 8, and then usually like one person on 8-1, 7-1-1 gets in, right? That's usually the match where in the final round there's gonna be like 20, 30 people watching you, if you're not in the feature match area anyway, but in the rows, and that's where the real magic happens. But if you want to watch that, you have to travel to 4Seasons, of course. Otherwise, we're gonna have amazing feature matches for you here. And I think we have a backup feature match going on right now, because let's
believe
see.
So.
I believe so, yeah.
Jump straight in, I think.
Yeah, I just read something about a break, but no breaks on this card. We're going to go straight into the next round. That's going to be Luca Riva on Doomcast. Callum, what do you think about that? What are you trying to... Oh, I see what's going on there.
Like
these names are throwing me off a little bit. Doomcast. Okay, sure. Not seeing the Doom part yet, or is that...
I'm just looking at... Can we bring up Chrome Dome onto the screen? I actually don't even know this card.
That's a Ninja Turtle guy.
Clown Car is like an X for an XX that makes clown tokens. The rest of the shell, Chrome Dome. This is the first time I'm reading this. Other artifact creatures you control get +1/+0. Create a copy of another artifact control against haste. This is pretty sick with Pinnacle Emissary. So like you make all your flyers into 2/1s. Yeah, awesome. I'm here for it. So I love Affinity. I think it's really, really good. And it's like it ebbs and flows in and out of the meta game. But I'm a big fan of it. We saw it win Eternal Weekend, right? Last year.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm always a fan of this thing. So Clown Car also, if we can bring Clown Car up, I think it makes lots of clown tokens, which are artifact tokens. So we're looking at Pinnacle Emissary and Clown Car to make lots of artifact tokens, and then Chrome Dome to to pump them up in the power.
How many
I guess you could.
clowns can you fit into a clown car?
We're going to find out how
All
much
of
mana you
them.
have. It's X.
All of them.
So, is it all of them? Okay.
Yeah.
Clown car enters the battlefield. Roll a 6-sided dice. For each odd result, create a 1/1 white clown artifact creature. For each even result, put 1/1 counter on clown car. Okay. Cool. I mean, look, you can make a bunch of clown tokens and a bunch of pinnacle emissary tokens and pump them with Chrome Dome. Chrome Dome can also copy like a Kappa Cannoneer and give it haste, make lots of tokens. So I'm excited to see what this can do because I've never played this deck with Clown Car or Chrome Dome. So let's see.
This is the kind of deck like when you sit across from it and you don't really know what's going on, you feel like hopelessly outmatched because you have no idea what to prepare for.
Yeah.
On the other side of the board, of course, one of the biggest Italian legacy legends. And I know we use this word a lot, but come on, it's 4Seasons, it's the feature match. What do you expect? We got Angelo Cadei here on his trusted blue, white, red control player. If I've ever known a control player, Angelo is it. And yeah,
Dude,
looking at this,
four
this
flow
is
state,
exactly
four
what you would
stock up.
expect.
God.
Yeah. 2 4th Erlingers to close out the game. Like he really wants the value. He's like absolutely into it. He's coming here to draw cards and make your life miserable, and he's gonna do it every single turn.
So the deck building here is very similar to what Mark Vogt does a lot, where he did it with Sylvan Library before, and now he's probably doing it with Flow State and Stock Up, is the 3 Force of Negation. I love this approach. I think you see people not doing it enough, where they load up on forces, use them to catch up back on tempo, and then use the Flow States and Stock Ups to stock back up on your hand. So I really like this build. I wouldn't even be surprised if the fourth Force of Negation mix in at some point. Erode is a new card, which is just fantastic, especially against like the Tron decks where you can kill Ugins and Khans with it, and a flip Tamio as well. Previously, these decks did struggle with Planeswalkers, so Erode is a huge addition to this deck as well. So I know some people aren't always the biggest fan of control decks. I think this deck looks great, honestly.
You know what's the biggest surprise to me, knowing Angelo? That there's only a single Mystic Sanctuary in there.
True, yeah. I think the fact that like Flow State and Stock Up give you so much card advantage already, it's probably not necessary.
That's true. Okay.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm excited to see Angelo in action, going up against one of the most interesting decks. So props to his opponent for coming up. Luca, I don't know what's going on in your head, but I want more of that.
Yep. We need to keep an eye on these Wrath of the Skies. Wrath of the Skies is absolutely brutal against these affinity decks because you can take out the Mox Opals, the Urza Sagas, the Artifact Lands, and all the tokens as well. So I think Angelo, as soon as he sees that it's affinity S decks, he's going to be looking for these Wrath of the Skies backed up by forces, and it could just be game over when the first Wrath comes down.
Oh, dude, Wrath of the Skies. This is kind of like the fixed version of Deed or Terminus or whatever you want to call it. It's certainly a card that makes my life miserable, but it's good. It's good.
Yep.
We see Angelo starting out there, just probably passing on the fetch land. And Luca already put to tough decisions. How do you want to sequence this? It looks like he's got a Sink into Stupor. We got the other side. He paid 3 life.
Yep.
We got a Lotus Petal out there, but we're starting on a Pinnacle Emissary. So what exactly is that going to do? It's going to trigger on every artifact we played? Or is it comes? No, it triggers on play, right?
Yeah, on cast. So every artifact cast is going to make a 1/1 flying Thopter-ish token. I can't remember if it's actually a Thopter, but it can only block flying creatures if that's relevant. But yeah, honestly, this is a bit of an ideal start because these decks really wants to get a lot of artifacts in play to power out things like Kappa Cannoneer, especially in Krang. So Kappa Cannoneer is one of the absolute best answers to Wrath of the Skies, and we do see one in hand as well. Oh my god, we're going to see a turn 1 Kappa Cannoneer
already.
This is crazy. Oh my god. So the Clown Car, you can cast it for 0, and it's just going to trigger the Pinnacle Emissary. Oh, we're going to see a turn 1 Kappa Cannoneer. This is crazy. I don't know if Control has an answer other than Forcible for that.
This is tricky. Yeah. Angelo's like, what is this? Like, I signed up to play Legacy. Now you're playing Clown Car. Oh, okay, that one's gone. Like, so I always implement the rule. If you drop it from the table, it doesn't count. Like, you don't get to reroll. It's just like...
We got a reader, which is fair.
Are you trolling me with that card? Clown Car?
So I think he must have rolled an even number because you put a counter on the Clown Car.
Makes sense.
Someone Capricorn is crazy. Angelo just be like, what the hell? I suppose in answer to it, we see a dress down in hand. You could dress down to remove the ward 4 and then swords it. But this is some intense pressure. Intense pressure.
I struggled to be sold on Pinnacle Emissary for a while. Now I see this first turn. I'm like, okay, maybe, maybe it's a thing. Yeah. If we can accelerate the Kappa Cannoneer out of here because of Improvise, I believe it is. Yeah.
Yeah, this is
Angelo's looking at his hands
so
like,
fast.
I could be doing this, but I chose to play blue-white control. I
Where's
mean,
the
there's a
terminus?
world where, yeah, there's a world where Angelo just like concedes the game here.
I think his play is just going to be like to try and so he has prismatic ending for the clown car. Okay, but I think next turn he's hoping to play a dress down into swords on the Capacannia.
As he must, right?
Yeah,
He's gonna be near dead otherwise.
yeah. I mean that was turn 1 from Luca. Turn 2 he can just now cast this Pinnacle Emissary. He also has his remaining cards in hand are a Force of Will and an Ancient Tomb. So imagine if he draws now a blue card for the Force of Will. It's just what a nut draw, really.
By the way,
He
you know the flavor text of Clonka?
No,
It
hit me.
runs on laughing gas.
God, it's terrible.
It's so terrible, right?
All right, so he draws a Seat of the Synod, which isn't the blue card he wanted, and he even with the Ancient Tomb didn't have like, enough mana to have 5 mana to cast. So, I mean, still, this is attacking for 11. I think Angelo to very dead next turn, and Angelo needs to go dress down into swords, and then he's still facing down all these tokens and the Pinnacle Emissary. Like, this is just such a crazy draw.
This is such a crazy deck. Doomcasts. I could see myself playing that going forward. Like, I love these explosive starts that put the opponent under pressure from the very first turn, and then you still have ways to, back it up with some kind of pressure.
Yeah.
Luca also choosing the perfect t-shirt for a deck like this. Looks like some kind of SpongeBob. Okay, Angelo picks it up, ends the game without casting a single spell.
Wow, so impressive. So impressive. Affinity does that a lot, like especially these game ones, it just vomits out a hand, and it's very hard for many decks that aren't a combo deck to beat, really, because it just puts so much pressure so fast.
Okay,
it's really tied together by the Kappa Cannoneers. Like they just they get so big so fast, and you can't block them ever.
They get so big so fast. I used to remember they were so small.
Oh my god, Frostbringers. Frostbringer is in the sideboard? Holy moly.
I love that you chose the German name, by the way.
Yes. So sorry, anyone. Winter Orb in German is Frostbringer because that's such a cool name.
Have you ever noticed, like, in the background of Winter Orb, that's actually Maze of Ith?
Is it?
I'm pretty sure it is. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe, maybe it has the same pattern on it. So I always thought it was Maze of Ith, but actually, I think it is some kind of.
It's a moon like in front of the polar bear.
You know what it actually is? It's somebody throwing a snowball at the polar bear.
Yeah, exactly.
That's actually how it works. Or maybe the polar bear is like spitting out Hadoukens, like fireballs or frost fireballs. Anyway, this is the deep level analysis, Callum. So how many of those Frostbringers do we actually want in the main deck?
Against Control, you must just slam all 3 in, right?
Yeah, sounds good. Four Ancient Tombs, easy ways to get around the drawback with our mana accelerants. Yeah,
also the Mox Opals. And also by the time you play Frostbringer, Winter Orb, sorry, turn 2 or 3, you probably have got everything you need into play already. So yeah, love those. I think I would be looking to bring the Force Negations in because of Wrath of the Skies. Like, in that game, you were just too fast. But yeah, I am very, very worried about Wrath of the Skies. So I'm looking at the Force Negations for that. You could also play Disruptive Fruits to name Wrath of the Skies, but I think I prefer the Force Negations because there could be other Wraths and things.
Can we see the main deck again? Because I'm wondering whether we have enough blue cards to actually pitch to the Force of Negation, or whether we would need to bring in... Okay, so you got 4, 8... 12. Yeah, okay. Since we can pitch the Synchronous Stupors, we got enough.
Yeah.
Okay, that works.
So I think I'll be looking to cut the Pithing Needle, cut the Soul Guide Lantern, and maybe trim a Lotus Petal. This kind of thing.
Makes a lot of sense.
Clown Car and Chrome Dome, we need to see in action, but they probably stay, I imagine.
I mean, they're part of the deck for a reason. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. But Pinnacle Emissary, of course, probably going to stay. One of the most, as we saw, devastating turn 1 plays that we can make, putting us ahead so far that the control deck can't really catch up. So excited to see what Angelo brought to the table here. Yeah.
From Angelo's side, I don't think you even want the Force Negations, really. It's awkward, isn't it?
It's very awkward. It's usually like fighting over stuff when it's already too late anyway.
Yeah.
He's got Consigned to Memories, of course, to stop some stuff like the clown cars, but he's probably not aware of Chrome Dome at this point.
No. Consigned to Memory sounds like it should be a slam dunk against like an Affinity S deck, but I think it's not though, right? Because there's just so few colorless spells in it that you're worried about. But there is 2 Pyroblasts and a Red Elemental Blast. I think they'll come in because they do counter Pinnacle Emissary and the Kappa Cannoneers and Krangs and things. So I'll be looking at all the blasts to come in. Temporary Lockdown is also absolutely phenomenal here. Temporary Lockdown
crazy, right?
enchantment for 3 mana, and it ETBs and exiles all things with mana value 2 or less. So it doesn't hit the Pinnacle Emissary or the Kappa Cannoneers, but it can sweep out all the Mox Opals, the tokens, and everything.
Yeah, that seems
And
like
I
one of the
love to
trump
see 2
cards.
Ruination here. I don't think we'll see Ruination come in the matchup, but it's just very cool to see.
Yeah, cool. So let's jump into the second match, or rather game, to see whether Angelo is finally going to be able to cast a spell. First game, we only saw him cycle the Lorien Revealed and then shuffle them up again. So let's get ready. Dude, I love that Chromecast deck. Doomcast deck, sorry.
Doomcast. I think Chrome
Only
Dome
seen
must
it in
be
action
part of like a
once.
Doom Crew or something. I don't know the lore behind it. I'm
Chrome Dome
afraid.
is actually like a thing. Like I'm somewhat okay-ish, deepish into the Ninja Turtles lore. And Chrome
Okay.
Dome was one of the villains, I believe. One of the
Okay.
minor villains.
Cool. All right, so no Pinnacle Emissary starting off here, which Angelo is probably happy about. Here we see Emery.
Okay, he's a killer robot working for the Foot Clan, an antagonist
Cool.
to the Turtles. That's, yeah.
So Angelo
That's
quite happy
basically what I
here.
figured.
Emery's fine to see because I think I see a Swords to Plowshares and a Blast, so he could choose to Pyroblast or Swords it. It is a 1-land keep from Angelo though, so that Prismatic Vista is doing a lot of work here to like. I love this wait from Angelo because at the end of turn he could have either Pyroblasted the Emery or Swordsed it, but then he has to lock in on a choice of what land to get with that Prismatic Vista. So instead, I think he went to draw step to see if he draws a land, he can use that information, which he does here. But if he didn't draw a land, he could then fetch an island with the Prismatic Vista and brainstorm, hoping to find either a red or a white source to cast Swords or Blast on the Emery. So yeah, really, really, really tight play there.
Sweet, and he manages to fix all of his mana troubles, draws the island for the turn, picks up the basic island of the Brainstorm, gonna send back a Swords to Plowshares, it looks like. Usually, like, not the kind of card you are able to fully leverage against the go wide decks, but that's the beauty of these well, what's the general archetype? Affinity decks, they are able to go wide, but they're also able to go tall on some of their, Kappa Cannoneers or clown cars or whatever that would be, I don't know.
Yeah, at least Clown Card gets like taken out with the temporary lockdown and Wrath of the Skies.
That's true.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna get rid of that Emery here, blasting it to the graveyard, and Luca drawing a card, or rather checking the top card of Angelo's deck to draw a card in his next upkeep.
He's like, "Here, is it?" Whenever I do that, I ask my opponent if it's a is one. They usually don't tell me because it's information.
You know what you should do? But... You should always like color judge for the Oracle text, so your opponent is like, "Oh, it's probably the most obscure card I have in my deck." And then they draw this Brainstorm.
So we're going to try and rebuild so that the Mox Opal's turned on, and I think we have another Emery to back up here.
Second Emery coming down. I feel like Emery is, for some reason, never the card you really want to fight over with Force of Will, right? Because there's so many answers to her.
Absolutely, especially from Angelo's deck, which has blasts and swords. So we're probably going to see a swords hit it now. So Angelo is probably feeling very good here. We've got the removal spells. And you know what? We're seeing the cost of having these explosive starts of like a Mox Opal and 2 those pedals. But now we're like, okay, well, we don't have anything to do with this mana, this explosive start. So yeah, this is a very costly force, but like I like it. Yeah, Angelo fighting back says that it's probably a good force from Luca because he's 1 mana off casting that Kappa Cannon near the following turn. There's red mana open from Angelo that could be a Pyroblast anyway. And he just doesn't have anything else going on. So the Emery is just a hope that Angelo didn't have an answer for his force back and Emery can rebuy some baubles over a few turns.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
So
okay.
This is now we got the Pinnacle Emissary. Running that one out there, maybe making some tokens. Or is it hardcast?
It's a hardcast.
Oh, it's a hardcast. Okay, so we passed the turn. We got the 3/3 in the air. Ready to put at least some pressure on Angelo. And Angelo just chilling there. He started out with a 1-lander. He's hit every single land drop until turn 4 at this point.
It's called skill.
Ah, yeah, see, somebody should have told me. Anyway, we got the stock up here, picking up 2 cards from the top of his deck. Rest goes to the bottom.
I think it was a swords and another stock up, I think, which is perfect. Actually, the first 3 cards were 2 fetch lands and a Force of Will, so I was thinking like, oh, this is a bit awkward actually. But then the perfect ones come.
We're going to
So
take out the Pinnacle Emissary over here, passing the turn back to Luca, who doesn't really have all that much to work with anymore. I think we've seen the
not at
Kappa
all.
Cannoneer, but he's still quite a bit away from actually ever casting that. He needs 6 mana to make that happen.
Yeah, the Capital Cannoneer then got pitched to the Force as well.
Oh, that one's gone? So we are
Yeah.
drawing from the top anyway?
Empty-handed. Totally empty-handed.
Okay.
So Angelo, despite only having 2 cards in hand, I think it's maybe it's a flow state, not a stock up that he found. But he's yeah. Roll the dice.
Okay.
So that's 1 token and 1+1/+1 counter.
If I remember correctly, it has like crew 2, I believe, right? Clown car. Let's check it out again. I think it has crew 2. Yeah. So it's a 2/2. Not exactly probably gonna turn into a car anytime soon, but at least it's not.
It's quite cool that if you do get to make 2 tokens, then they can get in the car and drive it.
Yes, but also like, couldn't they just attack?
Yeah. That's very true.
Yeah. Depends on how big the car is, of course.
Yeah. But I think Angelo now with flow stating as well. I feel like this is kind of like a more flow states will find more stock ups, etc., etc.
I mean, that's gonna lock up the game, isn't it?
Yeah, lock down the game.
Lock down the game, yeah. 3 mana, destroy all your opponent's non-land permanents, pretty much. And Luca is hellbent. Doesn't even look at the card he drew. He probably knows about it, or had a peek at it. And
this is exactly where Angelo wants to be. Just like you can find all the things.
You know, this is where everybody at home is cheering for Angelo to just find 4th Erlingas to close it out anytime soon, because like Luca is not winning this game anymore.
Not at all. There's just no way back in. No. An interesting exclusion from Luca's deck is Patchwork Automaton, which is always so impressive to me. That's what must be the slots playing the Dome Chrome. Is that it?
Makes sense. Patchwork Automaton, I think when we watched Eternal Weekend last year, the winning list, they made really good use of Patchwork Automaton. That card puts up so much. I feel like whenever I played against that deck and they get the turn 1 Patchwork Automaton, I'm like, yeah, I can deal with it eventually. Yeah. Eventually never comes
But then
around.
more stuff comes down.
Yeah, exactly.
I love Angelo. Just because stock up and flow state weren't enough, here's a Hardcast Lauren revealed.
Easy as that. Yeah, you told me about that skill thing. I should try that out someday.
God. And then now he's just like all gas in hand, 7 gas in hand. And I love this concession from Luca. Thank you, Luca. He just knows it's over. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, because he's looking to get a crazy start in game 3 again, once again.
They could go on for another 15 minutes easily.
Yeah, but you know what Luca wants to do? He wants to play game 3 and then go over, pick up some nice Italian food, and chill for the rest of the round before round 3 rolls around.
Maybe go to Niccolo, get a banana.
Oh, at least one. You know, there's going to be so many more people bugging Niccolo for bananas. But you only get the pleasure of the banana when you play against him. That's when he hands one out to you.
So this game was so different just because Luca didn't have that crazy start, especially the turn 1 Kappa Cannoneer. And Angelo did, because he was on the play, did have like a Pyroblast up for it if it did happen again. I think the addition of Pyroblast to counter Kappa Cannoneer can be a huge difference in the matchup. So Angelo does also get to bring in those temporary lockdowns, but it didn't feel like they were needed, right, in this game. It was just good and nice to have. So I think Angelo is set up so much better in these post-board games that I put him as a pretty big favorite, honestly.
Okay, so we got Luca over here on the play. Angelo on 7. Okay, Luca just runs out the Mishra's Bauble, cracks it, passes the turn. Angelo plays a basic island, passes back to Luca. And now I would expect this is the turn where the firebugs arrive.
Luca I think Luca might have mulliganed to 5 here.
Oh, he doesn't have a lot of cards in hand, that's true.
No. Which,
I guess
again,
that's the price you pay, right? For explosive starts, every once in a while, you get these kinds of openings where you don't really do much.
100%, exactly that. It can be feast or famine sometimes with these decks, and as we saw the nuts hand turn 1, we just see the slower hands turn 2 and 3, and this is where control will just completely take advantage of it. So
for Angelo, that's easy, right? He just sits back, waits for Luca to do anything while he scaps his hand and develops his mana base. This is basically why you want to play these control decks, right? You can just relax, get your beautiful lands out there, and do nothing. And I think that's the big draw for people to play them.
Yeah,
which is a lot of words to say. Lazy people play control decks, but that's my personal
Is that how
take.
It works? No. I think the control players has to play longer rounds. It's hard to work. Right.
Anyway, I have a lot of things to say about control decks, as you know. But yeah, we are gonna go over to Luca. Luca once again picking up something, but doesn't really do anything.
Yeah.
Passes back to Angelo. No.
Luca with a Force and a Lotus Petal and a Mox Opal in hand. just really struggling with nothing to do. It's just so brutal. And like I love not playing out the Lotus Pedal and the Mox Opal because of Wrath of the Skies are temporary lockdown, but at the same time, like they're just duds in hand now. Like the explosiveness window has passed.
Also, you might
So
want them
it's
for Pinnacle Emissary, Kappa Cannoneer, and the like.
yeah, absolutely. Absolutely true. So holding them is great, but I feel like already the game is just slipping away because control hasn't had to do anything yet. Cool.
That's kind of rough when you're mulligan to what look to be 5, right?
Yeah.
The Doomcast deck seems to be a little bit of like a critical mass deck, and
Mhm.
they hate nothing more than mulligans.
Yeah, totally. It is more critical mass than the previous versions we've seen. Like, right, with the automatons, at least they can play out. You play a couple of spells and then you cycle the baubles. But here, like the Chrome Dome needs tokens in play to do anything, and the Pinnacle's Emissary needs the cards in hand to play. So yeah, but we haven't drawn those either.
Angelo once again just chilling there. Somehow also hasn't cast a spell until turn 3, but unlike the first game, this time he's in full control of the game. Getting out some of his dual lands there, no wastelands to fear.
Yeah, full control, and he's not done anything. Just make land drops.
Easy as that. It's just his presence, his aura.
Yeah.
Right? Is that aura farming what the people say? Just like being full
Yes.
control, haven't done anything?
I'm too old to know what it really means.
Well, then I should be too, I guess.
Yeah. Okay, Angelo. No red mana yet, and he chooses not to search for a Volk with the Lauren revealed. So I guess you could probably read that he might have Wrath of the Skies or Temporary Lockdown, but not Pyroblast in hand.
Makes sense.
If you're
makes
Luca.
sense. Not that Luca is really in a position to care about these things at this point. Oh my god. Wrath of the Skies for really just your 2 lands. This is like the easiest 2 mana double Stone Rain in the world.
Yeah.
Or is it,
I think we'll just see Luca cast a Force of Will here. You can just hard cast it.
Probably has to, right?
I think Angelo just doesn't care. He does have 2 forces in hand. I mean, he's better than me, so I'll divert to him. But I'll be like, I wouldn't care if the lands are in play or not, to be honest.
But Angelo thinks otherwise, wants to get rid of those lands. I guess it cuts off some of the top decks that Luca. Well, when I speak of top decks for Luca, I feel like he needs like runner to even be in the game anymore.
I think so,
because he's so far behind at this point.
Yeah. Another thing is, Angelo, his hand at the moment is he had the double Force of Will, so he's got another Force of Will backup if he needs it here. In his hand, I think I saw at least 2 stock ups and or flow states. So he really wants to just be trading cards so he can start casting them and not discard to hand size, which is funny. Like he's got all the value wrapped up already. He just needs to get the state where, again, they're trading cards. And so from that perspective, it makes sense.
Help me out again. What are we putting into play there for Angelo?
This is extra energy. So he
casts
Wrath of the Skies for 4.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
So at least it like lets him maybe hit a Kappa Cannoneer in the future or something.
Yeah, true. Save up that energy. Never know when you need it.
Yeah.
Okay, Luca knows the coast is clear now, so he's gonna commit to the clown car. That would be a clown car for 4, I believe, right? 5 even.
I think he's casting it for 0 because he must have drawn a Kappa Cannoneer. Oh, it's an Emery.
Okay. And that one's gonna draw you 4 cards. Well, if it ever resolved. Doesn't look like it.
Oh, it's a Krang. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Sorry,
the Krang's gonna draw 4 cards, yeah.
Yes, so that would have been amazing if it resolved. God, yeah. So the clown card came for 0 so that the Krang could resolve. But so if we can pull up Krang, this is a fairly new one.
Sorry to interrupt you. Did you just hear what you said? The clown car arrived so Krang could enter the battlefield. Shout out to Universes Beyond.
I'm going to ignore what I'm talking about because I like angels and dragons and demons, but here we are. So Krang Mastermind, this card is really impressive. I've played a few leagues with it on Magic Online. It's like, as we read it, so it's 8 mana, but it has affinity for artifacts. When it ETBs, you draw cards up to 4 cards in hand. So if you had 4 cards in hand, you won't draw anything. But here, Luca played out the whole hand, so going down to 0. So would have drawn 4 cards, which would have been honestly an incredible catch-up. So I've been really impressed by this card.
Yeah, really good card, really cool flavor. Not for this world. What is Luca looking to draw here, even at this point? He's got access to really only 3 mana, like a Pinnacle Emissary, but he can't really cast that.
Probably like an Emery. I'd hope
Emery sounds good.
Angelo doesn't have removal after he's cast stock up into flow state.
Yeah, a man can wish, right?
Yeah.
At the very least.
So here we're seeing why Angelo throw these 2 forces at things, because he's like, well, I'm just going to spend the next few turns after I've traded all these cards with you to rebuild and rebuild. So it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Angelo picks up another card. By the way, Angelo has a very distinct way of drawing cards. Not look out for it. I
Yeah.
think if somebody played in a mask, I could tell you this is Angelo. I always like that. Okay, here comes the big fourth airlane guys. We're going to put a
Yeah.
lot of knights into play, gain the initiative, and run Luca over. Angelo Cadei takes the match 2-1 on his blue-white-red control deck, as everybody in the room would have probably guessed. It would be time for Angelo
Very
to
nice.
top 8 a big tournament again, right? I think he's done a lot of amazing work in the past, top 8ing tournaments left and right. Had a top 8 at the European Legacy Masters, I believe, at some point.
Yep.
And now he's here looking to top 8 yet another 4 Seasons spring tournament.
Absolutely. It's such an impressive showing from the deck there. Just something about going stock up into flow state or vice versa. Like, it's just all these extra cards in hand. So it's a control player's dream over there.
Okay, so everybody, thanks so much for tuning in. We got 7 more rounds of Legacy lined up for you today. We're going to go on exactly just a 5-minute break. We're going to try to cut these downtimes for as much as we can. We're going to give you backup feature matches, time shifted feature matches, all of that. So Callum and I, we're going to be back in just 5 minutes. These are the 5 minutes where you can WhatsApp, text, I think whatever they do in the world, your friends, to get them on the stream. We got a ton of people playing. We got a ton of amazing Legacies still in the queue. So 4 Seasons tournaments on Twitch, on YouTube, hit us up, join us, and we're going to be back in 5. Thank you. Hey, thank you for staying tuned. We are back here with round 3 of the main event here at 4Seasons Spring in Bologna. My name is Julian Knapp. This is Callum Smith, and we're going to be with you for 2 more rounds before Andreas and Nan take over. And Callum, if you told me to showcase some of the best legacy players on the weekend, I would have told you, dude, that's what we're going to do anyways, right? But
We already have done a lot of them.
yeah, we did. And everything around a new juggernaut is going to come in because they all come together here in Italy, in the Benassia something. They call the venue, one of the legendary venues of the legacy scene in Europe, of course. But I told you, amazing players. Now we're going to get you the still reigning current Legacy GP champion, Mark Vogt.
Never to be taken away.
After Mark won the last Legacy GP, they were like, you know what, let's call it a day. It's not getting any better than that. Yeah, he's gonna be up against Federico Rodino on Death in Texas, and that's a deck that also has been like making waves, especially on this weekend and on the Magic Online scene for quite a while. And I would fully expect Federico to do really well with this deck as well, sitting there 2-0. So let's take a look at what exactly he brought to the table. Is it going to be a Yorion deck? It is not, I believe. Which is surprising, right? Because most Death in Texas decks, they are Yorion decks. He's like, nope, no Yorion for me. I like my 60 cards. And this is basically a mid-range deck with tons of little synergies that we're going to explore together as the game develops. But what's the beating heart of the deck? What is this deck trying to do on every single turn one?
Yeah, so Aether Vial is the bread and butter of the deck. If you can get Aether Vial down on turn 1, the deck sings, and if you don't, it can be played. You know, the mana curve of the deck is a bit lower than it used to be, so you can still just play your spells out and it's fine. You now have Solitude to catch up on tempo if you get a creature deck, but the difference of it's opening with Aether Vial is quite big. It does also have like Thought Seizers as a great turn 1 play as well these days, so it can really depend. But yeah, really it's looking to just kind of go to a longer game. The grinding power of this deck is very powerful because you've got all these good things you can blink, and it's using Philia, Exebra, and Shepherd to blink Overlord of the Baelmerk, ideally. But also you can blink your Flicker Wisps, your Recruiter of the Guards, your Skyclave Apparitions, or even your White Orchid Phantom against decks that want to play non-basic lands a lot. So, you know, it's really trying to prolong the game and really wants to face creature decks, ideally.
Okay, yeah, that's exactly what it's not gonna do, because Mark brought a Tron deck to the table. Mark Vogt, of course, Legacy Legend, has done so well, one of the best players I have ever known. He brought Tron, and I know he's been practicing it for quite a while locally. He's got those 4 candelabras that you, of course, need to play the deck, and yeah, let's see whether there's any variations to what we've seen yesterday. He's noticeably, he's not playing the Hamlets that we saw in Andreas Mangucci's list yesterday to fight off some of the Wastelands.
Yeah. Otherwise, it looks pretty stock to me. Like we see the 2 mine, 2 tower that we're seeing in a lot of places. I mean, I'm surprised that Mark is playing this because he's very well known for his control decks. But this is a testament to him and his like wide range, but also this deck being so powerful these days.
Well, he's been playing like a lot of the similar kind of decks. I would say like Cloud Post is like a cousin of this deck in many ways.
You know what? I remember him playing Cloud Post.
Yeah, he was like on monogreen Cloud Post for quite a while, and now he's switching to this. You know, as we get older, we crave more power. That's a thing. And Mark
this deck has power.
Done that very much so. Yeah, cool. So let's jump right into the match. Let's see how this is gonna go on. Like, I was gonna ask you, like, who do you think is favored? But then again, it's Death in Texas. Somehow it can always like wiggle its way out of any kind of situation and beat anything. Yeah. But from my experience, want to be the Tron player?
Yeah, I think Tron is fairly favored. It really depends on how many White Orchid Phantoms the D&T player is playing, and I only spy 1 in Federico's list. So I've even seen a lot of people streaming challenges and stuff from Magic Online, and I see sometimes they have 4 White Orchid Phantoms, and it's still not enough to keep up. So I'm thinking Mark is fairly favored here.
Yeah, very much so. Depending on the opening draw, of course, he's going to have. But let's see. By the way, you look at that deck name, Rich Man Tron.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
Loving it. Because shout out to the production crew.
Love it. I do see 2 Wastelands in Federico's hand. So he would have loved to have an Aether Vial turn 1, because then he can like Wasteland to have these like almost time walks while the Aether Vial ticks up. But yeah, he's just hoping that Mark doesn't have too many lands in hand here. Vanity Tron. Oh my god. Look at all the money on the table.
Easily putting close to 5,000 euros to the table. Federico's like, oh, that one I gotta read. The other one I know what it does. Okay, sure. Yeah. For those who don't know, of course, with Mark playing Wastelanding, yeah, that's sure. That's kind of a way to stop the candelabras.
I mean, yeah.
And what
Like
Mark, of
Mark,
course, is looking to do here with the Candelabras is all of his lands eventually are going to produce a lot of mana if he gets the right combination of them together. And then when you pay 1 mana to untap a land, that's actually going to net you mana, and that's how we eventually get to 15 mana to cast like a
Mhm.
Emrakul, for example. Meanwhile, on Federico's side, really only Wastelands going on, no 1 or 2 mana spells. He's got a
Mhm.
While in hand, interestingly. Why
Yeah, so he's
was
got a
that one not played last turn?
Ophelia as well. So I think you'll be playing Ophelia here.
Ah, that makes a lot of
Yeah,
sense. A lot of sense.
absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, awkward that he would love to have got the Aether Vial down earlier, but hey, it's okay.
Sweet choice of basic lands over there.
Yeah, I was trying to spy Mark's hand as well, and it looked like a lot of non-lands.
By the
So
way,
you got
you
like
saw what. Yeah.
so like really like these 2 wastelands may just do a lot of work. I think Mark has a Kozit's command to cast like end of turn just to draw a card and cycle. But otherwise, Mark could just miss the 3rd land drop. It's entirely possible. And then Federica could just take the ball with a few creatures, and then once a few creatures in play, sometimes it's hard for the planeswalkers from the Tron deck to live through the attacks.
Yeah, not quite the explosive hand that you would want in a deck like this.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, as you were saying that you were trying to spy Mark's hand, you saw what we had in the top 8 yesterday? We actually had people standing behind them writing down the life totals, the cards in hand.
Yes.
He had that hand card thingy that they otherwise only do at the Pro Tour. How many Legacy matches have you had where they do that?
Yeah.
Loving the
none
dedication
so
of
far
the production
until
crew
yesterday.
to giving you like top quality.
Yeah, amazing.
I'm sure they're going to do it for this tournament today as well.
Oh, Skyclave is going to be able to take out both candlesticks. That's amazing. Goodbye money.
Oh, yeah. Sure. I was kind of like, how would they do 2? Oh, yeah, but what exactly does Filia do? Remind us again. So it attacks.
So first of all, there's a Skyclave apparition that Federica played to exile 1 the candlesticks on ETB. And then Filia, when she attacks, she exiles a permanent, but often it's your own permanent. And then it returns at the end of your turn. So if it's your permanent, you return it back, and she gets a 1/1 counter as well. So the Skyclave apparition comes in, exiles 1, and then you see the token that Mark has. That's the token from the Skyclave apparition leaving play the first time and coming back. So now with this engine, any kind of like Trinisphere or Grim Monolith or something that like Mark could be playing is just at risk of being Skyclaved.
Every single turn, right? You can do that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's broken.
Yeah. Really powerful. So it's here,
I was
Mark's
told that
hand
Tron deck is broken. What's going on there?
Yeah. Well, look, Mark doesn't have a 3rd land here and just has a Grim Monolith and a Trinisphere. We might see him play just to play some things, but like missing this 3rd land. Well, I say 3rd land, I mean 5th because of the double wasteland from Federico. So this is how the Tron deck can, lose. It's just stumbling.
Isn't that Grim Monolith just going to be taken out here once again? Is he just doing it to go the Kozilek's command?
Yeah, but at least it makes Federica like use the blink on that. If he didn't have to use the blink on the Grim Monolith, then Federica could play like another creature with an ETB or like a Recruiter of the Guard to flicker and stuff. So at least make him do things.
That's rough though.
Yeah. So heads up from Federico here, not attacking with a Skyclave apparition because he's gonna flicker it anyway, so it doesn't matter actually.
So otherwise, it was going to run to the tokens, but doesn't matter. Yeah, you're right.
So there's 2 1/1 tokens, but I mean it gets flickered anyway, so it's not going to be blocked. But Filia here knows to be a 3/3 because whenever you flicker one of your own permanents, it gets a 1/1 counter. So at least as a 3/3 can attack into the 2 1/1 tokens. And Mark just chumps. He's just like, these tokens aren't going to do anything else, so whatever. I think
Rico paying 3 life for an extra mana. Keeping up the characters to protect the Filia, of course, running out the Recruit of the Guard. What are you going to get here out of the Recruit of the Guard? Just additional offense? Or is there any way to like... Oh, to attack the mana base. Yes, that's smart.
So go and get this Wildcard Phantom immediately.
You can do that every single turn from now on?
Yeah. So I was thinking when Federico played the Skyclave apparition, it made sense because Mark could have had like a Planar Nexus and just generate obscene amounts of mana with the 2 candles. But otherwise, it could have like played the Recruiter of the Guard a turn earlier and searched for this Wildcard Phantom. But I think this is still good enough. Yeah.
Okay, this one comes back. We take out the Grim Monolith. Mark is probably going to Kozilek's command to scry for 1 at least.
Yep.
That's going to be the case.
Yep. So scry 1, make a mana producing token, which is pretty good here. He's really, really looking for a Planar Nexus would be ideal. But I think he'll take any land because then he can, with any land, he'll be able to play. Oh, he finds the Planar Nexus. If I'm Federico, you have a Solitude in hand. Yeah, he's good. Okay. I see Solitude, Wildcard Phantom, Shadowy Backstreet, and Aether Vial in hand. I think if there was an extra white card, you would even Solitude that that Scion token just to try and cut Mark off like a one ring. But he found Planet Nexus anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Does he have a one ring in hand? Because right now I see two Trini Spheres, which are not really going to do anything.
He does, yeah.
He
I mean,
does.
the thing
Okay, that's
is,
the one way to like try to get the match back into your favor.
yeah. At the same time, Federico has it all answered on board. The White Code Falcon can come down to kill Planet Nexus, and the Felia attacking can blink the Skyclave and exile the ring. So he's got it covered. This is such a good engine, right? This Felia is so amazing.
Is there anything you can't deal with? I guess. Can you even like deal with Emrakul at this point?
No, because at the moment you'll just get attacked and sacrifice everything.
Yeah, okay, never mind. So what a deck can't beat the 15 drop.
Yeah, God, awful, awful.
Okay,
So
you
yeah,
got the one ring.
I mean,
Mark gets protection for everything until end of turn. Draws a card here, and that's basically like a buffer, right? Whatever
yeah.
Federico's gonna do. The problem, though, as you mentioned, like we're still gonna take out the lands. Protection not for all your permanents, just for you. Not good enough, Wizards. Why did you like make a mistake on the one ring?
Yeah. So Felia, like these counters on the Felia has been so vital to being able to attack through these tokens. So the moment Mark has just a 1/1. So we'll see the White Oak Phantom come down. Let's take out the Planet Nexus. Does Mark have a basic?
I don't
I'm looking
think
at the
so.
list. He has a basic swamp in the sideboard. So that's one we'll expect to come in. But yeah, no basic. That's so big not having a basic in the main deck. And
Now we're
Felia
gonna attack with
attacking
the
now.
Philia and doing it again, killing another
But
land.
do you
or
hit
taking
the
out
Orchid
ring.
Phantom or do you hit the ring?
Tricky.
Phantom. I think I
Okay.
like it. Yeah.
Yeah, I like attacking the lands, especially since Mark has shown that he's like short on lands.
Yeah. God, this is so powerful. Yeah, so Mark will get to draw 2 cards, but like he can only make 1 land drop. So even if he finds another Planet Nexus, he's only tapping for 2 mana. Yeah, Federico, this black white deck, as you said, D&T can just deal with everything in the right spots.
I think if Mark doesn't find anything reasonable here, he's probably gonna like scoop them up almost. Finds an ancient tomb, which doesn't really do anything for him. I guess you got the voltaic key. You can use the ring again if you want to.
Yeah, he's looking for like ways to generate mana outside of his lands now, which is both a huge pro and con of the deck, right? So the pro is, sometimes you face null rod effects and you're actually quite insulated against that because you have all these lands that tap for so much mana. But at the same time, we're seeing the real downside here when a deck can attack your lands. Look at his hand. There's so much power in that hand. Double Trinisphere, Khans, another ring, Voltaic Key, but he just doesn't have the mana to do everything he needs to do. So I think here he's really looking for, Grim Monoliths and keys and things. But at the same time, Federico does have the ways to attack those as well. But he can only blink one thing a turn. So if Mark can just keep producing enough important things, then...
Mark trying to dig deeper into his deck. As you said,
so
trying to find additional sources of mana.
God.
He's got, that there's some probably one of the wish flavor text in there. He wished for power, but not for a way to apply it or something.
True. Yeah. I guess he'll play a Needle, probably name Wasteland. Even though, because there's nothing on board that it stops really. Another Wasteland would be so backbreaking. Even though Federico's used 2 already, like drawing another one here could put Mark on 0 lands. So
that would probably end the game. I mean, at this point, even the ring, like if you just get to destroy a single land every turn and attack, even your attacks plus the ring are probably going to end the turn in 2 swings.
Yeah. A notable thing about Felia, like taking out the ring, it does, with the Skyclave apparition, it does put a 4 mana cost card under the Skyclave. So if you then flicker it again, giving Mark a 4/4 could be quite relevant.
You could technically also flicker. Oh, no, that wouldn't work. I was going to say you could flicker the Recruiter of the Guard and then get another White Orchid guy, but then you couldn't play that right away.
There's only one in the deck as well, actually.
Okay, that makes it even less likely then.
Yeah, which again, I think is surprising. I think you usually see more at the moment. I love this sword.
Your Eldrazi spawn, yeah, that's
love
great. That's another way to take out the mana.
Yeah, just recognizing the way he's winning this game, like he's just currently winning, is attacking mana.
There's this beauty, this weird beauty in all these Death and Tax stacks. Like if you had dropped into this game right now, you would think, oh yeah, Mark is in full control, right? He's got the ring, he's got the voltaic key, he's got a needle and wasteland, but actually he's not. He's always like 1 turn short of kind of like recovering, and that's the Boa Constrictor effect of the Death and Taxes decks we often talk about.
You calling Death and Taxes a snake? Absolutely, yeah,
very much so.
And I love this. He's just like, I could ignore the ring because you can only play 1 land a turn. The punish is if Mark now next turn he's going to be able to draw what 4 then 5, so 9 cards technically. So if he finds like a bunch of Grim Monoliths, it could be punishing.
To chain them together, basically, like as the
Yeah.
world's most expensive Lotus Petals.
Yeah, yeah.
I can see that.
And with so many cards being drawn off the ring, but at the same time, the ring is doing a lot of damage to him. So there's a Grim Monolith.
I mean, this is the last turn where Mark can still do something. He's gonna draw 4 cards here. I think he picked up a Grim Monolith, if I saw correctly.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Bowmaster as well.
Sure. I mean, honestly,
I have to be
doesn't
honest.
really change all that much.
No. Well, he can't activate the ring again, I guess.
Mark is gonna try to like end the game with 20 cards in hand.
Yeah. Cool cards there. I have to admit, I really like this Tron deck dying with 20 cards in hand.
It's beauty.
I think everyone's getting some catharsis here after being like Troned.
You know, the Death and Taxes deck doing its best old school Canadian threshold impression.
Yeah.
Gonna kill you with a full
really
grip
impressive.
of cards in hand still.
How good is Philia?
It's better than I initially gave it credit for. Part of it is the artwork. It doesn't look very menacing.
It doesn't look menacing. It's quite cute. Apparently, it's
I'm still not understanding the flavor text behind it, really.
It's Michael Mages' dog, apparently.
Oh, okay.
He designed the card, and they made a likeness after it.
And his dog also had that flavor of like always like blinking stuff. I guess that's the flavor
Maybe
behind
blinks
it.
the eyes a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Like whenever there's like an orcish army, it's like bounce it, blink it, whatever.
Yeah. How do you think Mark can get out of this if he can? I guess it's another ring to like fog.
It probably starts with a Grim Monolith and then a bunch of like keys and then eventually a Karn into a Paradox Engine.
Yeah, totally. And you know what? I can see this happening. I can see Grim Monolith makes the key into a Soul Ring essentially.
Also,
as a saga.
Tolarian Academy would probably help, but now that we've made a land drop, not so sure. Is that even a land drop? Enough. I think that's some kind of counter.
That's as a saga.
Oh, okay, makes sense. Okay, step 1, Grim Monolith. Now we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana available. Oh, we have a second Grim Monolith. Well, that's only +1, I guess.
Yep, still good though. So 7 available technically.
Maybe we're gonna run out Ugin and then a bunch of 0 mana spells. Dude, seriously,
it'd be
if Mark
crazy.
comes back from this, like I've glazed Mark and I told you that he's probably one of the top 3 legacy players skill-wise I've ever known, and I still stand by that. But this would be something if he was able to wiggle his way out of this.
I think it's possible. I mean, I was about to joke. I was about to say, what if he goes Karn for Ensnaring Bridge? But I think he has quite a lot of cards in hand for Ensnaring Bridge, so maybe not.
Bottled Cloister, man.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, this is what he needs.
Turn.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's really possible.
That also means that now he can draw at least. He's not going to take damage of the Bowmasters, right? Because he's protected.
I think he probably doesn't draw here. I think he probably has enough cards in hand that he just... Yeah, it's just going to pass. He might draw one at the end of Federico's turn while he still has protection.
Makes sense, yeah. Just
depends if he thinks he has what he needs.
A single card. That's actually beautiful.
He's going to draw. Okay.
He's going to draw on his turn?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah, so he gets around to discard, as you said, like the 8-card discard. Sure, yep.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yep. So a nice little trick for if you're ever a Bowmaster player and your opponent has protection from the run ring, you should always target your Orc army token because it always grows at the same time, so you'll never kill it if it's a 1/1. So you can just target the Orc army and then it grows a counter as well, as we see Federico do.
Makes a lot of sense, yeah.
So we see a Samwise drawn. So Samwise the Stout-Hearted. So this is a cool one as well. It's especially good to return kind of fetch lands and stuff. It's a 2/1 for 2 with flash, and when it enters the battlefield, you choose up to 1 target permanent card in your graveyard that was put there from the battlefield this turn, then return it to your hand. So it's also very nice with like wastelands and things as well.
And the ring tempts you, right?
And the ring tempts you, absolutely. So
do you know that one by heart? Do you have to look that one up, or do you know what the ring tempts you does?
I would need to look it up.
Okay,
I know the first couple. I think the first one is when you attack, it's got Skulk basically. So it can't be blocked by creatures with a higher power. Second one is you get to loot. And the third one is your opponent loses 3 life or something.
Something like that, right? Okay, we're going to attack with the Philia. Philia is going to grow. We're going to flicker the Recruit of the Guard to get a second Orcish Bowmasters, which I guess is a way to deal damage to Mark. Mark is going to fall down to 3 life at this point. The Bowmasters basically represents 2 life, so Mark wouldn't be able to use Ancient Tomb here, unless he finds a
Yeah.
second copy of the One Ring. As we learned yesterday, the One Ring, if you get it down one turn, it's going to protect you from the damage of Ancient Tomb.
Also, if he activates Ring, Bowmasters comes in and kills him as well. So really, really good play from Federico there to try and tighten this noose. So it's still, I'm literally on the edge of my seat. I'm literally leaning forward while we're commentating, be like, oh my God, this is so tight. This is crazy, crazy. Yeah, what do you
Marcus
think
trying to
here?
figure this one out. Oh, dude, production crew,
Thank
thank
you,
you very
production.
much. So we got all of these different ways the ring's gonna tempt you. Looks like you got the first two right?
And the third one, but not the third one.
You get to that once that Sam's the starter that rolls around.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, what do you Mark here now? He needs to find another ring, right? Because the Bowmasters can come in, ping him down to 2. He's gone down to 3 from the one ring trigger, and then Federica can do the same thing again, attack with Felia and find another Bowmasters. So yeah, I think Mark just needs another ring and then another ring. I think the train of Bowmasters is just going to finish Mark off just in time.
Yeah, as you said, he needs to start off with another ring. He's got so many cards in hand. He's got an expedition map. I think that's not really going to get him anything. He already played a land now, or it's a saga. Adding 3 mana on that one untapped Grim Monolith. Of course, he can add 2 more using the Voltaic key, going to 5. Potentially, 5 mana. The Mishra's Workshop also taps for 3 mana at this point, right?
Yes, indeed. Yeah.
So he's got
that's such
mana.
an impressive card as well. It was a card that when it came out, it was like, oh, it's okay here and there, but actually, yeah. Here comes the Ugin.
Ugin down. So he gets to basically exile a colored permanent. That's how it works, right? Okay, and then every time he plays like an artifact, he also gets to do it again. So he gets to try to nuke Federico's board. Yeah. Colored spell. Not okay.
Colorless.
Colorless spell. That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I just don't think the board now is the problem. So you can play a bunch of the expedition map and things. We see 2 Ancient Tombs, 3 Khans in hand as well. They're just not really doing anything where these Bowmasters can come in, ping him down to 2. The 1 ring is in play to take him down to 1. And Mark needs to remove every single creature in play because each one represents a damage. Because Mark has no creatures in play.
If he finds a Karn somehow, is there anything he can do?
The Ugin can plus to gain 3 life, which is very relevant.
I was just thinking, is there a way to exile the ring from our graveyard and then Karn minus to get it back?
That'd be
Probably
crazy.
not. That would be crazy, but cool though.
Actually, because Federico never exiled a ring from the Skyclave apparition, he can't do that. If he did that, he could have got one.
Okay. Oh yeah, it died to the second ring, right? It's
yeah.
Okay, so we got the Karn out there. Old frame card, sweet one. That one's gonna minus.
So you can exile the Skyclave apparition, which will at least give him a blocker in play as well, which could be relevant. My instinct is this is going to be not quite enough.
Federico says Solitude to get rid of that blocker.
Yeah. He's got Solitude, which he can pitch cast as well. Depends what the Khan goes and gets. I'm just looking at the sideboard now. He could get like a Tormod Crypt, which is another exile trigger.
I love that we're putting the Karn on screen. That's the hardest to actually read.
yeah.
But yeah, what Karn does it at -3s, you get something from your sideboard, usually an artifact. And there's, as you said, we can probably stop the creatures, but we probably can't stop the One Ring plus the Orcish Bowmasters killing us over a turn cycle.
I think so. Again, the 3 life from Ugin here is going to be incredibly relevant. But good job, production.
See, that's the one I was looking for. Yes,
Julian, can you read this for us?
Yes, of course, I read it every morning. So yeah, I'm going to grace you with a haiku. Here we go. Mark's still trying to figure this out. So actually, did he plus the... Wait, why is the Karn on 6? What's going on there?
He plus on the ring as a blocker.
Okay, I guess. Yeah, indestructible blocker. Sweet. Gets out the exploration and tries to remove something else. Dude, this is such a deep game. And Mark is he was fighting from so far back, and he's very close to making it happen. I mean, he knows about the Bowmasters in hand, of course, from the Recruiter of the Guard.
Hmm.
Is there any way that Mark can play like a spell at instant speed to get rid of the Bowmasters
Was its
attacking?
command, but I think he has no mana.
How does this man have no mana?
He used it all to play like 20 mana worth of spells. What did the Ugin do? Ugin's on 7. Did he activate Ugin? What did it do?
I'm not sure if
Maybe he
has
activated Ugin
activated
to make
anything.
mana
I
to
think
cast the card.
that's probably what he did.
So the Bowmasters come. Ugin made 3 mana. Thanks, chat. So Ugin made 3 mana to cast the card. So he pings down to 1. So even with 2 blockers, the failure can also attack and just exile the other.
Or the
Yeah, he
Bowmasters,
sees
and
it.
then it comes back, and
Woo!
that's good enough. Yeah.
God
Whoa.
damn.
Almost staging a crazy comeback after not doing anything for the first 4 turns. Mark is
Yeah.
like, okay, I'm gonna give you like this head start, and then I'm gonna try to come from behind, and he almost makes it work.
Imagine Federico didn't have like he'd destroyed so many lands ahead of time. Imagine Mark had just one more land in play there to generate all this extra mana. I'm sure he could have come back there, but Federico just pulled ahead and was able to get the constrictor thing. I think it was incredibly heads up of him maybe to not go after the one ring there and go after the lands, because again he recognized he can attack the lands, and each land like synergizes with other lands. So the getting the Planet Nexus out there means the tower's tapping for 1, and it also means the Mishra's Workshops, that one is only tapping for less mana as well.
Not quite there. Not
Yeah,
exactly
imagine. Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
So I think Federico played that as well as he could have as well.
So let's see what Federico is working with here from the sideboard to trying to get that second game that he wants to move on to 4-0. He's got, let's see, Deafening Silence card I could see coming in there. Usually a way to stop them. What else is there? What do you like here, Callum?
So the Road is good. You can take out an Ugin or a Karn. I like that a lot. I like the Disruptor Flutes to name like Voltaic Keys or Grim Monoliths or the One Ring most likely. Love the 2 White Orchid Phantoms. And I really like the 2 Wrath of the Skies as well. And the Loran. He just wants to get these like Voltaic Keys and these Grim Monoliths and the Candelabras out of there. So yeah, Federico has a lot to bring in. I think I wouldn't bring in the Deafening Silence just because you're planning to kill all those like lower mana things. Although it would have been phenomenal in like those last turns. I think it's just something that the Tron deck can kind of like play an Ugin, exile it, and then just play loads more stuff. So yeah, I love the Erode, the Disruptor Flutes, the White Orchid Phantoms, and Loran and Wrath of the Skies.
Okay, cool. So on Mark's side of the board, of course, he's got a Karn Wish board, but what actual cards does he have here that he can bring in? Dismember jumps at me. Is that a card that you want?
Yep, absolutely. So the Dismember's absolutely coming in, and probably the Warping Whales as well to exile like the Orcish Bowmaster sometimes, so you can One Ring without a problem. Also, the basic Swamp is probably the best card in this sideboard for this, because
True.
it allows you to get a basic off the Erode and the White Orchid Phantoms.
Also love the one of my Brick Trap. Not going to come into play here, but it's the Miser's one of my Brick Trap. Great choice.
Yeah, I think there's a little argument to Disruptor Flutes as well. Naming Wasteland, naming like if Recruiter goes and gets an Orcish Bowmaster or a White Orchid Phantom, or just blind naming White Orchid Phantom could be a big play as well. So I think I like the flutes as well.
Okay,
and
okay.
Maybe you keep in Trinispheres on the play, but I think on the draw at least they could come out.
Okay, let's see how that one's going to work out. Tron on the play, if he gets to keep 7 here, you feel good, right? A lot of times.
Absolutely.
That deck is so powerful.
Yeah. Also, Trinisphere not very good against Aethervial if that comes up.
By the way, since this made waves in the community a while ago, Mark's deck, believed to be stolen, a different deck of his, like a very expensive deck, and I think it made huge waves in the community. For those who didn't notice, it's back. Mark's got it back.
I didn't know that. That is great news. Oh, wonderful.
That is very great news. So
pretty hard to sell those cards that are all altered and everything.
Yeah, so Mark starts out just with this mana battery there, the Grim Monolith, basically, and Federico doesn't care, still Wasteland's Mark of Mana. He's got a plan, and it's like, I probably can't deal once you go to the high end, so I'm going to stop you there, and you're only going to get to play like the early mid-range stuff.
Yeah.
Which my stuff still can deal with.
Until you find a key or something, it's still like a one-turn use, so yeah. I think from Federico's side, especially on the draw against this kind of deck, you just got to hope things work out. Although here comes a turn 2 Karn, even despite the Wasteland. So yeah.
It's basically, it kind of feels like a turn 1 Karn, right? Because Federico has restarted the game there on the Wasteland. So for all intents and purposes, Mark started out with a turn 1 Karn here. Minusing to get, did you see what he got?
Got a liquid metal coating.
Oh yeah, makes sense. That's the one. Okay, walk us through this. Why is Liquid Metal Coating? That's such a weird card. Maybe we can put
Yeah.
it on screen very quickly here. Why is it good? Why do all the current players seem so addicted to Liquid Metal Coating?
So it's a combo with Karn. So basically, Liquid Metal Coating is a 2 mana artifact, which you can tap it to make any permanent into an artifact. And then Karn can +1, as Mark just did here, and targets up to one permanent, becomes a creature, with mana equal to its mana cost. So Liquid Metal Coating can target a land, and then Karn makes the land into a creature with power and toughness equal to its mana cost, and lands have a 0 mana cost, so it kills the land. So between Liquid Metal Coating, the activated ability, and Karn's +1, it'll kill a land. Which, when you're ahead on the board like this, as Mark is right now, killing a land is just going to be, he's going to kill a land every single turn. So Federico at least has the answer. I say answer, it's a fetch land, so you can't target the fetch land, and then you can fetch in response at least.
Okay, so it's basically skipping one activation of the Liquid Metal Coating by having the fetch land out there. But right now he needs something to build towards, right? I would guess like an end of turn Philia at some point to put some pressure on Karn would be a thing. But yeah, he's gotta have it soon because Mark, of course, with just tower in hand, already has access to 4 mana once again if he wants to. Already 2 wastelands used up by Federico, so a pretty good chance for Mark to probably hold on to his lands over the next couple of turns at least.
Yeah.
Goes for -2 on the flute. Ooh, yeah, I was gonna say like
Oh.
the flute is a cute way to try to force Federico to break the fetch land, at which point the Liquid Metal Coating is gonna be active again.
Yeah, we could have seen that here actually. We could have seen, because Mark has a 4 mana. I expect he might have a Cosmic Command then. Yeah, we see it now. So Cosmic Command being left up is just like a way to scry a bit, make some mana. But the following turns, he can go, yeah, flute,
I
make
think
him
he's
crack
just
the
gonna.
fetch.
I think he might also just untap the Grim Monolith and then go into Ugin, which he has in hand. But no, gonna run out that flute. What are you gonna name here on the flute?
It depends if Federico plays something in response. Like if he plays Philia, if he does, or Orcish Bowmasters. If he doesn't, you might like try and read you have one of them in hand. And I feel like if Federico had a White Orchid Phantom, he would have played it last turn as well. So if no creatures flashed in, I feel like none of those are named. So, trying to read it. It's one long word. Wasteland.
Bowmaster,
Bowmasters.
Orcish.
Orcish Bowmasters. I think that's what it looks like. Although Federico, yeah, could have played it in response to the.
But
he might not have really. So maybe it's a punish there. I think that's one at the very back of Federico's hand.
Maybe it's one of those things that like that I know, so and then Mark went one level higher and still named it. Okay, this one's gonna get back nothing. It's really only gonna put some pressure on Karn, I believe, right? He's got the actual ring and loving it. Oh, use the fetch land this turn. Yeah, right. That's great.
Yeah, which is really good because you're expecting a land to get hit this turn. So yeah, getting back a fetch land is a big game.
Awesome. Okay, so we can read as well. I guess we can quickly put that one up on screen again. I think every time you play a creature, it can become the ring bearer, I believe, which means that all the ring effects apply to it. But right now, all that matters is that it can attack down the Karn and kill it.
Yeah, so Mark here now, he's got 1 mana floating after casting the thing. He was probably planning to play Cosmic Command just for 0, but now there's a creature in play that could attack Karn down. I think he's just going to, this turn, probably play the Coating and should have enough mana to also exile the Sam, I think, with the command. Okay, especially now with another Grim Monolith. So he can go kill the Scrubland with the Coating.
Let's take that one out.
Yeah.
That's basically going to happen every single turn from now on.
Oh yeah, so he does need 1 more mana for the Cosmic Command to be able to take out the Samwise, but I think that's fine because Sam still can't attack down to 0. So pretty brutal spot for Federico to be in. And especially with the Bowmasters being named, like he would love to be able to play it here and ping the Karn down and kill it. I think it's such an astute name from Mark on the flute.
Okay, here we go. Taking Karn down to 1. Got anything to follow up? No. Passes the turn back to Mark Eric Vogt, who's gonna untap, draw, and probably just like take out another land on the other side of the board. Yeah, Liquid Metal Coating, turning that plains into an artifact and plusing on it. So, sorry, that one's gone. Couldn't survive.
Yep.
Too small a creature.
And Federico doesn't. Maybe he verbalized it, but doesn't even float mana. So I think that's the green light sign for Mark to just exile the Sam now with the Cosmic Command. And
true.
Yeah.
Do you
in
ever
upkeep.
tap? Do you physically tap the land before you put into the graveyard when you float the mana?
I do not.
Yeah, it's like tapping a fetch land before using it. It's like, yeah, bro, I
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
Okay, so as you said, Kozilek's command, this turn now able to take out the Samwise.
Samwise. Yep.
Not Samwise GG, but Samwise the Stout-Hearted, I believe.
Samwise
That one.
BG.
BG. maybe we're gonna get that one unset.
Yeah, yeah. I think if I'm Federico here, I'm like, okay, the fetch land is insulated from one turn of Karn and Liquid Metal Coding Plussing, but does he even have another land? I think this is probably just game. He's looking around like, please help me. So I think
It's like phone a friend. No, 50-50 doesn't help. By the way, you said
he's.
BG. You know how BG is actually a greeting in German? Like,
Is it really?
yeah. Some people use it. Like at the end of some emails, people write BG, and like when I'm in a like Magic gameplay competitive type of thought train, and people end their mails with BG, I'm like, oh, what? I was like, okay,
Hello.
stupid
Hello.
German
Okay,
greeting,
cool.
BG.
Yeah, nice.
Anyway, okay, back to Mark. Now this time, it's Mark who's got all the spoils. He's
Yeah.
got all the mana, all the cards once again, and Federico is struggling to make anything work with this mana.
So I think we're just going to see an Ugin here. And again, Federico's line here is thinking is like, so he didn't have another land. Fine, that's a shame. But he was thinking maybe if I draw in a road, I can take out the Karn or something. But I think the Ugin should just wrap it up.
I think
But
that's going to send us to game 3.
we see a Caracas in hand as well for Federico, but that just means he doesn't have any 2-drops to play in hand. So he didn't play the Caracas because it just gets taken out by the Karns. There's no point in playing it. So we see 2 recruiters, 3 recruiters. Yeah, it's enough.
Yeah, shuffles them up, goes back to game 3. I think we don't need to look at the sideboards. I think we can skip straight to game 3. There's not too much that people are probably going to change up here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, now this is the real test, right? Tron on the draw here. And Federico on a mulligan to 5, it feels like the dice on 5, always nice for the viewers out there and the production crew. Thank you very much for Federico. Immediately got a couple more people rooting for him that way.
I think we've got Mark, looks like he's putting 2 cards back.
Oh,
and
it's
I think
Mark
I count
mulligan on 5, okay.
Yeah, I think it's Mark on 5, Federico on either 7 or 6.
Oh, that's a deafening silence. That's so backbreaking when it comes down on the first turn. It's really hard to develop your mana. What is that?
That's a manifold key.
Okay, never mind.
I'm gonna question this this deafening silence. I think it's good on the
sideboarding, I know, yeah.
Yeah, the big go turns later on. But you know what? A reason I was about to say, and he's just drawn another reason why I don't really like it, is because Wrath of the Skies is very good against this Tron deck, and it gets swept up in the Wrath of the Skies as well.
That is true. That's true. That's part of the number that you would bring in there.
Yeah. So
I really think when you're stopping Tron for doing these things where they go like, I don't know, Grim Monolith into key into something. It's like all of a sudden that's like it would still happen probably on the very next turn, but it buys you a turn and for a 1-mana spell in like a matchup where you don't have great sideboard cards. I think that's good enough for me, but I agree with you. This is not the kind of typical like Lotus Petal, Mox Opal deck out there, throw everything to the table deck.
Yeah. I mean, there's one little way around of like looking after it is Ophelia could like attack and blink it. Well, this is interesting. So yeah, Ophelia could like blink the Deafening Silence, then you could Wrath of the Skies after that. Interesting thing here, I was about to comment on Mark drawing the basic swamp is really bad for him because of White Orchid Phantoms, but then Federico plays White Orchid Phantom himself and he can't hit Mark's land because it is the basic itself. So that's really interesting.
So he uses it as mana fixing.
Yeah, very interesting. So here we see the Deafening Silence helping because now Mark with that Grim Monolith could have played a Karn in his hand, but the Deafening Silence is stopping him. So yeah, it's working here.
Could have also played a ring, so he couldn't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and thoughts he's now going to take away either the Karn or the ring, most likely. But let's see what else he is working with.
Yeah, it must be the ring, I think. Or an Ugin as well.
Oh. Yeah, the Karn we
so
can
Mark
attack
does
down,
have 7
likely.
mana. So I feel like you take out the Ugin here.
Yeah, especially when you think about the Karn also. Like you have a lot of mana, but you can minus the Karn, but then not play whatever you get. So you once again have to pass the turn.
Yeah. All 3 of these are incredible. Because Mark has 7 mana available. I think he's just got 2. Like, if he had no road in hand, maybe you can do that. But yeah. Federico also with a very awkward hand here. He's only got the 1 black mana, so he went for the Thoughtseize. But he's got an Overlord of the Balemerc, which he can't cast. He's got a Recruiter for next turn. And then Wrath of the Skies, which is Like, it would be good, but it's looking a bit awkward with him with a 1 and 2 mana play as well.
Yeah.
So 4 mana for a ring here. Yeah, I think Mark might wriggle out of this mulligan to 5. Because Federico's draw is just very awkward here.
Mark checking his sideboard again. Is there anything I want? Of course, makes a lot of sense, especially after sideboarding. There sometimes are targets that you don't immediately think about.
Yeah. So here, I think play the ring, see if you can draw a land, like a better land play. But he did draw Noses Tower for the turn, so yeah. So ring, yep, seeing if you can find a better land. He'd love to like find a Planar Nexus now, but yeah. So he draws it out. And probably play tower here. And then end of turn he can key untap either the One Ring or the Grim Monolith, depending on what Federico does, what he'd like to do. There's no point in untapping the ring now and carrying on because you know what, he can't play anything else. So Federico really wants to find like Ophelia, I think, to start flickering the White Orchid Phantom.
That would be sweet, right? That's basically what he did in the first game. But yeah, it feels like he's always like down a turn, which not exactly the most impressive opening. And that doesn't feel good, right? Like when you basically you skip your turn to tutor up something against a deck that can leverage its mana much more efficiently. That's the fair part of Death and Taxes coming back to bite it at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just the Deafening Silence is making the game fair, but the deck is just fair itself already, and then Mark is just still managing to operate underneath it. Although, like, it's still slowing him down a lot. I think the Deafening Silence is having an effect on the game for sure, but it's. Oh, Mark finds a Dismember at the end here. Interesting. Like, do you go after the White Orchid Phantom just to so it can't get flickered?
Honestly, not really, unless I have like some extra mana lying around. I'm not even sure if I want to fight over that. Like, I'd be happy if Federico's like spent significant mana on like flickering that thing only to destroy one of my lands. When I'm having a ring active, like a reasonable-ish amount of mana available, like with the not voltaic key, the manifold key, and yeah, he also picks up the Planar Nexus. That's gonna give him an insane amount of mana at this point. Yeah, Mark must feel really good here. He's got another. But actually, he can only play a single. I keep forgetting that as well now. He can only play a single spell, of course, every single turn. So you can't go as crazy as he might want to. He also picks up a Candelabra, which would give him access to even more mana.
I think the moment he finds like another Ugin to actually take up this Deafening Silence is where
just a Candelabra. That almost would tell me that he has Emrakul in hand, because he's like, you know what? You're getting really close to making it happen.
Yeah. Alternatively, he's going to have what? It's going to go 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14. So I think he's got 14 mana. So he can just end of turn because it's command for 12. Scry 12, try and find an Ugin, and then next turn Ugin can exile the Deafening Silence and just go crazy. I think that's what he's probably looking to set up.
Makes a lot of sense.
It's so crazy how much mana these decks can make. Just counting that up there was like, because the towers are tapping for 3 each, so that's 7 in play. The Manifold Key is an extra 2, so it's 9. Then the Candelabra untaps the 2 towers, so you go down to 7. And then 6 more. So much mana, God.
We need the mana police in here. We need to do something about these people, you know? Speeding
this rich man Tron.
Yeah, exactly. Speeding in a 5-mana zone. What do you mean? Like you have over 10 mana on turn 4? That's you have a license for that? No? Okay, man. Please follow me along, sir. License and registration for your deck, please.
Here we see all the craziness. So 7, 5. Oh, it's more. Sorry. I forgot the Voltaic key. Untapping that. This is crazy. It's showing the Candelabra is just so powerful in this deck. So it taps for 4 mana at the moment, basically.
You know what's going on when you need the third dice.
14 mana. God. So yeah, sure. he's if he finds an Ugin here, it's just over, I think.
Mark could become even more of a legend than he already is by just top decking Fireball.
Sure. There's the Ugin. There's an Ugin and a ring. There's another Ugin. So he's just going to go Ugin into ring. And I've just stopped counting mana at this point because he's going to untap with more mana. And it's just...
I think nobody counts mono at this point anymore. So he's
Yeah.
gonna get out Ugin, which is gonna hit the deafening silence, and then he can play whatever he want. Empty Federico's board. There's probably a
Yep.
way for him to even get like Karn down and activate. He could even like probably like play Karn and then another Karn with liquid metal coating to kill two of the. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm
So
just
so
like
so
spitballing here. He can do
he
whatever he wants, not only
he has
because he's a good player, but he has all the mana in the world.
he's got 27 mana in play at the moment.
Don't tell me you actually counted that.
Well, it's he just made 14, and he had used the Plan Nexus, so it's 15 plus the 12 Scion tokens, so
Thing is, you
27
could have
in
told
play.
me 52 and I would have still believed you.
It's close. It's close. He might just play some more candelabras as well, but yeah. So he scries here, so he puts all the things he doesn't want on the bottom, all the things he does want on top,
It's disgusting,
and
seriously.
we can just find another Kozit's command, but he just doesn't need that. So he's going to go Ugin on the top, One Ring second, Voltaic Key third, and then Mishra's Workshop, Urza's Workshop. I keep saying that. Sorry. It's just so much mana. So yeah, 27 in play, and he'll just play Ugin, exile the Deafening Silence, play the One Ring, draw. The ring's going to draw into the Voltaic Key, which can then untap the ring. So then the ring's going to draw 2 more cards. He's going to draw the Urza's Workshop and the Credits command. So all 5 cards he just scries to the top there, he's going to draw all in the next turn.
I'm not even sure what to say. Like on the other side of
It's
the
sweet,
board,
isn't it?
recruit off the guard, pass.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not much of a fight in this game, at least.
What's your impression of the Deafening Silence now? Because it's actually done what it's meant to do, but it's still not even being close to enough, right?
I think it's one of the best sideboard cards that Federico has available.
Okay.
Just because you're supposed to like buy time for whatever else you're gonna do. It's kind of like the idea of playing Mindbreak Trap in these kinds of decks. They are not there to win the game. They are there to buy time. And Federico unfortunately wasn't able to make any good use of the time that he was granted. He would have probably needed like a couple of like wastelands or establish some kind of Philia engine. Instead, he never really got that one going, or even like a turn 1 or turn 2 while in that case would have helped him out quite a lot. But yeah, nothing else. Like especially the turn where you played Recruit off the guard, that's a time walk for Mark at that point.
Yeah.
Here comes your Mishra's Workshop.
Yep, so this is going to tap for 4 mana, just 4 mana. So he had 27. This untapping twice is like 35 mana or something.
Once the stack gets to this position, it doesn't really feel like Legacy anymore, I gotta say.
No,
like, this is like even beyond vintage stacks, vintage mud level. This is really something else. We gotta invent a different format for that.
So he's just going to Karn Lattice here as well, right? So he does have a Lattice in the sideboard. So Mugsynth Lattice, the way that works with Karn is Mugsynth Lattice turns everything into an artifact, and Karn makes your opponent's artifacts not have activated abilities, can't use them. So Federico just can't tap his lands for mana anymore after this as well.
Federico's at that point pretty much out of the game, right?
Yeah, and with the Karn, he's going to exile one creature, and the Lattice will exile the other creature. So Federico will just be completely locked out. This is just GG's.
Federico just enjoying his time in the limelight, falling down to 2-1. Still potential for top 8, but Mark moving on to 3-0 in this 9-round tournament. Looking to add another top 8 to his impressive list of merits.
Yep.
And I think we got a backup feature match lined up here. We were told by production, as we usually do. And we got another German Legacy Juggernaut in there. But on the other side of the board, okay, yeah, we're starting out with Anton Kalinski. One of the legends of the German legacy scene as well, and playing a lot. Like Anton has always been around ever since I started playing around like 2006, 7. Like back then, he already was like an old schooler to me. But right now, he's back to playing legacy a lot, and he's been crushing local tournaments with this concoction. This is like Welder Affinity. This is similar to what you and I play, right? This is a little bit more of an aggressive stance to the deck with Kappa Cannoneers and Emissary, but Callum, at the very core, because there's way too many different combos to explain here, what's the very core that makes the stack tick?
Yeah, so it's at its face, it's like an affinity deck like we saw in the round previously with the Pinnacle Emissary, you power out a Kappa Cannoneer, but the Goblin Welder is part of an important combo here with the Surveillance Cam. You see these two cards next to each other. So the Surveillance Cam, first of all, is 1 blue artifact with flash, and when it enters the battlefield or leaves the battlefield, you can tap or untap target creature. And then for 4 mana, you can sacrifice it and draw 2 cards, which both are relevant in this build especially. And then Goblin Welder There's a lot of words for bench, basically saying you can swap an artifact in play with an artifact in your graveyard, or your opponent's if you want to, but mostly your own graveyard in play. So if you have, say, a Seat of the Synod in play and a Surveillance Cam in your graveyard, or vice versa, you can then essentially swap them. So when the Surveillance Cam leaves play, if you swap it out, it untaps the Welder, and then the Seat of the Synod you can tap for a mana, and then you can do that again. So when the Cam enters or leaves the battlefield, so with those two, you essentially generate infinite blue mana. You can also do this with a Mox Opal if the Mox Opal is activated with Metalcraft. And so you create infinite mana like that. And then with the infinite mana, you can then sacrifice the Surveillance Cam. Every time you sacrifice it, you can then untap the Welder because it left the battlefield. And then in those two cards, you're going to hopefully draw more artifacts. And then you play those artifacts, and every artifact essentially draws two cards. And then you'll eventually find the Twin Shot Sniper. Twin Shot Sniper it has channel if it's relevant, but basically when it enters the battlefield, it does 2 damage to any target. So the relevant part here is once you find the Twin Shot Sniper after drawing through most of your deck, you can then swap the Twin Shot Sniper and the Surveillance Cam, and it does infinite damage to any target you want. So Goblin Welder is very, very scary to let untap, basically.
Yeah, this deck can win as soon as turn 2, right? I've seen it before.
Yeah.
And it's
Technically
not
can win turn
rare
1.
for the deck to win on turn 2. But wait, you're telling me? Yeah, I guess technically with Skateboard you can make it win on turn 1, but have you ever done
it's
that?
very, very uncommon. Yeah. So yeah, no, it's really quite common to win turn 2. If you have turn 1 Welder, it definitely can kill turn 2. So Welder is ferociously terrifying in this deck, which I adore because it's my favorite creature ever made.
Yeah, that's such a cool card.
Yeah.
Let's see what Anton is going to go up on the other side of the board here. We got Pietro Vianello. Actually came close to top 8ing one of the previous 4 seasons, I think 2 years ago. He made top 16 playing Infect. And seems like he went even further down into the direction of combo and fully committed to, well, what is Saga Storm these days? We had so many different Storm combo decks in Legacy these days, but I feel like this is one of the strongest right now, isn't it?
I think so. I don't see it too often, but I'm always so impressed by it because it's with the 4 duress and 4 Thoughtseize, it's so strong against counter magic. I feel like this is kind of the evolution of Ant in a way. It has a lot of similarities, so I think this is probably one of like the harder matchup for this Goblin Welder deck. A lot of the builds don't even play Force of Will, so he's got extra game there. But with the 8 discard spells, I think it's going to struggle a lot. I am a really big fan of this deck, and I think it's incredibly powerful. It's usually faster than other combo decks as well. And discard is just very well positioned. It can, yeah. I think these kind of decks can often struggle with things like Chalice of the Void, which we just don't see people playing at all anymore. So if there's no stacks pieces or kind of lock pieces in the format, I think these decks do flourish.
So what exactly are we going to try to do? Like make a bunch of mana, play a tutor, and then Tendrils of Agony? Is that the basic game plan?
Absolutely. So yeah, that's exactly it. So we see the Tendrils of Agony there. We see 3 Burning Wish, so I've got to assume that there's probably another Tendrils of Agony in the sideboard. So we want one in both places because first of all, Beseech the Mirror. Yeah, we do see it there. Lovely. Thank you, chat. Thank you, production. We do see Beseech the Mirror can search for the Tendrils of Agony in the main deck. But what you'll often see is Beseech the Mirror. If you bargain it, you can search your library for any card, and if it's mana cost 4 or less, you can play it. So Gaia's Will is like it's probably better to say it's like a Yawgmoth's Will, but you can search for it with Beseech the Mirror. So a very common line is to play like a Lanza Diamond, some Lotus Petals, a Dark Ritual, and then you just go Beseech the Mirror, get the Gaia's Will, and then you could replay all those artifacts and Dark Rituals, and then it very easily gets to Storm Count 10, and then you replay the Beseech the Mirror, and you just kill them with Tendrils. So this deck, I think, does kill turn 1 fairly often, so it's definitely not what Anton wants to see here.
Awesome. Okay. So Anton Kalinski on the left side here playing Welder Affinity, what I believe to be one of the most underrated decks in the format right now. And on the other side, of course, Pietro Vianello playing, which at this point is already like kind of like a legacy classic, right? Saga Storm has been around for many years. I think we've seen it doing well in the European Legacy League even, and the European Legacy Masters a couple of years ago. I remember commentating that final. And Anton sitting there, carefully shuffling his opponent's deck, handing it over. Both players 10. Did we do odd or even?
Will we see the double German win on camera this round?
Yeah, we might. Kind of funny to me. One of my I think the very first tournament report I wrote, I played against both Anton and Mark. And yeah.
Win?
I got 3rd place, I believe.
Okay. Pretty good, pretty good.
I think they both played Agrolome back then with Devastating Dreams. I was playing Enchantress, and they eventually found Karmic Justice, which was like, oh my god, this is the answer.
Devastating Dreams, what a card.
Okay,
so I think play draw here is going to be huge in this matchup, right? Because Pietro has more opportunities to turn 1, definitely, without doubt. but Anton just can turn 2 quite a lot. So if Anton is on the play here, it's pretty big for the matchup.
It's also kind of funny to me, like when you think about it, if Anton gets out a turn 1 Welder, the discard of Saga doesn't really matter all that much because
No.
for the most part, we don't care whether the cam is in play or in the graveyard, as long as we
Absolutely.
have another artifact.
It's often actually better to be in the graveyard with the cam, which is funny. So yeah, I've had some games online where an opponent thought seizes me and my only card is the cam and I win because of that. It's quite funny.
Well, why does that make a difference? Why is it better in the graveyard?
So sometimes you just don't have an artifact in the graveyard, and so you don't have a Lotus Petal or a Mishra's Bauble or Urza's Bauble to sacrifice, and so you don't have the 5 mana to like play the cam and sacrifice it. So yeah,
that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I once was in a similar situation where I was like, oh great, it's in the graveyard, because otherwise it would have got Force of Negation and that would be in exile.
True. Yeah.
Okay, so Pietro on the play starts out with a bunch of mana, and I mean, usually when they do that, you expect them to try and go for it. We got the Mox Opal. Actually, no, playing those out because to make the Mox Opal alive.
Yeah, it doesn't. I mean, the storm counter means you might be dying, but the artifacts doesn't necessarily mean it's this turn. But if I'm Anton, I'm just like, oh no, this is looking bad.
Okay, so you got 1 black mana here on this Avatarix token. If you want to get those, avatarix.com. Also, shout outs to our actual sponsors. We've been shouting out Kai here for his amazing cards, but we got the European Unity League. Check them out if you want to know who are the best players in your region, in your country, or in Europe. Any kind of different format, the European Unity League has you covered. And as well, of course, Arcana, your stop for any kind of magic cards you might need for this tournament, especially if you want to build any of these 2 sweet decks.
So I think we're just seeing Pietro kill turn 1 here. His last card in hand is an Infernal Tutor. And
it's so unfair.
It's so unfair. So he sacrificed in response for 3 black, and then he can go and search for a Beseech the Mirror. Beseech the Mirror can then be cast, sacrificing the Mox Opal. And then that's going to go and get a Gaia's Will. And then the Gaia's Will is going to allow him to replay both Mox Opals, the Lion's Eye Diamond, the Lotus Petal, and then he'll go and recast the Infernal Tutor or the Beseech the Mirror to go and get Tendrils. And it's as simple as that, folks.
Easy. Can you actually go Beseech the Mirror into Beseech the Mirror to get the other Mox into the graveyard? Yeah, he does that. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, good point. Absolutely. Yeah.
Adds 1 more to the storm count. Actually, 2 more because you get to replay the Mox from the graveyard. Anton already like, okay, I'm probably going to go to sideboarding here.
See, chat, Legacy is easy. You just do this. Just kill them turn 1.
Every single turn, right? Yeah, it's easy like that.
God, because these hands just don't happen that often. But I think this deck, other than Oops, has the highest turn 1 win potential, do you think, in the format?
Compared to Oops, yeah, this is pretty close.
Yeah, because a lot of games are just like turn 1 discard spell, and then turn 2 you can probably do it. But
I mean, technically there's the Spanish Inquisition, which actually I've streamed quite a lot last year. It was like a few request deck.
Nice.
But honestly, I gotta say, the Spanish Inquisition compared to the combo decks we have today, not nearly as menacing as people gave it credit for.
Mm-hmm. So I think we need to see. So with the 2 Mox Opals and the Lotus Petal. Oh, and then the Lion's Eye Diamond just sacks for 3 mana, and then you just Beseech.
LED is so much better when you're casting stuff from your graveyard instead from your hand.
It really is, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think Storm Count is high enough.
Classic trivia question. What's the difference between getting mana from Lion's Eye Diamond and Lotus Petal, other than discarding your hand?
Lotus Petal has to tap.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Lotus Petal has to tap, which kind of makes a difference for improvise, right?
It does. And I've used Lion's Eye Diamond to make 4 mana for Urza a bunch of times as well.
Cheater.
Yeah.
Okay, now finally, it's all going to come down to this. Tendrils of Agony, Storm on the stack. And Anton falls to 0 life without even playing a single game, or card, rather.
Yeah, so I mean, like, obviously losing game 1 like that is bad. But as a positive, like, imagine he went, Volcanic Island, Goblin Welder, and then Pietro had this turn one win. Then Pietro knows exactly what's going on, but now he doesn't. So he doesn't know that Anton may have Force Will in his deck. It doesn't know what he's up against. So at least the hidden information there is quite relevant.
Okay, so let's see what Anton is. I keep calling him Anton because that's his German nickname. That's the German name of Psyduck. And he actually sometimes uses some Psyduck accessories. Let's see what Anton is working with here. He's got some ways to try to fight over fast combo decks. What do you like here, Callum?
So I like the consigns. They can counter the Tendrils, the triggered ability from Storm. at the same time, Storm players are very aware of this, and there's a card on their radar. But it can counter Lion's Eye Diamond as well, which can be quite relevant. So I do like the consigns here. The Damping Sphere is good. It's like an anti-Storm card. It makes everything cost more as they play more spells. The Disruptive Flute I also quite like. It can just naming Beseech the Mirror can hamper them a lot, or naming Lion's Eye Diamond sometimes can hamper it. And also it can name Wishclaw Talisman, which they do play sometimes. And then 2 Force Negations absolutely come in because you need counter magic against these decks. So a decent amount of sideboard cards here for Anton.
Yeah. What I like about this deck, like this also is kind of like a critical mass deck, but because the combo of Welder plus Cam is so compact, you can sometimes dilute your deck a little bit more than you're used to. Like, you don't really need Kappa Cannoneers in this kind of matchup, do you?
Absolutely, yes. So I'd take up the Kappa Cannoneers and probably the Pinnacle Emissaries as well. For me, they're a bit of a package. Now, you are reducing the blue count of the deck quite a lot, so I'm not sure you can actually cut all of them. But yeah, they come as a package. Like the Pinnacle Emissary makes all the tokens to get the Kappa Cannoneer out.
Okay. And if you're Peter's side of the board, assuming you don't know what Anton is playing, do you even sideboard?
I think
you might bring in like random bounce, I guess.
Yeah, this is where my experience is not too high. I think you probably do bring in some numbers of like bounce spells. Maybe you bring in like 1 Echoing Truth, 1 Boomerang Basics. But at the same time, he does have access to something. Like Burning Wish can always go and get Boomerang Basics from the main deck. So like at the same time, you're like, yeah, a bit insulated. If he has any idea that Anton is playing any counter spells, he'd bring in the Hexing Squelchers. So we might see them come in the blind. But
by the way, what is that black and white card doing? I think it's something about life loss for each opponent, right?
Yeah, so it's a once you've generated loads of mana, Depth to the Deathless, it's a way to get around the 1 ring protection.
Each opponent loses 2 times X life. You gain life equal to... I see, because it says each opponent doesn't target. Okay. By the way, great flavor on that card.
Very cool card, yeah.
Okay, so
yeah, I think very minimal sideboarding here from Pietro. Again, because he doesn't know. If he scouted and knows what Anton's on, then fair enough. But I think probably not this stage.
Okay, let's jump into the match. By the way, do you Google your opponent before the match? Because by today, there's so many results for every player out there, so you can sometimes see, oh, this player... Like, for example, if you put Anton's name into MTG Top 8 before this, you would have seen that he's been grinding the Affinity deck like crazy.
Oh, really? I don't at all, ever. As like a moral thing for myself. I even don't do it on Magic Online unless I'm playing like a big premiere event.
Ooh,
I like to be blind, which I know is hampering myself. I completely understand that. But even in like everyday Magic Online challenges, I never do it just because I like to think you get better by
You know what
guessing.
somebody did for me once? When I played Elves, I was in the finals of a challenge, and he told me, I know that you're playing Elves, you always play Elves. I'm playing this and that deck. And they did that to me in the finals of a challenge, which was like, wow. That was...
I never tell them, but I never look either, is my feeling. But
you just sit down and play Magic, and that's it.
Yeah, but at the same time, given how results are posted, I never, ever would hold it against someone either. It's just part of the game.
Yeah, exactly.
Really.
That's good. Yeah. Okay, so Anton runs out his turn 1 Emery, uses Urza's Bubble to look at a random card from Peter's hand. Actually commits a lot of resources there. Oh no, those are put into graveyard from Emery, of course.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, on Pietro's side of the board, he's got the Ad Nauseam, which of course is always a nice way if you can randomly ramp up to 5 mana to try to get there.
We do see like Kappa Cannoneer in Anton's hand, and a Consign to Memory, a Disruptor Flute. So the Emery is going to be really nice if he doesn't just get killed turn 1 again, as just a way to kind of to be drawing 2 cards a turn, basically.
I mean, one thing Kappa Cannoneer has going on for it is it's a way to close out the game immediately when you have like the Welder Cam, because you can just like keep growing it and then put a skateboard on it somehow. Well, if you have like no other way to do it.
You can do that, but also at the same time, you could just keep drawing with the cam and then find the twin shot sniper.
If you have a Mox Opal or a Seed of the Synod, right?
Yeah, but then otherwise you're not really comboing otherwise.
Yeah, well, you would still with Kappa Cannoneer, but I know what you're saying, right? I'm just
like,
trying to find reasons to keep the Kappa Cannoneer, but as you said, maybe it's also just the blue count.
Yeah, I think the blue count is a very reasonable reason.
Yeah. Okay, Thoughtseize coming down, so Pietro finally knows what he's up against. Could have also been like the 8-cast deck of old thus far.
Yeah.
Except for we saw the Welder being... Yeah, anyway. So he's looking at the hand. What do you take it? What are you interested in?
I think the cards that stick out as like good cards against Saga Storm obviously are the Disruptor Flute and the Consign to Memory. But the Emery can rebuy the Disruptor Flute, so I'm probably more inclined to take Consign to Memory as my first instinct. At the same time, just due to the way the Saga Storm deck plays out, with the knowledge of Consigned to Memory in hand, it's very easy to just cast a discard spell at the end of that chain. So I think now Consigned to Memory is on your mind, you can just ignore it for the most part. So yeah, even though the Emery can replay the Disruptor Flute, I think I like the take, because if not, then the Emery represents
Ooh.
another card draw.
You saw
You
what
see a
Anton picked
Welder.
up there? He picked up a Welder,
Yeah.
so he's threatening to get the win next turn.
Yeah. So actually, the consign now, because the window is so small with this Goblin Welder coming down, threatening to win next turn, I think you can just go. I would go like Volk, play the Welder, but you can also then use the seat of the Synod to play the Cam, untapping the Emery, so the Emery can like replay the Mox Opal and another artifact. So another nice thing that the Cam is untapping the Emery, so the Emery gets to like, it essentially cycles the Cam when you have a Emery in play.
There are so many small value optimizations in there. Like I've played the deck for a couple of weeks after you gave it to me, and I still keep discovering stuff. Like, for example, you didn't tell me that you can make infinite mana. I mean, that one I figured out quite quickly, but it was still like quite a revelation to me. I was like, wait, what? I can do that? Oh yeah, sweet.
Yeah.
So there's
like
so many small little things in that you can do.
A lot of the versions play either a Chromatic Star or a Melded Moxite, and with those you can go infinite card draw. You draw your whole deck with the Welder and the Cam. But this build that Anton's playing, it doesn't do that, and it's much harder to play on Magic Online because it's just so much more clicks. But basically, every iteration, after you've made infinite mana, you can then sacrifice Cam, which kind of translates to sacrificing any artifact, because you can weld the Cam in and out with the Welder. And so basically, as long as you draw enough artifacts to draw 2 cards with each one, then you'll draw your whole deck. And if you have a Pinnacle Emissary in play, each artifact you play counts as 2 artifacts. It's 4 cards. So you should just be able to draw in your deck. It's just not.
I would go as far as to say that this deck, like in this version on Magic Online, is not unplayable, but nearly unplayable. Like I've been in that spot where I needed to make infinite mana and then turn all of my artifacts into draw 2s for 4 mana. It's agonizingly slow. So you can do it, but it's going to take you like 10 minutes easily. Anyway, but this is paper. Paper is so much easier. This is one of the most enjoyable decks to play in paper for me, because you constantly keep threatening stuff and your opponents have to constantly be on edge. And that's what this deck very much represents.
I wonder if Anton's thinking like, is there a way he can get Capicania and play this turn? I just don't think it matters. Yeah. I'd like him to replay the Opal here. Well, I guess the sequencing doesn't really matter too much. He's just going to see what's on top there, and then he could then play the Cam with the seat, untap Emery. Now he doesn't have Metalcraft, so the Cam could be in play with the Mox Opal, but yeah, the Cam being discarded won't matter at all there.
Okay, so Anton's got one line of defense ready, and Peter's aware of it and trying to fight through it. So the moment Peter does something like, Dark Ritual, I always hate that position, because that makes me feel like, he's got me figured out.
Yeah, I mean, look, Anton has 2 new cards that Pietro doesn't know. And obviously Forces should be on Pietro's mind here. But not all builds of this Welder deck play Forces as well. So he might not be expecting Force as well.
Let's see what Petro's looking for here. Both players here sitting at 2-0 in round 3 of 9. 4 Seasons Spring, Premier Legacy Tournament of the Year, next to Eternal Weekend, of course. 4 tournaments a year. They established this, like, I want to say like 10 years ago or something. I remember when the first people went to this, I was like, is this worth going to? And then eventually, like, you and I, we went to a couple of times. You actually went much more than I did. And we realized, yes, this is very much worth going to, and going to every time again. But for those people at home, of course, we got the stream going. Get your friends in here. And there's the Dark Ritual we talked about.
Yeah.
That's where your heart sinks into your trousers. You're like, oh no, that's the one thing I didn't want you to commit to.
Yeah. Okay.
And of course, the counter spell in Anton's hand, only able to counter colorless spells and triggered abilities. So really only Storm.
Yeah, it's not like a great line of defense, but it is something. And I was thinking there's enough cards in this Welder deck that you want to take out, that you can afford to have this space for these consigns.
Makes sense. Makes a lot of sense, yeah. Gaia Spill coming down, allowing him to replay some of the Moxen, the Dark Ritual, of course, the Besiege, the Mirror again. And is that already enough to get to 10 Storm? I think we're going to need a Storm counter there. That might be it.
Yeah, I'm
Storm
not sure.
3.
I mean, the Dark Ritual is so key to making enough mana again, because once you beseech at the end of it, that just goes and gets the tendrils. And he does have a few cards left in hand. So there's 2 Chrome Moxes there, so the Chrome Moxes can be played out again for mana. So yeah, I think it might be it if he just has 2 spells.
Couldn't you fight over the Chrome Mox there? Isn't that like something you could consider, or is that too bad?
Yeah, I think I would, just in case. I mean, there's a Thoughtseize in the graveyard. So hold on, let's count this up properly. How much mana does he have left? Because he's beseeched here. I think the 4 is the Storm counter. So I think he has no mana floating. So with 2 Chrome Moxes and the land, that's 3. And then the Dark Ritual, that's 4/5. So that's enough to then play the Thoughtseize and the beseech at the end. So the problem is, if you play the Consign, you counter one of the Chrome Moxes, and then the Consign is played and it's gone. So Pietro can just then play the Tendrils. But he doesn't have the opportunity to like play the Thoughtseize as well. But I think that's fine. So
either way, he's going to come out ahead.
I think so. Yeah.
It also adds 1 to the Storm count, I guess. So
now, if there wasn't the second Chrome Mox, it would work as well.
I think Anton is trying to figure out exactly what you just talked about, right? What happens if a fight over the Chrome Mox? How much mana is there going to be left? And it looks like it's going to be 4, right?
Yeah. Now, also for the Storm count, we're going... So Storm count... 1, 2, 3... This is 4 at the moment. 5 for the second Chrome Mox. 6 for the Dark Ritual. 7 for the Thoughtseize. 8 for the Beseech. 9.
And then anything enhanced there, maybe?
Yeah. Yes, I think it's still 1 Storm count short. Until...
It's got a Thoughtseize in hand, by the way. Doesn't really matter, I guess.
No.
That one's going to get imprinted.
I think that Consign might have just killed him as the 10th Storm.
I don't know, man. Like with the extra mana, couldn't he just like played the Thoughtseize he's got in hand to get the extra Storm?
Oh, true. It makes no difference, I guess.
Yeah.
7. Yeah, I think this is missing 1 Storm, unless Pietro has a 0-drop in hand. Yeah, I think the Consign didn't really change anything.
Is there a world where you go Beseech into Beseech with enough? Oh, he's got the Talisman. So that's basically a 3 mana tutor for LED, maybe?
For LED. Okay, so that's the extra Storm count, essentially.
So the pace for itself, yeah.
Yeah, wow. Yeah.
And just like, nope, that goes to my side of the board.
Yeah, God, that's it. So yeah, it essentially is a 0-drop, isn't it? Yeah, he's saying good game.
Handshake.
Ooh, oh my God, damn. So close there.
Well, Anton got to play. you were right? The deck that can kill on turn 2 against the deck that can kill on turn 1. I think Anton played 2 turns over the entire course of the match. As it goes sometimes, right? Live by the combo, die by the combo. Or even if it's in the hand of the opponents at some points.
Yeah, it's a tough spot there because, like, I think taking the Disruptor Flute was a really, really heads-up play, even though he was very aware the Emery can rebuy it back. But then in that spot, after you've drawn the Welder as well, it's such a tough ask to be like, right, I'm not going to play the Welder and leave up Consign. I'm just going to actually just play the Disruptor Flute again, which, I mean, given how the game played out, would have been the way that he stays alive next return, I think, maybe, depending on, like, maybe Beseech can go and get answers to it as well. What do you even name the blind? Probably Beseech. You've got things like that. But I think... Anton, as soon as you draw that Welder, you are threatened to kill next turn with the Consign up. I don't think you turn that down there. So yeah, really interesting to see. I think Storm could go a long way if you keep playing against decks that just have like Force Will or some interaction.
Okay, guys, I think we're going to go for our very short break of just 5 minutes once again before we return with round 4 of Eternal Seasons. 4 Seasons, the premier Eternal tournament of the year. 4 different tournaments. We're going to play the spring one. 330 players, 9 rounds, top 8 walk away with the greatest prizes, of course. My name is Julian Knapp. This is Callum Smith. Get your friends in here. 4 Seasons tournaments on Twitch and as well on YouTube, of course. And we're going to be back in just 5 minutes. Like, this is not the 5 minutes that you see on some streams. It's going to be just 5 minutes. So stay tuned. We're going to have a combo deck. We're going to have a control deck. And we're going to have a tempo deck coming up for you in the next round. Stay tuned.
See you in a minute.
Welcome back. Hey, here, round 4 of 4 Seasons Spring in beautiful Bologna, Emilia Romagna, Italy. My name is Julian Knapp. This is Callum Smith. We're going to bring you one more round before our colleagues, of course, take over for the remaining 5 rounds of this 9-round, 330-player tournament. If you've never been to 4 Seasons, what are you doing with your life? No, it does not count that you live in Japan. Seriously, come on, check it out. This is one of the most amazing premier tournaments of the year, and you couldn't count yourself lucky if you're able to attend all of them. Callum, we got another match lined up. I told you we're going to have 2 matches this round. Actually, I lied. It turns out we have only 1 match, but one of the decks is going to have 4 Stifle. And you know how much I love Stifle. I'm sorry, I can't help myself. I want to see Stifle in action. And of course, for that, I will even watch blue-white decks. And that one's going to be in the hands of Giuseppe Panzini. Yes, production, that's the most important thing. Best printing of Stifle here straight from Scorch. Best flavor text in the world. If I wanted your opinion, I'd have told you what it was. Something I tell to
I
Callum
love it.
sometimes in between rounds. No, here we go. So we got the Italian one of spells there and there as well.
Yes.
And we got a card that apparently is banned in standard, as I learned recently. It's Prophet's Eidetic Memory. Callum, tell us, what does this card do in our blue-white mid-range creature deck?
I mean, look, this is what everyone's playing Spellsnets for, right? The Prophets Eidetic Memory is taking over the format, so all the blue-black control decks we saw yesterday are playing Spellsnet to answer this. But really, this is a bit of a spicy one. Like, it's not in most lists like that, but, you know, ETB, draw cards, it replaces itself. You have no maximum hand size. Honestly, with Quantum Riddler and, like, drawing all the cards and stuff, I could see it coming up maybe. But the main thing is, you know, at the beginning of combat, you put a counter on a creature equal to the number of cards you've drawn this turn. So with Ophelia, like, it can grow very big, very fast. If you brainstorm, then you just put all those counters on the creature. So it can grow pretty fast. But this is a spicy one of, I don't see it in these decks usually, but this is a deck that I think is actually pretty powerful in the format and quite underplayed and underrated. So it's really this weird tempo deck where you don't actually have creatures that are that aggressive, but you snowball with value very fast with Tameo and Ophelia. The longer these creatures are in play, the more you snowball. So you're using wastelands and stifles and dazes and forces to keep them attacking, generating value. Another part of the combo of value is with Ophelia. We saw it in the D&T match last round. When it attacks, you get to blink a permanent. It can be yours or your opponent's. But if you blink a Quantum Riddler, then the Quantum Riddler can be warped for 1 and a blue, and it would exile and go into the warp area at the end of the turn. But if you flicker it with Ophelia, it's going to come back and it's going to stay into play. So a pretty common play pattern is turn 2 Ophelia, flash it in. Turn 3, you can warp Quantum Riddler. ETBs, you draw a card. Ophelia attacks, you flicker the Quantum Riddler. And then you've got a 4/6, you've got a 3/3 Ophelia. You've drawn 2 cards off the Quantum Riddler. And while it's not like a A+B combo like Show and Tell, it's just a very strong play pattern. And then
it's kind
Quantum
of
Riddler also just gives you a strong late game as well.
Like historically, these tempo decks, quote unquote, they would trade value for tempo to get ahead, and then have not so great cards anymore later on. This card almost trades tempo for value in some way. I don't know. How we, you would set yourself back with days and stuff, but then you don't get additional pressure. Instead, you get value and the potential for value later down the road.
This deck reminds me of when Dreadhorde Arcanist was legal. There were a bunch of builds with Stifle, but while they didn't, put opponents' lifesteal under pressure, it's very similar to this. You gain so much advantage and so much material, and especially with the land drops with Stifle and Wasteland, you just pull so far ahead, your opponent can't come back. So I think it's quite similar to that.
Strategically, there's something to be said about Pokepile. Remember that deck?
That's exactly what I had in mind. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, it's great. Two great minds think alike. So let's see what that's going to be on the other side of the board in the hands of Roberto Orciolo. Orciolo brought to the table Forge combo. So we've seen many different variations of this deck. This looks a lot closer to what we used to see in the format, right?
Yeah. So this is quite different to the Tron deck. We do see one Candler of Taurus, which hasn't been super common in these decks in the past, but apparently everyone at 4 Seasons has loads of money and can afford some candlesticks. So that's pretty cool. But yeah, this deck is much more of a combo deck. We did see Markvogt do some combo-esque things last game. The Tron deck doesn't do that too often. So this one is really trying to use the Mystic Forge, although there's only one Mystic Forge in this deck. It's using Glaring Fleshraker to kind of keep the chain of cards coming. And you can use all these keys. You see 3 Manifold Key, 1 Voltaic Key to keep untapping the 1 rings. Tezzeret, Cool Captain, can go and search for keys, or it can itself go and untap the 1 ring or the monolith. So this deck is pretty explosive, can kill in the first few turns, and it produces crazy amounts of mana, but it'll usually kill the same turn that it's going off. So it's much more of a combo deck than a big mana deck like Tron.
So what's the reason to play this over Tron other than access to the candelabras?
I guess if you think the format is really like targeting Tron, then you could play this because this build relies on the mana base a lot less. Here you do have Planar Nexus and Urza's Tower, which are great to combo together, but a lot of the mana is coming from the cards you play itself. Plays a couple more keys, and Glaring Fleshraker, very importantly, generates a ton of mana as you play more things. But I'd say another reason is you just don't own 4 Candelabra of Tornos is a pretty fair reason.
The cop out. Okay, sure.
Yeah, yeah.
Cool. So let's see both of those decks in action. Giuseppe Hanzini is sitting there at, I believe, 3-0 as well as Roberto. Let's see.
Nice.
Yes, both players still undefeated in the running for the top 8 here, of course, at 4 Seasons Bologna. The spring event.
I'm interested to see what the Filia deck can do with the stifles in this matchup, because even though there's no fetch lands to stifle, which is what everyone's used to, there's still plenty of abilities, Planeswalker activations, keys, untapping Grim Monoliths, these kind of things. So they may just come up and buy enough time to get the value.
We got 10 on one side, pretty strong roll. Oh, you have a special name for rolling 2 and 1 in England?
Don't think so.
We call it Maxle. It's the highest thing you can roll. Like we got a game, and rolling 2 and 1 is the one
best.
thing. No, it's not about 3. It's about
1
I
and
guess
2.
I guess 3 is always 2 and 1.
Man, you Germans are very weird.
Yeah, like whenever I go on these streams and I share German customs, I'm like, yeah, we really have some weird customs. Yeah. Anyway, so Roberto gonna be on the play, which is probably gonna be huge for a Forge combo deck. Looking to get well, basically go over anything that Giuseppe can produce, but
yeah,
sitting there on a mulligan. Oh, he's part of the Wooded team, by the way. I see that on the shirt.
Oh, nice.
Wooded team, of
Love
course,
one
of the most famous, biggest Italian legacy teams. Still not sure who exactly is the leader of that bunch. Oh my god, I remember Roberto. I see that phrase. Too. Dude, you know why I remember Roberto? GP Bologna 2019. He was one of my, I believe, only losses on the first day, and he played exactly this kind of deck, like a similar version, like a precursor of that kind of deck, and he completely destroyed me.
He's great. I've played him twice at 4 Seasons, I think. Once in Vintage, I can't remember what we were playing, and once in Legacy as well. So excellent player, absolutely lovely guy. So great to have him on camera.
Okay, production crew also shares some notices. So apparently he's been playing and beating a lot of us. He's our nemesis, still like rooting for him just as much as we do for Giuseppe here.
Yeah, production saying Roberto is the person who showed him the initiative. So the first time you play against the initiative is quite an experience.
Okay. So we got the Petrified Hamlet coming out here. Callum, remind me again, why is this card so unique? Maybe we can actually put it on screen so people who are not aware of it can actually read it.
Yeah, it's a really, really interesting new card that basically, when it ETBs, you name a land, and then you can't activate abilities of the land, but the land still taps for a colorless mana. So it's like an anti-wasteland tech, which just still taps for mana. So I think in the blind, you just always name wasteland because the lands are so important for this deck. So I'll be shocked if there's no wasteland name here. And we've seen it be incredible. Like yesterday, we were watching some of the matches on stream, and we saw decks multiple times have multiple wastelands as well, and just couldn't use them. So yeah, we see wasteland there.
I remember when people were talking about, wait, you can play this and name a fetch land and the opponent can't even respond, and they thought the sky were falling, but then I never really see that actually happening in matches.
But it's true. If say Giuseppe had like a Flooded Strand up, Roberto just plays Petrified Hamlet. Nope.
It's basically guys strip mine that hangs around in that case.
Yeah.
Almost. I guess you still get to produce colorless mana. Anyway, so we start out on Tamio there on the other side of the board. Of course, one of the non-damage win conditions of the blue-white Filia deck. And Roberto, after only dropping the Expedition map on the first turn, now tries to resolve a Grim Monolith. And Giuseppe is thinking about the days in his hand. But no, lets it happen and probably going to fight over the Tesseract.
Rewarded so much for not dazing. I feel like that's a very hard call to make there, letting the Grim Monolith go. But yeah, absolutely rewarded.
Feels like a 2-for-1, right? Because you also disabled the Grim Monolith on the same turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really strong. And we do see a Wasteland in Giuseppe's hands. So the Petrified Hamlet paying off already. It's very nice.
Is there any other way for him to get rid of the Petrified Hamlet? I don't really think so, right? Other than Wasteland, most mid-range decks don't really have a way to attack mana bases.
Just saying, chat's correcting us on the Petrified Hamlet. It's a trigger. ETB name a card. So thank you, chat.
Is that how it works?
Apparently. I do remember there being like some discussion of that, but no.
Very much so, right?
Chat's always right. Thank you. So you could stifle it as well. But yeah.
If you want to.
Stifle doing great work here on the Expedition map. So as we said, it's even though your opponent's not playing fetch lands, it can do a lot of interesting things. So, Roberto drawing the card he was probably going to search for with the expedition map. It's crazy.
That's
Planet Nexus plus Tower. Now he's gone from 2 to 4 mana with a mana floating as well to pay for days. It's so good.
so much mana, man.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Like, if you had told me that Urza's Tower is going to become a card in Legacy, I would have told you no way ever. But yeah, Wizards finds a way, right?
Yeah, I agree. I'd feel the same, but it's come up. So here we do see Giuseppe has a bunch of blue cards in hand with a Force of Will. So probably just going to crack this clue, seeing if there's like a worse blue card that gets drawn, depending on what's in hand. Like maybe off the clue you draw another Tamio and you don't need an extra copy of that, for example.
Makes a lot of sense. Okay, so what are we gonna get here?
Or yeah,
just drawing the card, sure.
So we find, and it is a blue card, so it is a Quantum Riddler. So, like, surely this is eating the Force, but I think you probably just pitch a Stifle now.
Yeah, I think you're not gonna get a lot of value out of the Stifle. Like, what's the best you can do? Like, hit a Karn minus or something.
Okay, or the Quantum Riddler goes. Maybe there's like a follow-up expedition map or something. So I think both of those are quite reasonable because you've got a card advantage engine going with the Tamio already, so it's okay.
Very much so. Okay, so 2 more mana. What are we gonna do? We got 1 more Wasteland in hand to cover anything Roberto could do in the next turn. I guess we just send in the Tamio to begin with. Sounds like a good thing.
I think there's a second Quantum Riddler in hand as well, so we can draw that.
Sweet. Basically gonna cycle that one. Maybe picking up a Stifle. Actually, we do still have the Stifle, right?
Yeah, so there is a Wasteland in Giuseppe's hand. I would have liked to have seen, I think, play the Wasteland. We drew a fetch, so it's fine. But I'd like to see play the Wasteland, then use the Wasteland and 100 to play the Quantum Riddler.
Yeah.
Here we're going to see another use of Stifle.
Okay, easy.
We're going to keep the Quantum Riddler around. Yeah, nice.
Sounds good. 4/6 flyer. And basically, when you have like no card or 1 card in hand, whenever you draw a card, you draw an extra card, right? That's how it works.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, at the beginning when I first read the card, I thought it would be like, okay, yeah. So with this ETB, if you have 1 or less cards in hand, you draw an extra one. But it's everything. So say you have like a Brainstorm in hand and Quantum Riddler in play, you'll draw 4 cards and put 2 back.
If you create 1 of the 2 tokens, right? Yeah. The thing is, we talked about this like in a pregame before the stream went live. It's sad to do that, and I've played against the card quite a bit, and it almost never happens, or like it happens once or something.
The Quantum Riddler. Oh, yeah. It's happened to me a lot.
Really? Because to me, it feels like they're always sitting down for like 4 or 5 cards, and they cannot get rid of the cards fast enough before they lose the game.
Not been my experience.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's not. It's rare because like after the first few extra draws, then you just like you pile up and it's okay. Okay, Roberto kind of starting to go off though. We see Glaring Fleshraker, probably the best card in the deck for this deck.
I feel like it's very much the reason why you want to play this kind of deck, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
As opposed to a Tron deck. If you want reasons, you probably find them in Glaring Fleshraker. The card is really, really good. Especially once you get the second one, it gets out of control so quickly.
Yeah. And then when you have like a Cosset command to follow up, just making the Scion tokens, it like fireballs like crazy.
That's the real fireball. Yeah, that's true.
Oh my god, he has the Mystic Forge as well. This is such a good start. Or Giuseppe has the Force of Will, but like God, that would have been incredible. Could have just gone off there.
Gonna get a
That's a 1 of
Mystic
Forge. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so
there. He draws an extra card from the Quantum Riddler.
Oh, you're right. See, speak of the devil. Like apparently it happens every single turn now.
Yeah.
Actually, we gotta keep track. So he draws an extra cards of the Quantum Riddler. Does that make the Tamio flip already, or are we still 1 draw short of that?
1 draw short at the moment.
Okay.
So he needs to attack first and then cast this Ponder. Then if he just plays a land, he's got swords in hand as well, so you can just play land, swords, attack, and then Ponder. Ponder's going to draw 2 cards and going to flip Tamio. See, happens all the time. I mean, that's crazy, right? You've got this 4/6 flyer that's already drawn a card, and now it's drawing 2 extra cards this turn.
You know what I just figured? Maybe I don't make people force to fill a lot of stuff. Like Giuseppe immediately empties his hand by like using 2 Force of Wills over the first couple of turns, and of course, then Quantum Riddler is gonna get to full value here, providing additional cards left and right.
Yeah. It's similar to like watching Angelo Cadet play in the previous rounds. Like he was forcing things that I think didn't need to be forced in a sense, but he was just trading cards because then he has ways to refill the hand at such a quick pace.
Yeah, better fight over a Ponder than to discard your Force of Will to end of turn. 8 card discard. Yeah. Makes a lot of sense. Okay, so Giuseppe casting a Ponder here, which actually will flip the Tamio, right?
Yeah, yeah. So I think if he attacked first, he could have at least got an extra clue token, but it probably is not going to matter in this game
Yeah, if you
because
ever
the
get
clue
to eat
tokens,
up all of
if you
those.
can, if you can keep emptying your hand with interaction things, then the clue tokens will be drawing 2 cards because of the Riddler as well.
That's pretty good. So
Yeah,
synergistic, this deck.
yeah,
You know,
yeah,
historically, I've had this big disdain for blue-white decks for being boring to play strategically, but this one has so many small little angles tactically that they totally
yeah.
make up for that. And even like on a strategic level, deck is really cool because you got to figure out, is this like, am I going to win the game by Tamu? Am I going to win the game by overwhelming you on the board? Like,
Hmm.
what's my edge in the matchup? And it also like
Absolutely.
dynamically ebbs and flows, I would guess, depending on what the opponent presents. And Giuseppe, yeah, figured out, okay, Tamu, that's my win condition. Few decks can actually still hang on past Tamio Ultimate. And if one deck could, I guess Forge would be it, but it would still be very hard.
Maybe I think Forge will struggle more than Tron's. We were discussing this yesterday about Tron being like, okay, it could actually fight through it because it can generate so much crazy amounts of mana. And I think Trinisphere was a really vital part of that plan, where if you can resolve a Trinisphere against a Tami Ultimate, then like fine, you've got half your deck in your hand, but you can't really deploy the cards at a fast enough clip. Even if you have like 6 lands in play, playing 2 spells a turn is just going to be so much less than what Tron can do. So I think Tron is probably the only deck in the format that can reasonably beat a Tamiyo Ultimate.
That's true.
But
That's a good point.
Forge could get through
So
maybe
what
with
I'm
like
thinking
some
about
movements.
is, Giuseppe already used 2 Force, and on the
Yeah,
turn he basically draws half a stack. There's a reasonable expectation that he only draws like 1 Force, and then
yeah,
if Forge mana-wise is in a decent position, it can maybe power through it.
yeah, absolutely true. I think you're right. Although Roberto needs to, I think he needs probably like runner action spells now. He does have the mana to pay to cast all these things, so I think he needs like a. Probably wouldn't mind a ring now. It'd be perfect draw.
Is it the ring from the top?
Nope,
No, it's the Mishra's
just
Workshop.
mana.
Now dude, I never said this one wrong, but now you infected me as well, right? It's the Urza's Workshop. Okay,
Sorry, it's a workshop of some kind.
a workshop of some kind, yeah. It's
Yeah,
not Mishra's research desk, which, by the way, is also in Roberto's deck as a target for Urza's Saga.
yeah, that's a nice one. Really nice.
Okay, minus on the Giuseppe, on the Tamio, getting back the Force of Will. Okay,
I
makes a
love
lot of
this.
sense.
I
Wants to
think
cut off
people
some of
don't
the
do
top
this
decks.
enough. I think people so often race to Ultimate Tamio when just going minus a couple of times, like minus plus plus minus, is just so good. Really
I
let's
like it
play
a
from
lot.
Giuseppe.
Flash Raker. If you have a removal spell, you probably let that one happen, right?
Yeah, because Roberto's empty-handed here, so
Ophelia.
yeah. Here
Sweet
comes the
doggo.
value as well. Yeah, now Ophelia can like. I don't think you even blink the Quantum Riddler because you just want the clock going, but you can.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe there's
Dropping
another
Roberto
Riddler
down to
in
10.
Giuseppe's hand. Yeah,
Okay. Picking up so many cards. Force of Will, of course, dropped on the table as a known card, +2 on the Tamio. No good attacks for Roberto next turn, of course.
hmm
Second
yeah,
Quantum Riddler, basically cycling it, and then it's not legendary, right? So you can keep it with Philia.
yep, correct, correct.
Oh,
So now
value.
Ophelia and the other Riddler can attack and blink the Quantum Riddler, and
So
you're going to
let's
keep it as
say
well.
you have no card in hand. You draw a card, you draw 3 now.
Yeah,
Huh.
it's
So they're
it's
not
no
like applied
cards.
in order, they're applied like at the same time.
Yeah, it's one or less cards as well. So if you had one card, then you'd draw 3.
Too sweet.
Yeah, it looks like flavor text, but it's really not. It's quite good. But now you're snowballing, drawing so many cards. It's probably not going to come up again now. But at the moment, yeah,
I mean,
I
that's a nice
think
problem to have.
yeah,
I cannot trigger my Quantum Riddler because I keep drawing cards.
yeah. You poor thing, you poor thing. That was a great showing of the blue white failure deck, and I think it's that game plan. Even though like the wasteland was turned off from the petrified hamlet, just the double force, and then it put a lot of pressure on both the life total with the Quantum Riddler being stifled to keep in play, but also just the pressure of like drawing so many more cards and the Tamiyo minus, and it was just generating value from all these different places.
Cool. So for sideboarding, Giuseppe already picked up the very first game. Let's see how he's gonna increase the strength of his deck. So he's got a couple of things going for it. A card that somehow keeps coming back in all these white sideboards is Wrath of the Skies. Is that
hmm
once again gonna come in here?
I think so, yeah. Like any deck that's playing these, well, Candelabra as a one-of, but these keys and Grim Monoliths and things like that, I think you do bring it in. There's also Urza Saga, which it hits, so it's just good against basically every Urza Saga deck. So
Sweet.
I think we'll see the Wrath of the Skies. The Lavinia is very good for the same reason it was quite good against Tron. I think it's better here because they're playing less off their lands, if that makes sense. For the Force of Negation, I think again is just going to come in because you're really looking to counter these One Rings, these Khans, the Mystic Forge, all these big mana spells. And then 2 Consigned to Memory is just again a slam dunk. I dare say the best sideboard card in the format.
Yeah, I was gonna say like consigned to memory. At this point, should we actually just play it in the main deck? Like we're gonna find some odd triggered ability that we can trade it for.
Well, I until this tournament and yesterday, we've seen both these blue white Philia decks playing 4 Stifles in the main deck. I've mostly seen 2 Stifle, 2 Consign in the main deck because a lot of the time the Consign is countering like the return of the Philia ability, or it's countering the warp ability of the Quantum Riddler. So given the format is so dominated by these colorless decks, I do like playing some main deck Consigns in this Philia deck, but obviously both can work, so it's good.
Okay, and we already talked about this one. Well, there's a Trinisphere in the sideboard, actually 3 copies. Flavor Win, 3 copies of Trinisphere. Is that one gonna come in, especially to fight against the potential Tamio Ultimate as well, but also like shutting down all of the cantrips and random
Yeah,
creatures?
I think so. I think on the play they'll come in. Maybe on the draw you might readjust, but I think it's so good against these cantrip decks. And again, this blue-white Philia deck is looking to like snowball with cards, but if you can only deploy 1 or 2 a turn, then they don't really amount to too much. So yeah, I think the Trinispheres can all come in on the play especially, and I don't hate them on the draw either, really.
Okay, cool. So let's jump to the second match. Let's see whether Roberto can tie it up. Both players, of course, still, even with a loss, in contention for the top 8 here. 9 rounds, you're going to need 8 wins to guarantee the spot in the top 8. Whereas on 7 wins, you're going to need a draw and a lot of luck. Like, I've seen so many hearts broken when the top 8 were announced in the past, where people were sitting there at 7-1-1. It's like, what? I'm like 11th place. Yeah, this is a very hardcore tournament. Like, if you want to get to the very top, you better not lose more than once.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal, isn't it? I think I've come 9th or 10th or 11th. I'm going to make myself sound better than I am, but yeah, a couple of times.
Gonna go back and look back. Callum would get like 27th. Like, yeah, close enough.
51st.
I remember a
We
guy who
see
used to tell me he got like a top 16 at a GP, and I don't know, he talked about it so much. Eventually, we looked it up, and he got like 18th place. And he was like, "Yeah, but like 1 round, my opponent was lucky, so I counted as a win for me, and the other one I got unlucky, so that also." I was like, "Okay, those people are out there. Be aware."
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, Petrified Hamlet once again coming down on the Wasteland, shutting down one of Giuseppe's preferred angles to interact with Roberto's deck. Giuseppe on the other side, just dropping a Ponder. No Tamio this time, but setting up for potentially a really good turn 2, I would think so.
Hopefully. We in the Ponder was a Wasteland as well, so this Petrified Hamlet again just doing work, like really shutting it down because the blue-white deck obviously can operate without wastelanding the opponent, but it's just such a low committal thing to shut down the wastelands. Like it's a card, obviously, so you're trading a card for a card, but you don't need to spend like a Pithy Needle or a Disruptive Flute to name the wasteland instead. It's like it's a land that's just going to carry on along, like moving your game forwards.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Misha's research desk usually comes up as a thing to come out of Urza Saga here, played by Roberto on his very own turn. I think it does kind of like that, what is it called? That impulse draw, where you get to look at the top 2 cards of your library and you get to play one until the end of your next turn.
Yep.
And it looks like that one's gonna be Tezzeret.
Yeah, it's a really nice filtering for these decks. Like it's only 2 cards, so it's not crazy filtering, but sometimes you need a spell or a land, and it's going to find a spell and a land, and you can get to choose. Especially coming off Saga, as you say.
Yeah, it also has Unearth, but of course the big card here now, Tezzeret, the Cruel Captain. One of those planeswalkers that doesn't have a plus ability, but it gets +1 loyalty counter every time an artifact enters the battlefield on your side. So not only when you play one, but also like, let's say when you create a token of Urza Saga, that one's gonna grow. But in this case, we minus it, which allows you to get an artifact with mana cost up to 1 from your library, and that one's gonna be Expedition Map, further improving the mana base of Roberto. I already know which kind of land that Expedition Map is meant to get.
Yeah, I think it's a Nexusy one, maybe.
Oh, crazy choice there. So yeah, we got the Doggo coming down, looking to threaten Tezzeret, which I think will be taken out, but Tezzeret has done his work.
Yeah, Philia's just, again, fantastic here. Done the work, but, if it's stuck around, it's really powerful at untapping things like Grim Monoliths and keys and things. So, yeah. What I found with Tezzeret in the format is very quickly you can -3 immediately, and then the next turn you're going to play the one artifact you got already, and then you just need like one more to -3 again. So it really does convert to 2 cards very easily. You need one more artifact basically.
Yeah, pretty good card there.
What's the
Pretty
highest you've ever got
annoying
a
card.
Tezzeret?
Honestly, infinite, because I had the Curry Cam combo going on. So on the Magic
Yeah.
Online, you have to manually do it. So I did it like to 30, and then I just kept making the ultimate every single turn. So I had like, I don't
Yeah.
know, 4 or 5 tokens of the ultimate before I won the game,
Yeah,
which
this
doesn't really speak to my ability to close the game with just like 1 or 2 of
no,
those
no.
thingies.
This Philia deck, God, this is just like ticking on the engines, right? You get to keep the Riddler around, draw 2 cards, attack the Tezzeret down. Such a good sequence here.
Too good, seriously. Too
At the
good.
same time, Roberto's untapping with a bunch of mana. But no,
Yeah,
he needs to
yeah.
play the map and fetch it. Yeah, yeah.
Unfortunate,
He'll go. He'll
unfortunate
get the
thing, of
Planet
course,
Nexus.
being that if you do it right away, then your Urza's Tower is going to be tapped. So
Yeah,
you don't get to immediately reap the rewards.
yeah.
But yeah, giving Giuseppe another turn before Roberto's setting up to go really crazy. So if you're on Giuseppe's side of the board, you're bracing for impact, right? Your next turn, you're going to do everything you can to find as many Force of Wills as you can, I would assume.
Absolutely. You are cursing this Petrified Hamlet because it's so good here. It's really incredible. Like he's got one Wasteland in play, second one in hand, and Roberto's going to have so much mana next turn.
It's not even funny here, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So after everything we've seen, like we've commentated like 9 rounds between yesterday and today, I feel like the Petrified Hamlet versions of, well, in this case, Forge combo, but also the Tron decks might be better than the ones that are just playing additional Tron lands. I don't know, man. Like
Yeah,
it feels really good.
I feel the same because we've seen Petrified Hamlet do so much, and the other Tron lands we've not really seen materialize. I think there is a slightly stronger argument to play the other Tron lands in Tron itself, just because the curve of going Planet Nexus turn 1 or 2 with one of the other Tron, like non-tower lands, lets you play a turn 2 Trinosphere. That's a play pattern that may come up. But this Forge deck is not playing the Trinospheres in the main deck. So yeah, I think it makes more sense here. But I do like it. As we saw Andrea Mengucci playing Petrified Hamlets over the other Urza's power plants and mines. So yeah, it's my inclination as well. Really interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. I guess part of it is also like the impact of Hamlet can immediately be felt, whereas the Tron lands, you just sometimes feel like, unless it's the second turn as you described, it feels like, yeah, it's 1 more mana here. It's nice to have,
Yeah.
but if we don't
Yeah.
have it, we can play something else. So it's a little bit harder to quantify, but yeah, the turn 1 Hamlet on Wasteland and then still use the mana for something else, it feels so unfair, man. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe it's time for Ghost Quarter to come back.
Interestingly, we saw like when we saw the non-petrified Hamlet versions, the other Tron lands didn't do anything because they kept getting wastelanded. So I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing.
That's a good point as well. Okay, so we get in
Yeah.
for 6 damage here. Just dropping Roberto down to 13. And now this is the one turn we talked about, right? This is the one where he's going to have a lot of mana and he's going to start out by running out everybody's favorite 3-ball Trinisphere, making it really hard for Giuseppe to cast anything. Interestingly, Giuseppe is still able to cast a Force of Will through this if he wants to. And honestly, with 6 damage on the board against an opponent on 13, I think I would let the Trinisphere resolve.
I didn't see a force as well. So
if he had one, I totally
yeah,
assumed he had
no,
one.
of course. Oh, he does. Okay, nice. Yeah, and he's got an easy pitch as well. Tamio's not doing anything to this game.
Oh, and he couldn't hardcast that one because of Wasteland and Plains. Okay, so Roberto, there's a Stifle to still interact with you, which actually would be pretty clutch against Karn, for example.
Or even just like the Candelabra and tapping things.
You know, Giuseppe fetching here makes me wonder whether Roberto just passed the turn.
Could be, or it could be the Candelabra trying to untap the tower.
Oh, so we're going for the Stifle.
And so Giuseppe might stifle. Could be. Let's see.
I mean, yeah, I guess. It buys you time, right? Time is all you need. And your opponent is like this close to dying, like technically 3 turn clock. Practically a lot of times you can probably find ways to make it a 2 turn clock.
Yeah, if Giuseppe can get a permanent in play that's not the Quantum Riddler, then the Philia can blink it to just get an extra counter, and then it'll be lethal next turn, I believe. So we attack for 7 now.
Yeah,
it's just lethal next turn anyway.
Riddler. Yeah.
No, it's just lethal the next turn anyway.
Oh yeah, I forgot the counter on the Philia. It's already 7. You're right.
Yeah.
Dude, what does Philia not do?
Yeah, it's amazing. I do spy a Cosets command in Roberto's hand, so at least that's either can exile a creature or make some blockers as well. So if Giuseppe doesn't have a consigned to memory for that, at least that buys some time. So it's not quite there yet.
Mm-hmm. So Giuseppe
Yeah,
trying to figure out what he wants to do there.
mm-hmm.
Giuseppe kind of probably wants to get rid of the Swords of Plowshares in his hand at some point, so he can like empty his hand and start drawing extra cards off the Riddler.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so.
Okay, now he still has 2 cards in hand.
Mm-hmm.
And is he gonna Swords of Plowshares his own creature? I mean, I could see it. It's basically cycling the Swords of... Yeah, he's gonna do that. Getting rid of the Tamio, and Roberto's like, sure, be my guest.
That is funny.
Honestly, maybe maybe there's a way to do it on the attack to wait for Roberto to have the
3 cards.
Okay.
Love it. I mean, I think this is an incredibly heads-up play because he's realizing this Tamio and this Swords are doing nothing against what Roberto is putting forward. Like if there was Fleshraker could have played it first and stuff. So he's just thinking, I need to find Force Will on a blue card. So I really like that. I might not have seen that line.
That's such a sweet use of his resources.
Yeah, brilliant.
And now he gets the 1 extra card. Fortunately, I think doesn't pick up a Force Foil, but yeah, this is mastery of the deck, right?
Absolutely.
He presents to Swords of Plowshares your own creatures just so you can basically cycle it. Like, how do you call it? Like when you loot a card away, but then draw 3 extra. It's just like cheaters loot.
yeah. It's better than the looting, isn't it?
Uber loot.
Yeah. Okay, so we see Roberto's hand here is full of gas. We see Ugin, Tezzeret, because it's command. So I think we're gonna go. I think what we can do is play Tezzeret and then untap the Candelabra. Does that generate mana?
Yeah. As long as you have a land that produces more than 1 mana, but actually we don't have that, right? Oh, no.
Because it's essentially the Tezzeret costs 3 and the Candelabra costs 1, so it's 4 mana. So not quite, yeah. But then we can go Tezzeret, exile a Quantum Riddler, or the Philia. Probably the Philia at some point. But then he can plus this. He can make mana, play a Tezzeret, untap the Candelabra. Candelabra then untaps the tower, and then the tower can play a second Tezzeret. So I think you can exile all 3 creatures here. Ugin is crazy, huh?
As you would expect of a 7 mana Planeswalker.
Yeah, Ugin is just absolutely crazy.
Ugin is one of those cards. If you actually if you can play it and follow it up with like at least 1 more card, it usually takes over the game. This is so hard. Like Giuseppe did everything right. He had such amazing plays. He maximized his value. He got Roberto down to a single attack, and then Ugin comes down and rains on his parade, pretty much. Oh my god. Drowsy Confluence.
Yeah, fine.
Can we get that one on screen? Because there's a couple of different modes. I know that like you get to pick 3 different modes. One of them is like +3, -3, or is it like 3/3? Yeah. That's
I think you get to choose. There's like 3 or 4 different modes, and you get to choose any of them up to 3 times.
Basically says like remove all of your opponent's creatures, and then there's probably another one that also gives you some extra value.
Yeah, and because it's a color spell, Ugin's going to exile something as well.
Yeah. So you get to pick even more of the other modes.
Yeah. And then Ugin is plussed, and
so
okay,
get some tokens. No,
as we've seen many times today and yesterday, Ugin comes down, and the opponent untaps the 0 creatures in play.
Should he just like preemptively put like a flute on Ugin to make it even more expensive?
Yeah, absolutely. Really,
in some
honestly,
way,
yes.
It feels like.
Yeah, I remember playing at the ELM last year. I played against Fake Futurism on camera, and I flute named Ugin, and it had just come out like the week before. So I was like, I need to name that new Ugin. What's it called, dude? And he was like, I'm not going to tell you. But yeah, I named it, and he showed me afterwards he had it in hand. So yeah, making it 3 mana more, it can prevent it coming down for a turn, which can be the difference of winning and losing. But at the same time, sometimes the Tron deck can just make enough mana as well.
You know, these days when you don't know what the card does, it's enough if you can describe to uniquely identify what the card does. You don't need to know the actual name.
Yeah.
That's cool. Didn't always work like that, apparently, in the past. There are some stories, especially from the US, where somebody wanted to name Hunted Wampus. I think it was Jerry Fabiano. Just couldn't remember the card on the cable therapy, so he went with Humpus Wampus.
I remember that story, yeah.
Yeah, close enough.
Another play that Roberto just made is part of the Eldrazi Confluence is you can basically blink a permanent. So he got to blink the Ugin and activate it again.
Too sweet.
Yeah.
Okay, here comes another Tezzeret.
I think we're now into what's lovely a term called like garbage time.
Yeah, I think this is pretty much, especially after Giuseppe wasn't really able to come up with anything on his last turn. Like he's sitting there. Yes, you're sitting on a stifle, I guess. There's a white card, even if it was Philia. I
Yeah.
mean, you might as well try. Maybe Roberto's completely gonna flood out, but even then, there's a force of negation, which Giuseppe, of course, would have loved to have on the previous turn. Always one turn too late, or times at
Yeah.
least.
I mean, Giuseppe does have one erode in the sideboard, so I think that's his plan is here is hoping to find the erode, exile the Ugin, and then it might be able to answer the rest of the kind of follow-up action plays.
Looks like Giuseppe's wearing a Casio, man of culture, loving it.
Nice. There's a key.
Key coming down, exiling nothing.
Yeah.
Ugin's like, where are your armies? I want to wage war. Giuseppe, sorry, didn't have any dogs available.
So I haven't been able to catch the rest of the hand. I'm not sure there's like that much more action, but there's enough mana, that's for sure.
If you're sitting there on Roberto's side and your opponent has not given up yet, like what are you scared of? Is there any kind of like destroy everything and rebuild that you are scared of, like at this point?
Yeah, again, I think there is the chance of drawing in a road for the Ugin.
But even then,
and then like there's no ring or Mystic Fortune play yet or Khan, so if you have like counter magic for those, there's a chance, I think. But it's
yeah,
a
good
slim
point. Like,
chance.
Giuseppe has like a full grip of cards, right? He just like isn't doing anything with it.
Yeah, I see 2 brainstorms, a force negation, a stifle. So yeah, I think it can be a game if the erode is found.
What's the ultimate of Ugin again? It basically like it searches the library and he puts stuff into play.
Yeah, you know what? You're getting me here. I can't remember now.
It's -11. Search your library for any number of colorless non-land cards, exile them, then shuffle. Until the end of your turn, you may cast those cards without paying the mana cost.
So you can just cast an Emrakul?
You get to put like everything into play. Not only put into play, cast it, yeah.
Yeah.
It's bonkers. Like you get an expedition map, that expedition map is gonna get you Caracas. So yeah, you get infinite Emrakuls. It's over, man. It's over.
Yeah. Like I just don't think you even go and try an ultimate in the face of a stifle deck though. You just keep drawing cards.
See, I would have totally done that for the show. I think of the viewers,
I mean,
right?
Yeah, sure. It's better content, isn't it?
11 Planesmarker Ultimate Stifled. That's gonna be a 4 Seasons classic.
Okay, Feely here's decent.
Decent, he says as he stares down Ugin on the 11 counters.
Yeah, he really needs to like. Yeah, I think we saw 2 brainstorms in Giuseppe's hand. I think I'd even like throw off a brainstorm end of turn here just to try and like dig with that 1 card deeper to find the erode.
Mm-hmm.
But here's a Kozik's command which you can just cast and it exiles the Ophelia.
Yeah.
This is
I
going to
guess
be
technically, if you use the Kozilek's command for something else and try to kill it on the trigger of the Ugin, then you could stifle that trigger. But yeah,
look at the way these keys are interacting with the candelabra. It just generates so much mana. Before the candelabra and the key were tapped here, he just had the Mishra's workshop. Sorry, I see you saying, oh, this is workshop.
let's
Now
call it
he's
the workshop.
And now he's got 4, 5, 6, 7. He has access to like almost 10 mana. This is so much mana because the workshop taps for 4 mana.
Easy from there.
But this Kozik's command, like he probably wants to exile the Philia with the Ugin trigger and the command in case of a stifle.
Yeah, Giuseppe has the force of negation, which he might use there, unless Roberto does it on the up. Actually, no, we're still in the end step because Giuseppe is tapped out, or nearly tapped out.
Yeah.
Okay. He is actually gonna stifle that trigger to keep the Philia around.
So
which I guess can stop Roberto from ultimating next turn. If he, as you said, if he was even going to.
Yeah. The Philia can then attack and blink the Urza, the Ugin.
Yeah. Okay, so Giuseppe did everything he could to maneuver himself into what game state wise is probably the best board position he could muster.
Oh, but he just has another Kozilek's command.
Comes up with just another Kozilek's command.
You know what? Just don't even try. Just stop trying. Stop trying, Giuseppe. This is not the trying thing. Yeah,
okay, packs them up.
Good.
Okay.
Best play of the game right there.
Okay.
I mean, look, for all our joking, if there was not the second Kozilek's command there, and then Giuseppe was managed to like untap, and then he gets to brainstorm twice and find an erode for that Ugin, then the Ophelia can attack down the Tezzeret. There's nothing left in play there. It's all mana. So obviously there's like a lot of draws that can come off the top. Maybe one of the brainstorms finds like a consign to memory, and it's absolutely a game again. So hey, I'm impressed by like what erode gives this deck to as outs against these really tough board states.
Dude, I keep underestimating Erode because in my head this game was like not even close. But as you bring it up and you pointed out that line, yeah, there was something that Giuseppe could have done there to get back into the game, and I would have probably carelessly played right into Erode. Erode's the kind of card you see it in these decks, and I guess those decks are the ones that make it popular because they are somewhat weak to big planeswalkers.
Yeah.
Gone are the days of Chase the Mind Sculptor being pyroblasted. Now we erode those big guys.
Yeah, I mean, look, erode the giving a land drawback is pretty real, but as these Tron decks are popular, they don't always have a basic in the deck, but also you just need that kind of thing. Like, yeah, giving a land to your opponent is bad, but your opponent having an Ugin is worse. So,
ooh, nice days on that. That
Great
Grimoire
days.
is probably like a big time play, especially if you have Wasteland to follow it up here.
Yeah.
Do you though? Okay, we got the Tundra.
Yeah, the
Maybe a
one game there's no
Pluto in there.
Petrified Hamlet, there's no Wasteland. I think we see just a brilliant hand for Giuseppe here. Flipping Tamiyo turn 2 with a couple of forces in hand and one blue card at least. This could be just a ride Tamiyo to victory kind of game.
Very easily, right?
Yeah. So I think the
Depends
Forge
on
deck
what
now
Roberto
needs
can do, of course. Like he's gonna have free reign on his mana at least, not being contested on that Ancient Tomb. But yeah, Tamiyo is gonna tick up. Like she needs like 2 more tick ups before she can go ultimate. So like this and like 1 or 2 more turns for Roberto, basically.
3 more turns, but yeah, I think Giuseppe can now afford to. Now the interesting question as like a macro plan: do you go after the mana because the manas might end up being Ugin, which you need a stifle to counter the XL Tamiyo trigger, or do you go after like the payoffs? I suppose it just depends on what Roberto does, but like next turn, I think you're kind of forced to force a Grim Monolith if it comes down.
I think I would do that.
Yeah.
Especially now that we have Force of Negation in the deck, the Tamiyo ultimate becomes so much stronger. Okay, we got the Wandering. Let's fight over that. Come on.
Yeah, I think you do. I'd crack a clue first off. See if you find another blue card. But if you don't find another blue card, I think there's a world. I think you do, but I think there's a world you don't.
I think the thing is like you want to use the you use the Force. I was going to say maybe you keep the Force of Negation because you can hardcast it next turn, and if you crack the clue into a blue card, then you can Force of Will pitching that blue card. But Giuseppe has other plans. He probably wants to. But you still want to draw, right? You don't want to surveil here at end of turn. Yeah.
I would have liked to see the draw first, because then if you find like another Tamiyo, then you get to keep a Force of Will around.
Easy pitch there. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay.
Unless there's Ophelia in hand. There could be Ophelia in hand that we've not seen yet.
I think that's actually the reason to do it that way. I'm pretty sure that's the reason. And then
I
maybe
think
you're going to get a Quantum Riddler into play, and then that's
going
to be a great value.
I think the other blue card in hand was a Quantum Riddler, so if there's Ophelia in the hand that we've missed, then it could be that. Here it comes.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, that's Ophelia.
Like yep.
Somebody put Flash on the card, and they know exactly what they were doing.
Yeah. Okay, so we can go land. We can play Quantum Riddler. We can draw 2 cards off the Riddler now.
Oh.
It never comes up, does it?
Never, right?
Oh, he finds a force off that as well.
Sure, says Giuseppe. Gonna crack in for 2 more damage.
Yeah, he's gonna draw 1 more card as well. So
Quantum Riddler is gonna come back.
Yeah.
And of course we need to +2 on the Tamiyo. Don't forget that. We're gonna buy back the Force. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
He's gonna go that route. I like it. He's got 6 damage in play. If he needs to, he's gonna get the Force of Will back. He's got 2 forces now. Potentially he can get back another one very soon.
What a draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the deck ticking. And honestly, it's not like done such crazy things, has it?
I was gonna say, like you say, what a draw, and I agree. Then again, this is what the deck is supposed to do, right? And it's nothing crazy, really.
The deck's looked really powerful. We've seen it. This is the second time we've seen it this weekend. It just, if it's let to do its own thing, which is this Ophelia into Quantum Riddler, it's very powerful. And then at the same time, it has so much interaction. Like against creature matchup, it's got all these Source of Plowshares, Prismatic Endings, these erodes and things.
Another crunch. Dude, I feel like this is a replication of the second game.
Yeah.
Second Quantum Riddler coming down. getting in there, and this one gonna get flickered. The other one's gonna get in for 6 damage, dropping Roberto down to 8, I believe. 7 even.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I keep
Lethal
forgetting
next
the one
turn.
the counter. He's sitting there behind at least 2 forces, if not 3 at this point.
Yeah.
And Roberto needs to stop him from
Wow.
winning next turn.
So good.
Okay, so in response to the trigger of the Riddler coming back, drawing a card, Roberto has plans. I guess he just wants to make a bunch of tokens to create mana for the next turn.
Yeah, I think just make mana and scry. Like getting rid of the Ophelia doesn't matter now. There's 2 Quantum Riddlers threatening the lethal. So yeah.
Depending on how many cards Roberto has in hand, I think I might or might not force this, right? I think most of the time I just let it resolve.
I think so. Yeah. Yeah, because there's 3 cards in Roberto's hand, and well, you have 3 forces. Only 5 cards in hand, so you can only force 2 things. But I think that should be enough.
Like what could happen? Like 3 rings, maybe? I don't know.
3 golden rings. Yeah, I think it's fine either way. Oh, and we just show 3 lands in hand, and he's like, I still got all these. Wow, fantastic showing from blue-white. And I think this can be a harder matchup as well, but so many forces. And the Felia and Quantum Riddler puts a very quick clock, right?
That's amazing.
Like turn 2, play Felia. Turn
you get
3,
the replacement effects. You get the
then you
utility.
got 7 power.
You get the damage.
Yeah.
It's a lot of
damage there.
Blue-white Felia deck is almost underplayed. Like yesterday we saw it. I think it was the most played deck of the Italian Legacy Invitational. And part of that might be that Italians like blue-white decks. And now they transitioned into like a really good blue-white decks apparently. Dude, I gave that deck a lot of crap coming into this weekend. I thought this deck was not good. I changed.
So pretty good.
I changed my opinion on that big time. Like I think that deck is actually pretty good.
I think it was Death and Taxes yesterday that was the most played at 5 copies.
You're right.
But in the control area, I think there's these decks are hanging out, and I wouldn't call it a control deck, but it is like this amalgamation of tempo and control mid-rangey stuff. But we saw it kill very fast, like turn 3, 7 power, draw 20 cards maybe. Who knows?
Moist mid-range, something like that. I don't know. That's how we call it. So yeah, we see the players, at least one of the players, moving on to 4-0 here. 5 more rounds to go. This is gonna be it for Callum Smith and me. We're gonna be back in just, let's say, 5 minutes with Andreas Petersen and Nan Johnson, coming to you with the last 5 rounds of this tournament. 330 players. Only 8 are going to make the top 8 of this one. We're going to be back just in a moment. Thank you so much for tuning in. This is your moment. Grab a drink. I already emptied mine. And get your friends in here. 4 Seasons tournaments on Twitch, on YouTube as well. Let's see how many people we can get. Can we get like 1,000 people to watch? I have no idea how many people are watching, but we got to get those numbers up. So thank you so much. This is going to be it for us today. I'm going to be headed off to watch some more of this. And then later on, cheer for Germany in the World Cup against... Hello to my friends from Curacao. See you in a moment and have a good time. Bye-bye.
See you next time.
Welcome back, all you Legacy fans. We are continuing along with the 4 Seasons Springs adventures. Big shout out to Julian and Caleb for doing all the adventures this morning, bringing you guys to this point in the tournament because we've got 9 rounds of Legacy action to be able to showcase today. I'm, of course, Nan, back with my co-caster, Andreas. How's your morning going, man?
It's going great. I just had a funny thought here before going on that listening to Julian cast is like having Arnold Schwarzenegger read you a bedtime story. So I was having a good time with that, and I felt the calm coming. So yeah, calm before the storm. Now it's the two of us to take everybody watching home for the tail end of this awesome Sunday main event at 4 Seasons Spring.
Exactly. So, of course, the event itself is in Bologna, Italy. So, phenomenal place to be able to go and participate. I mean, there's 330, I think 333 or somewhere in the 330 number there of participants that have came out for the main event. So, a little bit bigger than yesterday's exciting 64-player invitational. We got to see quite a few different decks that were showcased there. I expect the kind of field to be a little bit more diverse this time around too, with so many players kind of showing up. We've seen a couple of cool ones on camera. We're going to have a little bit of a meta breakdown for you guys coming up soon, so you can kind of actually get a breakdown of what people brought, where we are on the numbers, because yesterday's was a little bit leaning more towards some death and taxes, and I want to say Sneak and Show might have been
Yeah.
the top 2 ones
Show and
that we
Tell
got
strategies
to see.
combined was the most played archetype, and Death and Taxes was the most played deck. So depending on how you want to go about things and combining the categories, yeah, that Birthing Ritual Death and Taxes deck, I had sweet dreams about that one. That was cool.
That was a good one. So let's kind of dive in here and we can take a look at all right, we got a bit of some tempo, some Delver strategies going up here. This is like classic Legacy to me to see these Delver lists well represented in here. So of course, the blue-black Delver, blue-red tempo, and blue-red Delver as our kind of most represented decks, as you can see, 21, 21, and 20 there. Affinity up there with 14, Omnitel at 13, Land sitting there at 12. The Eldrazi Stompy, which won the Invitational yesterday, sitting there with 10 players representing that. Cradle Control and Blue-Black Scam, as well as the 205 other decks that are represented in here. So that is, of course, any decks that have less than that 6 count there are in that other category. Anything that stands out for you with the way that this breaks down for numbers?
Yeah, so first of all, I doubt that the Dimir decks are actually Delver decks. Those are more just tempo decks. You'll have Nethergoyf in its place. You'll have different versions of that. And then even between the Izzet decks, this is exactly where I like this, because combined Izzet is up to 12%. But there's a big difference whether you want to play Delver of Secrets or not in your deck. If you do, you're more fast or more tempo-y. And if you don't, you become more mid-rangey with Core Steel Cutter, higher number of Murktide Regents, etc. But at the end of the day, those are Daze Wasteland decks. Those are tempo decks. So if we add those together, 18% total, I think that's right around what I would have expected. And then from there, it's really just a mixed bag of show and tell strategies, stumpy strategies, and then some fan favorites like Lance and Cradle Control. The Blue-Black Reanimator deck has picked up a few a few followers after yesterday's showing. We saw Manuel do extremely well, especially in the art of surveilling into the graveyard. So yeah, overall, I'm very excited, but I will not be surprised if we see a top 8 with only a few of these decks represented, and then we have to look deep in the 205 others to round out the top 8 once we get there.
That's really true, because yesterday we had 8 different decks represented for our top 8, so all wide variety of things to be able to showcase for there. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a little bit more of that for the top 8 today as we get into it. But we've got 9 rounds total, and then it's like the official top 8 that we're not going to cut to. We're not going to do it like yesterday where we saw the quarters and semifinals. It's just a pure cut into the top 8, so you have to have a very good record in order to make it to that point in time. So we still got plenty of rounds to go to showcase many different games of Legacy today. So let's see, we know what we're seeing on this round as we get into it, because there's a lot of cool decks to show off today, and some of the decks that are on this most represented count will be featured in the next round here. So here's the first one. I like to consider this kind of the new hotness of Legacy in a way, because it is all these new black cards that have kind of got added in here with like the Moon Shadow, the Super Shredders and stuff like that. But this one is not running the Super Shredder style. It's going
Right.
the kind of main board Burrogoyf there. So why don't you talk to me a little bit about what this list is trying to do and how players might be piloting this for this specific matchup here?
Yeah, so this looks like a mono black aggro deck featuring aggressive one drops in Moonshadow and Nethergoyf, impactful and hateful two drops in Voidwalker and Bowmasters, and then prioritizes a top end of 4 Baragoyfs compared to the version we saw yesterday that was a little bit more low to the ground. Funnily enough, this deck even runs Street Wraith, which helps grow your Moonshadow. I'm looking for a copy of Reanimate in this list, but I didn't find it. That would have been a cool one with Street Wraith as well. We have Dark
Yeah.
Ritual to have powerful openers. We have Baubles as this free roll card that grows your Nethergoyf and Moonshadow. And then overall, we just have the consistency of being a monocolored deck. This version a little bit less explosive and fast than the one we saw yesterday, but a little bit more durable with the help of a full place of Baragoyf. So yeah, mono black aggro with a new twist.
Yeah, I like the idea of it. I mean, a deck is disruption focused, right? We're using Thoughtseize to kind of strip away tools and stuff and kind of get out the gate very fast here. So it's going to be interesting to see how it does. We saw it do quite well on camera yesterday, so we're going to see how it does today. We've got, of course, the other side of things. What is it going to fight against? Because I think that's another kind of way to think about it too, is how is this deck going to position based off of what it's fighting against? And this time around, we have a very fast combo focused deck here that's going to try to sneak big fatties into play. So we got the sneak and show style here. Talk to me about the sneak and show deck.
Sneak and Show is a classic A plus B combo deck. The A's being the 4 copies of Show and Tell, the 4 copies of Sneak Attack, the B's being Attracts, a Grand Unifier, Emrakul, the Aeon's Torn, and Omniscience. So once you kind of assemble the A plus B from there, it's oftentimes a formality to win the game. Unless, as we saw yesterday, you're playing against the green and white Death and Taxes deck, then it's still complicated to win from that spot. This deck is using cantrips, Ponder Brainstorm, and of course the supercharged draw spell in Stock Up to put together a perfect combination. Soul Lance, of course, talking about Ancient Tomb and Cydia traders in combination with Lotus Petal will make sure that you're fast whenever you need to. And then some one-mana counters to keep your opponent at bay depending on what strategy you're up against. So all in all, a well-oiled machine that is trying to basically say anything you can do, I can do better.
That's a good way to think about it. So aggro deck's going to be trying to get out there, go fast, and try to beat down and disrupt sort of this game plan that this combo deck is going for here. So we're going to see if the disruption and the aggression is enough to be able to stop before the big fatties come out and before they can kind of take over the game here. So, of course, we do see both these players are sitting 4-0 undefeated right now, trying to get closer and closer to that top 8 moment there, which is, that big cutoff moment. Going like X and 1 is almost guaranteed getting there, but if you can go undefeated, that would be amazing.
8-1 is a guaranteed top 8 in tournaments like this, and then it's only a matter of how many 7 ones and ones, if any, are going to make it in, depending on the size of the tournament. Also, we see a cool aggressive start here from Benny, but he doesn't know what he's up against. In theory, he could be facing an Atraxa on the following turn. So
True.
We are not working with perfect information here today. Only us from the pleasant seat here from the helicopter. We know what's going on, but the players, they're just hoping for the best.
Yeah, they're hoping for the best. I mean, an early start with the Moon Shadow is great. Of course, anytime that permanent is going to be going into the graveyard, you're going to be decreasing the number of -1 counters on it, so increasing its power. Also, the evasiveness of Menace is nice, but so already we see a Surveil land. It's blue-red. Does that give us any more indication of what we could be fighting? At least it's not like a Demir list now, so that kind of helps open things up.
We are probably down to 2 decks from the side of Benny, and that is either an Issa Tempo matchup that is going to go turn to Core Steel Cutter that didn't have a 1-drop, or it's a Sneak and Show deck. So now we have that information. The thing is, when you're playing mono black, you don't really have too much power over adjusting to that. I believe you're probably just running a single Surveil land, but at least it's good to know that now we have to prioritize speed, and we don't have to prioritize, being a little bit more resilient and durable. We now actually just have to get the opponent dead, and rather than fool around.
Right, that's a great way to describe it. And even using the baubles to try to get information, we see like a brainstorm. So that doesn't even give us any information about what we're up against either. So it's like these little tricks that we're starting to see from our Mono Black to try to kind of confirm what we're up against doesn't necessarily change the game plan, like you mentioned, of we're still just kind of going fast and trying to put the pressure on our opponent, regardless of what sort of blue-red X strategy that they're going for here.
Yeah,
But
and maybe we can get informed by, should we Wasteland or play a 2-drop? Should we Thoughtseize or hold up Bowmaster? Maybe we can get some good ideas about that based on how this turn shakes out, and also what we saw on the bauble, which we don't have any confirmation of because it happened after Simon had surveilled. So Benny actually has perfect info of one card, but if that's a generic card like Force Will or Ponder, it doesn't do a whole lot compared to if it's a card like Emrakul or Lotus Petal. Then it
Right.
tells the whole story.
All right, and there's the Wasteland, but looks like we are going to be utilizing that Dark Ritual to kind of accelerate ourselves out a little bit. Nethergoyf, and what is the follow-up here? Oh, nice. Okay, utilizing that full amount of mana, but that, of course, Dauthi is going to be met with a Force of Will here, basically saying we're not going to let that stick around. But again, that's going to help us. More permanents going into the graveyard will make that Moonshadow even scarier here as it is able to kind of swing in for more damage.
Absolutely. This is a typical play pattern of decks using Nethergoyf Moonshadow. You're trying to do a lot of stuff on your first main phase, because if there is any sort of exchange, then you grow your creature and then you can go to combat here. So heads up play also to not Wasteland before the ritual. This allows you to play around days for the ritual on the stack and then pounce afterwards with Wasteland. So high level play, just like yesterday, I want to say. I was very impressed yesterday, as I mentioned a few times.
All right. So I was about to ask you about like how rough is it going to be with the Wasteland stuff, but we see there's tools like this Lotus Petal to be able to get into a 3-drop right away and goes, well, I don't really care. Yes, you Wastelanded me. Yes, I'm slightly behind, but for the most part, there's so many tools to let you kind of craft and build. And how long can our Sneak and Show player get away with just this kind of crafting and building, though?
Yeah, not very long. I would imagine that next turn it's go time. Wow, what a draw here. The
Jeez.
second Wasteland is brutal because now this forces Simone to come up with 2 more mana, a Show and Tell, and an Atraxa. And even then, there's going to be menace damage coming in from the Moonshadow. So I think this is almost impossible for Simone to get out of. I guess Cydia Trader, Show and Tell, Omniscience, and go from there is a way to win the game. But it's very slim.
That is true. It's
2
like,
life
yeah, right.
points even eliminates Ancient Tomb.
Yeah. Oh man. All right. So that's going to be the scoop up. The speed of the Mono Black was put on display there, and that's kind of really what you want to hope to be taking in that game one of go. Yep, I came out of the gate super fast, got game one. Now we can go to sideboard. But even there, you don't really have a real confirmation of what you're up against. Right? It's just
the
like
stock up,
generic
I would say,
stuff.
gives
Oh,
it away.
okay.
But
Stock up
aside from
compared to
that,
like flow state or something like that.
You absolutely nail it. If this is not an Ancient Tomb deck, we're simply not running stock up, mainly because Flow State is just a superior card. But aside from that, it was a mystery for sure. Now, this sideboard is tricky because Disruptor Flutes are awesome. You're either going to name Show and Tell or you're going to name Sneak Attack, depending on the situation. I like the Scornful Striker. It's kind of a punish your opponent for casting Ponder, Brainstorm, Lotus Petal,
shred them a
stock-ups.
little bit extra damage that you can be able to do every time that they're casting. They're going to start losing 2 life.
She's a sweet one against any cantrip combo deck, and it's pretty cool. You have some free rolls when it comes to sideboarding out. Your fatal pushes are not going to do anything. You can consider Sheldred's Edict if you think it's viable to have an answer to, let's say, a naked Emrakul. I also consider Baragorth quite bad. It's simply for the fair matchups. Something cool I want to see play out here is Doughty Voidwalker plus Thoughtseize, and then you all of a sudden get to have your own Atraxa. That would be legendary.
Living the dream.
So that's what I'm hopeful for here that we're going to see. But yeah, I expect Fatal Pushes and Baragorths to go out and some disruption to come in.
That makes total sense. Let's slide over to our Sneak and Show list here. Again, the idea of trying to rushing our way out, trying to get to that combo as quickly as possible is still the name of the game, but we also need some ways to survive. So, I see a Brother's End in there that at least can do a little bit of board wipey, dealing some damage to some creatures. Are there any other tools that we might want to grab to kind of help us in this matchup?
Yeah, this is going to be very slim sideboarding. The 2 sweepers you can consider for sure, Pyroclasm and Brotherhood's End. But at that point, you have to look at the main deck and say, well, is it more impactful for me to sweep the creatures once they're small, or is it more impactful to have Flush the Storm and Spell Pierce as counterplay to turn 1 Thoughtseize? There might be Hymn to Torque in your opponent's deck. There might be
Right.
Disruptor Flutes coming in. So I think this might just be 0-card sideboarding. Maybe the Pyroclasm is good enough because it's actually a turn 2 play against, let's say, turn 1 Moonshadow and what have you. But I wouldn't be surprised if Simone thinks that the main deck is good enough to try and fight back.
That makes sense. You have enough tools in your game plan there to kind of help you out there. So I like that idea. Just sort of let's run it and see what happens here. I mean, that we talk about this from time to time when it comes to legacy or modern or any kind of 60 card format is, you don't want to dilute your game plan too much when it comes to sideboard. Yes, you want to have tools to help you answer, areas and shore up those weaknesses, but you still need to kind of execute your game plan to win. So we're going to see if we can do that in this game number 2 here, Sneak and Show on the play. Going to be starting things off with an island, and at least cantripping it up would be my assumption here.
Yep, that
Set
sounds
ourselves
very,
up.
very realistic. I even got a sneak peek at Simone's hand, and there is a copy of Pyroclasm in there. So it looks
Okay.
like Simone thinks it's worth interacting with Benny's deck. You can also argue that we already saw Doughty Voidwalker. We have a decent idea there's going to be Orcish Bowmasters in the list. So between those two pieces of info, I actually like the first copy of Pyroclasm the more I think about it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple flex spots within the mono black list. We've seen it yesterday, we've seen it today, and but you get the kind of base idea once you start playing Legacy and start playing against this deck of like what you might be facing against. And if you can even like get rid of some Moonshadows early before they get too out of hand, it could be beneficial because of the evasiveness and how big they can grow. We saw like Jess dropping down like those baubles before. No bauble this time around. But
no bauble this
definitely
time
a threat.
around, but I still really think now is the time. That's the window to get value out of your Pyroclasm. I think if you wait, bad stuff can happen. Let's see if Simone agrees or is willing to slow roll it.
Nope, there's the Pyroclasm. So 2 damage to all creatures here. Do we have a Street Wraith? Oh, we do.
Yeah,
Could we get
this is
another
awesome.
one?
That would be incredible because Street Wraith is not a staple in this deck at all. You would usually only see Street Wraith in Death Shadow strategies, or in Doomsday decks, I guess. But here, yeah, that would have been a brutal one.
All right, mine's coming out. Like you mentioned, this is a really nice one. Of course, my Scornful Striker. It is a 2/2 with first strike, and will start shredding when non-creature. But this is a very scary non-creature because here's Show and Tell. We're both going to be, of course, tracking the life there, and now we're going to be picking artifact, creature, and creatures that just came out. It's a little bit one-sided.
Simone was feeling so on top here that he even reminded his opponent about the My Trigger. So love to see the sportsmanship, of course. And yeah, Nethergorg versus Atraxa. That's not going to be the new theme deck.
Yeah, not the new theme deck for sure.
Let's see what this is. Is this Force of Despair?
That's what it looks like. Yes.
Okay, so we see Atraxa getting killed here in response to the trigger, which is smart timing because there might as well be a Force of Will on this one, right? So okay, this forces Simone to kind of have to go once more, so to speak.
Yeah, so if you're not familiar with Force of Despair, it destroys all creatures that enter the battlefield this turn. And look at this crazy art for it too.
Yeah.
That's I like that art a lot personally, but like if you
I do too,
are sitting
but
there,
I only recognized it because the Baragorf hit the exile here. And that was the only pitch spell in the list.
Yeah, there we go. There's the kind of more traditional art for it there. But yeah, definitely a cool little gotcha moment to be able to kind of fight against these decks that are trying to cheat big scary things into play. And you're like, I don't really have a normal way to deal with those, like you mentioned with like fatal pushes and things like that, where that's where this sort of card comes in, and you kind of have to build your deck around these scary, especially in these large open events like this that have 300 players and there's going to be a variety of decks. You need to have a couple of kind of silver bullets to help you in those situations.
Yeah, and this one surely qualifies. I'm not quite sure about putting in the Nethergorf on the Show and Tell here and then killing that in the process. I think in a spot like that, you just have to hope your Force of Despair is going to resolve, because if it doesn't, the Nethergorf is not going to help you. But that's just just me always looking at Magic with some critical glasses on.
Well, it's important to sit there and do that because, like, we have to sit here and have those moments and discussions about lines because I'm sure there's people that are watching at home and looking at this mono black deck and going, I think I want to sleeve this up for my locals or start going to play it online and stuff like that. So us having those discussions about lines is important. But my putting in work still, just kind of that constant shred damage of every
Yes.
time we're trying to set up here with the sneak and show. It's just that little bit of two damage, 2 damage.
Yeah, because now it becomes interesting whether Simon can get to sneak attack plus an activation without
Mhm.
being dead to the super annoying paper cuts here from the opposing Black Legend there.
Yeah, and
Because
it's a
even a
2/2 as
Lotus
well.
Petal
So
being a mana source still, it still triggers the Mai, which is
that's right.
not optimal when it comes to getting to 5 mana, but it looks like there's enough time because I did spot a sneak attack. I'm just not sure about the 5th mana source.
All right, so we did have to force here to get rid of the Burrogoyf, but again, that force will essentially cost us 3 life because of the Mai still
Yeah.
shredding. It's just like every little bit. Now we're dropping to 6 to fetch, so it's like we're getting real close that we have to
Petal
kind
and
of
sneak
pull the
attack.
trigger.
Yeah, that's 4 damage. And if we get a hit in with Atraxa, we go up to 9 and refill our hand with that onboard sneak attack. So I'm cautiously optimistic here for the
Mhm.
sneak and show player, but it's certainly getting down to the wire.
Yeah, exactly. That's the cool thing too that we've noticed with Legacy is, there are definitely lines and avenues that you can kind of pull from, especially if you have the experience like this player would with the sneak and show list to kind of know their outs and go, yeah, this Maya is scary. It's shredding me, but I know that I've got live draws to kind of get me out of this situation. And bending the stock up, that doesn't really help us here. Our kind of
No,
our
yeah. The window for churning spells is closing. We need land
Mhm.
number 4, we need the pedal, we need the sneak attack, and we need the Atraxa. If that is not the case, I think that's all she wrote. And Emrakul attack would probably also be good enough, despite the opponent being at 16 here.
Yeah, the Annihilator is going to be useful if that's the case. I see the pedal,
Yeah,
but I don't. Do we have that 4th land though?
exactly. The land is the problem here. That's why we saw stock up go to the bin. That's part of the reason anyway. If we play out the pedal now, we go to 4. Then we play the sneak attack out, we go to 2, and then one attack is lethal. So that's simply
Yep.
not an issue. Like that's simply not a viable play.
No, it's not.
And
Of
if we pass the
course,
turn, we're getting wasted.
yeah. Then we're really in trouble. So of course, attack does cost 4 mana, and then the 1 extra mana to activate. That's why we're in this predicament that we're in right now. But you see, like very much in the tank of trying to get us out of this situation, and we're going for the brainstorm. I guess we're
Now,
just looking for a sneak and show here. Then,
I assume you mean the card show and tell.
yeah. Sorry, let's
Yeah, of
show and
course.
tell.
Everybody has fumbled over those nicknames, etc. So yeah, if we find a mana source being a land and a show and tell here, then we have game. Well, yes, then we have game because Mai doesn't have menace; it only has first strike. But no such luck here. Yeah, I think this does it.
Yep, going to 2. And now the wasteland's coming. Let's just kind of strip away your resources. I like this.
I
Just
don't
sort
think
of
there's
like
anything
go.
we didn't. Sometimes there's a fury in the sideboard of the sneak and show deck, but
Mhm.
there's no answers here. And Force of Despair and Mai takes it down post sideboard
Wow.
versus sneak and show.
That's crazy to see. Really, it really did come down to that force of despair to like
Yes.
kind of reset things there, and then the Mai just being able to shred that whole game, getting it down so early. Like we saw the pyroclasm get used to get rid of course, that moon shadow, which we were worried
Right.
about, and then right after that, boom, Mai hit, and it was like, oh dang. Maybe I should have saved that, but it's hard to make that call when you know how scary Moon Shadow can get. So but we've got
Yep.
our next round here. We see lands on the screen here. This is kind of the classic, if you will, when it comes to another bit of combo deck, but it has that control element because of
Yeah.
all the different lands that it can do. So it's like almost this hybrid control / combo deck that it can do. But why don't you walk me through and talk to us a little bit about what this land deck can actually do?
Yeah, you set me up nicely here because it is indeed a hybrid. Some games you're just going to set up Wasteland recurring with Life from the Loam, and that's going to be a problem for the opponent.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you're going to do the same, but with Ursa Saga. You keep playing Ursa Saga out, Life from the Loam, rinse and repeat, outgrind your opponent. Now, your starts are turbocharged by either Mox Diamond or Exploration, and then when you come to the mid game, there's an annoying, for the opponent that is, package of Crop Rotation. That card can put together Dark Depths and Thespian Stage and make a 20/20 and kill the opponent. That card is an avenue to Bajuka Bog if the opponent's messing with the graveyard. That card is an avenue to Tabernacle if the opponent is on a lot of small critters. And all of this flexibility just makes it so hard to play against. One of my favorite things about the deck is Malevolent Rumble as a way to dig for Life from the Loam. It synergizes so well with the dredge mechanic that you don't just pick one of the cards, you get 3 other cards in rotation, as I like to call it. And it looks like Jose Maria here decided that the White Splash was the way to go, so he values Swords to Plowshares, flexibility in the metagame. Sometimes we see mono green, sometimes we see the red splash, sometimes we've even seen blue splash in the past for cards like Brainstorm and Uro, but he decides this format is a lot about creatures. The White Splash is just what the doctor ordered.
I like it. So yeah, very, very nice to see that sort of white splash, find the little toolboxiness that the deck has access to outside of just the lands, but also some spells now that can help it here. But so lands is our first deck that we're going to be showcasing off. Let's take a look at what our second deck looks like here and how this match is going to go, because it's going to be, I feel like, a really exciting one. But yep, it's also lands. But this time it's the Gruul version of it. We got some red green and we've got some elementals in here. We've got Minx and Boo. If you've never played Minx and Boo in like Vintage Cube or anything like that, this card wins games. So why don't you break me down why we might be utilizing these tools as opposed to like the, green white version that we just saw?
Right. So, as I alluded to, when you play lands, you have to choose a splash color a lot of the time. Sometimes you don't even do that. But in this case, Minskenbu is just a card that operates on a total different angle. It doesn't care about the opponent's wasteland. It doesn't care about the opponent's prize of progress. It doesn't care about a lot of stuff. So I see this kind of as a pre-sideboarded card that's a way to circumvent some of the cards that you're expecting the opponent to have. Now, the sideboard is probably going to show us some Pyroblasts and some other tools, but for the main deck, this is basically a mono green lands deck that's trying to use Minskenbu as this kind of offbeat attacker. Yeah, this 4-mana Planeswalker is super powerful. Other than that, these decks are incredibly similar. We see a little bit of difference when it comes to the lands tool base. We see a copy of Talon Gates of Madara here. But other than that, very, very alike lists. And I think Loam Wasteland will play a pivotal part in this matchup.
Yeah, that's, I think, a great way to think about it. Is it's really going to be coming down to how well these players are able to kind of keep their tools around to get to that kind of next stage. Do you feel like, based off of our two lists, is there any like list that you're leaning that might have an advantage over the other?
There's something to be said about the white splash. If that is a hidden piece of information and the red green version has an avenue to a quick merit lage, maybe that Swords to Plowshares can be a blowout factor. But mainly I think this will come down to uncontested Ursa Sagas, who can put together Life from the Loam and Wasteland, and who can draw the accelerants like Exploration and Mox Diamond. So it's not the most exciting for your commentator to say this is going to be very draw dependent, but that's my instinct right now.
No, that makes sense too. It's like, because there are very specific tools that they want to be able to deploy early, things like exploration and stuff like that, to kind of really start snowballing. It does make sense why it would be very dependent on that kind of draw or play, especially on game one here as we're getting into things. So really
Right.
seeing the players kind of shuffle up and get themselves ready here.
So another aspect here is, if you know it's the mirror, I'm sure that you evaluate your hands with a different sense of urgency, because now you know what it means when the opponent plays first and they say, "Hey, I'll keep 7." Then you know, oh, okay, the clock is ticking here. Like I have now certain demands for my opening hand. But I'm sure maybe these players know each other. We don't really know that, right? So maybe we can deduce that based on how they maneuver here. Let's see if we can solve the case.
Excellent. So, while they're deciding mulligans and going through things, why don't you talk to me a little bit more about like the 4 Seasons tournament experience to get like all together? Since this, of course, does happen every so often. They have the big seasonal events. We had, of course, our winter one that took place in March. We're in the spring one now. So,
Yep.
have you traveled to these? What makes these events so exciting and so interesting for players?
Yeah, so for me, 4 Seasons just encapsulates old Magic cards and passion. So that's why I love them. I love old Magic cards. I can feel the passion when you're in the room, when you talk to those players. The camaraderie is huge. The community is huge. So I'm just so blessed to be quote unquote on board. I sometimes travel and play in the events myself. I sometimes sit at home and promote promote the tournaments and hopefully try and enhance the experience for viewers. It's just yeah, and then when you combine that with Italian weather, Italian food, like I feel like it's unbeatable. These are my favorite times of year when it comes to Legacy, and I can highly recommend traveling to one in the future if you're on the fence.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think the atmosphere really speaks to it. We see it all the time, just from like the photos and the video clips that we see of the players participating. A lot of the players are sending out messages about how great the event is. So if you are living in the area, or even close enough to travel, or far enough to travel,
Yeah.
consider it, because there's plenty of advance notice of when these events are taking place, and it is definitely worth going. But we already see the kind of interaction happening here of Urza Saga into Wasteland, and both players sitting there and go, okay, I guess we're on Wasteland versus Wasteland games. Let's do that. Neither one's able to get like an early exploration or anything to kind of snowball at this moment. It's now just sort of, let's go into this control-y element of it. But a pitch in the
Yeah,
dark
this is where the
depths
jig
here.
is up because Urza Saga and Wasteland, that combination of lands are only in this deck, and now the Mox Diamond shows that it's the mirror match. So I would imagine we would see a little bit of a smile from both players here.
Oh, and look at this. Even more, the jig is up of seeing what flavor it is here, with 2 red-green cards revealed there. One Minx and Boo, as well as that new, of course, elemental there, the Vibrance. But grabbing
Minsk and Boo getting put into hand in a
mhm.
game where you have 2 mana that is going to stick around. So that probably means Enrico has more lands in hand because with an onboard Wasteland, I think you should expect to just get Wastelanded. Ooh, Exploration, better late than never here. Let's see if there's a good follow-up. This is a good follow-up. So you get to develop your Saga and Wasteland the opponent. That is huge. Hopefully keep the Minsk and Boo off the table with this Wasteland activation.
Nice. All right. So yeah, it is going to be a lot more of these players sort of attacking the mana base and trying to keep each other in check for the time being. Why is Urza Saga such a powerful like next development tool for these land decks?
Yeah, Urza Saga is a card that gives you 2 creatures and a trinket out of your deck. That is an incredible rate. And with Exploration in play, you got to play your green source and the Saga, and you could even Wasteland the opponent. So next turn, you can play your 3rd mana source and you can start activating. So the combination was just huge here. And imagine you have a Life from the Loam, you start recurring stuff, you play 2 lands per turn. That's how Jose Maria wants to be turning the corner here. I don't have the hawk eye here to tell if he's already holding that Life from the Loam, but that would be a game breaker.
Oh, that would be here. So let's see what another Wasteland. Maze of Ith coming out as well here. So again, that sort of turning of lands, the exploration really going to help kind of break this sort of mirror match that we've got of going, well, I'll just develop myself more. And let's see, here's the Wasteland activation. We'll get rid of that Urza Saga.
So now we're going to see a
you may
cool one
not.
here. We're going to see crop rotation in response to the Wasteland. And I'm sure Jose Maria had thought about this card, being a lands expert himself. So it's just a matter of which phase was this done. And that's what I guess we'll learn in a second if Enrico goes for another copy of Urza Saga. Because if this was done on the upkeep, the saga will go to, the second chapter on the main phase. So let's see if that comes into play.
Yeah, so that's the thing too. It's like these little nuanced sequencing things that we're seeing from players that sort of like, when is the best time to kind of deploy and get rid of and interact with your opponents, especially because it is so land focused in this matchup here. So we'll see what he's going to be grabbing. That is also telling, like, could we need another, like, are there any other utility lands besides Urza Saga that we might want to grab?
Hold that thought, because otherwise I'm going to forget my point here. the fact that Yavimaya is in play allowed your opponent's Saga to tap for green, but Enrico missed this and tapped the Mox Diamond instead of just the Saga.
Oh,
So
you're
in theory,
right.
we're down a green mana here. Now ask your question again.
I was wondering, are there any other utility lands that we might want to grab from our deck with the crop rotate
Right.
outside of the Urza Sagas there?
It
But no,
it
that
has
was
a
a
lot.
great point about the Avamaya.
It has a lot to do with what the rest of your hand can do mana production wise, because I think we just saw a fetch line getting snapped up here, and that's because you want red and green for your Minsc and Boo, a problem, quote unquote problem that you created for yourself by not tapping your Saga but tapping the diamond, right? So this is a lot about mana requirements for Enrico's hand. So here's the Minsc and Boo with one floating from the Saga and you cracking the spawn. So yeah, that's 4 mana. That checks out.
Oof. All right. So Minx and Boo, if you're not familiar with it, when it enters, we get to create this little 1/1 hamster. And then the uptick on Minx and Boo, we'll be able to put 3 +1 counters on target creature, and it gets, of course, trample. And it has haste, so it can just kind of get in and bring the beats right away. You can also be able to kind of like have this score, or I want to say squirrel, the hamster get thrown at your opponent too for extra damage here. So this is that sort of like, could be challenging to interact with in some senses, but we have things like Maze of Ith and ways to kind of like phase that out and not have to worry as much. But are there really things that we need to do to kind of combat this planeswalker that's out there now?
I didn't quite see if there was a needle in the deck, but Pithing Needle is a good one. Caracas to keep bouncing the hamster is a good one. So we have a lot of ways to create counterplay. And now the question is just how awkward is that? But while we're speaking here, let me just talk you guys through this.
Oh yeah.
We have Skateboard providing haste that comes off the Ursa Saga, crop rotation. You're responding to the Ursa Saga getting sacrificed. Then you get half of your combo, which is Thespian Stage. Then you play Dark Depths from your hand. And all of a sudden, you have a 20/20 with haste thanks to the Skateboard and the combination of those two lands. And yeah, that's all she wrote.
That's all she wrote. So great little recap of what exactly happened, because I know that was very fast paced for everybody that might have been like, what, how they're scooping up, what happened there? But yeah, the
I forgot that when
2020
you
is
asked,
enough.
what's the counterplay for Minsc and Boo? Well, dome your opponent for 21.
That's right. The best kind of removal is player removal, right? That's what they say. So we've got, of course, our green-white version of it. What sort of tools are we looking for that we can kind of use to help us out in this matchup?
So first of all, I love that we have so many Force of Vigors here. Those are good against Sagas. Those are good against Mox Diamonds. And yeah, I think that card is pretty good at breaking parity. It being a free spell is good in a Wasteland Loam world. Then I'm looking at the Surgical Extraction. If you can get rid of your opponent's Wastelands or Life from the Loams or Ursa Sagas, you're just at such a big advantage. Then ironically, the Disruptor Flutes are usually a pretty good card against lands, but when you play the exact same cards as the opponent,
it's hard.
not so much. So yeah, I like Force of Vigor, I like Surgical Extraction, and yeah, that's about it. Then you usually get rid of some inconsequential lands like Tabernacle, Maze of Ith. Maybe there's a trinket or two that you can shave. Usually these decks, Blast Zone is another one that's not going to do a whole lot. I don't know the number of Social Plowshares you want, but I think you do want it. The Needle is a little bit weird. You probably get rid of that card. And then you, of course, keep the Skateboard around to see if you can continue the success from game one with a 21 powered Haster.
A great way to think about it. So you still have that kind of in your back pocket of being able to go for that speed, going for that combo side of things. So the Gruul land style, though, we have some tools in here that we could probably shave down on, but you already mentioned the kind of the forces, but are there anything else in our sideboard? You like the disrupt, like you talked about, disrupting food is kind of a non-bow because it hurts us as well. But so is it just for the 3 Force of Vigors here? Is endurance worth it?
Yeah, I like Endurance a lot. This looks to be Enrico's Graveyard Hate of choice. This card will shine against graveyards. This card shines against Lightning Bolt tempo decks, and it's actually pretty solid here. Imagine your opponent casts Life from the Loam on 3 key lands. You respond with Endurance, and all of a sudden, you kind of had your own Surgical, but it's attached onto a 3/4 body. So yeah, I like it a decent amount here. I will say the whole Life from the Loam, Ursa Saga, Wasteland, who can draw the exploration, that kind of stuff is still going to be key, but some small upgrades for both players here. This is going to be a cool one.
Yeah, post board, it's going to be very cool to see. And yeah, we saw it even at the first stages of game 1 of how much that like wasteland can impact things. So we're going to get ready and go to game number 2 here so we can see which land deck will reign supreme in this little mirror matchup here. All right. We see a mulligan down as we're getting ready to go. So looking for those key cards here, like Exploration. We're looking for those key cards like Wasteland to kind of get us going. Initially, even Urza Saga early is really useful for these players here. But Taiga coming out, no Exploration though for Enrico.
No Exploration, no Mox Diamond, so both players are reasonably happy. This is a cool play I want to highlight. Wasteland Pass looks like such a weird play, but it's usually just a play that says, hey, you cannot Wasteland me on this turn cycle. I mean, if you do, you're going to lose your land, so you're not going to do it. So it's a very good way to build to 2 mana that is not going to get tampered with by the opponent. So I'm excited to see what that actually is in Jose Maria's hand.
Yeah, that's again those little nuanced things that players are thinking of and trying to set themselves up for success that way. And there's that wasteland. So yeah, it is just sort of like nope.
And you're not going to wasteland a wasteland, but you would have wastelanded a, let's say, Savannah, whatever the case may be.
Right. All right. So neither player really able to kind of have major development yet in this stage, but it is going to set ourselves up. Looks like Blast Zone is our land here.
Blast Zone is still in the deck. I mean, it taps for colorless. It's a, it hasn't hurt anybody. Here's Urza Saga, and let's get a little bit technical. You play that card, and immediately there's a trigger. That means if you wasteland it in response, there's no time to tap it from mana. So that's why you saw the small pause. Hey, is this fine? You have a wasteland. Are you going to move on it? But Jose Maria doesn't care. He seems to have a plan here, and I'm excited to see what it is as it unfolds. Oh yeah, this Blast Zone art reminds me of some of the playmat art from the 4Seasons tournaments. I don't know. It has this majestic Italian city vibe.
That's a great way to describe it there. I like that. And the playmats that we got to see yesterday were looking phenomenal. So, they always do a great job with their playmats.
Look at the 4Seasons with the Bologna towers there, just on the big playmat on the table as well. Like that's incredible. I'm also a big fan of classical music, so the 4Seasons is one of my favorite ones. So there's a lot of references here.
Nice. Okay, we just see a Beseiju.
Oh yeah,
pass in here again. Just sort of not really. Oh, now we're ready to kind of pull the trigger a little bit on the wasteland fight and go for that Urza Saga
if we see the same exchange as last time, because I did see a crop rotation in Enrico's hand earlier. Let's see. Oh, look at this. We're responding to the opponent's wasteland activation by wastelanding the Beseiju. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, we basically made sure that my opponent doesn't have a crop rotation, because then they would have moved now, right?
Right.
And then it's time for me to crop rotate that land away that you're going to kill anyway with wasteland.
Oh, and a surgical to get rid of all other copies of Urza Saga here.
Oh yeah.
So it's not often that you see this sort of like almost stack battle that takes place when it's land versus land, but this is one of those key moments that actually comes up of where that's like responding to wastelands, responding to crop rotates, and now a surgical coming in, and now we get a full look at what is going on in the hand here too.
We sure do. We get to peek at a Thespian stage, what I believe is a Life from the Loam, a Vibrance. No, yep. Oh yeah. Okay. So what's the second card?
Is that the Force? Is that Force of Vigor?
That could be Force of Vigor. I just don't recognize the art here. But we're seeing Life from the Loam, Bajuka Bog, Vibrance, Thespian stage, and then from where I'm sitting, unidentified green card.
Unidentified green card. Potentially Force of Vigor, but not 100% confirmation yet. Oh, there's the So and this is also really good too, because this is your chance to see what did you sideboard against me, what did you bring in, and did get that confirmation that there are endurances there.
And this is where just Magic is so technical, because crop rotation has an additional cost. That is to sacrifice the land. The land is now in the bin with crop rotation on the stack, and that was Jose Maria's time to pounce. So high-level technical Magic on display here. I hope you guys are grabbing your notepads at home, because this is an expert at work.
Oh yeah, if you're ever considered playing the land decks or playing against the land decks, you're going to have to kind of start to learn a little bit of these lines and how they might be able to attack you. So this is really cool stuff to be able to learn about. Now, what land could we want to find here? Looks like we're going for a fetch land off this.
Okay, so we are not. We're a little bit conservative, kind of like the other game, saying, "Hey, if I can get my mana up and running, I like my chances. I'm not going to get fancy here and trying to get blown out later." So let's see. Crop rotation,
Okay.
finding wooded foothills. It was indeed a force of vigor. I recognize it now.
Nice.
And here comes a
we
life
do
from
have
the
the
loam.
confirmation. Mm.
And this is where the game gets tricky for Jose Maria, because life from the loam, that is brutal. That will obsolete future wastelands. That will make sure the engine keeps on churning here. That will dredge into dark depths inevitably. And then before you know it, you're going to have a 2020 flying monster on your hands.
Oof, that's true. All right. So now it's up to Jose Maria to kind of have a response and now deal with, because all of this is all known information. We kind of can see the lines starting to get developed here, and
Oh, is that Bajuka Bog?
it looks like Bajuka Bog.
Okay, so at least the loam, that loam is gone. That's huge. So it was a one-shot loam that brought back a wasteland and a thespian stage, still powerful, but Bajuka Bog, that is a super clean way to manage the opponent's graveyard.
Yeah, I love this idea. This is that control-y element that we were talking about at the beginning of the game, of how much these lands can impact the game and the way that you're kind of fighting over your opponent here, utilizing things like Wasteland, utilizing things like Bajuka Bog to sort of take away resources now.
Something that I'm interested in here is if the Ghost Quarter in Jose Maria's hand is going to play a part here, because when you get a peek at your opponent's deck, if you have the mental capacity, you should now know how many basic lands is in the list,
Yeah.
right?
I want to say there's, I think, only one forest in the list too.
And that is
We
something
will
Jose
see.
Maria for sure has picked up on, if he has Ghost Quarter in hand and is trying to resolve a surgical extraction. So let's see if that is going to play a part here.
It looks like we did top deck a very powerful enchantment with exploration here, but we don't currently have green. There we do. Now we can start going and basically redeveloping and trying to play catch up here, because we've kind of been down on lands,
Yes,
and now we're trying to kind of redevelop our board.
I agree. And this is a good habit of Jose Maria in the mirror match. When things get chippy, just draw exploration from the top of your deck. Like that is a recipe for success here in the undecided mid game.
And there is the Ghost Quarter deployment.
Not firing it off though. Still waiting for Enrico to try and put together Thespian Stage and Dark Depths. Because with Ursa Saga gone from the mix, that is more or less, unless you count the endurances, the only way for Enrico to win the game. That is through Married Lage. And this is something that Jose Maria knows all about now after resolving Surgical.
Yes, exactly. Having all of that information does make this matchup a little bit easier, as they're going to be trying to kind of navigate this next stage here. But you see sort of still having full information on 4 of the cards and sort of knows where the next kind of pathway could go. But we see Wasteland getting added onto the battlefield now, and just the pass from there.
Let's see if we see a Force of Vigor now before Jose Maria's main phase. Looks like we don't. And that's simply because Enrico wants a little bit more juice out of that card. If Life from the Loam starts entering the mix, I'm sure we'll see the Force of Vigor.
Yeah, that's true. It's like, because you can get rid of up to 2, right? You want to try to save it again for those 2 if you can, right? There is that tempting thing of being like, oh my gosh, imagine if I could just strip away 2 of his resources, where there's like an Ursa Saga or something like that as well. But no, just being conservative at the moment. And I think that's perfectly fine with the tools that we have right now. Like, we still have a Wasteland, we still have a couple of other tools that we've sort of developed at this point, but I think it's going to depend on this turn of how many lands come off this exploration, of whether or not that was the right play. But looks like we're going to go and try to take away the Taiga here.
So worth noting is that if Enrico fires the Force of Vigor now, there's only 1 land drop available for Jose Maria. If Jose Maria had played a land first, I'm actually now doubting myself. If you play a land first, does that count as your additional one, or does that count as your normal one? Oh, wow. So while the at-home judges in the chat figure that one out, here's Life from the Loam on the stack, and that is huge, because with exploration in play, that Ghost Quarter is just gonna, be an incredible tool here. Recursive strip mine, essentially.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, because we did do the check. We know there's no forest. We know there's no other basic lands, especially with the Ghost Quarter going, hey, I know you don't have any more, so let's kind of start stripping away your tools. Here's the Wasteland.
And let me also highlight the sequence here. We played Sorry, we activated Ghost Quarter before we showed that we had Life from the Loam. So now we get our opponent to not pounce with the Force of Vigor. If they float the mana, we change the phase so that now they have to pitch a green card in order to kill our exploration. So just optimized sequence here and get as much juice out of the exchange as possible from Jose Maria. That's masterful.
Very masterful. Now we were able to use our own Bajuka Bog here to kind of put a stop to the Life of the Loam. So both players kind of utilizing that Life of the Loam
Right.
strategy, at least only once, but you know, exploration is now gone, but still have that Ghost Quarter available. So we still have a way to kind of single target, get rid of something. I don't mind the idea of holding it and waiting, especially since we know there is that Thespian stage. We kind of still have this awareness of what the deck could do, that explosive, like here's a 2020, but nope, looks like we're fine stripping away the green source
So
altogether.
here's something I want to highlight. So on paper, Enrico is now left without green mana, but all it takes is for him to play Thespian stage and copy his opponent's Beseiju, and he's right back there with green mana. And once you have green mana, Life from the Loam becomes a good draw, Malevolent Rumble becomes a good draw. So it looks like Enrico doesn't have green mana, but he has if he wants to.
He has access to it if he wants to. There are lines that he can do, which is really important to note there. So, you know, and that's the thing. I'm sure as a lands pilot, you've sat here and you've kind of worked through the lines of, yeah, I don't have green now. I don't have more basics. What are the ways that I can get access to green? Well, you know, whether I steal your mana or I have other ways like a Mox Diamond or things like that could potentially. But now we're in this sort of like, you know, kind of almost like this slow build stalemate between the two players of they just sort of like who's going to pounce first on their next progression of things. Where are we going now from this point in time? What are these kind of pathways to victories for both of these decks?
It looks like this is a race to who can get Life from the Loam going. Malevolent Rumble into Life from the Loam naturally. Also a detail that I missed just before when I was making the point about Thespian stage and the opposing Beseiju. There's a second Beseiju in Jose Maria's hand that could kill the Thespian stage in response to that activated ability. So it's actually more complicated than I initially gave it credit for. Wow, the hard cast Vibrance here.
I like that a lot. I mean, because it's a 4/4 normally here, but we are going to be able to, of course, utilize the green mana to be able to cast it up here. So if you are using green mana for it, then you may be able to get a land card and be able to shuffle it in, gain some life, that sort of fun elements of it. So search your library for a land card, reveal it, do all those fun things. Tutoring is pretty good.
That is pretty good. And in this spot, it's worth noting that Thespian stage is in the graveyard, so going and getting Dark Depths here is not that impressive. So I'm not quite sure what are you going for in this spot, because with Urza Saga's gone, your, let's say, standalone powerful land options are getting fewer and fewer. This is a solid one because now you're basically saying, well, if you go Ursa Saga, I can kill it, and I can try and get there with my. I actually thought it was a 5/4. Is it a 4/4 Vibrance?
4/4. Yep.
Okay. So we have something going on, and the opponent's way back into this game probably has to do with lands. Oh, here we're going to see the flute. This is probably going to name Minsk and Boo, actually, based on how game 1 went.
That would make sense.
That's a card you don't play yourself, so all of a sudden, this is not a symmetrical card. It's actually something that only disrupts the opponent.
Oh, okay. That's that room card.
Yeah, which is essentially just a glorified Crucible of Worlds. Replaying lands from the yard, rather.
Right, which is very useful tool, especially when we're having Wasteland and Ghost Quarters and things like that to be able to help us here.
So it looks like we are getting a little bit of help from the opponent's Yavimaya here to cast our card. You can choose to just tap your Ancient Tomb for green in this case and not take 2 damage, but it looks like Rosa Maria is not too worried about that.
All right, I love the little room door so you can know which actual room we're in at this moment in time as we're going to be setting ourselves up. But yep, there's the 4/4 trying to come across, but the Maze of Ith says, nope, you can just kind of untap and just sit there and stare at me again.
So this is probably when we learned that the Disruptor Flute has named Wasteland in this game and not Minsk and Boo. Because otherwise, we would probably have seen a Wasteland activation and the Vibrant getting in there.
True, that is a good point there. So, at least the way to kind of break through that in that element is that we do still have Ghost Quarter that we have access to in the deck. So it's like, yeah, if we name Wasteland, there's still ways to try to destroy our opponent's lands.
Yep. And we have access. We have that Ghost Quarter in rotation, so it's just a matter of, we can keep replaying that. So this feels a little bit dirty, naming the card Wasteland out of your own lands deck and still killing the opponent's lands if you want to.
Right, expedition map going to be thrown down here to help kind of tutor up additional supports that we might be able to need, or go more combo focused here at this point in time. So again, hey, we have to force you to untap it. So here's Vibrance coming. Maze of Ith going to do that, but ooh, already Ghost Quarter. We're saying no, you may not be able to return any of my legendaries, and we're going to get rid of that Caracas there.
So let's see what this is. Is this Jose again trying to put together the combo here? Because Dark Depths, the Merit Lage, is a legend. So yeah, that looks like exactly what's going on. Wasteland is shut down. Caracas is getting killed. This might just be a masterclass here from the green-white lands player.
Oh my gosh. It's really about threading the needle, it feels like,
Yes.
of how could we get to this point to be able to kind of get to our combo, knowing that this is my avenue of victory here. And there we see Thespian Stage, and you have no way to kind of stop with the no Wasteland activations here.
Yeah, you would need to get rid of the flute here in response, and then get Wasteland online. Let's see. Let's see if there's a cool play here. Yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen.
That is awesome. Okay, this is the kind of moments that we're hoping to be able to see, is these kind of, all right, I'm looking for those two targets, and here are two really good targets, and now this unlocks our Wasteland, so now we can start clearing through the path, and it basically dust settles. Talk me through what we just saw here, and what are kind of our next steps.
We saw Jose Maria smell blood in the water here, but protected by Disruptor Flute, and then trying to put together Dark Depths and Thespian Stage. But Enrico had a very powerful response, killing the Disruptor Flute that was shutting down Wasteland, and then Wastelanding in response, and then killing both lands in the process, and not staring down a 2020. Jose Maria did everything correctly here, aside from underestimating Enrico's ability to have disenchant effects in hand, essentially.
That's true. That's true. All right. So now kind of we're in this next stage of, all right, I have to find a way to deal with Maze of Ith, but also I need to be careful about that one last Wasteland that I've got in the battlefield. I could just blow it up and start pushing for damage, but if you start having another set of tools to kind of rebuild and replay all those, Dark Depths and Thespian Stage from your graveyard, I'm in trouble. So it's this kind of tough moment now to kind of decide how you want to go to the next stage there if you're Enrico.
Absolutely, you nailed it here. This is this has everything to do with your confidence level that your Vibrance can attack the opponent 4 times without worse things happening than getting rid of the Maze of Ith. And this is where it gets tricky, because we've lost all of our sagas. So our top decks are per definition worse than the opponents. So does things get better from here, or do things get worse from here? That's essentially the question Enrico has to ask himself. And here's the answer. Things don't get better from here. Let's get busy.
I like it. You have at least a consistent threat, and another Wasteland too. So that also helps us know why we can kind of make that play there.
You're right. I think without the Wasteland, the decision is razor close. And now I really, really am weighing heavily towards that side where you go for the Wasteland and try and get busy. And this is exactly why the play is so good, because now Jose Maria has to expedition map for a land that they know is going to hit the bin, but they kind of have to run they have to do it. They're forced to ask the tough question and hope that another one arrives in time, essentially.
Ooh, all right, so Urza Saga was the land grab there, and Malevolent Rumble. Let's try to get a couple more resources here. And wow, all right. So what do we like from what we got to see?
We like the fact that we just milled a life from the loam. That's what we like. Then a lot of other stuff here is irrelevant in combination with that. So getting that in rotation is huge. An underrated aspect here is also that Eldrazi Zion or Spawn is gonna block for a turn.
Exactly. Now we did pitch the Force of Vigor, so that will not be able to come back. So that's at least one less tool that we have at our disposal. But the power that is Life of the Loam in our graveyard now is more impactful here. So looks like the Seiju, we're going to try and do a little fight here over the Wasteland, or at least the debate about it.
Yeah, look at this. So now we're going to Besage the Wasteland before making the Ursa Saga land drop. So I like it a lot.
I like it a lot. And now we did a quick check. You saw that spread of the graveyard real quick of looking, okay, what sources do I still have? How many taigas do I've got in my graveyard? Because we already know the basics already gone. So, but you can get, of course, basic land type off of the Beseiju. So that's why we're able to grab the taiga here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So instead of wastelanding your opponent, you decide you would rather have a land. So that's a pretty classic question when it comes to wasteland. Is it something that I'm going to use to cast my own stuff, or is it a card that I'm going to try and keep my opponent's resources down? It's very similar to this decision that Enrico was facing.
And I love that little pat on top of the deck, trying to get something good off the top here. Send the Vibrance across, but Eldrazi Spawn is going to chump block it. And now
this is where things get tricky because we have Exploration in play. We can make double land drops. We start making constructs. This is going to be incredibly challenging for Enrico here.
Oh my gosh. Yep. And you see the kind of fan through the graveyard. We're hovering over the two big pieces there, Dark Depths, Thespian Sage. And then we could grab something. I was going to say that a really good tool that we still have access to is the Beseiju, because it can destroy lands, it can destroy artifacts, enchantments. It's very powerful additional tool. But utilizing the Exploration, we're going to start dropping our lands in here.
Yeah, that's exactly it. You can deploy both Dark Depths and Thespian Sage. And then you can sit pretty here. I'm trying to understand why Jose Maria is not activating right now, because in theory, if Enrico drops a Wasteland, but I guess then you just Besage the Wasteland, make them act, and then you make it in response. So this looks like a lock. Let's see if Enrico agrees. Oh, he does. With the fist bump.
There we go. Lands versus lands. It is super cool to see. Of course, this was a really important match for both these players because that kind of X and 1 have that chance to be able to make the top 8 there. So, seeing the green-white lands version end up taking it over the Gruul land version of it. Both very cool. Both had, very similar tools that they could be able to utilize. But it turned out that just utilizing kind of the most powerful tool is that Dark Depths, and making that Merit Lage token is really kind of the way to break through that little stalemate stuff there. But what do you think about that match?
Yeah, that was really cool. It's not often I get to see a lands mirror, basically because I never play the deck. I only work on the other side trying to beat the deck. But I do have a couple of friends who are some of the best lands players in the world, so I try and read their homework from time to time. So,
makes sense.
But I really just love to highlight the fact that one player lost their Ursa Sagas to a very, very clutch surgical extraction early in the game. This shapes the game a lot because now their only path to victory is the Merit Lage, and then the opponent just has to prepare for one angle instead of two. So I think that secretly defined the game, and then, of course, you find the Life from the Loam, you found the Exploration, and from there, it's just a matter of time. That's just such an advantage in the mirror match.
It is. Now we're going to take a short little break, 5 minutes max. So all of you that are sitting at home watching, stay with us. Go get some water, something to eat, bathroom break, and we'll see you guys in 5 minutes for our next round of the 4 Seasons Legacy Spring event. Welcome back, everyone. We are here live with 4 Seasons Springs Legacy event. We have an amazing crew helping out all day long. Of course, the Impact Live crew is on site doing all of our video footage that we've got, doing all the splash screens, showing all the deck lists. So we've got a great crew here. I'm, of course, Nan, joined by the wonderful Andreas, our expert in all things Legacy. We just had an amazing lands matchup, and we've got a really exciting next round if you are a fan of blue, because we've got control versus tempo coming up here. How you feeling about our next round, Andreas?
Oh, that's sweet music to my ears. Don't get me wrong, I love all strategies in Legacy, but casting blue spells, Ponder, Brainstorm, Flow State, Force of Will, Tameo, stuff like that. And then the David versus Goliath, tempo trying to get over the finish line, control trying to stave off all the pressure. This is going to be a sweet one.
It's going to be exciting here. So, of course, I hope you guys are enjoying this event. Of course, is in Bologna, Italy. This is the spring event that does happen at least 4 times a year. We had a great set of matches yesterday with 64 players in the Italian invitational there. We got to crown Eldrazi as the winner. No Eldrazi this round, but we get to see a lot of players that kind of warmed up yesterday to help them prepare for today. 9 rounds of full tournament coverage to be able to showcase off, and we're going to get ready to jump into our next match for you guys. Of course, we'll show off what the deck lists look like as we get ourselves ready for this next round here. I'm really pumped. I'm excited. I'm a big fan of Cast and Ponder as well. So let's see. This is our Jeskai control list. You talked before about how much the Italian scene likes the control style of things. So why don't you kind of walk me through what we're expecting to see from this list in particular?
Yeah, so look at this list. All the draw power in the world between 4 flow states, 4 stock ups. That's your card advantage. How do you buy time? You buy time with all the white spells here. Swords to Plowshares needs no introduction. Prismatic Ending, flexible removal. Erode, flexible removal. Wrath of the Skies, sweeper against all the pesky weenie decks, tempo decks, Ursa Saga decks in the format. And then in order to deal 20 damage, because that is something that has to happen inevitably, we have 2 copies of 4th Eolingus. And if we have to do it all over again with even stock up or 4th Eolingus, we even have a Mystic Sanctuary in the mana base. I'm excited to see how that one plays out, because that is the definition of going over the top of your opponent. So in short, survive and then get to the inevitability in the late game, and hopefully win with a lot of hasted human knights.
Yeah, very cool deck in particular. It is a lot of that sort of cantrip early, removal early, delay, and then just go over the top, go wide, swing in with all of those knights there. So very powerful strategy here in Legacy. And, especially with some of these pilots that we've got piloting Jeskai. So the other side of the coin is the tempo side of things. We're also doing some cantrippy stuff, but we have a little bit more aggro plan that we can go. We also have a go wide strategy utilizing Corey Steelcutter, but talk to me about this tempo list here.
Yeah, so this is pretty close to a classic Delver list, except there's no Delver of Secrets. So that means we play out as a little bit of a mid-range deck. Core Steelcutter is for me the key card, because that is the card that's going to overwhelm your opponent's spot removal by gaining. You get new monks over and over. You're rewarded for casting Brainstorm, Ponder, Flow State, Preordain, and that is your engine card. That is the key card. I think if Tempo is going to win this match, it will be on the back of Corey Steelcutter. Otherwise, you can be in trouble because your opponent has such a good mana base with tons of basics, which makes Wasteland worse. If Wasteland is worse, then Daze is worse. And so the cookie crumbles. So Corey Steelcutter, the key card in this matchup by a mile.
Oh, yeah. So it's going to be really interesting to see what sort of tools that we've got to kind of try to fight over each other. It's going to be a lot of this sort of setup to get to that sort of Corey Steelcutter, Dragon Rage Channeler, try to get some pressure in. I like the Murktide that's in here for the late stages as it's gone on long enough, but we saw the amount of exile type effects with Erode, with, the Swords to Plowshare. So even something big like a Murktide might not even be able to stick around. So this is going to be a really interesting
good point. Murktide doesn't excel in this fair matchup because of the cards you mentioned, and we even have Teferi on top of that, and we have Pyroblast out of the sideboard, I would assume. So all of that combined, Core Steelcutter, that's the card that I want to see pull some weight here.
Nice. So, of course, both these players are sitting 5-0, undefeated right now in the event, trying to go for that top 8 spot in this 9-round event. So we still have plenty more rounds to go in this event, since this is the start of round 6, as these players kind of start themselves off with a nice little island. We've got Misty going to be fetching us up, most likely a tropical here, but could be a basic if we really were feeling froggy.
Yeah, Volcanic Island, the choice here from Alfonso. Basic Island pass. Maybe these players have knowledge of each other. I think Ricardo is a control fan, and I think Alfonso has a huge resume full of tempo finishes. So maybe these players know exactly what's up.
I mean, that is the other interesting thing to note when you go to one of these 4 Seasons. You start to recognize some of these players that compete and play very often. You kind of go, okay, I kind of get a feeling they're on a tempo list. Oh, they are always on control. And you might start to kind of pick that
Right.
up. And that might kind of influence your decisions. I know it definitely happens at your LGS and your locals for sure when you're like, oh, I know this player is always on this list and stuff like that. So, there is that sort of element that comes along with the mind gaminess that
Yep.
can happen with tournament magic. That's super cool to see.
Absolutely. And this is where, let's imagine Ricardo doesn't have, that kind of scouting report on Alfonso. Then this start looks a little bit peculiar. Turn 1 cantrip, turn 2 nothing. So right now we are doing a pretty good sneak and show impression from the side of Alfonso. And I'm not sure how much that plays into Ricardo's choices, but it's just pretty cool to see because we already saw a sneak and show deck where you asked me, like, where is the point where you know that it's a sneak and show deck and not a tempo deck? And at that point, that was a copy of Stock Up getting cast. But we haven't reached that point in this one yet.
Right, exactly. And even the Jeskai control list does run Stock Up. So it's like
Yeah.
there's all these moments here that it's like, okay, I need something to give me 100% confirmation of what I'm up against. And it's like, this is where we're starting to see the Corey Seal Cutter get deployed, though, that you were just talking about, how this is a kind of the pivotal card that this tempo deck needs to deploy. And already with the bobble, a free cost, let's trigger that, get the monk going. So how do we feel about Alfonso's kind of starting the engines up now?
We're feeling good, and if I'm Ricardo, I'm a little bit worried about this. I do have a copy, if I'm Ricardo here, of Prismatic Ending in hand, but I would need to resolve that. That's the thing. So it has a lot to do whether Alfonso has a Force of Will for that card or not. I think if he does, then this could spiral out of control. Then again, we know about 2 copies of Wrath of the Skies as being the stabilizer out of Ricardo's deck. So we're not by any means out of this game, but this really puts on a lot of pressure.
Ooh, prismatic ending also being a tool to be able to answer that there. So again, I think we've talked about this in the prep here going into this match. It's going to be a lot of this sort of delay. I'm going to remove the things that matter with my prismatic endings, Swords of Plowshares, these tools, and then we'll get into this late stages. But there's also a lot of kind of ways to kind of rebuild here, and we see not overdoing it with our going super wide, knowing that there could be a Wrath of Skies. So we're just kind of setting up here. Dragon Rage Chandler going to help us do some surveillance. Of course, Flow State to follow it up. And Flow State's so good.
So here's the first big decision of the game. Alfonso did not fight over that prismatic ending on the Corey Steel Cutter. He has confidence that between the monk that's left over, the Chandler he already knew about, that those 2 Force of Wills can carry him to the game victory. So I'm very excited to see if that plays out like that.
All right, and here we go, chipping in. Of course, we did get that little bit of prowess. Gonna be trying to go across
3 powered attacker.
All right, Dragon Rage, I believe, is a 3/3. Do we have? It's like artifact, instant, sorcery, land.
Yep, that's true, because we did see a bubble and the flow state was turned on and fetch lands has been cracked. So you're absolutely right about that one. Let's see what this Swords of Plowshare is going to target. If you have 2 Swords of Plowshares, you might want to target the monk. I guess you just didn't and took the damage here, because you don't want to get dazed now. So I guess you just took the damage here.
What would be the benefit of targeting the monk over the Dragon Rage? I know the Dragon Rage helps us kind of filter our draws and stuff, but is it just the more explosive power of the monk that would draw you to get rid of that?
So in this spot, I would consider it if I had 2 removal spells and I was going to use them on my opponent's creatures regardless, because the monk was attacking me that turn. So if I kill it and then untap and then kill the Chandler, I've killed 2 creatures with my 2 removal spells, but I've saved some life in the process. So the monk is way worse than Chandler by quite a margin, but it was the one that got sent into the red zone.
Makes total sense there. So there we see.
We are actually willing to get dazed here. That's very interesting. This could be a very cognizant play where if I get dazed on the plow, I'm just going to clean your board with Wrath of the Skies, or I'm going to cast a big 4th Theolingus. This could be a very good bait end of turn to see, hey, do you have a daze, buddy?
Ooh, I love that, sort of testing the waters there. And
Right.
now we see the stock up going to try to kind of continue to develop and build up more and more resources here. And you see this sort of, do we fight over this here? Because there are force of wills and other tools, but it's nope, you may be able to do it. And there is that sort of like back and forth discussion. It's like, do I deal with your advantage or do I deal with whatever you're trying to get the payout from this advantage with? And
Yeah,
so we're saying,
if you're not countering this card, you should have pretty high confidence you can end the game before those cards come to fruition. And here, this is going to be surprising for Ricardo because that Swords to Plowshares end of turn resolved with no problem. So I'm very curious to see if Alfonso is a mad scientist here or not. He could be a genius here, but also could get buried in cards because he's been so liberal when it comes to letting them resolve.
Right. And so ponder there. We do get to pitch that preordain off the top. Don't need that up there with utilizing that Dragon Rage Channeler surveillance ability. So this is already our first trigger off the monk as well. So we'll see how much damage we can be able to push this turn here. But look, we're doing that debate about our top. Of course, ponder, we can be able to shuffle these away if we don't like them, but maybe there's something in there that we might like. So it's kind of this really tough debate at that moment in time. So yep, looks like we're happy with it.
Alfonso's happy there. A little bit more filtering here. I like that when you can use your channeler as a way to clear a questionable card off the top with Ponder or Brainstorm.
All right, do a cheeky peek at the top, utilizing that Mishra's Bauble to look at our opponent's library. That is our second spell that we've been able to cast.
Yep, the monk is a 3/3. So it's all adding up here. So despite it looked a little bit sad to lose your Core Steel Cutter to the Prismatic Ending, but we traded 2 for 2 mana, and I have an attacker left over. So it's certainly not that bad. My theory is just that if you fight over that Prismatic Ending, this game snowballs and is over a long time ago. So that's kind of that's my instinct when I'm playing with Cutter. That if I keep it in play and I turn cantrips, I can end the game. So Alfonso has a little bit of a different philosophy here, saying, well, I have bigger fish to fry. I already have my monk. I enjoy that exchange. Let's keep playing the game.
That makes sense. Now, we did get to see a little bit of a Wasteland exchange as well there to strip away that Volcanic. How impactful is losing red for the Jeskai control player?
Yeah, from Alfonso's POV, he is probably expecting to play against a blue-white control deck with a single copy of Fourth Lingas in there somewhere and some red sideboard cards. But he's saying that is more impactful to turn off than the third white source. So it's not that big of a deal, but it's better than nothing. It's better than the Tundra.
Oof. All right, another stock up here. You see again that Alfonso double checks the hand. He knows he has tools to fight over, but it's still this is not the pivot point that he wants to kind of lean on. It really going to be relying on the threats that he has on board to kind of make something happen here. And that's kind of the idea of this tempo deck is I'm going to keep leaning on you, keep applying pressure while having all access to these cool blue stuff. But looks like tough choice here for Ricardo as he looked through his stock up pile.
He has some work to do here because he's going to take one more hit, and before you know it, you're going to be in bolt range.
Gosh, that's scary to think about.
Because now Alfonso also has to balance. Yeah, this decision is a tough one because he has another Dragon Rage Channeler, but in theory, his opponent could be running a card like Supreme Verdict. His opponent could be running Terminus. His opponent could be running Wrath of the Skies. So that's why you see he's not comfortable at all here because he knows there could be a sweeper in the mix.
Oh gosh, yeah, and having a kind of wizard battle on the stack against a Jeskai control player is not really the moment that you want to be in. But we see main phase Brainstorm going to start to get us a little bit of extra information to kind of work with and build from here. See what we're going to be put 2 back on top. But yeah, like there is, if we got a Wrath of Skies or something like that, we need to have some backup to kind of counter it because we know there hasn't really been any fights over any other spells up to this point. So it's going to be like both players sort of know that they've been gathering resources, waiting for this pivotal moment to be able to happen.
Yeah,
but
especially because if Alfonso had stuff like cantrips, he would have cast them to get monk trigger, right? If he had a bolt, he would have casted to get in for more prowess damage. So from Ricardo's point of view, the only cards you can have in hand are blue stuff that handle stuff on the stack.
Prismatic, we're not worried about it. not fighting over that.
Right.
Just lets it go because we still have others. But there we going to see, yep, that's fine. Still not going to be pulling the trigger and fighting.
Yeah, this looks like Ricardo is stabilizing.
Especially because there's another sword in hand here. But we see, here's just one. Let's just kind of, the wait. Because there could be a response before combat. But no, no responses. Send them across. What might be the benefits of going and attacking before, or like responding before combat as well as in combat?
So, you're talking about as from the side of the Jeskai control deck, like when to cast your
Correct.
stuff?
Yes, exactly.
I can't really think of any, to be honest. Like especially because you're playing a deck without blockers.
Mhm.
So that would be the only one. Let's imagine you have a card like Snapcaster Mage or whatever. Then, but I'm really not sure about that timing. So this is more just a matter of, do you want to go closer to double bolt range or not? And I really like this. You have a monk, and the opponent has a Swords to Plowshares. The monk is threatening 1 damage, and you have a Murktide Regent. Like, this is ideal for Alfonso, that the opponent spent a premium removal spell on a small creature. So just to sum up what the Corey Steel Cutter that seemed like ages ago that was played, that card ate a Prismatic Ending. That card dealt the opponent, I don't know, something like 10 damage, and it ate a Swords to Plowshares for the full value of that card. So even though the card hit the exile ages ago, it still had such a high impact on this game.
Oh my gosh. And we've seen 3 Swords of Plowshare get utilized so far this game for our Jeskai control player. Now they do have that way to get it back, right? There is a land in their list that could help them there. But right now they're going to have to kind of be a bit of hoping to find like a Teferi or something to bounce this. They're going to have to try to find something, and whatever they find has to be able to resolve, because up to this point, Alfonso's just sort of gathered resources. Ooh, there's the Teferi. Let's see.
I
what
did notice
happens.
that card on the brainstorm turn back. And this is a pretty clean answer. You'll now see Force of Will targeting the opponent's Force of Will, and then that Murktide is going to be sent back to hand. And the Jeskai deck is grinding away here.
Grinding away. And of course, we do have our Force in hand for Ricardo, as well as looks like we got a Spell Pierce. So we have a lot of tools that we can be able to kind of utilize here to help us out. So I like the Force pitching that, and we still have a Force Negation left over.
I'll highlight the fact that there's a Mystic Sanctuary in Alfonso's deck as well. So now we're going to see a little bit of flow state recursion, which will probably just trade with Force Negation and the blue card left in Ricardo's hand. So we're going to see a situation of a Teferi in play, the Murktide in hand, before this is all said and done. Ooh, let's see. This is a big play. If Ricardo decides to Island Cycle this Loran Revealed, then things can get a little bit complicated. But the reason to do this is he knows the next card on the brainstorm that he put back, and that is not a good one. So he's very motivated to shuffle the deck here.
Right. And we also get the Mystical Sanctuary that you were talking about, then bounce the Murktide and draw whatever we put on top. So it's
Island
like
Cycle for Mystic
sequencing.
Sanctuary.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, you got it. That's a sweet one. So now I'm excited to see if I'd actually missed which card was put back here, if it's already been done. I guess we're going to see it. Oh, okay. There it is.
There we go. There.
Bounce the Murktide, have the Plow left over. But this also means that Flow State's now resolving on the side of Alfonso, because Ricardo doesn't know that there is a Mystic Sanctuary in Alfonso's deck. But here's the bad news.
Okay, now we go shuffle it up, get our own Mystical Sanctuary here. Oh, I like this. Is so cool to be able to see in these like blue matchups like this, as both the players just sort of all about their resource management and how they're going to set themselves up here. But even though Alfonso has a lot of life, it's still going to be a tough spot to be fighting through. The problem is Ricardo's got 1 card in hand, and that's it. And it's a Force of Negation. He doesn't really have a lot of resources right now, and this flow state is going to be really impactful to help him. And there's a brainstorm, and now we're just sort of churning through and getting a refill of resources.
Yeah, you're absolutely right here. We do know the Swords to Plowshares as well, which Teferi cantripped into. So that disincentivizes Alfonso to rely too heavily on Murktide Regent. So you just might want to use the Chandler here as a as a lightning rod.
Yeah, and they kind of were that for a lot of this game too, right? The little monk, the Dragon Rage Channeler, and just sort of eating removal up until that point. And we do a nice little shuffle up, find some more tropical islands to kind of help us out here. This is a really unique spot for both these players to be in. But there's the Dragon Rage, like you talked about here. Where's our follow up with a Ponder? So another Surveil, another look at the top to set ourselves up.
And this is where the Tempo player is looking for Corey Steel Cutter. Because that card is something that plays so well through spot removal. Also note that this Force Will is a dead card as long as Teferi is in play.
Yes, it is.
So that is an unexciting hit. Not sure if we're supposed to bin the Brainstorm, because that is a look towards tons of other cards. Okay, Alfonso likes the situation here and has to pass back. No Plow on the end step, which shows us that Plow is a premium removal spell for the Murktide that Ricardo knows about.
Yeah,
so things are going according to
those
plan.
Cantrips.
As I talked about earlier, the impact of the Source of Plowshares hitting a seemingly not dangerous monk, when then Murktide Regent could run free. It's kind of the same philosophy here. You want your Jeskai opponent to spend the removal on the lesser important creature and then land the Murktide Regent.
Oof. All right. So everything kind of going out and flowing the way it's supposed to. I think that definitely speaks to Alfonso's way of navigating and not overcommitting and not kind of deploying too many threats too early or overloading and being like, well, I'm just going to try to, I see you at 7. If I just deploy my Murktide while having these Dragon Rage, it'll be fine, but kind of navigating it well. There's the swords that we knew about getting eaten by the Dragon Rage, but it could be because we found something else that we're not so worried about this follow-up Murktide. And so we'll have to wait and see what is going to be the response with, oh, we did find the Corey Steel Cutter. Force a negation hard cast.
That's the dream for Ricardo to get to make that exchange. And then also simultaneously, that's the dream to follow up with a flow state here. Just more card advantage. Also note that you can find some sneaky, hasty kills with the equip ability on Core Steel Cutter plus Murktide Regent. So if you have 6 mana, you go Cutter, Murktide, equip it, attack for lethal. I've certainly had some 9 damage out of the blue situations before when I've been playing Izzet strategies.
Right, it's that kind of gotcha moment that exists, but Lightning Bolt will clear up to Fairy, so that reopens up the counterspell war that could be taking place between both of these blue decks here.
Now I'm curious if the Ponder exactly. The Ponder earlier saw Force of Will, so now we're probably going to see a Force of Will onto this Force of Will, and Alfonso will be trying to... Oh, the last card's a Murktide. Okay, I guess it's better to rely on that card then.
That you're right. The Murktide that got bounced off the Teferi is now coming back into play. We kind of got to utilize the Force of Will to eat the flow state, which is, we would have liked to have had the flow state resolved because we would have gotten some more resources, but having it kind of allow our Murktide now resolve, knowing that there is very unlikely to have another path, not path. I've got my modern brain on, have our swords in hand there because we've already seen 3 get used this game.
Yep. You're absolutely right. And the name of this game is, when you're playing the tempo deck, you want to stretch your opponent's answers. You want them to plow your monk. You want them to plow your channelers. You want to stick your Murktide. It's the same philosophy. You play the flow state first because Murktide's your best spell. The flow state eats a Force of Will, the Murktide gets to live, and the opponent has sweat on his forehead. So I really like how Alfonso has prioritized his threats this game. That shows that he knows exactly what is important and what it takes to close out the game. Ponder shuffle here.
Oh,
yeah.
We're down. We have 6 life right now. This Murktide is lethal. We need to find
Teferi or the fourth Plow or one of the copies of the Erodes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Ortholingus for 2. So we're playing it for 2 because we're trying to get the Monarch and spike Source of Plowshares on the draw on the end of turn here. This is incredible. Playing to your outs. That's exactly it. Yep, that's not a problem. But this is just where I want to highlight. This is high level play. It looks like such a weird play. Why are you making those 2 guys? Those are not going to make a difference. Well, one is going to get blocked, one is going to get through, and then I'm going to draw a random card at the end of my turn. So I love when players play to their outs. I appreciate that just as much as when they actually get there with the victory.
Yeah, 100%. So we've got a lot of tools that we could be able to bring in this little matchup here, especially seeing how that Murktide made the kind of big difference at the end there. But why don't you talk me through what sort of kind of counter magic or removal spells we could bring in to help us out against the tempo deck?
Yeah, you nailed it perfectly here. Counter magic and removal spells. That's exactly what Pyroblast and Hydroblast respectively are. Because yeah, they can counter Core Steel on the stack Hydros, but they can also kill onboard Chandlers. Pyroblasts can counter Flow State, but it can also kill onboard Murktide. So those are very, very flexible for their cost. Those 6 are shoo-ins. I also love Spell Snare. That card
Mm,
sees play out of blue-white X control decks because it handles a lot of annoying 2-drops, especially Orcish Bowmasters, Core Steel Cutter, and it gives you a leg up in the Flow State Mirror. So
ooh,
I
yes.
see 8 awesome counter magics that you can upgrade with here. And then you also have to get rid of some cards. I would be looking at the card disadvantage cards here. I'm not too excited about any sorts of forces in this matchup when I have
Mm.
perfectly fine 1-for-1 answers out of my sideboard. Sure, in game one, Ricardo made them look super solid, but when you have awesome 1-mana cards, that is a lot better than spending a whole extra card to say no to your opponent's shenanigans.
That's a good way to think about it too, right? It's you basically pivot from like a control counter deck to a removal dot deck, right? I'm just going to deal with what your threats are, and then eventually the game's going to get long enough, and I'm still going with my normal game plan to win of that fourth Aerlingus there to send all those knights across there. So I like that idea for kind of pivoting into game number 2 here. Let's take a look at the tempo list and see what sort of tools we could be able to go for to help us kind of close out this series here. So again, kind of very similar sideboards when you look at those hydroblasts and pyroblasts here. But how
Yep.
do you feel about this list in particular and what we could use to fight this matchup?
Yeah, so with what we've seen, we know that Pyroblast is good. We don't know how much red stuff we have to target on side of the opponent. We know that there's probably Fourth Lingus as a win condition, but generally you don't want to be sitting there with your Hydroblast and wait for turn 12 for it to matter. You will, however, expect that the opponent brings in Pyroblast of their own. So I like a single Hydroblast for stuff situations like this, alongside the 3 Pyroblasts. Other than that, it depends on whether you think it's worth it to fight on the stack with Force Negation against a deck that
Mm,
plays Teferi, Stock Up, and a Flow State. I think it's a little bit too much to ask. But then again, when you look at the deck, you have some red cards that aren't the best. I'm talking about Lightning Bolt and Unholy Heat. So maybe you're just going to see some red removal spells getting traded for counter spells, and then we're going to try and do the same plan. Actually, you can also trim a couple of wastelands with the way that the opponent's mana base is constructed. That's a
mm,
cool little trick for tempo players. I remember back in the day when we saw Canadian Threshold versus Miracles, you saw the Canadian Threshold deck sideboard out all 4 wastelands and just go very high on threat density against a deck with a million basic lands. So yeah, let's see if Alfonso has been taking notes in the history class.
ooh, good. That's always important to think about here. So let's jump into it. Game number 2 of Tempo versus Jeskai Control. Both decks trying to utilize their blue cantripy stuff to kind of get them to the next stage in the game. So we'll see how things go. Of course, big shout out to everybody that's watching at home. It's always great to have so many people that are supporting Legacy and the content that we do over here at the 4 Seasons. This is, of course, our spring event, and we see a Ponder getting cast for our Jeskai Control player to set up. So like you talked about the Corey Steel Cutter being like that pivotal thing, but how scary is it to see a Dragon Rage on turn 1?
It is pretty scary, but when you look at it, you have 2 copies of Prismatic Ending, 4 copies of Swords to Plowshares, 3 copies of Hydroblast. So all in all, I'm not too worried about it. But the cool thing is, once that card is in play, and is left unanswered, then the land spell ratio is just going to flow so nicely out of Alfonso. It's so unlikely that he'll get mana screwed. It's so unlikely that he'll get flooded. And that over time, when you're playing a slow strategy like control, can add up. So it's a card that I don't want to see stick around, but I can usually handle it.
Right. And especially with seeing how much removal the Jeskai control list has, there are lots of ways to kind of answer it here. But Ponder, of course, didn't bin anything off the Dragon Rage. So we're just doing a little bit of a setup here, getting
hmm
ourselves prepared. Another Ponder on both sides.
And I couldn't help but notice that Ricardo's hand also had a copy of Volcanic Island. It's a little bit scary when you play your Prismatic Vista, tons of basic land deck, and you're natural drawing a couple of duels, because then all of a sudden Wasteland is a good draw for the opponent. Now, if those Wastelands are hanging out in Alfonso's sideboard, of course they're not going to matter, but it is a little bit scary to draw a couple of duels against the tempo deck.
That's true. And we did see that little bit, didn't have too much of an impact, but stripping away a red source early or stripping away a white source early where you might need that double white or might get your fourth Aerlingus or something like that, that you're like, oh, now I'm kind of in this weird, awkward spot where my duels aren't lining up the way that they're supposed to when they are. But we're going to see as this Dragon Rage Chandler still sitting as a 1-1 right now. But it's
Right.
kind of going to be a really interesting moment is like, do we have a Corey Steelcutter here? Oh,
We have
okay.
a copy of Unlicensed Hearse. So Unlicensed Hearse, you can argue, is a decent tool for any flow state matchup, because if you manage your opponent's graveyard, your opponent's flow states are never going to be on. So it looks a little bit unimpressive, but I actually like it a decent amount, especially because you had so many red cards in your main deck, the removal spells, that weren't going to be huge difference makers.
Very nice to see that little bit. And also, by having the unlicensed hearse get countered here, that adds an artifact to our graveyard, making sure that Dragon Rage Chandler has a little bit more threat density with it as being a 3/3.
Yeah, right.
Fly
You
now.
play the Hearse first main phase, you get a spell pierced. Well, that's Delirium for you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, a road coming out. All right. We've got at least a way to answer. Now, this is very similar to that idea of being able to find the basics and stuff off.
Yep. No search here, because there's already an island in play. And let's imagine you had a Brainstorm. You can do a cool play of cast Brainstorm and then get a free shuffle effect off of the Erode. But Alfonso says there's no need for that.
All right, so now we're kind of in that, you see this sort of like tank mode for a second there for Alfonso, sort of doing that check again of like, okay, what do you got in hand? How many cards? I still need to get some sort of threats out here. So let's get a setup turn with the flow state and try to see if this kind of resolves. And it is going to be a lot of these checks that these players are doing. Can
Right.
I get more resources now? Are you going to fight over this? Where are these like pivot points to fight? And we see a Brainstorm going to start to kind of maybe get some tools here.
Yeah,
Looks
and
like
we
a
know
couple
that
lands too.
Ricardo's deck has plenty of answers here. It has Spell Pierce, it has Spell Snare, and it has Pyroblast. So plenty of reasons to fire this Brainstorm. Did I get a sneak peek of a Spell Snare here?
That would be
Was
great.
that the first card before a couple of lands were drawn? If this resolves, I'm just going to assume no.
Yeah, I guess not, but yeah, but like you talked about Spell Snare being an amazing card because it can target the flow state, because it can target the Corey Steelcutter. So there's a lot of avenues to fight. And maybe you're like saying, I'll wait for the next, I'll wait for the Corey Steelcutter, the payout one from your flow state, and that's fine for you to kind of get those extra things. But that seems like an interesting line to take if that is the case there. But we
Right.
do see a
Then it
wasteland get
becomes
used.
essentially what Alfonso did in game one, saying, you can resolve all the flow states and stock ups you want. I'll force when the chips are down.
Mm-hmm.
And that strategy is always interesting, because you can argue both ways. I personally like to fight the card advantage spells. And these players, or at least Alfonso, has shown that you can get the job done in another way.
Yeah, I mean, both these players showing great skill so far today because they're both sitting at 5-0 right now in this 9-round tournament that we've got today. So
No
still,
question.
ooh, Prismatic Vista. I mean, okay. I was like, do we got the white source that we need to help us out here?
So I
The
like this
fourth
a lot. We're seeing
Aerlingus.
X for 1. So let me talk to you about that decision. We're basically saying, I think it's more likely you have Daze than you have a Lightning Bolt. And this will handle the card either way. So the speculation that I had regarding Hydroblast is now confirmed, that at least a single copy sees, oh wow, and then another blast the other direction, equally impactful here. Let's see what the Sanctuary brings back. Flow state, I would imagine.
Makes sense. Oh, that was a great back and forth between both players there of trying to kind of resolve these big impactful spells. And it was like, nope, we're not going to let this happen. Cool. They're both putting a stopper on it. And now they go back to the drawing board of like, okay, where are the tools that I can go to do the next sort of battle over resolving something? But there's only 2 copies of Fourth Aerlingus in this Jeskai control list. I mean, there is the Mystic Sanctuary and stuff like that to bring it back, but
then there's the path to bring it back once you have it kind of in rotation here.
Who's stocked up here?
Yeah, land drop before stock up here makes sense. Some people play cheeky spell pierce out of Delver decks and is it tempo decks. And, getting double dazed here would also feel a little bit silly. So I like the land drop before stock up here.
All right. So what tools are we going to be trying to look for here as the Jeskai control player to kind of get to this next stage of the game?
Right. So this is all about not dying. So already the fact that we are on turn 6 of the game and we have barely taken any damage, that is huge. Now it's just about finding the best answer cards combined with more draw spells. So more stock up, more flow state, pyroblast, swords to plowshares. Because we just want to grind this game into the dust and then inevitably find a fourth Theolingus and take it down. That's the strategy here. You're basically trying to not die because by doing that, we're automatically getting to a game state where our deck will take over.
Yeah, delay tactics is all the kind of the name of the game here for Jeskai control. So Alfonso going to be still trying to deploy a threat. Like the idea of this tempo deck is you've got some sort of low to the ground creature here, like Dragon Rage Chainer. Corey Steelcutter is like the best one that we could try to get for and try to go. But nope, we're going to try a flow state number 1. That's going to be met with that little bit of remove or counter spell there with that red elemental, and then we got a second one to follow it up. This one will resolve though here.
Second flow state resolves, and that tells us the coast is clear. And we are probably battling some white cards in the opponent's hand. There's only been a single prismatic ending and a single erode cast this game, so Source to Plowshares is a card that Alfonso is thinking about a lot. Another copy of Hydroblast is also possible here. But yeah, Corey Steelcutter is the card that he's trying to dig for.
All right, so resource gathering continuing up here as these players are just sort of making sure that they have the tools that they need to kind of get to this next part here. But Fetchin gonna be trying to go for, I was gonna say, the Mystic Sanctuary time. Let's go grab a really powerful tool, put it on top. Is it fourth Aerlingus time, or do we gonna go for like card advantage here?
Oh, it looks like the first one of your options here, as we see one of the Spanish geniuses here using his break to peak this match. David in the picture to the right there, one of the unsung heroes of the 4Seasons productions, one half of the Impact Live crew.
Which is great crew helping us out all weekend long, doing all of the on-site content that you guys get to see, and
they're making life very, very easy for us. Let me put it that way.
Oh yes. All right. What do we got for the fourth Aerlingus? Let's dig brainstorm.
Yeah, this is an attempt to try and find Force Will, or I guess double days in a pinch. Fourth Aerlingus X2 would be quite annoying.
Oh, we get the Force of Negation here, and now that's exiled, so we don't have to deal with that. Basically, just took Ricardo's turn and said, you don't get to do anything, right? You basically are tapping out for that, and now nothing here. We are going to be cycling some Bobble shenanigans here. We would have loved to have had that for our Corey Steelcutter, but being able to get more resources back after having to kind of use 2 spells to get rid of the fourth Aerlingus is really important right now.
Yeah, and surveilling here before getting the delayed trigger of the Bobble is good. At this point, your absolute best draw is Flow State. Pass and draw the card here. That's how it works. And let's see. We still see the Jeskai player holding, I think it was Source to Plowshares and Spell Snare. So
I believe so.
He's ready for a lot of stuff to come. Also, for those of you who like to live on the edge, you can join Ricardo here. He has exactly 1 card left in his deck that can win the game. Mystic Sanctuary is already used, and 1 Fourth Aerlingus is in the exile. So just a single copy of Fourth Aerlingus left.
Oof, tough, but it definitely is a possibility, and that's going to be his kind of pathway to victory here in this matchup. Now, you might be looking at it and like life totals are still pretty even for things. We have a lot of resources, but these moments of like, oh, I'm just sort of holding removal and you're still progressing your state by doing these brainstormings and setting yourself up for a little bit further along in this game, which is very tough to be in that position of especially if a Corey Steelcutter comes out, but we know that's going to be very unlikely with that Spell Snare backup that we've got in hand. So
it's a lot about covering the angles, and that comes from just having format knowledge. So you cannot put a card like Spell Snare in your sideboard without having immense format knowledge. So that's just a testament to, my strategy is somewhat weak to cards like Rorke's Bowmasters, Corey Steelcutter. Flow State matchups are very, very common. This is now a card that we will pull from, I don't think I've played Spell Snare maybe in a decade or so, but I really like it right now. So format knowledge, experience, all of those things put together. And then the final product is a beautiful Jeskai control list.
That makes total sense. I mean, how much then is like control in general, no matter what format you are playing, definitely benefits players having that kind of knowledge of the field. Is that the same with Legacy and Jeskai control? Is like you have to kind of know where those weak points are with your deck and where weak points are with other decks?
It's everything. Control for me is a product of the metagame. You cannot just roll up and just play cards you like from your binder. Like there has to be a method behind the madness.
Ooh, okay, Spell Snare coming out here. There's a hard cast force to try to do this fight. We're trying to let this resolve. No, that's not going to resolve because we're going to be able to blast that out of the sky here. And so that was the pivot point again. We keep seeing that in this matchup of one person's going to try something and the other's going to say, no, we're not going to let this happen here.
Oh, yeah. And it just might be relevant here that Ricardo only has one card left in the deck, and that has to resolve. And those 2/2 human knights have to get there. That just might be super relevant this game.
It does. It's also a tough position when you are the control player and you have less lands than the tempo player. Like that's sitting there and going, oh my gosh, what happened this game? How did this slip away in that regard of my resources? Like, but it's, when you pivot from the kind of I'm going to counter stuff to removal stuff, you don't necessarily need as many lands as your opponent does. Because when your removal and counter spells kind of fit in both senses here, where it's 1 mana, let's try to stop your Corey Steelcutter. How will Alfonso deal with this? You see him kind of lean back for a second as he's got a Force of Will, he's got a Daze. Ugh,
he's also got a Pyroblast, which seems like the card you want to use here. So he's thinking a little bit about mana usage. He essentially is wasting 4 mana this turn. Hardcast Force is not going to happen. So he was considering for a brief moment there to cast Hardcast Force of Will. But I like this decision. And this is where the game could get out of hand for Ricardo. Core Steelcutter unanswered. But there's probably 2 copies of Wrath of the Skies in the list. But
there's one in hand right now, but we can't cast it.
Oh, yeah. The mana base is not very forgiving here.
Oh, so much single target removal.
Yeah, and that's where the card Corey Steelcutter can really make a difference. Let's see. Does Ricardo want to... does Alfonso want to fight over keeping the Chandler around here? The answer to that is no. Can he keep drawing churning cards like Preordained Ponder, Brainstorm, Flow State? The answer to that is no. And once again, we see the 2/2 the little monk that could, just like in game 1. Here's a Prismatic Vista that's an avenue to the second white here. So now it has to do with, well, why is my opponent not casting spells? He probably has Force of Will. Can I do anything about that? Should I hold on here? But really don't think you can. I think you have to cast this card and get it over with.
Yeah, right. You can't just continue to sit here and get destroyed by the monk without at least attempting to fight over this. And there we see already moving it to the graveyard. We know it's going to be happening. Hard cast the Force of Will. And the monk gets to stick around. The Corey Steelcutter gets to stick around here.
So that means no Pyroblast in my opponent's hand because they would have countered me back. No Force of Will blue card. They would have countered me back. No Hydroblast because they would have killed my Core Steelcutter. So we can basically narrow our opponent's hand down to a ton of white removal spells that they're unexcited to be holding.
Oh gosh, that's super important to kind of notice. There is when these kind of moments happen, how my opponent responds. Right, if they did not fight over this, that means that they're missing out.
Oh boy,
on very specific
I'm sorry
resources.
to cut you off here, Nan, but we're actually going to see the one-shot Murktide here that I alluded to the other game. This is exactly 9 damage from the Murktide and 1 damage from the Monk.
Oh my gosh, this is going to be crazy here. Now, we do have a lot of single target, but we can't cast any of it.
Exactly. We're out of white here, and we didn't have a Pyro because we would have fired it already. And here's the 9+1.
Oh, big damage. That's the thing too. It's like the Corey Steel Cutter is definitely one of those moments where you're not expecting it to be able to equip and do it. It's just that secondary line of text. You get so used to just being able to make monks off it, and just like this swarm go wide thing. You're like, oh wait, no, it's an equipment. I can actually utilize this and just go for that big beat and just kind of clean things up there. So really, really cool to be able to see the tempo deck take down the control list. Both decks really powerful. Both were sitting at 5-0. So, of course, Tempo does move on with a 6-0 record in this 9-round tournament. The Jeskai Control does still have a chance to make top 8, sitting at that 5-1 right now. But what did you think about the match overall?
Yeah, that was just a treat, right? We saw the uphill battle playing against basic land control with your tempo deck. You did everything you could. You sequenced. You made things awkward for the opponent. You pounced a little bit on the opponent's bad mana situation, and then in the end, you even got to make the trick when the math lined up perfectly. The 9 + 1 = 10, and bam, you're 6-0.
Oof, very, very nice to see. Now, the blue deck adventures continues along because guess what? We have another Jeskai Control versus the Corey Steelcutter adventure. So what basically looking very similar to what we just saw here, the double copy of 4th Aerlingus in the main board. We've got the smattering of removal spells that are here, but we've got a little bit of other adventures here with the dress down.
Yeah, a couple of dress downs are in the mix here. I think the spell piercers are missing from the other list, but other than that, same philosophy, rock solid mana base, white cards to delay the game, counter spells, and then flow state and stock up to outdraw the opponent, then finish in style with 4th Aerlingus. So we're going to see another set of trying to delay, and then capitalize on the inevitability.
Awesome. So it's going to be really cool. We're going to get kind of a nice little twist for that Jeskai list compared to the other one. But we also have a little bit of a twist on this Corey Steelcutter here because we've got a Storm Chasers talent. We've got some boomerang action going on here. What do you think about this version of the Corey Steelcutter list?
It looks like Franco, who's, by the way, the reigning Vintage Eternal Weekend champion, decided that the prowess package of Storm Chasers Talent, Boomerang Basics, and Corey Steel Cutter is the way to build Izzet these days. Of course, fueled by flow state, you want to keep the engine running. The cool synergy here is Boomerang Basics onto your own Storm Chasers Talent. Gives you more prowess, gives you a card, gives you a new Otter token. And it also frequently bounces dangerous stuff like Baragoyf and Murktide Regent on the other side of the table, so the flexibility is pretty good, I would say. And then again, more or less same formula as the last deck we featured, except we see now here 0 copies of Murktide Regent, and we have the 1-drops instead. So let's see if speed or power is the way to go when it comes to Izzet Tempo.
Oh, that's a great way to describe it. So we're going to be diving in. This, of course, Corey Steelcutter deck does have that kind of go wide potential here, utilizing these monks, using a lot of these otters to kind of help it be able to prowess its way to victory here. But will the delay tactics of control be enough? So we've got both of these decks also sitting at 5-0. So something about the Italian scene having some really powerful control players here as we get to see them getting themselves shuffled up for this.
No doubt. Angelo Cadet, a player that I've had many battles with online, he goes under the name of a Wiki, and he knows a thing or two about playing blue spells. So I remember our battles very, very well, and it's no surprise to see these two names in particular in round 6 with a flawless record. But at the end of this, only one of them up to one of them, I guess, will have a flawless record. So, these guys are off to a great start, and we are almost 2/3 into our action today here with 9 rounds total.
9 rounds total. It's going to be great. We, of course, had a great start to the day. If you guys tuned in earlier, we had Julian and Kalen all sitting there rocking out the coverage for the earlier rounds. So make sure you guys check out any of those VODs and stuff in case you missed them. But, you've got Andreas and myself, Nan, here bringing you guys the rest of the coverage today, which we're going to have a nice little mix of decks. I know we have this round in particular that's all blue all the time, which, that's kind of part of Legacy. Sometimes you get locked in when you're fighting against different decks. We got to see a little bit of the meta breakdown earlier, and there are a lot of different types of decks that are here. But as we get these really skilled pilots that are having great draws, great navigation, we get to start to see kind of these 5-0 lists start to progress up and go, okay, now we're starting to see a different bit of meta start to become more apparent. at the top
Right.
tables here.
And then again, I would have said the same thing yesterday, but then I took a glance at the top 8, and I would have been I would have needed to eat my words when it comes to that. So I think Legacy right now is anybody's game, and the format rewards you being a specialist. So it doesn't matter if you're a specialist at playing the Goblin Welder cam deck, if you're a tempo specialist, if you're a big mana Tron specialist, land specialist. I just think that's the name of the game right now. The longer you practice your deck and dedicated yourself to the craft, the higher the chances are that you're doing well at a premier event like 4 Seasons.
Yeah, that's a great way to talk about it. Like Legacy in particular, rewards those players that have that experience. But in this match right now, we see the start off with the Storm Taster's talent, and then on the other side for our control player going, I need access to blue, and the only way that I can do it is with the Mystic Sanctuary. Doesn't feel good. I don't
doesn't
know
feel
about
good.
you.
No, but I will say there's a chance that the control player simply didn't have a play turn 1, so it's better to play a tap land than play your untapped blue source. I'm not sure, but I think I'm spying a Prismatic Vista in the back of Angelo's hand here. So it could also just be a way to say, hey, I'm super fragile if my opponent plays Core Steel Cutter. I'm actually going to give my opponent a reason to wasteland me and then try and, play the game from there. So there could be more to that decision than simply just it being a super weak land drop.
No, that's a great way to think about it too. It's like there are those big moments and lines where these players have kind of thought through and try to get them to the best position for the next turn and the turn after that. And how can we get to those points in time?
It could very well be an investment into the future rather than a super weak play that leaves you vulnerable to Wasteland. I will say, when you have a cantrip there and you can crack in for 2 and follow up with Wasteland, you're not going to go wrong with that from the sign of Franco.
All right.
So here we did see the Prismatic Vista, and the timing on the plow here I can talk a little bit about. Why would you Sorcery Plowshare this on sorcery speed? Well, if you're going to get dazed, now is the time, because that would put the opponent back to 0 lands. The prowess will not be live on the opponent's turn, and that's just surgical timing, as I would expect from a player of Angelo's caliber.
Oh, great way to kind of navigate through that. And there is the follow-up, though, saying, okay, you've dealt with one prowess creature. What if I make even more with this story kill cutter here, as well as the bobble to follow it up? And look at that sweet monk token there. That I like that.
Oh, yeah. I'm a little bit confused here, because I think I saw a Force Will in Angelo's hand. Does that mean no blue card, or does that mean that we can just follow up with Prismatic Ending?
Ooh, that's true. Let's see where this turn takes us here, because I think you were right about that Force of Will. So I like this sort of land go. But it doesn't look like we're ready to kind of fight over the Corey Steel Cutter, which means that this is potentially a spot for us to be able to start to go wide and start to create even more monks.
This third land drop, this could spell trouble for Angelo, because this usually means that there's a 2-drop, which is another Corey Steel coming, and a 1-mana spell. Let's see if that's actually the case. Yeah, second cutter. And then the reason to fetch first is you don't want to give your opponent a window where they can get rid of a cutter in play. You need to keep priority so you actually get your bonus right away.
Yep, and there's a bolt. So let's really try to put this pressure here, and that will generate even more monks. And now we're just switching which sweet token that we've got attached to them.
Core Steel Cutter, I can say, is turning into a real key card of Legacy. Just if you asked me 2 weeks ago, I would say, well, I think Legacy has too many unfair matchups, that is, where the card doesn't really make a difference, like, the Sneak and Shows of the world, the Tron decks. But the reality is just that if your opponent is playing anything that is just reminiscent of a fair strategy, that card can take over the game.
Wow, that's a great way to think about it too. Also, like the idea of when you're playing in these big events, if you're going, yeah, I am playing a more aggressive deck, a faster deck, I get a little bit more downtime in between each match to kind of help keep my mental, self ready to go, my sharpness all up, all my ability to navigate my lines are there. So like that does play a factor in these big, like 9-round tournaments.
Oh yeah, I remember we talked a little bit about that yesterday. You basically have to, you only have so much battery, and now you have to ration with it over the course of a long day of Magic, right? So it's very good to be, let's say, realistic when you're picking your deck, because you don't want to run out of steam after round 5 in a 9-round tournament.
Yeah. All right. So
here's a Wrath of the Skies X1 being put on the stack, which means it will not clear the Core Steel Cutters, but it will get rid of the monks.
which I think is a really nice way to get rid of the monks. We're getting rid of the storm chasers talent if we're doing it for one, because getting that to level up can be a bit of a problem because we can start returning something from our graveyard that way. So like, especially when we're so low, just having a lightning bolt come back could be really bad for us next turn. So
yep. And also, I
ooh,
want to highlight a little bit about Franco's version here. He plays the basic mountain, which is something that player is dividing a lot of players. But I think it makes sense in a world where there's so much heat on the Tron deck with cards like Ghost Quarter, White Orchid
yes.
Phantom, Assassin's Trophy out of some decks, and then just having that extra basic land is pretty cool for your durability when it comes to Wasteland Loam Locks and the stuff I already mentioned.
All right. We got 2 lands and a Dragon Rage Chandler here, but we're just trying to kind of spam our spells here
Yeah.
and see if we can finish our opponent off. So I
think
wouldn't be.
this should be lethal if you equip the Chandler. Because now you get 2 monks and you equip the Chandler and attack for 7 or something along those lines.
There's the equip. We're seeing it every single round. It looks like with Corey
Maybe it's just
Steelcutter.
6. Yeah, it's exactly 6. Yeah, that's a good number.
There we go. Oh, and look, he even showed that look, I had counter magic backup.
Yeah, I was interested in that decision at the time, I will say, because my experience is that if that card is in play, you're in trouble as a control deck. If that card is not in play, I like my chances.
All right, so Tempo being able to lead out against the control here in this round 6, as both these players are 5-0. So there was removal. We got to see a little bit, but it really did feel like that Storm Chaser's talent of this, like, I'm putting so much pressure on you faster, did make a difference in that matchup. So
Yep.
I'm really curious to see what tools our Jeskai control player can bring in to kind of help them here.
We're going to see a similar run out to last time, except there's also 2 copies of Temporary Lockdown. I know you like to play a little bit of Modern yourself. Maybe this card has been, I don't know, is that still a playable card in Modern? I did see it in some Pioneer decks at some point.
It's like in very specific control decks, you'll be able to see it in the sideboard as well there. But yeah.
So Temporary Lockdown is a card that kills everything in the version that Franco is bringing. It kills the Core Steel Cutter, the monks that it brought with them. It kills Storm Chaser's Talent, and it kills Dragon Rage Chandler, and even the Otter tokens. So that card is huge, and I don't think the blue-red deck will have many, if any, ways to bring it back. Once again, we'll be cutting some 2-for-1 counter spells to round out our 60 for sideboarded games. All right, let's have a look at what Franco will be bringing to the table here. I would imagine the Pyroblast are a shoo-in. The Hydroblast we can bring in small numbers, again, with the anticipation of the opponent having some number of red cards. And then it's a matter of philosophy, whether you like the negations or not. You might not have room for them when you look at the deck, because I only think you can really be cutting into the lightning bolts and maybe a couple of wastelands here. Everything else seems great. You can also make the assumption that Angelo is going to be playing around days, so you can maybe trim on those to, cut some corners. But yeah, that's what I'm going to expect here in another Classico here of tempo versus control.
Ooh, very cool, very cool. So yeah, very similar sideboarding stuff that we're seeing like we did in the last match, but slight tweaks and changes based off of the flavors that both these players are bringing. Like, I like the Boomerang basics here, especially against that Temporary Lockdown now, that since we can be able to bounce that.
Oh, good point. I actually didn't think there was any answers for it. So yeah, you can argue that is a decent interaction. I can tell you Temporary Lockdown is not a card that's going to be on Franco's radar.
No.
I have almost never seen it in Legacy before today. But if you're going to have it in your deck regardless, because you're a Storm Chaser's Talent deck, yeah, why not try and get some of your stuff back? Do note that tokens will not get returned.
Gone forever. All right, so we're getting things going here with this next match. Continuing on, it will be our blue-white control player. Starting off, they did mulligan. Actually, both players mulliganing down there, so that does tend to happen. You got to kind of expect that, but Ponder is going to be the turn 1, so only turn 1 for our Corey Steelcutter player here, as they are going to be setting up whether they care about more lands. We got a wasteland in that pile. We also have access to a force negation, so decent set of cards to kind of start with, to be honest here, because of you could attack the land base, especially in the cases where a deck is caring about, oh, I need access to white mana for my removal, but I also need access to enough red mana for my big payout, especially bringing in more red counter spells, but they shuffle it away. So what does that kind of tell us about what we're seeing
Yeah,
out of Franco's hand?
it tells us a little bit that Wasteland is a hit or miss card, and since Franco already had his land number 2, he wasn't interested in taking that gamble. So those 3 cards were getting carried a little bit by the whether Wasteland is a good or a bad card. So he just didn't want the gamble. He would rather have, well, I guess the devil you don't know rather than the devil you did know from those 3 cards.
All right, we're
Also
going to
note
be
that if that force of negation that he saw in the Ponder was a force of will, the story might have been different because that actually helps him resolve the Core Steel, where force of negation will not help him do that. So small details
exactly.
there with the flavor of the force even.
Yeah, the force of negation you can be able to deploy for free on your opponent's turn, but not your turn. Like Force of Will here is getting dropped down for Angelo is going to be saying, nope, I'm not going to let you take and deploy that Story Cube Clutter because that kind of ran away with things last game. So nice little fighting point. This is going to be a lot of what we see in this matchup, right? Can I be able to fight over those big pivot points that we've talked about? And, while Franco's going to be trying to deploy those things, the Corey Steel Cutters here. So it's going to be this kind of ebb and flow of this match here. But double fetching, let's go. Let's kind of get
Yeah.
our mana fixed up a little bit here, ready to kind of get all the tools that we might need.
Let's see. What could this be? 3 mana sorcerer speed card. So Stock Up is the Stock Up and Fortheolingus, I guess, are the cards. That would be a serious days check on your opponent. Let's see which one it is.
A Stock Up. I like it.
When that resolves, your opponent doesn't have a daze. That's going to get dazed any day of the week. So I consider that a huge. I'm not necessarily going to call it turning point, but this could be a defining factor of the game because Angelo's mana is up and running, and now you even get to upgrade your hand with this mini dig through time.
Oh, very nice to see. It like when you're able to sort of do that refill, especially right after you had to do a Force of Will, so you were essentially down 2 cards, and then now they've basically been replaced by that. But Dragon Rage Chandler, we've got our first little bit of a threat attempting to get deployed here.
Right. So Dragon Rage Chandler is a card that can reduce the opponent's life total, but it's also a card that I talked about the previous match that allows you to mix and match your land spell ratio in such a nice way. Because if you draw too many lands against the control deck, you're probably in trouble. So if you can now make a sweet combination here and keep the threats coming, that's what you want to do. Because a thing that we haven't talked about yet is Tempo plays with something called virtual card advantage. This means my deck functions with fewer mana sources. So when the dust settles and I have 3 lands and you have 5 lands, I'm actually up 2 cards because I'm functioning on fewer amount of lands. So this is something that Chandler does a very, very good job of. Classic decks like Grixis, Death Shadow did the same in Modern at some point. Decks like that, Xerox is the old term for it.
Oh, great little breakdown for that, because that is something that, maybe if you're just looking on paper and you're like, oh, they're even on lands, but really it is like that advantage and card advantage does play a big factor here. So we're going to be seeing kind of again, how long are we going to let this Dragon Rage Chandler exist and be able to continue to filter through things and continue to help kind of progress Franco's next stages here and saying, yep, I don't need this other land. Let's be able to go and actually get impactful cards to help me in the next stages here.
And this is exactly also where we see Wasteland being a non-factor, depending on how your opponent plays. In the previous match, we saw an unfortunate couple of dual land draws from Ricardo, and in that game, Wasteland would have been great. But in this game at hand, Wasteland is close to a blank. So this is also where a card like Chandler just helps you out so nicely, where it's like, well, Wasteland is not a good card. Put it to the bin and keep the engine running.
All right. Also, big fan of these sign cards. I always love looking and seeing how players are kind of spicing up their decks and what they're doing, whether it's like the cool full art basic lands, whether they're having sign cards. Like, what are you doing to spice up your decks? Do you have a specific thing that you kind of lean towards?
Yeah, so I've started to put, personal gifts. So I would get like a message from a
nice.
dear friend, and then they give me like a copy of a card, and then there's some kind of personal message on it. So I have a few of those. Unfortunately, some of those have hit the ban list in in the last couple of years, but I like the personal stuff because it reminds me of why I play Magic in the first place. It's because of the people, and I like to remind myself that the journey is all about all the cool people you get to meet, sharing a passion, and making memories together.
Exactly. Magic is the gathering, right? So we do see, oh, okay, Storm
Yeah.
Chaser's talent, Boomerang. We're going to be attempting to return this and just sort of cycle through again. This go wide strategy is really what this version of the Corey Steel Cutter is trying to do. Is like we're going to continue to generate threats for it, generate value off of it, and so I like this sort of idea here, and it's you know. Definitely something that Angela is going to have to kind of consider now seeing, because we didn't see the Boomerang basic in game one. So that is at least a kind of new information that he's got to
Right.
process and handle.
We did see the Storm Chaser, and usually those come together. Something I'm a little bit curious about here is we do have Pyroblast in hand. If we had killed the Storm Chaser's talent in response to the Boomerang basics, first of all, we get that card off the table, and we fizzle the cantrip from Boomerang basics. I guess I'll be critical if Angelo tries to Pyroblast it on the stack, on the way down. Then I'll be critical. I'll wait until then. Because maybe he just says, hey, I don't want to die to Marktide Regent. I don't want to Flow State to resolve, etc., etc. That's what I need to do with my Pyroblast. That could very well be the case.
All right, let's do a cheeky check with the Brainstorm first, though, before we start deploying any way to kind of respond to this there. I think this is always great to see, right? You want the maximum amount of information before you kind of decide to pull the trigger, whether you want to or not. How is my next turn going to look based off of what I'm putting on top? How impactful is this? And I liked what you were talking about is being able to fight over the flow state stuff instead of the follow-up artist talent that could be coming there.
So it looks like Angelo was responding to the surveil trigger, which in theory let Franco now resolve the surveil trigger with the knowledge of whether a flow state resolve or not. Just a little bit of a cool situation where you can actually let your opponent resolve the trigger and then make a move afterwards with the blast. It's in the nuances here, of course. Flow state getting resolved here is huge because sure, you're facing a single creature, but this is kind of like the stock up a few turns ago. It feels like some kind of turning point in the game.
Ooh, that's been the cool part of watching this matchup in particular, is the kind of ebbs and flows of how we're sort of going through things, how we're gathering up resources here to kind of get us to these next stages of the game. I mean, there is this lovely little otter, which looks like it's an Eevee drawn on the screen here, which I love to see. I'm rocking my Scyther Pokemon shirt today, so
that's nice. I used to play that game as a kid. That's what started my TCG journey.
Right, it's us old heads like that. We're playing TCGs for years now. I did the Pokemon stuff and then got into Yu-Gi-Oh before I found and fell in love with Magic. So
okay, so yeah, you've been around when it comes to that stuff. That's cool.
Yeah.
Another flow state getting resolved means Angelo is up some cards, but there's still the little otter in play. And Franco is doing well for himself when it comes to making the wheels keep turning.
Yeah, for sure here. So now we do see, of course, that little bit of prowess. We're going to keep track of that with that dice as we go for our own flow state and what resources can we get to help progress us here. But, I believe I saw a temporary lockdown for Angelo. So he's kind of has a kind of fail safe if things start to get out of hand later on. Right now, there's no need to deploy it. Even though we're sitting at 13 life and there could be a big explosion of damage coming in the near future, we don't want to just kind of waste it on a token right now. There's definitely going to be meatier things to kind of sink our teeth into as the game progresses. And there's the next Storm Chaser's talent. Let's go and continue boomerang it on back to our hand here.
And this is secretly a sweet play because you now have the Storm Chaser's talent back in hand. So let's say the opponent actually has a sweeper, you save that in the process. So I wouldn't call this necessarily intentional. It's just, okay, we had the land drop to go, so we still deploy here. I like that a lot.
Oh my gosh.
This is a lot of stuff.
That is a lot of stuff.
5-powered otter here. And yeah, a very, very strong temporary lockdown. I wonder This is, of course, pretty technical if we're supposed to fetch here because we only have 1 plains left in our deck. Are we supposed to then thin our deck here from the 1 plains because we don't want to draw it on the draw step? Maybe that's taking it too far, but it's sometimes cool to nerd into whether that is going to happen regardless, so we might as well do it ahead of time.
Yeah, that's really important to think about there is kind of the way that you might have to kind of progress to those next stages here, and how that's going to work out and kind of the lines that you might need to take to kind of get you to that next stage here. But brainstorm going to be utilized, so we'll see what we can be able to find.
Right. So if you have a brainstorm, it's basically better to wait because then if you draw the planes, you can always put it back and then fetch it. So there's no punishment there if you have a brainstorm in rotation.
That makes total sense.
So now this is going to be important if this match is to go to a 3rd game because now Franco is going to learn about temporary lockdown, which was previously a little bit of a hidden trick up Angelo's sleeve.
Okay, cool. I like this. So send these away. Not going to have them around. Tokens, of course, fizzled out of existence, but at least the Dragon Rage could come back later. Unlikely at this point in time because we have kind of put this pressure on. All right. Angelo's dropped down to 8 life. So it's now just like, okay, how much more can I put on them? We see shuffling through the hand. Looks like another Corey Steelcutter, which will be attempted to be deployed.
Oh, wow. I wonder if Angelo has an answer for that card because the thing about Corey Steelcutter, you need specific cards. You need Force Blue card, which you don't really want against the Tempo deck, or you need the Hydroblast at that exact moment. Other than that, you only have suboptimal exchanges like, kill it afterwards and it leaves the monk, or fight with spot removal, which leaves the cutter itself. And yeah, let's see. Franco is trying to do the math here, and this is already an attempt to get in for 3 damage here.
Yep, and there's the erode. We'll at least have an answer for the monk for now, but the Corey Steelcutter is still there. So we could just try to essentially rebuild. We have utilizing things like flow states and stuff like that to kind of get us back into it. There's brainstorms, there's ponders, there's a lot of like cantrippy cards to kind of get another monk out there. Or later on, we could just equip it onto something else and give that haste. So it's like the Corey Steelcutter sticking around is definitely kind of on Angela's radar of that kind of alarm bells are ringing. I've got to find a way to deal with this.
We also have a key moment here where I can direct us back to a few turns ago where Franco used Boomerang Basics to bring back Stormchaser's Talent. That card is still sitting in his hand. And with 6 mana in play, that is an automatic way to have 2 spells next turn because you can play it, you can level it up, and you can cast a card from your graveyard. And this is where the hunter becomes the hunted or vice versa because you're actually outgrinding the Jeskai control deck at that point.
Wow, this has been such an interesting round for us in round 6 to see both blue-white controls, Jeskai control versus the blue-red Corey Steelcutters, both with like slightly different flavors, but sort of the same sort of pressure has constantly been put on these control players, and they've always been on this sort of back foot trying to respond, trying to deal with it. And okay, there we go. We found a way to deal with it there. And a 4th Aer Lingus there. So Hydroblast will kill and destroy that Corey Steelcutter. And now we're going to try to put some pressure back on the other side and see if we can become the Monarch and get some damage, get some more cards off of this.
That's the good news. Then the bad news is I know about Franco's hand. Franco's hand is Stormchaser's Talent and Corey Steelcutter. So if you play Cutter out, then you play Stormchaser's Talent. That's the first couple of damage. So I think if you draw any spell, you have lethal on the next turn.
Ooh. All right, there we go. There's the damage. Now we're prioritizing to become the Monarch, get to draw a card on the end step there. And there's the Corey Steelcutter. We knew it. Says, hey, here's what I've got. I've got the artist talent that you already knew about. There we go.
And the thing is, I don't think it is actually over because the Pyroblast in hand is just 1 more damage. But you take over the Monarch. Yeah, the game's not over here. Angelo was a little bit quick here. So let's see if there's actually a way back.
I still got a lot of stock up's a good way to try, but we of course have a Pyroblast to kind of deal with that.
I missed the card that Franco drew off of the Monarch end of turn. Okay, there we go. Oh man, yeah, that was
Flow State
a
too.
beating. So we've
Jeez.
actually seen now twice in a row the tempo deck go over the top of the Jeskai control deck, thanks to Flow State and thanks to Corey Steel Cutter. This is, it's kind of backbreaking for us control lovers that the tempo decks have those tools available, because that was the draw to our deck. And yeah, this could be a sign of things to come here. Flow State and Corey Steel Cutter are here to take names.
Oh gosh, spell snares stocks are going up, it seems like,
Right?
especially
Oh,
after
yeah.
that match there. But so we are going to be getting ready for our next round very soon, and we've got some cool decks to be able to check out. So we've got some Dimir action coming up here, what looks like Dimir Tempo. We also have access to a green white lands again. We've got, it looks like Manguchi rocking out Tron today, and then another Corey Steel Cutter. But we're going to take a quick short 5-minute break, so refill your waters, use the bathroom, and come back for some more legacy action with us as we get prepped and ready for that next round for y'all. Welcome back, everyone. We are back with some more Legacy action over here at the 4 Seasons Spring event in Bologna, Italy. I'm, of course, Nan, joined by Andreas. How's it going? We've had some great action so far today. Of course, we had Julian and Calum earlier in the day giving us some cool action. We have the great Impact Live crew on site, being able to find all these great matches for us, doing all the production here. Of course, Will Hall helping with all the management side of things. It's been a great day of Legacy. I've been having a blast. How about you, Andreas?
Yeah, we got to enjoy the later stages of yesterday's tournament, and now
Yes,
we
we
get to do
did.
the same again for the Legacy main event down there in 4 Seasons. And yeah, high level Magic, different kinds of decks winning in many different ways, players playing on top of their game, showcasing their skills. And just at the end of the day, with the awesome production crew and the players' skill level, just make our jobs pretty darn easy. So yeah, I'm loving life here, and I can't wait to see what we have in store for this one as well.
Oh my gosh. And we've got some really cool decks to be able to showcase off for this one. We've talked about the Demir tempo list before, but why don't you kind of break us down? How is this different than some of the other tempo lists that are running around?
Yeah, so this is way more of a mid-range deck. This is a deck that chooses card quality over synergy. So you'll have good standalone cards like Tameo, generic disruption like Thoughtseize, and you're trying to cast your cantrips and your flow states, of course. But this deck with no Nethergoyfs and basically only 3 Murktide Regents to actually deal 20 damage to the opponent, this will play out closer to a control deck than a classic tempo deck. So high card quality, but at the end of the day, this is a mid-range deck, and I'm pretty excited to see how it fares against its opponent here, because that could be very, very tricky from the side of the Demir deck.
Oh yeah, so got a couple of tools to sort of help us out, but we'll see if they're going to be enough as we kind of slide over and take a look about what Demir is going to be fighting, because it's going to be doing some land shenanigans. Again, we're on the kind of green white. We're utilizing the power of Swords to Plowshare to help us out, along with the kind of control-y combo hybrid that green white lands exist in. So does Demir have the tools? What is lands going to be able to do that's going to be so hard to kind of interact with here?
Yeah, the thing about the land stick is that if there's an uncontested Ursa Saga, you're in trouble. If there's a window for Merid Lage to hit the table, you're in trouble. If there's Life from the Loam Wasteland in rotation, you're in trouble. And then you have some annoying cards like Harakas that handles Tameo, Source of Plowshares that handles Murktide Regent, and then you have dead cards in the Demir deck like Fatal Push, like
Right.
Orcish Bowmasters being suboptimal at best. So all in all, heavy advantage to the lands deck going into this matchup.
Oof, it's going to be a tough uphill battle, it sounds like, for Demir, but we're going to dive in and see, will it come down to kind of the rotation, Life of the Loam be enough to kind of cycle through all those resources? Of course, we did get to see a lands mirror earlier in the day, so we kind of know what to expect with this list. But if you're not familiar, we're already seeing the power of a nice little ramp up and doing digging through our top. We're going to, of course, pitch all those to the graveyards and be able to pick a permanent from those and make an Eldrazi spawn. So pretty powerful turn one here.
Yeah, really powerful here with Mox Diamond leveraging, getting leveraged for a turn turn 1 2-drop. No Life from the Loam in rotation here, which is good news. I'm actually not 100% sure. Is that a Thespian stage that I haven't seen before? No, it's
No, is that the different art for Caracas? Hold on. Now I'm going to look at all the different arts for it, because it's like there's so many different secret layer printings and universes beyond stuff.
yeah.
Somebody in chat help us out too while I
Could also
also
be a
look.
Blast Zone.
Oh, that's true. See, there's so many, and that's the thing with the lands list. It's like 35 different lands of all these different utilities that they could be able to do. But the Demir side of things is just starting it off with a nice little ponder. Very much a important setup card when it comes to this sort of deck, but it is also not that powerful and impactful in comparison to what you saw on our land side of things of
Yeah,
utilizing
it
that
doesn't
Mox
play to the
Diamond.
board. What I want to highlight the fact that Eric at least has a basic island here. That's huge to not get buried under Life from the Loam and Wasteland. Now,
Mhm.
a counterpoint to that is that the Malevolent Rumble saw a copy of Ghost Quarter, so I've certainly been in spots before where I have my swamp, I have my island. How on earth is the land deck going to beat me? Next turn, I can, ninjutsu in my Kaito, and then the
Right.
Ghost Quarter arrives. So let's see. Um, yeah, I'm not sure what that land is. Oh, maybe it's Horizon Canopy, actually.
Oh, maybe.
with a funky name from. Yeah, I'm not the biggest. Don't know too much about the cross
You're right.
collabs.
That is officially known as Bag End for all of
Okay.
you Lord of the Ring fans out there. So you're
Yeah,
right. It is
that's
Horizon
exactly
Champion.
where I fail the exam. I'm a big nerd, but only with Magic.
That's right. There's different elements of nerds. I'm a encyclopedia about nerdy knowledge. I know a little bit about a lot of things, and then a lot more about Magic than anything else.
That's
But
the opposite of me. I know a lot about a very few topics.
All right, so we do see at least getting the exploration out early is really what this lands deck is trying to do. Helps them really accelerate out their kind of whole game plan, and looks like we're fine to just kind of cycle through that and found a nice little Urza Saga. You talked about how impactful and important this
That's
card
the reward
is.
for cycling there, because you do have a land drop to go, because you have an exploration in play. Also, I want to highlight that the Scalding Tarn here is not a polluted delta, so it cannot go and get the swamp that matches the island here.
Right.
So that's why we saw a little bit of a passive turn cycle here, and then pouncing on the end step once you know the coast is clear with regards to Wasteland. So that's a key thing when you're playing against lands. If you can get your mana under your basic lands, but with that Ghost Quarter in the bin, you also have to balance that out. So having the swamp in the deck could end up being a good thing for Eric.
Very interesting point to be able to make here. So now we're kind of still doing setup. I like the just pitching and saying we don't need this daze. It's not impactful in this matchup really at this point in time.
I want to see, yes, this is what it starts with. And if we have Murktide Regent as a follow-up here, we could see Dimir trying to steal game 1 here. Oh, man.
And there it is. Okay, so how can they do that? What are you talking about when they can steal this game here? What are they trying to be able to do with this Murktide?
Murktide Regent is generally pretty hard to deal with for the green-white deck. I would imagine something like the Maze of Ith and a couple of Swords of Plowshares is what it comes down to, but I did spot a copy of Force of Will in Eric's hand. So let's imagine a Swords of Plowshares getting cast, the Force of Will is snapped off, and then all of a sudden we're looking at a 4-turn clock.
Yep, there is the Swords. We're going to try to exile this here. The wait for the Dimir player is kind of that kind of nervous moment of like, oh no, they've got a response, and there's the Force. We're going to pitch away. What cantrippy card do we've got here? Oh, Tamiyo to pitch here.
Yeah, so it looks like the choice was between Tamiyo and a copy of Brainstorm. And now you like your spot from the Dimir side of things, because there's no Loam in sight. There's no Maze of Ith in sight. So, yeah, this looks pretty promising.
All right, Brainstorm going to try to get us a few more resources there, and we see grabbing those lands immediately to kind of put back on top. Looks like we also have a flow state. One of those lands at least is a fetch land, so we're not going to get Brainstorm locked to be stuck with whatever is on top there.
So now we have to do a little bit of math, because we could choose to cast the flow state, try and look for the Murktide, which would then grow the already existing Murktide. But maybe... it's unclear what Eric's plan is with the flow state, because I don't think it's that realistic to get a sorcery in the mix. You basically have to draw Thoughtseize or Ponder right here. But if there's another play, okay, this makes a ton of sense. If you can, and this Bowmaster actually makes it into a 2-turn clock from now instead of a 3-turn clock. So that is better than we expected, or I expected when I was talking about the matchup beforehand. So Eric is making the most of the tools he has available. That's a very, very important lesson in Magic, and I guess life in general, that you can only control what you can control. So playing your hand out smart and working with what you got is exactly what you need to do.
Very nice. Now we are seeing the flow state get deployed here. So at this point, we clearly see Eric is in the driver's seat. He's guiding how this game is going. He's got the threats on board and is putting the pressure here. So what can our lands player do from this point? You talked about utilizing the Swords of Plowshare. Is that going to be
that is
probably the main thing?
Okay. That is probably the card, because Swords of Plowshares will kill the Murktide and can slow things down, but that's not going to be the case.
Oh man, that very fast deployment of Murktide took over that game so much quicker than I expected there. But without having access, it was really just that, can this Swords resolve? No. Right. Well, then I don't have Maze of Ith. I have no crop rotate. I have no way to kind of get me out of this kind of predicament yet. And so now we're going to be able to go into sideboards and see, are there more tools at our disposal that can help us, shore things up for game number 2. And of course, there are some tools that get that we can be able to utilize here. But before we get into the land side, let's talk about the Dimir side of things.
Dimir will usually have some good upgrades against lands, and I can even see we have that and then some. So the surgical and the unlicensed tourists will tamper with life from the loam.
Mhm.
Those are just very, very strong because that's an engine that frequently can beat you. Force negation, I believe there's already one in the main, so we can add a second. Notably, force negation is better than force of will against the deck because it exiles loam, so it cannot get
Yes.
dredged back. So that's a sweet one. And then we even have a couple of Kaitos, which are for both controlling matchups, but it's also incredible against lands because it cannot get Mazavith. It's just so hard to deal
Ooh,
with
you're
because of the
right. The
hexproof.
hexproof.
Right.
Mm.
So I love those cards, and I even like Consigned to Memory, whether you're just keeping an Ursa Saga at bay, whether you're countering the second chapter or the third chapter, or you're countering trinkets on the stack. That's a solid card as well. So actually a decent chunk of updates here. And the cool thing is we have cards like Fatal Push in the main deck that really don't do a whole lot, if anything. Killing a construct is not necessarily too exciting. We also have Snuff Out that can go, and then I'm interested to see what Eric does with regards to the Bowmasters, because Bowmaster is not very strong, but it does enable Kaito. So there's something there where I'm interested to see what the Master is going to elect.
No, that's a great way to break it down. We've got some removal spells that aren't as impactful and a lot more stuff that we can bring in here. But on the land side of things, since we are down a game, what tools? I mean, I see a choke, which could be pretty beneficial here, since you can say islands don't get to untap anymore. But
yeah, that card is amazing in a world of flow state where people are generally tapping a lot of mana without impacting the board. Because imagine I cast a flow state, you follow up with choke. That's horrendous for the blue deck. But if I cast a Murktide and you follow up with choke, I'm still in that game because I am affected the board and shortened the clock. The fourth copy of Source Supply Share is gonna come in for sure, and I think that's more or less gonna be it. When with regards to trims, you can argue that cards like Tabernacle aren't the best. You can argue that maybe Expedition Map can go. In short, I just think we're doing a little bit of trimming and then a few upgrades between Choke and the Plow.
Nice. All right, cool. So it's going to be very interesting to see how these sideboard cards actually impact this matchup as we get into game number 2 here between these two players. So we'll, of course, green white lands going to be on the play here, and looks like they did have to mulligan down.
Yeah, double mulligan, right? Two cards to the bottom.
That is painful here, but there are some explosive ways to be able to kind of get back into it. And Urza Saga, as well as utilizing a okay,
This
Life of
is
the Loam
already the
already.
first decision here. If your opponent mulligans to 5 and goes turn 1 Mox Diamond, you must know that Life from the Loam is coming, because that's your way to catch up. This is where I would have loved to see Eric force a will the Mox Diamond, because the Life from the Loam will keep on coming, and that's a big, big problem. If, however, on the other hand, that force will was a force of negation, I would just say, yeah, come at me, buddy. I'll force and negate the loam because that will exile it for good. But oh man, and that's look at the brainstorm what that found. The top card there. It found a copy of force and negation. So
oh gosh, what a setup. This is going to be really painful here to have to kind of manage, because you're like, okay, cool. I at least get a dredge. I at least get to try to do it again here. And then it's going to be basically put a big hard stopper on whatever that next progression
and I
is.
didn't get surgical. I'm gonna now go to my draw step, apply my replacement effect, dredge the loam. No, you're not. You're gonna draw.
Ooh.
Is that because you already had a land, so you can start activating Ursa Saga? I guess that's the one.
Okay.
So we're chilling here on the loam. I don't mind it. A very good read here from Jose Maria. Because I think 9 out of 10 players would have gone straight to dredging the loam and then getting blown out by force negation.
Yeah, so talk to me about the benefits of having these constructs out now on the battlefield as we kind of progress this next stage of the game.
The thing is, these constructs have only gotten better post sideboard because my opponent's fatal pushes are now in the sideboard. So game 1, they will probably just die to spot removal that would otherwise be dead. But sideboarded games, they can actually take over the game.
Oh, that's great. Like if you're sitting there in the lands position, having already mulligan going, okay, now I've got even more tools. I'm basically creating a new line to be able to try to kind of navigate my way through this game. But we are going to attempt to search with our Urza Saga, floating a mana, and this will, of course, elicit a response from Eric, as he's going to be fetching up here to kind of get himself a little bit more surveillance, get some more information here on kind of maybe his next set of lines going forward.
So he's going to surveil first and then make a decision whether to consign to memory the search ability here.
which is always a great thing to consider based off of what tools you have to follow it up. Because if you're like, okay, I can fight this 1 point, is that enough to get me to the next stages? I mean, your opponent has kind of dropped down low on resources, so it could be worth it, but you might be thinking about the kind of next stages. Oh, I need this consigned for something else, because there are a lot of triggers that still exist within the list that we need to be worried about.
Yeah, so lots of stuff going on here. The Urza Saga is going to be dead. The Loam got dredged. We know that that card is getting force negated.
Mm-hmm.
And now Jose decided to tutor up the Lantern because last game he lost to Murktide Regent. So this is a card that is trying to ensure that doesn't happen again.
Yep, and there we're going to try to go for our Life of the Loam. That's going to be met with that Force of Negation, and we're pitching the Consign here to be able to cast that, it looks like. So that's
Right.
also why we didn't deploy it, based on kind of prioritizing what else was in our hand, what we wanted to keep at utilizing here. But there's a 4/4 construct now.
There's a 4/4 construct, and this is where Josemaria has to make a choice. Do I pop the Spell Bomb right now, or do I just let my opponent play a potential Murktide Regent? And it looks like the latter is the answer to my question there.
Yeah, there.
Because I'm allowing my opponent to have a main phase, saying, I don't think I'm winning this game if I'm sacrificing my Lantern now. I'll shrink my creature to a 3/3. That's not a game I think I'm winning. So I would rather hedge my bets and say, hey, I don't think you have a Murktide, buddy.
Mm-hmm. I like that. I mean, you have to make those tough calls at some point, right? And sort of, all right,
Ooh, so
in
this
response to
actually
the
also
fetch.
takes the delta, because the delta goes to the yard. So we gave our opponent the main phase, but then pounced once a fetch land was sacrificed. So a little bit of undecisiveness here from Jose. I'm curious what the reason is to fetch into your third mana here on the main phase. Is Baragoyf? Okay, Baragoyf is in the
Okay.
deck. That's fair. I didn't expect that card to come in versus lands, especially after seeing the white splash. But I mean, against a situation like this, it looks pretty juicy.
It
This is
does.
we probably have to make a super defensive line here and expedition map for Maze of Ith in order to not die to this Baragoyf.
Right, especially because our construct is only a 3/3 right now. This Burgoy is going to get scary big, and let's continue to get more resources with the flow state here.
And I believe that's the first sorcery that hits the bin, so it also grows the Baragoyf, which is never bad.
Oh, that's true.
Because
These
after the
little
Soul Guide
nuance
wiped the
things.
yard.
Yes, yep, there we go. Helping us keep track, utilizing those dice there. So the more different types that are in the graveyard, the bigger it's going to be continue to grow here. But
So the
yeah, we'll
chump
just
block,
chump.
and then I'm very interested to see if we're gonna if Jose decides to go for the mapping for Maze of Ith in order to stabilize things.
Mhm. Could we try and go for any other lands? Like if we go Dark
Right.
Depths or something
Yeah,
like that
sure.
here, and
Okay.
just like
I
go,
just
I'm gonna
realized that
just
Mox Diamond.
go
Yeah.
explode and see if this works.
Yeah. You know, you nailed it here. There's a chance that it's time to go. And Jose is saying, well, you now need a Brazen Bar or Sheldred's Edict. And if you don't have it, I mean, you're losing the game.
Oh gosh, let's
Yeah,
see.
great
This
call.
is
I forgot about the Mox Diamond when I was thinking about the Maze of Ith. So this line looks a lot better, and that's why this Lance player is in the feature match area at 5-1.
exactly right. Sitting there 5-1, and now we see the Dark Depths. Oh, okay. We got a
Merit
turn.
hits the board, and I think our only answer to that card, I would need to consult the list again here. I'm not even sure I saw any answers aside from Kaito in the deck. No
Oh, I don't
Brazen.
think so. You're
No
right. There's no
Brazen.
Brazen Borrowers. I don't see any Sheldred's Edict either.
Wow.
Which
So
is I love Sheldred's Edict a lot. Every time, okay, we're just gonna go chump block mode.
So this actually makes this game super interesting, because now we're going to see Merit Late attacking, we're going to see Tamio chump blocking, and then we're going to see Baragoyf getting us over the hump, so that we now need 2 hits in order to die from Merit Late.
Tricky.
When I'm talking about over the hump here, I'm talking about life total. Okay.
Tabernacle.
Oh, passing the turn here. Not forcing the chump block. So this looks like a line that is expecting to draw Source of Plowshares at some point to kill the Tameo and attack in one big swoop. Let's see if that plan comes to fruition. This also gives the opponent more time to find potential answers, like the Kaito, or Brazen Borrower, or the Sheldred's Edict that we don't know about yet.
All right, Bajuka
from
Bog
the
going
set
to
of
get
Force of
rid of
Aria.
what we've got here. And so, yeah, now the essentially path is clear for both players here. We do
The
a
way
quick check
to win
again
this
on how big
game,
it is.
let's see. This Baragoyf, it has artifacts and lands, and what else? It looks like, yeah, that's a big
Is it well?
problem.
There's an Urza Saga in there, right? So enchantment as
Right,
well.
okay.
So
But
a
the whole
3/4.
point is, yeah, we only got to 20 life points. That's the
Yeah.
point, and that's why we see the scoop here
Gosh.
from Eric.
Whew. All right, tied up 1-1. I mean, sometimes like that's the thing with the lands of being this sort of hybrid deck of you were talking through these control-y lines of, okay, if I do
Yes.
Maze of Ith, I can keep lining myself up, but you could just sort of go, nope, I also have a combo. So, what do we feel good about the sideboard here after seeing just sort of go for the combo? Like we saw the consigns in there. I mean,
Right.
is there anything else that you feel like, or are we just sort of still just trying to get those Murktides to resolve, get a Burgoyf, get a Kaito in play, and just sort of jam down as much pressure as possible?
Yeah, I think we have to go with the same plan and hope that it's good enough with either a fast Murktide, some key wastelands, get Kaito going, flip a Tameo. But yeah, once the Merit Lach is in play, we look a little bit soft with this list, I must say.
Yeah, I'm definitely missing Sheldred's Edict in those situations for sure. All right, let's see what the lands list has in store for us again as we get going for this next game. So lands is still that kind of combo-y control hybrid here. We talked about Choke being an MVP for here. We talked about bringing in some more removal with Swords to Plowshares. So overall, it's going to be pretty good list to be able to utilize there. We saw being able to use Soul Guide Lantern to help us attack the graveyard. Do you think there's a world where like a surgical might be needed at all?
I'm not too big on surgical. You can consider a disruptor flute to try and get around Wasteland. If, let's say, you saw Kaito in the game we just played, that's a card you can name with flute because then you cannot even ninja it in. You cannot activate it, right? So, but you didn't see the Kaito. So I think with the information that has been exchanged, we will just see the few adjustments. So with Choke and Plow, and entering the deck, and basically players resubmitting what we saw in the game we just spectated.
Yeah, great breakdown there. All right, let's dive in here for game number 3 between these two decks here. This is going to be a really important match for both of these players as we get into of course, couple rounds left in the tournament because it is a 9-round event here.
These players are basically playing for their tournament life. If we say that the top 8 is a do or die situation, of course, there's still prizes to be played for, going down the ranks from there. But these players cannot take another loss. So if whoever loses this one is not going to make the top 8.
Oh, so very important moment for both of their Magic battle in this tournament here, as we see basically a duplicate attempt for this. But Day's going to be utilized and say, no, I'm not going to let you get any more resources there. So I like that sort of stopper that we're going to see, because that is going to be a little bit of what the Dimir player is going to try to do before they can deploy their threats, right? Put those stoppers on these progression moments that the green-white land player is attempting here.
You're absolutely right here. So we do lose a little bit of tempo, but the opponent doesn't get to dig multiple cards deep for Life from the Loam, get a little bit of a mana burst. We also saw a sweet one in Eric's hand, Hercule's Recall. So that is a card you bring in when you're playing against Affinity. That's the first one. But you can also bring it in when you expect your opponent to be relying on Saga constructs. So that's a little bit of a cool one. And if you can reset your opponent's Mox Diamond, not bad, not bad.
Not bad at all. And already showing us the dark depths here. So Skateboard tapping down this island. And we're going to be already getting our Life in the Loam online here. Only getting back our Bag End or Horizon Canopy there, but still just getting it and starting to do the dredging and starting to kind of fill it up.
Is scary.
It is. So talk to me about why it's so scary.
It's scary because Life from the Loam, even though you're skipping your draw step when you're dredging, if you're just milling over lands, it's like you keep looking 3 cards down for key lands like Ursa Saga, or in this case, Thespian Stage, or Wasteland. So the whole you skip your draw step is just not true here when your deck is 30 plus lands.
Yes, right, exactly. So there's so many tools that we can be able to kind of find that will help us out, that we just get off of this Life of the Loam here. But we get a nice little setup here with a ponder trying to find some tools to kind of help us out of this situation. And we
Yeah,
definitely kind of have that kind of worry of seeing Dark Depths already on the battlefield.
Yes, that's the other thing. Because of Yavimaya, Dark Depths tap for mana, and we get to, have our cake and eat it too, kind of like Urborg decks back in the day when all of a sudden you can tap your, Dark Depths for mana. That's scary. It's the same thing here, really. Mox Diamond already accelerated us. Loam gives us inevitability. Eric really wanted a copy of either Surgical or Force Negation here to just kind of cut the head off that snake.
All right, so now Jose Maria is going to be doing a crop rotate here.
So I wonder what phase. Did you notice if Jose already drew a card for turn, or this is an upkeep play?
Ooh, I wasn't keeping enough track, but chat, you let us know. You guys were
Because if
paying
this is an
attention.
upkeep play, I really like it.
Yeah, so talk to me about why it's so much better on which
The
phase you do
upkeep
go through.
lets us now be flexible. So if that card
It
resolves,
was.
we can then decide what to do with our loam. It basically, if it gets countered, we now have that information and can resolve. We can choose between the replacement effect smarter, essentially, and we can just get it back here. So I just like asking tough questions and then making my fork in the road decision later based on the outcome of that attempt.
No, that's great. Okay, cool. And now it's just that confirmation. So it was doing that in the upkeep right before the draw, because then we got to dredge away and be able to bring back Life of the Loam, cast Life of the Loam, and get back all those lands and Urza Saga. But this also gets information for Eric to kind of know, oh, okay, I basically know every card in your hand more or less now, because of I've seen what you've brought back off of the Life of the Loam,
Right.
and I know what you
Yep.
have. So
Lots of information exchanged. And also, usually you would be looking at, oh, I have Wasteland against my lands opponent. That's pretty cool, right? But the thing is, the Loam is just going to eat you alive if your plan is to try and Wasteland your way out of this. You need something to break that parity. I talked about Force Negation, which exiles the Life from the Loam. I talked about Surgical. We also saw the Unlicensed Hearse getting sideboarded in. I think, it's time for Eric to either have one of those cards or do something proactive. So whether that's a Murktide Regent, whether that's a Baragoyf, we need to do something here. Otherwise, we're simply going to get choked out of the game. No pun intended.
oof, yeah, this is a tough little spot to be in here. So we're looking for those moments to try to get something online, and we've got a Murktide here, which is a pretty good way to kind of start putting some pressure back across the board.
We've seen this formula work for Eric before, where he seemingly stole the game out of nowhere while the Lance opponent was doing, a little bit of nothing.
All right, do we draw or dredge here? What are you feeling?
So with Ursa Saga in play, next turn, that is a path to Expedition Map, which is a path to Maze of Ith. So there's something there, but then again, the opponent has a Wasteland. Yeah, this is a little bit of a tough one. Maybe the tiebreaker is I have a deck with 4 Source Supply Shares in it. My draw step is better than the average Lance players.
That's true. I like that. All right, Urza Saga number 2 coming out here as we just sort of do that slow development here. And now this is that ability to kind of make more constructs and sort of, again, you also got to see the Hercules Recall get pitched. So that could be that little bit of like, oh, okay, now I have a little bit more flexibility in my next couple lines.
I totally forgot about that card. If that was still hanging out in Eric's hand, he would be licking his chops right now.
All right, Flow State going to help us get some little bit of additional resources here to kind of set ourselves up.
Looks like the second Murktide is juicy here to try and steal the game, but it's a little bit of a math situation. Flow State is the first card in the yard, Wasteland the second. You have a fetch line in hand that can become a surveil land. So all of a sudden, you're actually looking at you can play second Murktide next turn and grow the original one. Let's see if
the
Eric
other
likes
benefit.
the math. I wasn't able to see whether he went for the Brainstorm or the Murktide here, but I was trying to do the math a little bit here. Ooh, it looks like he agreed with me, and I didn't miss. It was an Underground Sea in hand. It wasn't
Wasn't
It
a
wasn't.
fetch there. Okay.
Yeah, which actually changes it a little bit. I wonder what that front card is. Is that a copy of Snuff Out?
Ooh, maybe. I think
It
you're right.
is. Yeah. Let's see what this Wasteland does. And also, let's do the math here. Wastelanding is 2 cards in the bin. Snuff Out 3 cards in the bin. It looks like we're 1 short.
All right, but we're going to try to kind of set ourselves up for this here. We're going after the Urza Saga that had 1 counter. We almost did the switch going, I like this art.
I was
This
about
one-
to say that. That is cool. This reminds me of a couple of years ago, Andrea Mengucci. He always fetched his 1 beta Underground Sea when he was fetching first with his Demir deck. That's kind of the same thing where he was just browsing through the deck looking for his favorite copy.
Oh, I love that when players are just like, no, but look, I've got this cool deck to show off. Look at how cool this is. But there we see a dredge going to take place here, exploration, swords, and another Urza Saga going to the bin here. But at least the whole benefit from that is to get back that so we can be able to utilize those lands later on here. But now we get this next decision point. Are we making another construct here? Are we, floating a mana? Like
that's the thing.
It's I don't know.
From
Like
where-
the plan B seems tough to just go constructs, but what do you think?
From where Jose is sitting here, he's under a 3-turn clock from now. 14, phasing down a 6/6. So that changes a lot. Now, if he goes for a construct here, he can give that haste and start attacking. Now, what can we tutor up? That's the thing. We can tutor up Expedition Map, which is an avenue to Mazavith later, but there's a little bit of a conflict here between making construct tokens and then keeping the Life from the Loam going. So maybe this is where we're going to see a Mox Diamond getting tutored. So there's actually 2
Mox
mana, 2
Diamond's
Loam.
not bad. That's a good line. If we're worried about the graveyard, which I don't think we really are, we've got the Soul Guide Lantern, but since there's already a Murktide out, I don't feel like we're going to prioritize that. Pithing Needle, though.
Oh, wow. I wonder what the name is, as we can see friend of everyone. I was about to say Andrea Mengucci in the background here. The talisman for European Legacy, I feel like.
Okay. I mean, you could go and say Wasteland. We could go and say Kaido.
That looks like that's the case here, and we're trying to set up the combo like last game, essentially.
All right, big
so
beats.
This is now a double attack, and I think one of these creatures needs to get snuff outed. Yeah.
All right. We'll get rid of this construct there. Does shrink the other one here.
Right. So that is now
a hit.
4/4, and we took 4 off of snuff out. Can we draw a card that puts a card into the bin? I think this is where Eric's math was a little bit off by taking the Murktide, because you needed to draw a land of sorts here. Wasteland, fetch land, normal land, in order for that plan to work. I guess
this is going to be a close one.
Right. I wonder if there's a Thespian stage in rotation over on Jose's side of the table, because if there is, this is a hasted Merit Lage thanks to the skateboard.
You're right. So let's see. Dredge. We're going to cast Life of the Loam here and grab back all
Saga.
3 Urza Saga.
So I think this game will come down to Eric's next draw step. If that is a land, he can cast Murktide Regent, grow the existing one by 2, and get over for the last 8 points of damage.
Oh my gosh, this is coming down to the wire for these players here. All right, so we, of course, I've got this big setup here right now. Jose Maria is kind of planning out his next couple of turns. We see an Urza Saga getting deployed here, but really it's just all lands. We don't have an exploration. We don't have a way to make multiple land drops right now, so we're just sort of in this. Okay, well, I guess we
cannot percent lethal either, but to Jose Maria's knowledge, he has 1 more turn to play with.
Right.
And that's enough to get over the finish line. So I think this comes down to Eric's next draw step. If that is just a land, the game looks to end.
Ooh, this is exciting stuff to see in round number 7 here at our 4 Seasons spring event. Very close. We talked about it. This is basically both of these players' tournament life on the line, because that X and 1 is getting you into that top 8 moment there. So
Here
Let's
it
see
is,
this
the most
line.
important draw step. That card seemed not good enough.
Mm,
On, well, I guess I'll wait for the confirmation. It looked like a Paragraph to me.
All right, just send in the 6. Yep, you were right. Baragorf coming out, and just the pass.
So Paragraph does complicate combat quite a bit.
It does. It does, because of the lifelink stuff does make things a little bit weird for here. I mean, we basically have to try to find like a crop rotate off of here. Like we just got to try to fly over it, right?
Yeah, if we can put together our combo here with Dark Depths plus Thespian Stage, we're golden. If not, this looks super tricky, and it looks like Murktide Region is gonna take it down.
Mhm. Okay, so we've got a couple live draws. What else could Jose Maria do? Nothing except
Turns
extend the
out nothing.
hand. Didn't
Murktide
have
gets
the
it done
crop
twice.
rotate. Wow. That okay, Murktide. Sometimes the big dragon is enough to kind of get through things and say, you know what? That's cool that you've got this giant 2020 that's indestructible. I'm just going to be able to fly in with my dragon before you're able to assemble your combo there. But we did sort of see a little bit of the kind of spinning the wheels. It felt like there at
Right.
the end of just kind of got stuck with the loops of, Urza sagas, but not really able to progress much past there. But
Yep.
Andreas, what do you think about that match overall?
That was a very sweet display of, despite being behind on paper, you got to do what you got to do in the games. Play with a sense of urgency, present that Murktide, cross your fingers it's going to work, force that plow, hope they have a couple of bad dredges, and then before you know it, you've taken down one of your toughest matchups in probably one of the most important games of their 2026 here.
I think so. Now we do have another match to be able to showcase, and this one's going to be a really fun one because we've got Manguchi on Tron here, and we've talked about this, the difference with how powerful this list is, with just how much mana it can make. So why don't you kind of walk us through what is this deck looking to do here?
Right. So this deck broke out a month or two ago by winning a Magic Online showcase. People thought it was a little bit of a meme, putting Tron lands, like aside from Urza's Tower in your legacy deck, a couple of mines, couple of power plants, but it actually turns out to be super powerful. You're trying to make a lot of mana either by using your lands plus Candelabra or Grimmonolith plus untap effects like Manifold Key. And then when it comes to your payoff, these cards are no strangers to anybody who's been playing Legacy for the last couple of years. We have the One Ring to buy time and outgrind the opponent. We have Karn with a huge wish board, Karn board, I guess, including Microsynth Lattice and Snaring Bridge. Then we have Kozilek's Command, an amazing card when it comes to being a mana sink, and then Ugin that is trying to clear the way with a bunch of triggers, and that card is just very good against counter magic in general. Trinisphere, usually a symmetrical card, but not in this list. If you're up on mana, you're making life very, very hard for the opponent. This will do a nice stack/defense grid impression when it comes to shutting off counter magic and preventing the opponent's fun at the table, I guess.
Yeah, very powerful. Generates lots of mana, and generates a lot of cards. This is a very cool deck to see, and definitely one that you're going to see a lot if you play online, but maybe not as much in paper. But we see some very talented pilots like Manguchi here utilizing it to great success so far in the tournament. Let's see what he's up against here, and it is going to be another Corey Steelcutter side.
Absolutely.
So trying to go fast. Is it going to be fast enough? Talk to me about this Corey Steelcutter list here.
Yeah, we got to see Franco again. Franco put on an awesome display against the Jessica Control deck just a round ago. But yeah, this deck is trying to either go super fast with the 1-drop Stormchaser's Talent and Dragon Rage Channeler, or try and go wide with Corey Steelcutter, all the while disrupting the Tron deck. Wasteland is key card, Force of Will, key card. So this is all about combining disruption and speed. If you only have one of them, I don't think it's going to be good enough. But if you can put 2 check marks on that piece of paper when it comes to disruption and clock, I like the Izzet deck's chances.
Oh, this is going to be an exciting one here. So we're going to be jumping into this. This is, of course, round number 7 here as we're diving into this as our 4 Seasons Spring Legacy event here. Let's jump in and see what game number 1 has in store for us now.
Oh, yeah, Andrea Manguchi, no stranger to playing in the deep rounds of a Legacy tournament, and his opponent, Certainly isn't either. As I alluded to earlier, Franco is the reigning vintage Eternal Weekend champion. So, two absolute giants of the game, and they're very familiar with each other as well. I'm sure they know each other's decks, maybe not exact lists, but at least decks as well. Yeah, I'm excited to see what a player of Mengucci's caliber can do when it comes to the Tron deck. Obviously, he's doing a good job. He's 6-0. Let's not fool anyone.
That's exactly it. It's like both these players sitting here 6-0 in the event, which is great to be able to see. Already, we got our Soul Land coming out, tapping for 2, and Pithing Needle. Ooh.
The Delta getting cracked in response. Sometimes you see the soul bluff here saying, "Yeah, sure, buddy, I dare you to name the Delta."
Yeah,
and that's
right?
kind of saying, "Hey, I have a couple of wastelands in hand." But Franco likes his mana here.
Yeah, so very, very smart. So what do you grab? Like, what are you going to name then? Like, going in
Yeah.
blind, do you just name it like another fetch land here? Do we like think
I'm
of
naming
something?
Wasteland any day of the week because
Perfect.
if that card is not a live card, aside from casting stuff on my side of the opponent, I like what's going on. That means I
Right.
have my mana, and when I have my mana, I can take over the game with superior card quality. So these Petrified Hamlet, Pithing Needle effects are super important for the Tron deck.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost like this safety net of going, I just don't have to worry about this right now, and I can progress my game plan. But we got to see Franco over here be able to deploy his first Corey Steel Cutter. Mishra's Bauble means the Monk was able to push for damage here. So now it's on Mengucci's side to try to continue to develop his board here. And we've already got a way to make a bunch of mana here. We've got a Voltaic Key out. We've got a Grim Monolith, but not a good necessarily payout to go with it here.
Right. So once you establish Key plus Monolith, your mana is pretty set. But the fact that that is an ancient tomb down there, that really adds up against the deck that's pecking you with small critters, and it has Lightning Bolt to finish. So the critical resource this game is not going to be mana, it's going to be life points.
Yeah, great little point to kind of consider here, but we immediately just generated 5 mana, and the One Ring is a great way to kind of help at least blanket some damage for a turn. But you talked about that life issue, and every time that we're going to tap it, that means that on our upkeep, we're going to start lose damage or lose life equal to the amount of counters on it here.
Here we're going to see a copy of Disruptor Flute getting cast. I'm actually not sure what Andreas should be naming here. You can consider naming Force of Will. You can consider, because Daze, once this card resolves, the opponent doesn't have Daze. So
Right.
maybe Force of Will is the card you don't want your opponent to, let's say, ponder into on the following turn. So make that a 3-drop. That could clear the way. That's going to be my guess.
No, that's a great line, especially when you're going to start getting so much mana and so many cards that you can basically decide, do I need more mana? Do I need to draw cards? And then how are you going to start to deploy those? If a force shows up, it can stop you from being able to utilize your Karn, being able to utilize like Eye of Ugin, some of these big
and
payouts
that's
that the deck
one
is
more
looking for.
turn of take an Ancient Tomb damage, take in combat
Yes.
damage. Ring will, deal damage. Let's see if Andrea agrees. I'm not quite able to make that one out.
I'm not either. But chat, use your eagle eyes and let us know. I believe he wrote down both the Pithing Needle and the dampening or the Disruptor Flute there.
Right. Okay. I guess we'll see. Ponder the first spell of the turn. Let's see if there's a second. Also look at that Wasteland. Like that natural drawn Pithing Needle that you play a single copy in your deck for Ursa Saga purposes. That was so good here.
So good. All right. So we don't like what we see on the top. We're going to do a shuffle away off that ponder here and hope to find something good. Could be that we're looking, it's tough because there's so many scary tools that are already deployed right now that are a great engine for Mengucci.
I think Franco was just looking for a land here to double spell. Because no trigger of the cutter is a little bit annoying. Now, this will be key because he did find the Force of Will. So let's see if that card is castable or if Mengucci shut it down with the flute.
All right, it's continuing to draw off the One Ring. And that we talked about how that ring is, definitely this really powerful tool within it, but that key is really the thing that can either let us draw more cards or get more mana. So we're going to have to see how Mengucci kind of navigates this next part here. Do we have more Grim Monoliths already? Do we need to get more? Where are we at right now?
It looks like he's building himself a nice colorless ritual here, paying a colorless to untap a Grim Monolith. So 3 mana better than 3 cards, confirmed.
So good. So good. All right.
So when you play a key from hand and you
key.
untap Monolith, that's +1 mana, 1 to play the key, 1 to untap, and then you get a 3 mana source. Let's see if there's a new ring here, because chaining rings is one of the most normal ways for this deck to keep playing out land drops.
Ooh, Karn though. So this, we talked about going into this match. The Karn board is definitely a possibility of things that we could be able to do. Later on, we could always activate it, but Day's going to try to get utilized here.
This is cool because now with Menguchi holding up Ancient Tomb and Urza's Saga, this Day's decision is now going to decide whether Karn sticks, and then we give up on a Saga token. You cannot have both, basically. That's what Franco's saying here.
Yep, and we do see the Ancient Tomb going to get tapped. Just kidding. Switching it up. We are paying for it. It's just depending on how we're paying for it is where we're at. And there's the Force. So we didn't name Force with Disruptor Flute.
Right. That was another name. And Andrea's read was, well, since the One Ring is resolved, I don't think you have Force of Will, which was correct. But now, a little bit down the road, Franco's going to untap, cast a cantrip. That can be a Force of Will there, right? So Andrea wasn't wrong. It was just mainly if he was willing to predict that Franco had a path to a Force later or not.
Yeah, that's the cool thing of it's all like Legacy is so much about setting up little traps and little moments for your opponent to kind of spring and jump into here. And it's like trying to plan ahead, especially with a deck like this that, I'm assembling this giant machine of mana and card advantage. And there are avenues where you can attack it. I need to make sure I protect myself as much against your disruption that you can do with wastelands and things like that. But we do see a surveil land going to bin another day is not necessary at this point.
And because Franco cast Daze to prevent the not to prevent the Karn, but to prevent the Saga token last turn, and then ended up forcing the Karn. That gave him an extra monk. And because he's still stuck on no untapped blue sources, this is a good setup turn to get rid of a bad card on top of the deck and hopefully double spell next turn. So Menguchi is under pressure here. Nice little sequence here again. We activate our One Ring before making a decision on what to do with the Saga. Basically saying, hey, what do I have to work with? Now let me make my fork in the road decision. Kind of like we talked about in the previous round where we saw the Lance player cast upkeep crop rotation before deciding on whether to dredge the loam or not. Just so powerful sequencing by these players.
Oh, it's so great to be able to see such high level play like this where there are these decision points and we get to kind of see how they navigate it and how they work through it because that Urza Saga is going away this turn. So it's like, do I need to make a construct? Do I need to float mana? What it is how am I going to utilize this tool before I go tutoring for something else to be able to help me progress my game plan even more here? So lots of cards already drawn off that One Ring. Really, I think it's the goal is to try to get to a next One Ring to be able to just kind of chain those together and blanket it and kind of stop. But it's still tough because the monks are building up. But what were you saying about what if they can resolve what now?
Yeah, so this has a lot to do with, as you alluded to, play another One Ring to get the shelter, clear the old one. That will be the Sigh of Relief. We can also, look at that nice promo, by the way. That's an Eternal Weekend Trinisphere promo that Andrea got last year for top 32ing the event, and now you get to put it into your Legacy deck. That's huge. But a card like Karn could also do it. But the thing is, you have to empty your hand for Ensnaring Bridge to be good. So I guess that's not exactly the combo with One Ring. So I think you actually nailed it when the end of the rainbow for Andrea spells One Ring here.
Oof, yeah, but this is look at this.
That's exactly it. So Andrea top 32 the vintage portion, a Trinisphere, an iconic vintage card that's restricted in that format. So, but yeah, in Legacy you can play all four.
That's true. And this is a perfect deck to be able to utilize it because you just make so much mana that you're like, yeah, all my stuff is big mana stuff, essentially, outside of the little things that I've already deployed before I get the Trinisphere out. But we're going to have to see how is Menguchi going to navigate this point. We see him get our, of course, ability to untap lands, but the lands that we've got hurt us. So it's not necessarily a beneficial thing at this moment in time right now.
Andrea has yet to play a land this turn, so that could easily be an Urza's Tower, and then all of a sudden things change completely with regards to how much mana he has available. He keeps prioritizing extra mana over extra cards, which is one of the biggest skills with a deck like this. Whether you prioritize which resource to prioritize, basically. And all the while, you have to balance your life total. This deck is all about resource management. You need enough life to continue the game. You need enough mana to cast your cards. And you need enough cards to, present threats to your opponent to begin with.
Oh, this is really cool. So we're casting our next Grim Monolith here. And like you mentioned, of gathering up those resources to kind of get the next set of tools. And we're going to be trying to deploy a Karn here, which looks like that is good to go.
Karn has a little bit of a hidden mode in the matchup where it stops the opponent's baubles and the equip from Cutter. Not too relevant, but nothing to sneeze at.
No, yep, that is true. So now we do a quick
Look at this
check
play.
through.
Andrea is so desperate here that his play is now going to be play Liquimetal Coating, and then on the opponent's upkeep, he's going to target the Thundering Falls to hopefully make it so that Franco cannot cast anything on the main phase.
Bolt you.
Yeah.
In response, that says, I'm still going to use that resource, and at least
I think Andrea is dead now, right? You get attacked down to that's 5 power in play, right?
That's yeah, because the trigger grew them both. They're 2/2s.
So
the
if
Steel
you
Cutter gives a
Kozilek's
+1.
command one of them, you will take 2 damage. That's exactly what's going to happen here. It says Franco. But if you do, I have a daze.
I have a daze, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it looks like the Ancient Tomb taps and the One Ring damage added up here. Andrea had to go to a very, very unconventional play here and hope for the best when it comes to the Liquimetal Coating onto the Thundering. I love the play because let's imagine Franco's hand is Ponder, Boomerang Basics, Preordain. You actually take the blue mana and the ability to churn spells out of the equation.
Oh my gosh, that was a great showcasing from both players there, because it really, we talked about those pivot points, those big moments of trying to make something happen, but Franco playing very, very clean in setting up and trying to get those monks out
and working
to
with
to
bad
that point.
conditions. That's the thing. He didn't have his second land drop. His wastelands were taken out of the equation, but he made the most of what he had. Yeah, impressive stuff.
Impressive stuff. All right, so Manguchi's got mainly a Karn board, but does have a couple of other tools in here that we could be able to utilize. What are you liking for this matchup to kind of deal with the tempo power of the Corey Steelcutter deck?
Yeah, not much. Let me put it that way, because Dismember is pretty rough in your Ancient Tomb deck against the Lightning Bolt deck to begin with. So even though you might like removal on paper, it could just be too much life for Manguchi here. Eldrazi Confluence is another interesting one, multimodal card that. But then again, if I have 4 mana against the tempo deck, I think I just have better things to be doing in general. And the thing is, you're usually making a lot of sideboard when your Disruptor Flute isn't very good in a particular matchup, but it's actually quite solid here because not only can you name Wasteland and make it be like extra needles, you can also name counterspells like Consign to Memory, Force of Will. I'm still curious what was the name with that flute in the first game. I feel like that was a key moment. But yeah, small adjustments because you have built your deck to be good in its own right, kind of like the Sneak and Show deck we featured earlier, where my main deck is built to beat any opponent. It's up to you to adjust to me.
That's a great way to describe it. It's up to my opponent to interact and change how they play, and I'm kind of prepared for it because I know this is kind of almost like the boogeyman right now of Legacy, in the sense of this is a very scary deck to deal with, and it can generate so much card advantage and so much mana that it's really hard to deal with off things like the One Ring and Grim Monolith and stuff like that. So Franco's got a couple of tools though in the sideboard here.
Has come prepared with a couple of Consign to Memory, a couple of negations. Those are fairly standard. But then my favorite sideboard card in Legacy at the moment, Price of Progress. Franco will hopefully try and punish the Manguchi here and have him pay the Price of Progress. 2 damage for each non-basic land they control. That could be 8 damage. That could be 10 damage. Now add that up with some chip damage from the Otters that comes out of Stormchaser's Talent, a little bit of Dragon Reach Chandler getting in there with Delirium. Before you know it, Manguchi is going to be dead with 15 cards in hand like we just saw. That's how Franco is lining it up here.
Yeah, great way to kind of attack a deck that is trying to, play non-basics as well. We're just going to punish you for that there. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this next game goes as we're going to be diving into it. Will the power of the Corey Steelcutter be enough to kind of shred through and put enough pressure on the big Manatron deck? Let's dive in and find out.
A big key in that other game was also the fact that Franco's wastelands were shut down from the get-go.
Yes,
And
that's
if
true.
Andrea doesn't manage that here, that could even be a huge thorn in the side. As I say that, here's the turn 1 Disruptor Flute.
That's a good way to start things off here. Turn 1 Disruptor Flute, and let's say we can make the assumption here that we're not going to be dealing with Wasteland for the time being, unless there was like a Pithy Needle followed up, but I don't know why.
Absolutely. This is very bad news for Franco because with his hand full of Force of Wills, he was hoping that, hey, I'm just going to, counter your action spells. Who cares about Wasteland? But now with Ursa's Saga in the mix, I think Franco is down to a couple of consigned memories that now can deal with the Chapter 2. Otherwise, he's going to be staring down some quite sizable creatures before you know it.
Oof, very scary stuff here to start things off, but we're going to see what Franco can do to kind of navigate. I like
there's a
that.
copy of Meltdown. I missed that during sideboarding. So Franco is actually welcoming the constructs here to the party.
And pitching the Corey Steelcutter is also kind of a little bit of a like, hey, I don't really care about this plan. I'm going for my sideboard plan here to kind of progress me to kind of get to the next stage in this game here. I think that, like, do we not have a second land though?
I think we do. So this is just
Oh, there it
very
is. Okay.
solid play. When you only have one land, rather than play it out right away, you need to give a little bit of, let's call it a fake thinking time. So now the opponent will think you're deciding between two lands. But Franco only has one land, so that's just a good way to conceal information when you're playing Magic at a high level.
Very, very cool. And also being able to do that brainstorming and setting ourselves up for kind of what we can potentially shuffle away, right? We have a fetch land there to kind of go, well, I don't need these tools right now. We'll save them for later and kind of set up for kind of the next stage in this game as the Tron deck is going to get ready to explode when it comes to the amount of mana that it can produce with having access to keys and things like that. So you have to kind of decide when is the time to deploy things like Meltdown and stuff like that, and when do you want to wait?
Right, and this is another point. Corey Steelcutter is an artifact with mana value 2. If your plan is to cast Meltdown X2, this is exactly how you need to play. That's why the card got put into the bin, because we plan to Meltdown away the Disruptor Flute, the key, and the constructs at some point.
Right, yes, exactly. Grim Monolith also 2 mana. Like, there's a lot of very scary stuff that the Tron deck can get that is all related to their artifacts. All right,
So
we're
now
gonna
there's a
see.
little bit of a clue in the game here. Franco fetched basic island against a deck with no wastelands. He's basically just telling Andrea, hey, I have Price of Progress in my sideboard.
All right. Hey,
And I'm
command,
sure Andrea
Constellation's
is picking
command
up
gonna
on that
set up.
fact.
Oh, you're right. And that's the cool thing about this high level play between these players of like, oh, why would you get that and not your tropical island here? Okay, you're setting yourself up for this Price of Progress. Either you have it already or you're getting ready to try to find it. And that's why you're doing so much of this digging here. So we'll see what is.
This could be huge because I've had spots where I'm playing a Price of Progress tempo deck. I'm playing against Tron, and the best pilots, they know when it's time to stop playing lands, because do I have 20 mana or 22 mana? Maybe that doesn't matter, but whether I take 8 damage or 10 damage from a Price of Progress, that could matter. So Franco has left a little bit of a breadcrumb in the woods here, and I think Andrea is picking up on it.
So we're going to see, at least we have a Grim Monolith here and the key. So how much can we deploy this turn? It looks like I saw potentially a 1 ring to help us out and sort of get that engine online again. But
I
we
also like
have to
Andrea's
think about
sequencing here. He's playing Grim Monolith out before playing a land drop. So Franco doesn't know which land drop is coming. Is this another tomb? Is this going to be Ursa's Workshop that needs Metalcraft? How important is this monolith? Andrea is letting Franco do the guessing game here. Proper sequencing is one of the most satisfying things when it comes to high-level Magic.
Definitely. And now we have the confirmation to how many cards you have left in hand. How likely are you to be able to have another monolith, or do you just have a bunch of mana here? Do I fight over this? And yes, we're going to fight. There's the Force of Will. We'll kind of send that to the bin.
I like fighting over this mana because there's already a key in play, and if that card resolves, mana will basically never be an issue. So I really like taking your chances here.
Yeah, great little pivot point for Franco to be able to kind of capitalize on here. And now it's going to be
I think it's
where
time
else can he put pressure?
Well, is it time to Meltdown now? That's the question.
So why would we decide to melt down now as opposed to later? Is it that tantalizing idea of getting more stuff, or is it just saying I want to set you back as much as possible now? Where would be the choices here?
It also has to do with, let's imagine you have Core Steel Cutter as your only threat in hand. Then you really need to get this meltdown out of the way so that you can deploy your own artifact later. So there can be some timing issues. Now, with the way this is set up, you're saying, hey, what if my opponent wants a single construct that's very beatable? I can beat that. That's not going to be too scary. So I just like it there to free up your mana to say, hey, I have a 3-mana play. Let's get that out of the way, and then I can focus on winning the game after. Ooh, second monolith.
Ooh, dang.
With
Okay,
the
second
key.
monolith.
So it's always nerve-wracking when you're playing the Tron deck. You have to make your decision on the Saga tutor before you know if the monolith is resolving. Imagine that monolith gets Force of Willed, right? Then all of a sudden you have a key in play that doesn't do a whole lot, but you have to make that decision first.
Oh, man, that's the cool thing about Legacy is those key decision points make or break the next kind of lines that you have to try to follow here. But we see a bunch of mana getting generated into the One Ring, which then will get us our cards back. And so now there's our land drop. Price of Progress still can be beneficial when we can get to it here, but we're the life total is going to be a key factor here. So pay close attention as we're getting further along in this game, because we're taking damage off the Ancient Tombs. We're taking damage off the One Ring. So, but Trinisphere to follow it up with all that, to try to kind of
that
put
was
a
ideal.
safety net.
Mengucci could have played Trinisphere first and delayed the One Ring, but he made the correct read that if Franco had another force, he would have forced the monolith, and he didn't. So the coast was clear. And then there was another sweet interaction where the One Ring made it so that the second Ancient Tomb we're tapping that turn does not deal us any damage because we have protection from everything. So very, very ideal run out there for Mr. Mengucci.
Very nice, very nice. All right. So, and then just sort of the pass back for Franco not really being able to set themselves up with anything, more saying I'm going to try to interact with what comes next here. But what comes next is going to be a really interesting thing, because again, we have a way, we've got the key, but not going to be worrying about it right now.
Yeah, look at this Price of Progress. That's 6 damage to the dome. So now you either make this play when you have 2 Prices of Progress, or you make this play if you have a Lightning Bolt, because 6 plus Bolt, that's 9. 2 damage. I'm sorry, 2 counters on the One Ring. That's 11. So the math checks out here. Franco has either another copy of Price or a Lightning Bolt.
Oh my gosh, this is great too, because it's really forcing Mengucci to be in the hot seat of going now. Yep. Hey, can I chain these together? Is that okay? There's the handshake there. Oh man, what a game. Price of Progress, putting in work. I think that, you spoke about this, Andreas, about how much it matters for players to be able to kind of come prepared with their sideboard, not only to know what their weaknesses are, but also what to expect with the meta itself there.
Oh yeah, now this was beautiful, right? I got to highlight my favorite sidebar card in Legacy, and then we got to see how it single-handedly, that's all that Franco did this game, I think, like aggression-wise. Otherwise, he
Yeah.
Force of Will, Dispel, Meltdown, and then cast 2 Prices of Progress, and that's all she wrote. Like that's beautiful stuff. Usually, you need help from your channelers or your delvers or your otter tokens or your monks. But here, that was just price and a price. Thanks for tapping your Ancient Tombs and playing with the One Ring, I guess.
Sometimes it's enough. It worked out pretty well. But I hope you guys have been enjoying all of our action that we've been doing all day long for the 4Seasons Spring Legacy event. We've got some amazing games about to come up. So let's kind of do a little hint, let you know, because we've got some of our powerhouses from yesterday coming up soon, because we've got our birthing taxes list. If you did not see this yesterday, you're in for a treat. It's the kind of death and taxes utilizing birthing ritual versus a blue-black tempo list. That's going to be super exciting. We also have Eldrazi versus our cat deck, doing some Boros Energy cat shenanigans. Is our Eldrazi the winner from yesterday too?
I'm not sure about the actual player, but yeah, those were the 2 decks that we
lists?
featured in the finals, the green-white Taxes deck and the Eldrazi deck. So yeah, some cool storylines to round out the show. We're enjoying ourselves. Let's go out with a bang.
We are. So we'll see you guys in about 5-minute break. So stay tuned, get some drinks, get some water, and come back for some more epic legacy action here. Welcome back. Thanks for sticking with us. I'm, of course, Nan, joined by Andreas, as we're bringing you guys all the legacy coverage to round out the day. We had some great coverage all day long. Of course, Julian and Colin were able to start out the morning, bringing you guys some great epic action with legacy. Of course, we've got our great crew with the Impact Live crew on site for 4Seasons, bringing you guys all the cool deck techs, well, at least deck lists, the cool images that you guys get to see for
the
it.
visuals, so beautiful.
Visuals make a huge difference. I mean, because I'm a big visual person when it comes to deck lists. Seeing the cards, I'm like, oh yes, cool. I can easily identify it based off the art and stuff like that. So having that available for us is definitely a game changer there. But hope you guys have been enjoying all of our legacy action. We are, of course, getting closer and closer to the end, but that means we're getting closer and closer to our top 8, and that is the exciting part that we're building towards, because we have had some amazing games all week or all weekend long, both yesterday and today. But this event in particular, 9 rounds of regular play in a 300 person, 333, I don't remember what the exact number, 330,
330, I think. But yeah, the whole point is the players still standing are a unique bunch, right? They fought the whole day, and now it's getting closer and closer to that coveted top 8 spots. What I love about these 4Seasons main events is you get a playmat. So when I traveled there last time, I was able to top 8 the vintage main event. I have a cool playmat that says, hey, I did that with awesome artwork, so that's not going anywhere. These players this time will do the same. Yeah, we're getting so close here with round 8 coming up shortly. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the pressure mounting, the bright lights. And hey, if you feel pressure, that means you care. So I just take that as a huge privilege. Let's see if these players can handle it in the couple of matches we have coming up.
Yeah, there is something to be said about being able to play Magic at your LGS or online comfort area, and you're like, okay, I've gotten used to this, but being in, high stakes, big deal tournament like this is definitely something to kind of, separate those really skilled players from just kind of the normal grinders here. And speaking of really skilled players, we're back with this birthing taxes list. If you were watching yesterday for our Italian event, we had the, of course, 64 player Italian Legacy Invitational there that you got to have, of course, get an invite to. This is one of the decks that we got to feature on camera quite a bit and made it to the finals here. So talk to me a little bit about the birthing taxes list. What makes it so unique of a deck compared to the traditional birthing taxes stuff?
Yeah, so traditional Death and Taxes focuses a little bit more on ETB creatures and grinding out the opponent, but this deck is actually zooming in on the card Birthing Ritual. Birthing Ritual, a card that has mainly seen play in Modern. So when you can find a deck where there's a natural mana curve to it and you can keep upgrading your creatures, this feels like playing with Birthing Pod, I don't know, 12 or 13 years ago. And in this deck, you get to turn your Esper Sentinels into Stoneforges, your Stoneforges into Recruiter of the Guard, your Recruiter of the Guard into Canoptic Scarab Swarm, that card into Solitude. So there's just this natural curve when it comes to sacrificing creatures on the end step. So yesterday we saw Nicolo grind out opponent after opponent, and unfortunately fell short in the finals against Eldrazi Stompy. But yeah, this is a lot of grinding. This has the best late game in the business, and we're playing a lot of cards that tries to get us there.
Yeah, definitely. We've talked about it a lot. It's the constrictor style deck that it's going to eventually assemble enough advantage to be able to get there through those reoccurring patterns, being able to utilize Recruiter of the Guard, being able to utilize that pre-war formal wear, Birthing Ritual, just sort of do these little bit of loops here. So very powerful, very cool deck, especially if you're a fan of the traditional Death and Taxes, you'll probably be a fan of this Birthing Taxes list. So that's one side of our next match that we've got to be able to see. The next deck that we're going to be talking about is another pretty cool one as well. I mean, it's one that I guess we've seen kind of, you've talked about on camera. We've seen the flavors and the kind of ebb and flows of way it is, but the kind of blue-black tempo style, it utilizing also some big scary stuff like Murktide. We've got Kaido. We've got, of course, our Burrogoyf as well. But what exactly are we going to be able to do with this list in this matchup here?
Yeah, so basically we just have to acknowledge that if the game goes to double-digit turns, the Death and Taxes deck will be heavily advantaged. So if we can use that sense of urgency to now be a little bit more aggressive with Murktide Regent, be a little bit more aggressive with our Thoughtseize decisions, be a little bit more willing to force the will, source to plowshares, and we can try and close out the game before the opponent reaches that end state. That's the goal. We even have Hymn to Torak here, which is a personal favorite of
I
mine.
like a lot.
That is a card that does require you to fetch a lot of dual lands against a Wasteland deck, but if you can take out Recruiter of the Guard, Stoneforge Mystic, Birthing Ritual before they hit the board, that is a way to actually turn the tables on the card advantage that the Death and Taxes deck is going to be bringing. Then we have a card like Kaito. That would be awesome to see that card power through. And we have our Bowmasters, which is better against this version of Taxes than usual because of Esper Sentinel and Thalia in the opposing deck. So all in all, we have a lot of good tools, but they do have to line up nicely for us to get the win over the Death and Taxes Menace.
Ooh, so this is going to be a really exciting match for you guys to watch, kind of the blue deck versus our non-blue deck, and kind of the most powerful sense of the word here, as these players are sleeved up, ready to go as we get things going with this.
Yeah.
And this is round 8. Both of these players are 6-1. So another really intense moment. Talk to me about why being 6-1 is so important right now.
Yeah, so 6-1 means that you're still alive and well, but you don't have any losses to give. So for some players, that pressure is something that will affect their game. Some players will thrive in that environment. So I'm just a little bit curious to see who can, keep their composure and execute when it matters the most.
All right, so we're going to have to see as Tamiyo gets deployed here. Starting off, I like Tamiyo a lot early on. It's got the evasiveness, so you can start generating some clues, and being able to have a flip Tamiyo, being able to recur some of your spells later on in the game, and also just sort of blanket and kind of keep in check some of these sort of go wide mentality that the Birthing Taxes deck is trying to do. But that's not going to be long for this world, because Swords is going to immediately answer it here. So how do you feel about that kind of immediate response to Tamiyo?
I like it a lot. It could be worse from the side of Luigi here. It could have been a Caracas, which is always just so annoying answer to Tamiyo. So getting a plow out of hand. If I'm Luigi, I'm thinking, well, that plow is a card that's not going to target my Murktide or my Baragoyf later. So if I have the long lights on, this is totally fine.
Right, and then you see a repeat right there with second Tamiyo, second Swords, but I like what you were talking about and referencing related to the potential later game with the Murktides. But Tamiyo number 3, will this one actually be able to stick around? We're going to have to see.
Tamiyo number 3 with no land drop. That's the scary part. And this is where, if Nicolo has the chance, we will see a wasteland in a heartbeat. We also saw Luigi could have fought over one of the Swords of Plowshares, but didn't. So I think he has a pretty good idea that Tamiyo is just a distraction. That's not how I actually win this game.
Yeah, great way to talk about it. It's not the actual way to win the game. It's just kind of a means to get to the next stage of this game here. So let's see
even just be
where
something is soaking up Swords of Plowshares or Solitude that then clears the way for a future card. Just like we discussed when we saw the Quarry Steel Cutter versions trying to beat the Jeskai control deck. It was trying to line up the opponent's answers awkwardly to your threats. That was the name of the game. I want you to plow the Monk. I want you to plow the Channeler so that my Murktide can get the job done. Similar strategy here from the underdog that on paper is the blue-black tempo deck.
Yeah, so we had a big tank moment right here as the kind of debate about force of will, but being on one land, I think, made that a little bit easier of a choice going,
Yeah.
I need a way to kind of cast my spells, and then we see the Solitude response here, but Thoughtseize is going to follow it up, said, which would you like, this one or this one? It's the same card, Stoneforge Mystic, one will go to the graveyard, the other one's there, but let's kind of cast one and find a tool. What are we going to grab?
Yeah, we're going to grab the formal wear here, I would imagine, because you should expect your opponent to have the first copy of either Snuff Out or Fatal Push in this spot, and you just drew your third land, so things are a little bit more easy. I think I got a peek of Luigi's second copy of Thoughtseize, which is going to be incredible here to clear the formal wear.
Oh, that would be huge. Yep, there we go. Stripping that away. And so now it's kind of left with, all right, what other tools do I have to kind of help me out here? The Stoneforge isn't that scary right now by herself. She can become scarier later now that there are no more artifacts, equipments that we can cheat into play. That's the big power that the deck gets access to, is being able to start recurring and cheating things and doing things like that. But, a Birthing Ritual would be really powerful here off the top. But
how can we make the body of Stoneforge Mystic relevant? And Birthing Ritual is the answer to that question. Because usually, if you're stripped of the equipment, who cares about a 1/2? But we now live in a world where there's a powerful green enchantment and a full playset of it in Nicolo's deck.
let's see. Send a message, come across for 1, and a Vial. Okay. It's not a turn 1 Vial, but Vial is still a really powerful card as the game progresses. And since we're in this we've traded a lot of resources right now, just getting this out to help us be a little bit more efficient with our mana later on can be beneficial, but not as powerful of a live draw as we were hoping for.
No,
So
from Luigi's side of the table, I think you're reasonably excited that the opponent drew that card. That could have been way worse. Anything from Recruiter to Stoneforge to Birthing Ritual. There's a million cards here that would be annoying to face. So we take that Vial any day of the week. But you do make a point here that once the game progresses, that card will be relevant because we're a Yorion deck, right? So this is all we have now grinded the game into the dust. If this is a copy of Baragoyf, there's a big chance Luigi can steal this game.
Gosh, there it is. All right, so we do the check. What do we got in here? We've got lands, we've got instant sorceries, artifact after that pre-war.
This is a
creatures.
5, I think.
Oh, big scary. Okay. Yeah, Baragoyf is a very powerful creature in this situation, especially with so little bit on the board here. But 3 mana, is it a recruiter? No, you're on to hand here.
So was that a Solitude? It was not. So Baragoyf is either forcing a chump block or getting in there here. That's huge. Well, scrap that because Fatal Push will clear the way. Why let the opponent have that decision? Now the dream is to mill into a Murktide Regent here to really put on the hot water here.
Okay. Decent amount of stuff that was revealed here off of the Baragoyf's attack.
It looks like Bowmasters is slightly more interesting than Tameo with Caracas in the mix, unless you really need a blue card. Planeswalker getting milled, so they keep track of the size here of Baragoyf.
Oh, that's true. It does jump up to the 6/7. I like the nice little Tarma dice that we get to see here to help us kind of keep track at home.
Oh, yeah. So if we cannot draw a Plow or a Skyclave to stem the bleeding, this is going to be a tough one for Nicolo.
Yeah, this is we're going to just deploy it now.
Play out the 4/5. I don't think we have the intention to block here, but we might have the intention to start doing that next turn and then use Caracas as a, let's call it, build your own Mazavith situation.
Exactly. So there are these very specific lines that you can do to basically absorb the hit without taking the damage. It's going to kind of bounce it back to your hand here and sort of blanket the Baragoyf, but we can't do that yet. So this is another big bit of damage.
This is backbreaking. This is so likely to hit a card that snowballs the game. And there it is.
There's the Murktide. Oof.
Murktide Regent. There's no answer for Baragoyf, so here, when it rains, it pours. Here's 2 must-deal-with threats.
That is really scary. Now, there are still cards that we can draw to help us out. Being at 5 mana, we could get a Solitude here. We could... Oh, gosh. I mean,
Skyclave is good onto the Baragoyf. The Recruiter of the Guard, if you get your Vial to 3, can then go and get Solitude. Then you have a chump blocker and an answer to Murktide. That would be awesome. So the Death and Taxes deck has comebacks from here.
All right, let's see what this draw has in store for us here.
I want to see the Recruiter here. Then I think we're in for a treat of a game.
All right, decision line time here. Now, the past doesn't give us any information because of the Vial and stuff like that, but it does kind of...
I think it's very unlikely it was Recruiter, because you just gave your opponent another draw step to find Force of Will for the Solitude or Daze for the Solitude.
Yeah, and we'll just scoop it there.
Wow. Blue-Black Tempo did very similar game plan to what we saw a couple of rounds ago against lands, where if we're winning the game, it has to do with the opponent bricking a little bit, us having a clutch Force of Will to protect a big creature, and then just snowball that over the finish line.
Yeah, that's a great way to describe like that game plan and how they're setting things up of just like, oh, I need to get to this point. This is my path to victory is through this dragon. So as long as this survives, it's good. And all of those early Tamios eating all of those
Yeah,
Swords to Plowshare was a
exactly.
really big reason why that
That came to
happened.
fruition, right? That Tamio was simply just a smoke screen, a lightning rod, and then that allowed us to, maintain bigger creatures later on.
All right. Well,
It looked like we saw a little bit of sideboarding out of the Taxes deck, bringing in Disruptor Flute after, or maybe not. Maybe it's just considering it. I was about to say after seeing the Kaito get milled, because usually Kaito is really scary. Unclear for already all the way into the opening hands. Yeah, that's probably the case.
yeah, so I guess it's like the Disruptor Flute is nice, but is that really where you need to be going? How much of your game plan can you dilute? Because things like the Esper Sentinels and stuff that we often talk about of being weaker in certain matchups are actually pretty powerful in this because of like some of the cantripy stuff that the tempo deck can do here.
Right.
But
It's a double-edged sword, though, because, yeah, it's good against Ponder, Brainstorm, Thoughtseize, Flow State, but it's not very good against Orcish Bowmasters.
Nope.
So there's a fine line to walk there between when is Bowmasters going to be live anyway, so we might as well have a ton of X1s, and when can we actually minimize the effect of that card.
all right, so now we see Luigi going to be setting himself up here. Do we get a turn 1 Tamio again? Are we doing
Note
some
that we're fetching a
pondering?
lot of duels with this list because we play the card Hymn to Torag. So
Yes.
this, I've played this a lot, and I found that Hymn to Torag is awesome when the game is about grinding, but then when you play against faster decks with Wasteland, you can find yourself fetching duels, getting wasted, and that could be a little bit of a trouble here. Okay, let's see if I can speed run some sideboarding
Yeah, let's do it.
philosophy here before we get back into the action. The Taxes deck here, we talked a little bit about. We are not quite sure about the X1s, Esper Sentinel. The Disruptor Flute is questionable, but what do we have in our sideboard? Because mainly this deck will prioritize playing against unfair strategies, because this matchup is actually exactly what you want. So I expect very, very little, if any, sideboarding, to be
Right.
honest. Maybe you upgrade to like a single copy of Disruptor Flute, you get rid of your Galactique. Galactique doesn't seem the best against blue-black. That's mainly a Tron hate card that you have in your recruiter package. Kind of like when you play Saga Trinkets for your Ursus Saga. But yeah,
Makes sense.
very light sideboarding, and we just have to draw a little better, essentially.
Okay, I like that. All right, so we got potential the Disruptor Flutes. We talked about the Kaido being a good target with there. So, all
Yep.
right, pretty solid for our Birthing
Also,
Taxes
you like the
lines.
strategy of just drawing better, right? That's high level.
It makes a really big difference, to be honest. I mean,
All right, let's see what the tempo deck has in the sideboard. Right, I was looking for Massacre here, which is a card I love to play out of this deck. But yeah, we
Oh,
like the Snuff
yes.
Out. We just had good experience with Baragoyf, so we're probably trying to double down on more of those. Consign can do some cool things against the deck, essentially on Vial on the stack, but also a ton of triggers like Recruit or Stoneforge. And the
Yes.
big one is when the opponent goes Yorion, they exile 3 of their own permanents. We go to the end step, they're ready to come
Keep them
back,
there.
and there's the Consign. So some blowout potential here, some small upgrades with some removal spells, and I expect cards like Daze to go out because, let's be honest, this game is going to go long, and I don't want to draw Daze on turn 6.
Does adding another copy of Hymn to Torag sound appealing to
Right, yeah, I
disrupt
like
them a
that.
little bit there? Okay.
I like it a
But-
lot because you'll find mid-game situations where, oh, they Stoneforge for formal wear, and now you have to deal with it. Or I put Jor into hand and pass the turn, deal with it, right? And then that's where Hymn to Torag is better and better. And the opponent's deck is slow. So it's yeah, I like it a lot. All right,
Right,
we're
so
back
yeah,
into the action here.
Here we go. We got game number 2 coming at you here with a turn 1 Vial. How great is that when you're playing a Death and Taxes style list?
That is absolutely huge because now you can use your land drop for wastelanding. You can beat Daze and Force of Will. You can play at instant speed, react to what the opponent's doing. Imagine you want to play Recruiter of the Guard, but you're not quite sure which card to go and get. Now you can just let the opponent play and then decide on their end step. So flexibility, cheating on mana, awesome card.
Yeah, flexibility it definitely is going to be a big factor here. So we're going to see a nice little kind of ponder setup, nothing too crazy. That turn one vial, though, we do have an Esper Sentinel that we could play off of this as well. So we do have a one drop that can already get used because a lot of the Death and Taxes list kind of hover around that two drop seems to be where they play a lot of the time. But we get
Right.
access to one drops being a birthing taxes list.
So we need to put that in now because then on the opponent's main phase, they're getting taxed by this card.
Mhm.
Also, I just realized a reason that this Death and Taxes deck is annoying is it incentivizes you to fetch basics because of Wasteland, but it incentivizes you to keep basics in your deck because of White Orchid Phantom. That's kind of an annoying
Oh,
place to put your opponent in.
gosh. It is. It definitely that extra pressure. So it's like two different ways that these decks are trying to apply pressure here. One is trying to do like the disruptive stuff, like the tempo deck the deck is, where the birthing taxes is trying to put that pressure on the mana base and kind of messing them up with like the white orcers and the wastelands and stuff, while also generating all this value off of the ability to kind of cycle through your deck, find tools that you might need off of your creatures like Recruiter of the Guard, Stoneforge Mystic, stuff like that. But we do get a little bit of a surveil land, going to get us some more information here. But Bowmaster coming out early here,
Yeah,
getting rid of the one drop,
Bowmaster killing the one toughness creature, leaving two bodies in play is not bad when your deck is trying to set up Kaito. I think it's only one copy though, and it's a huge sign of weakness that we played Wasteland as a land here. So if Nicolo has a Wasteland, I couldn't sacrifice it faster targeting the Underground Sea.
Definitely. All right, Caracas is our land here. Let's see, Stoneforge, Flicker Wisp within the flicking of the cards in hand. So the
I think this is
Stoneforge is
where
nice to flash in like later on.
Yeah, I agree. So this is basically where you decide, am I going to be playing around Dace for the remainder of this game? And the answer is yes. Because if I slam
Mm,
the Flicker Wisp here, I'm saying I don't think I can play around Dace for the remainder of the game. I should get busy. Um, and I like the decision here because slow and steady wins the race. You need to end up in a game where 5 turns from now the opponent has situational cards like Daze in hand, and you just are burying them in advantage. There's no reason to get dazed in this game when you're not under severe pressure.
exactly. And plus, we got to see just how much experience Nicolo has with this deck for playing yesterday and made it to the finals, and now
Oh yeah.
sitting here 6-1. So they have definitely put in the reps. So they know these specific lines that they're trying to navigate here, and kind of knowing that there are those pressures that you need to kind of start leaning on your opponent, but they're not ready to start leaning yet. And so we're going to have to wait and see when that starts to happen, because it looks like Wasteland's going to go and take away the green here or take away the Caracas. You're kind of left
I
with that
like taking
choice.
away the green a lot. I think if you don't have Tameo in hand, the Caracas is not that exciting. And if you did your homework and saw what was going on yesterday, you know that Birthing Ritual would be a disaster if it hit play.
All right, there's the flash in of Stoneforge Mystic here. So we will be
Also
able to
note
kind of,
that Luigi cast a Brainstorm but did not find any fetch land or colored lands and is now stuck with probably 2 bad cards on top of their deck. So this could
that's
be a
true.
very, very tall order. The good old Brainstorm lock.
Oh, Brainstorm Lock can be so frustrating to have to manage and go, well, I guess for the next 2 draws, I'm stuck with this and have no way to kind of work through it yet. So we'll
Here's a high
see
level
how
play,
things
by the
go.
way. Nicolo goes for the Meteor Sword on Stoneforge and saying, if you don't have a snuff out, I get to now vindicate your only blue
Yes.
source.
Oh,
Luigi says, well, I'm pretty desperate, so I'll try and wasteland your white source so that maybe, just maybe, you cannot activate your Stoneforge on this turn.
oh, and look at this. We have the Surveil land
Yeah, the tap
as our
land.
land. Oh, the tap land. So yep, you get to survive another
Now the
turn
question
with
is, do
your
we have
land.
Fatal Push? Oh, we have Thoughtseize, so we can prevent, once again, like last game, we can prevent the bonus of the tutored equipment here. Because I think if Nicolo gets to blow up that Underground Sea, then the game is almost over.
Hmm. All right, there we're going for the push. So I like this as another way to be able to
Ooh.
attack
I
the
want to talk
deck
a
a
little
bit.
bit about the timing here. The phase where you need to do this is your own end step because of exactly Flicker Wisp. If you do it on your own end step, this Stoneforge will not come back until the opponent's end step. If you do it on your main phase, this Stoneforge will come back at this end of turn and be ready to go on Nicolo's turn. So
Oh my gosh.
slightly missed opportunity here to make life awkward for Nicolo.
Yeah,
And I think this is going to cost you. This is going to cost Luigi.
Definitely.
It's a difference between losing your Underground Sea or keeping your Underground Sea for another turn.
Yeah, and we talked about how much of a challenge things are for Luigi right now because of that brainstorm lock that he got himself in, of having those 2 cards on top that are not lands and not fetchable to be able to find anything else. And so now he's kind of stuck of like feeling maybe that extra pressure. I have to act. I have to respond. I got to deal with this, but not going for the Thoughtseize instead of going for the push there.
Or sequencing the push on the end step. Like you had a couple of options here to make it awkward for the opponent. And yeah, the main phase push, that could be very, very punishing. Being up a game though, not bad in a scenario like this that's looking grim.
All right, and we see there's the activation of the Stoneforge. So we will be cheating in one of our equipments from play. Meteor Sword will be able to drop down that meteor on that Underground Sea, destroying it, sending it to the graveyard, and basically cutting off Luigi from any resources for the time being, as the evasiveness that is the Flicker Wisp being able to fly in for 3 damage here. So Luigi
also,
now has to kind of set stuff up.
Quietly doing the work here. Not necessarily. It flashed in a Flicker Wisp. That was awesome. It produced an uncounterable Stoneforge. That's awesome. That's 1 card producing 5 worth of mana already. But now it's threatening to do it all over again with Yorion, and this is where things get very, very tricky for the blue-black tempo player.
Oh, the loops. So this is really, really bad. So here's how this is going to work. If we decide to go this route at any point, Euron can be able to be flashed in with Vial, get these creatures and the artifacts out of here. We're going to keep our Aether Vial. That's fine.
Right.
We could reset it if we really wanted to, but
yeah, exactly. Imagine a situation where Luigi goes land, Thoughtseize, then you just respond Vial in the Yorion, and then you get to kill that land end of turn with the sword, and keep flickering.
Keep flickering.
This is almost an unthinkable spot to get out of. Maybe it has to do with a magical consign to memory if Nicolo gets too frisky, but man, this is the chokehold.
Oh, this is the scary stuff. Yeah, Consign is definitely going to be an important tool that Luigi needs to put a stop to it, because with Flicker Wisp and Euron, you basically get to infinitely loop them back and forth and keep blinking them out of existence here. But we see, hey, here's a Wasteland too, just in case we need to interact with your land base.
And this is where Scalding Tarn not being a polluted delta could come up again, right? You're kind of forced to fetch a duel unless you want to play from a basic island, and things are just so complicated. Okay. Another land. So now we have at least a path to some basic lands. But the thing is, Meteor Sword doesn't care about basic land, non-basic land. That card will, kill about anything.
All right. So we kind of talked about utilizing and needing a consigned to memory. What else does Luigi need to help him kind of dig his way out of this hole?
That's the thing. We need to get to a spot where we get rid of this Flicker Wisp, because that card is currently free rolling the attack step.
Yes.
And we don't have infinite life to play with. So we need to get rid of that card while not having our guards totally down. But I really can't see it. Like, this is just such a powerful position. This is a cool one because, well, Luigi's path to a comeback requires non-basic spells. I'm sorry, not non-creature spells. And now you're not only, taxing those and you're getting paid off for those. If the Sentinel gets to draw your card, you're also, upping the clock here. Of course, Bowmasters has something to say about your opponent drawing extra cards, etc. So maybe that's something you want to do here. Play something into the Sentinel. Don't pay the tax and then ping the Flicker Wisp with Bowmasters.
Definitely a possibility. But it looks like we're just going to be essentially setting up a really big creature. So pre-war Former gives it +2/+2, and then the Meteor Sword gives it +3/+3. It also has Vigilance, so now we're kind of set with this nice little pressure that we could be able to do of, here's this 3 evasive, and then I've got this giant Esper Sentinel coming across here.
So this is where I feel like Luigi needs to cast a spell now, not pay the tax. Well, obviously, he doesn't have 5 extra mana or 6 extra mana. And then that Bowmaster trigger off that draw can ping the Flicker Wisp. So maybe we can lure out.
That's a good line.
sometimes you can play into some of these triggers to your advantage. But Luigi decides that the mountain is too tall to climb, and he would rather use his low battery here at the end of a long day to try and take down game 3 instead.
That's a definitely a point to make here, is that kind of idea that it has been a long day. This is round number 8 of a 9-round tournament, and really getting down to the wire for both of these players. They
Right.
have to get through this match, and they have next round, and they cannot lose. If their goal is to make top 8, they cannot drop this. They cannot drop the next one. So they have to not only prepare for getting through this match, but also have to think in the back of their mind, okay, I still have one more, so I need my mental bandwidth prepared for that. So really not much, like you mentioned here. Anything else that you want to mention with our birthing taxes for this matchup, though?
No, I think we just had a somewhat long game 2, which in theory should get you to know more about the opponent's deck, but you really didn't find out that much about the opponent's deck. So I just assumed that the Galactique became a flute, and we're calling it a day.
That makes total sense here. On the other side, like the tempo stuff, got to see a lot more in the store here. Didn't really get to see the birthing ritual here, but basically all the other, annoying things that you might see are going to be kind of popping back up. But I think it's really going to come down to the land base here again of how we're fetching and stuff like
Maybe
that.
Days is in the mix because we play first, and we can catch stuff like Vile turn 1. So who knows? Ooh, with double Vile. And okay, so the Galactique stays in essentially because that's actually a sweet one, because the card Massacre sees a lot of play out of blue-black sideboards, and Galactique actually stops Massacre. So since players are not working with open deck lists, I like speculating on that card, actually.
Yeah, that's smart. I like that. Yeah, the idea of not having open deck lists, and there are flex spots and different flavors of tempo. Some people are doing a few more, tools, like the Hymn to Turok is one of those that, like, how many are you on, right? Different ways that you can kind of, utilize the same deck list is always interesting.
Another Gory for a Nod, Kaito or not, how many Murktides, lots of stuff here. Let's see what
So
this
talk to me
thoughts
about
this
Luigi.
decision.
Yeah, what is his, like? It's hard because we don't know for sure what's in the hand, but we are kind of having to decide where we're going to attack the hand with our
So
disruption.
this is a cool one where if the opponent solitudes, that's card disadvantage for the opponent. We can work with that. If the opponent has 2 vials, that's a little bit, let's say, inefficient. So imagine Vial is just a mana source. Nobody ever got killed by a Vial, right? It's just a convenience tool. So in theory, you can say, well, I'm just going to deal with every creature you play, and then you end up with what? You end up with some Vials and some lands. So in theory, Luigi's ahead on cards because Vial is quote unquote just a mana source.
Yeah, it's good. That I like that breakdown there. That's a good
So
way to
maybe
talk
if there
about
are 2 vials, I'm sorry, if there's only 1 vial and not 2, maybe you take it then because of the
Right.
game going longer. But when there's 2, you can say, oh yeah, it's kind of like, imagine you play in a modern and the opponent has 2 blood moons. Then maybe because they do 2 blood moons instead of 1 blood moon and an action card, that's what leads to their demise essentially in a long game. So yeah, I don't think Luigi was thrilled to see that hand, but I like the decision to say formal wear is always going to be relevant in a game. Maybe the
Yes.
second vial is bad.
Yeah, formal wear, because of the ability to bring creatures back from the graveyard, is scary. We want to try to keep that in check. And also having 2 vials, it's not often that we've seen this weekend about having 2 vials, but the ability to kind of set yourself up knowing that, oh, my list runs a lot of 2 drops. So keeping one that just maybe lives on that 2 drop while this one ticks up to 5 can also be really important and really impactful as the game goes on longer, because that's the idea of the birthing taxes list. Let's kind of slowly drag the game out, constrict you. But wow, talk to me about
that
what we
is
just saw
a
here.
reason to let the opponent have 2 vials. Engineered Explosives gets to kill both. Now note that if that Galactique had found the table before the explosives, then you could not cast the explosives because Galactique is a card that prevents X spells from getting cast. But now it's parked in play, and now we kind of swap seats here. Last game we saw a Desperate Wasteland to prevent a Stoneforge activation. Now we see a Desperate Wasteland to prevent an Engineered Explosives activation.
Oof. Very, very
Which didn't work
battle.
because Luigi has the land here. And now you have to play smart with your activation here. I feel like the way to do this is pass the turn, see what the opponent does here. And now you have to consider, does there exist any card that disrupts my fetching ability? It looks like the answer to that question is no, according to
No.
Luigi. So now, before the opponent untaps, it's time to crack the explosives. And here's a key decision. Do I find 2 different basics, or do I find 2 duels? And I think the tiebreaker for finding 2 duels is, aside from you running 3 Hymn to Torax, is that the opponent has the White Orchid Phantom in the deck. So now that we want to have the basic lanes in the deck rather than in play.
That is very important because of the ability to kind of have to tutor them up later off the White Orchid blowing up our lands. We need those kind of ways to come back and not just be blown out and be locked out of the game without being able to cast any spells here. So now it's going to be, we've got a decent position to be in, even though we see the Gaddock Teague is out, but that's not really something that we're necessarily worried about. We can sort of start to progress our plan and start to dig and set stuff up. So what's our next setup here that we're trying to do as Luigi?
Yeah, so we have some cards in our deck, especially Hymn to Torak, that I would really love to fire off while we're under little pressure. If we can clear that Solitude and then start playing Barragoyf or Murktide afterwards, I like it a lot. Also note that Brainstorm is a way to get rid of a Force of Will that is simply not castable under the Gaddock Teague. So you can adjust your hand based on the Hate Bear in play. And then it's all about, do we have a relevant follow-up? Can we cast a Flow State to see some new cards? Can we start stripping the opponent's hand? The Wasteland Pass situation here is good because this prevents the opponent from going end-step Surveil Land. Well, they can still do it, but then they will lose their dual land.
They'll lose their land.
So sometimes you want to make this play. Also, this is either representing Bowmasters as an actual card in hand, or being a bluff that might disincentivize the Gaddock Teague from keep attacking. So lots of good reasons to play out Wasteland there as your land drop.
All right, and there is the Surveil.
That's pretty cool play here, because now we're calling the bluff. If we get Wastelanded, the opponent does not have Bowmaster. If the opponent lets the land stay in play, I think my opponent has Bowmasters for the combat. Like, so there's a little bit of eye staring contest here going on between the two competitors.
Oh, I mean, it's so great to see these high level plays like this where they are doing these like check moments. Hey, do you have these cards? I can get information from the way that you're playing because we're playing at such a high level, and go, yep, that's fine. I got my Surveil. I have a follow-up land. That's fine. We'll both sit here at 2 lands, and I'm going to start chipping away at you, at least with Gaddock Teagues. That's 2 damage. It's keeping your forces in check. Like, it's putting in the work, but Push is going to say, no, we're done with that.
Yeah, it's been fun for that Gaddock Teague, but no more. So no play from Luigi is a little bit concerning. Let's see. There's probably, is there still a Force in there? Because we did Brainstorm 1 away, which I liked a lot, especially how things were looking at the time. Oh, wow. The opponent, the Taxus player, took a single mulligan and got 2 for 1 on the Vile decision. And then from there, hasn't been able to cast any card advantage cards like Stoneforge, like Recruiter. Right. So this game is actually going according to plan from Luigi. I think the only thing that could be better is if he's found a Hymn to Torak during these couple of turns.
That would have been a huge explosive moment there to kind of add a little bit more disruption into this match, but not at the moment here. We see Karakas is our land, but that 3 mana though is really important for getting that next set of things, like being able to deploy a Recruiter of the Guard. But
yeah, I think exactly that's the decision. Oh, Yorianto hand.
Okay.
Instead, Bowmaster is not too exciting, but it is something that gets the game rolling. Now the question is there a Kaito to follow up with? Because
that would be really good.
The turning point, or not necessarily the turning point, because this is anyone's game, but really a huge advantage to the Blue-Black Tempo player.
Yeah, this game has kind of been flowing back and forth up to this point where both players are sort of just kind of testing the water a little bit. Okay, let me see how you respond to this. Let me try to disrupt you a little bit here, but nothing has really kind of pushed in one person's favor yet. And even this Brainstorm is still just kind of a, let's gather some resources, gather some information to kind of help us through this next stage of the game. And, what's that, a Sheldred's Edict maybe? But
yeah, and I also see a Force of Will. Unclear if there's a blue card to go with it, because Bowmaster's not the most impressive clock. It has to be coupled with more hard-hitting threats. Ooh, Thoughtseize is a good one here. So Skyclave looks to be the pick you want to go for here? Solitudes are redundant, and the Orion is way into the future.
Way into the future. Yeah, Skyclave, the only like real thing that you're scared about right now, because again, you talked about like the 2-for-1ing to be able to actually be able to deploy the Solitude, and so
Yeah.
losing even more resources that we are kind of in desperate need of being able to kind of hold on to at this point in time here. Even taking the turn off last turn to just get Euron into our hand is kind of an indication of where we're at with the birthing taxes list. And so uh, I like the idea of getting rid of the Skyclave, but if the idea is my hand is set up for later and I'm worried about this game going long enough, maybe you can make an argument for something else. But we see that.
And this is probably where Luigi says, "Do you know what? At that time, I think I found a blue card for my Force of Will, so I think I have also I play him to Torg in my deck. So it's better to take care of the card that's impacting the game right now."
And we see a Stoneforge, and then there's the wait. You saw the like immediate reach. Can I go searching? And it's like, hold on, let me just double check and think through it.
And this is
now we see
where
the search.
the pre-war formal wear is probably going to enter the equation here, because that card doesn't care about Stoneforge surviving. We've talked about that. And also something we missed here is Luigi's going to draw the same couple of cards that he put back with Brainstorm last turn. So whether they're good or bad, I guess time will tell. Now we have the blue card. So maybe we stacked our Brainstorm a little bit suboptimally here. Let's see how that plays out. The attack here is pretty clear. You're saying, hey, I have a second Bowmaster. What are you going to do about it, buddy?
All right, there's the block.
So here we need to go to damage, because if you do it before, your opponent has time to Solitude. So here's a situation where this is a play. Oh, man. This is a play where if Luigi had Kaito, you could have ninjutsu'd in response to this Solitude, because we already went to blocks. So if you actually want to prevent Kaito from being in the mix that turn, you need to Solitude before announcing blocks.
Right. So again, that sequencing and lines that you could be able to play are so important.
That was a hard skipping heartbeat moment, because if there's actually Kaito, you can fizzle the Solitude there. That would have been a disaster.
Ooh, and I think that's also that dependent upon how many copies of Kaito are in the list, right?
Yeah.
In this case, we only see one copy of it, but if there were two, that increases the chances of being able to have that situation happen. But attempt to do the pre-war formal will to kind of reset things, and that's where the force is.
This is why I think if Luigi had stacked his Brainstorm a little bit better, we could have just forced the Stoneforge to begin with and not had to worry about the 1-2, which was also an avenue to the equipment. The 1-2 body ended up eating a Bowmaster up here, so highly relevant.
Definitely here. But this is the, what the deck is designed to do is in the case of like the death and taxes, is we're just sort of like putting you in these uncomfortable positions here to have to make these difficult choices here. And Stoneforge Mystic coming out is giving that next difficult choice.
It sure is. Stoneforge Mystic for Lion Sash. And at this point, almost any creature will dominate the Orcish Bowmasters in combat. Let's see. Oh, did Luigi finally draw the Kaito because of this attack?
Maybe.
I mean, if he goes for that Solitude play again, I'm not sure I can stomach the timing here. You need to Solitude before announcing blocks. Otherwise, that will be an unblocked creature, that Orc.
Yes. All right,
If
doing a quick
that was
check
Kaito off the top of the deck, that is the dream scenario. What other cards are there that would make this a good attack? I think just the third Bowmasters.
That's true.
Because then you do the same as last time, where you finish it off with a ping.
Just reset it that way.
So let's see if I'm right about that.
Yep, there's the next Bowmaster.
Okay, so Kaito would have been this disaster, and this is something you accept.
Deploying the Lion Sash here, that helps us at least be able to have a threat out that we can be able to utilize, help us be able to eat things from the graveyard.
That is now a 2/2, stops the Bowmaster, and then we're just taking damage from a Grizzly Bear. So it looks like we're activating now. I like this play a lot. This is because if Luigi draws the next copy of Bowmasters, there's a window when you respond to the activation of the Lion Sash that you can ping it. But if you do it now, you don't give the opponent that draw step.
But that gets eaten up by a Fatal Push, clearing the path here as we can try to push for damage. But Brainstorm, again, setting ourselves up.
A Brainstorm here is a card that it could backfire casting this Brainstorm, but it could also pay off if you find something like a Flow State or a Murktide Regent. That would be awesome to develop here and use your mana.
All right, in the tank a little bit about how to set it up here.
As long as we remember to get one of them. Okay, nice. Resolving it a little bit like a Ponder when you're empty-handed. I guess that's fine. 3 damage. So the chip damage keep on coming here. I was like, oh yeah, nobody ever died from Bowmaster chip damage in this matchup, but there's actually a case for it. That Thalia is actually super annoying because only the
first strike
Bowmaster
there is pretty good.
Okay, that certainly works, but the Solitude, it's more just it's going to eat a Solitude and another card, which is super strong.
All right, so they're doing the confirmation check to see how big it is because you also got to see one of the artifacts get eaten, but there are those Aether Vials that died very early on. So, of course, that Burrogoyf will be a little bit bigger based off of that. And there we see pitching another Thalia to get rid of it here. Say your 5/6 is now going to be exiled, sent that away,
Right.
and I still have the Thalia back that I can be able to block whatever you want, or I can send it into combat and basically almost be unblockable in that way with the first strike stuff.
We might see the good old-fashioned play of attack with Thalia, bounce it with Karakas, and replay it for the build your own vigilance creature situation. But Nicolo thinks better of it, would rather have the Karakas up in case of a removal spell and what have you.
Smart. I like that. Ponder's going to come, gives us a chance to be able to shuffle away if we don't like it. And yes, that is finally getting some shuffle effects. We've been kind of looking at the same couple of cards off the top for a while here.
Yeah. Also, yeah, the pressure is just building in this tournament. This is the penultimate round. This tournament structure is 9 rounds of Swiss, and then it's an automatic top 8 split. So basically, we're going to have 8 winners in this tournament. That's how 4Seasons do their main events. I really like those. We have the top 8 playmats as the trophies, and these players are getting so close. Both players sitting at 6-1. This is the deciding game of the match, and there's one more win away if they manage to emerge victorious here. This is huge.
A lot of stakes on the line. This Recruiter of the Guard is going to help lean things a little bit more towards Nicolo's plans to progress here because he is going to be able to tutor up some sort of tool to help him. You see him kind of hovering over maybe the Flicker Wisp, which would be really good for the evasiveness to kind of push in. Also being able to do another Recruiter of the Guard, but said, nope, let's just chain Recruiter of the Guards and just start to go wide and make as many creatures out as possible, which also helps with our live draws of Birthing Ritual too.
It sure does. I'm trying to think about the advantages of going for Recruiter over Flicker Wisp. Because if you go for... This is a very nice double block. I guess not when we go first strike damage to the Orc, bounce our own creature afterwards. So Luigi thinks better of it.
Yeah, I like that.
I'm thinking about Flicker Wisp because Flicker Wisp, as you alluded to, gives us a 3/1 flying body. And it also gives us a Recruiter activation because we target the Recruiter with the blink. So let's see what clever plans Nicolo has up his sleeve. I am certainly not going to doubt the Taxes Master.
Oh yeah, exactly. He's shown us how good he is with this deck yesterday, making it in the invitational to the finals there of the 64 player. And yeah, we're just, you know what? Chaining Recruiter of the Guards is not a bad plan.
3 mana to get a 1/1.
Right?
Sure.
All right. Orc Army's going to come across. 2 damage is not nothing.
At this stage... Okay, we're actually going to do the double block. We're actually going to get into a spot where we are winning the race.
Oh my gosh. Well, if you guys are watching at home, make sure you guys are subscribing, following along, whether you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, because this stuff is high level Magic, and the amount of decision makings that these players are going for is not something you're going to want to miss. And also, there's going to be more 4Seasons events coming up too. So your subscriber and your following does let 4Seasons know we want to have more legacy content for you guys to be able to watch. So we've got Recruiter of the Guard kicking up, looking for some more tools to help us out here. And this is
Are we
kind of like
Canoptic Scarab Swarm?
I
No,
mean, that
we're thinking about a 4th recruiter. I mean, why not?
it worked well last time, right?
So I
what
like
can
that
Luigi do
Nicolo.
here?
Yeah, we're still trying to find Murktide Regent.
Mm-hmm.
We're still trying to find him to Torok. But yeah, this gets super complicated. Now the life totals are evening out, and Nicolo can eye the finish line here with his Death and Taxes deck.
Yeah, send the team across. So we do kind of go through it and like, okay, how many cards do you have in hand? You have 4 cards in hand. That's a lot of scary stuff. Plus, Recruiter of the Card can still find something else later on. So we'll trade off this for this. Bowmaster's gone. Recruiter of the Guard's gone. 2 more damage getting through, and there's Recruiter of the Guard number 4. No more in the list, but is now the time for the Flicker Wisp. Yes,
so
there it
now the
is.
Flicker Wisp comes in. I can't stop thinking about if we found Flicker Wisp the first time. I feel like we would have won the game in the air. But I think Nicolo has been playing around getting him to Torok and didn't want to lose like the Flicker Wisp from his deck entirely. Not sure about it though. Let's see. Here's a Daze
On the Esper
that
Sentinel
is not paid for. So this tells me, this is a high level play, that Nicolo is playing around Tameo plus Brainstorm. You don't want to tap your Caracas to then find yourself staring down a flipped Tameo, because you must be thinking to yourself, why is my opponent dazing here? And this is just a high level moment of, hey, they recognize that we're playing Magic at a very, very high level, and that must be the only reason. So whether that's a bluff from Luigi or it's the actual case, hats off to these players.
Oh gosh, this is so cool to be able to see at this point in time. Like, we talked about the pressure leading up to this moment. They're both sitting 1-1. Life totals are low, and Luigi's trying to find some sort of way to kind of get himself a big payout threat, a Murktide, kind of something here to kind of go and get him to that next stage. But Nicolo's got this like first strike 2-1 constant poking that has kind of dropped Luigi down lower than he thought he would be at this point. And now he's staring down a Flicker Wisp that could come out and flicker the Recruiter of the Guard, put even like essentially 5 damage coming across next turn too. So it's like he's got to not only navigate this turn here, but also set himself up for winning, right? You got to play to win, not play to not lose. So we're in this tricky spot.
Also, Flicker Wisp also handles, let's say Luigi actually draws Murktide Regent. Flicker Wisp does a great job resetting that to a 3/3. So the odds are certainly shrinking here for Luigi. Flow State arrives very late here. This is a card that Luigi's been looking for the last handful of turns.
All right. There is also a minute left on the clock too. So that is the other thing. How likely is a player going to get into the top 8 with a 6-1-1 record, or 7-1-1, I guess, depending on how next round goes?
Right. After winning the next round, hypothetically, yes. Yeah, I would imagine that a non-zero amount of players make it in with a draw and a single loss, but I'm not entirely sure. I haven't had the chance to look at the full standings, etc. So, yeah, more lands here. Not playing it out anyway, thinking about future brainstorms. I think that's reasonable. Yeah, I think it's important we started with the attack here to just make sure Orcus Bowmaster is not here to ruin our day. Also, if the opponent has a removal spell in response to this flicker, get in the damage first.
Yes, exactly. And this, staring down that clock there, 3 damage. We will see the force.
So this is a 1 mana play. Yep. Underground Seas correctly tapped.
2.
Down to 2 life points. Here's Esper Sentinel, a card that Nicolo would have wished that he played out beforehand. And then here's the Wasteland. So this looks like Luigi now has to deal with 2 creatures. Otherwise, he'll be handed his second loss of the tournament.
Oh my gosh. What an intense moment for both of these players. Definitely a stressful position to be in. I can only imagine, how much pressure these players are feeling at this point in time. Have you been in these moments? You said you made it to the top 8 before, and getting closer to the end, what is that feeling like for these players?
Yeah, so for me, it's simply a matter of if there's something at stake that I care about, then I feel the privilege of being in that moment because I might as well been waiting for my lasagna or pizza slice
Mhm.
or cappuccino, right?
Yep.
So for me, that's just a huge privilege. I'm very competitive, but I also don't mind losing a close match. I just care about the competition, basically. So I hope these guys are taking in the moment. This is truly special. And a lot of players would want it to be in their shoes. So I'm very humble when it comes to positions like this.
That makes total sense. We see a fatal push trying to get deployed, but it's also like piecing together, how are we following? We're at 2 life. How are we
Yeah,
going to be able to
Natalia is
survive this?
protected by Caracas.
Mhm.
These 1-1s are super annoying because once you get so low, they're actually relevant. Let's imagine you had 12 life points, then you wouldn't care too much about the chip damage, but it's now added up because of Luigi's suboptimal draws over such a long period of time. And there's the
Oh,
handshake.
there's the
Wow.
handshake. Oh, man. What a game that was. Wow. I mean, that really showcased the power and resilience of this birthing taxes list. The ability to kind of constrict and slow the game down
Yeah.
to get to the pacing that it needed to go there. But oh my gosh, Andreas,
Even
what do
after
you
the
think about that?
explosives.
Yes,
Explosives
that's
took out 2
true.
other vials. But I think this came down to once Luigi got to the spot he wanted, in that meantime, the Death and Taxes deck just drew slightly better. He kept drawing
Mm,
these kind of dead-end brainstorms, needed to then use 2 draw steps to clear some mediocre cards. It just didn't quite work out when he was digging for Kaito, Murktide,
yes.
um, Baragoyf. He ended up finding some awkward bowmasters that almost got there instead of the bigger boys that would have gotten there. So,
Mm.
yeah, I guess just a close fought match, and yeah, tight margins. The Death and Taxes master from yesterday marches on. I remember you talked about yesterday. I wonder if there's going to be any back to backs. So you still have a horse in that race.
I'm hoping that would be so cool to be able to showcase and see there. But we do have one more round to be able to showcase to you guys, and a really exciting match because we have a deck that we have not actually featured yet on stream here. So if you guys have been watching at home, we've got a very cool and exciting one. We've got some energy, some cats going to be jumping in here for us to be able to see. Of course, if you guys are watching, this is the 4 Seasons Legacy Spring event. I am Nan, joined by Andreas here. So make sure you guys are subscribing, following. I know I said it before, but this event is amazing. We want 4 Seasons to know that we want to do more of this legacy action. So make sure you guys are spamming, going on your social medias and telling them about these awesome games that are happening here, because we got one more round before we officially have our top 8. So let's kind of dive
Absolutely.
in.
Yeah, the
No
absolute
breaks.
last
Let's go.
round here. We're getting straight into the action. We're going to show
Mhm.
you guys the deck lists. The 9th and final round, we're going to be showing 2 players playing for the top 8. The top 8 is where you want to be in these 4 Seasons main events. You get the playmat, you get a bunch of tickets to use for in the different shops, and this is one of the decks. We're looking at Eldrazi Stompy. This is
Mhm.
a brutally fast aggressive deck with Chalice of the Void, trying to use that card, which is a symmetrical card on paper, but it isn't when you're not running any more 1-drops, and you're simply trying to play out hasty monsters ahead of schedule. If you're really in a teasing mood, you can play Thought-Knot Seer to mess with the opponent's plans. Glaring Fleshraker and Kozilek's Command, a brutal combo, and then we have the Swiss Army knife of the Waterscape Battle Mage that has been, killing Wonderings, killing Sagas,
Oh my
bouncing
gosh.
Murktide regions,
Putting in so
bouncing
much
stuff.
work.
Wastegate Battle Mage, I'm sorry, all weekend. And yeah, let's see if we can go for another triumph for the Eldrazi deck. Yesterday it took down the Italian Legacy Invitational, and with another strong showing today. This is a deck I'll be looking out for in the future when I play at the digital tables.
Oh yeah, they also had a big top end there with that Sires of Seven Death. So we'll see if it gets to that point. But this is, the cat deck, the energy deck, the basically port from Modern into Legacy. Now there are a couple tools that we get access to in Legacy that they don't get access to in Modern, which is of course that Amped Raptor is a big one there. But talk to me a little bit about what we can expect from this list.
Yeah, this is good and classic aggro with an emphasis on synergy. So you have synergy between Guide of Souls, Ocelot Pride. You have synergy with a Johnny and Goblin Bombardment. You have synergy with Sand Scout, fetching your Lasotep Quarry to then grind out some opposition. Then you get some mini combos like Caracas back your own Johnny. You keep playing it for value. And then you get to play a card Hexing Squelcher. While, hey, but we're playing against Eldrazi. This card doesn't do a whole lot. Well, there's Chalice of the Void in the other deck. With Hexing Squelcher in play, now we can cast our Plows and our Prisons through the Chalice on one. So lots of small stuff here. And yeah, the two most aggressive decks in the format, I would imagine. So play draw is going to be huge. Who's going to be aggressive? Who's going to be on the defensive side of things? Yeah, stay tuned to find out.
Oh, it's going to be exciting. So yeah, this of course is our 9th round. We've had all 9 rounds showcased on camera today. So let's dive in to see which player is going to be able to move on with the aggro strategy here.
Absolutely. It's all about closing out strong here. And yeah, making the top 8. It looks like this is either going to be them playing for the 8th slot, or we had a lot of intentional draws. But regardless, here we're underway with turn 1 Ocelot Pride, a very, very nice turn 1 for the energy player.
Yeah, you definitely want to be seeing that to start out with, especially when you've got follow-ups with utilizing that lifelink to start generating a bunch of tokens and really start to snowball. Also, big shout out, of course, to our production there with Impact Live, being able to use the hand cams for us. You can see those starting to get generated on the sides of the screen there, so we can kind of get a little bit more info about what's going on in these players' hands.
First decision of the game here is whether to use your wasteland to develop your own board or simply take the opponent's land out of the equation. I could imagine the tiebreaker here is, well, that's an ancient tomb. Maybe if you tap that land 2 or 3 times, that is exactly what I need to get over the finish line with my super aggressive start.
Ooh, good point to make. We've talked about this idea of sometimes your lands are hurting you and shredding you, and when you facing down an aggro deck, that little bit of life total could make a difference here. But we see an Eye of Ugin, so reducing the cost of our Eldrazi spells. How fast can we get out there? Fleshraker is pretty nice.
I love these Fleshraker with Eye of Ugin turns. Let's see how brutal it's going to get, because we see the pedal. There's 1 mana floating. And here's a spawn, so we can actually go ahead and play Reality Smasher this turn.
Oh my gosh, what a turn.
Because that's a 3-drop now, thanks to Eye of Ugin. 1 mana floating, 1 Eldrazi spawn, and a pedal. That would have been enough for a Smasher. It looks like Dario think there's going to be better use for that mana.
Yeah, I don't mind that. So the potential hesitation there is you just throw a cat in the way and now a Johnny's flipped, and then you have to deal with that on the following turn. So maybe that kind of delay wait could be a reason behind that there. But Swords to Plowshares is going to get rid of now our Glaring Fleshraker, which is a nice enabler for the Eldrazi deck, a nice way to add a little bit of extra damage. And now here's the team coming across for quite a bit. There is the spawn we could sacrifice if we wanted to here and kind of absorb a hit, but overall it's the idea of sitting here and getting in for damage is, very tough.
We have to do the math a little bit here as well on the Sire of 7 Deaths in Dario's hand. Because I think inevitably that's why we didn't cast a Smasher, combined with your point about a Johnny. Because let's see, Eldrazi spawn, Lotus Petal, Ancient Tomb. That is already 4 mana. Oh my god, double wasteland here. This is actually something that I usually am on top of because I've played so much Vintage. When you play out that Wasteland on turn 2 as a mana source, it opens up double Wasteland on the following turn. You kind of park that in play, use it to cast a spell, and then you double Wasteland your opponent. And that is huge when you're playing against a player who's saving all their pennies trying to resolve a 7-drop.
Oh, wow. I mean, Sire of 7 Deaths, though, if it resolves, is going to be a brick wall that's going to be very hard to go through. One of the ways to kind of deal with it is to go around it and go wide, like this cat deck has the ability to do. So now we're in rebuilding mode as the Eldrazi list, sitting here going, well, Chalice, I can't do anything with that because I need my pedal.
Yeah.
I need my spawn. So it's kind of just left taking the cats in the face.
Yeah, this looks like an almost unbeatable position. I really like how Mr. Lewis, I'm not gonna go for that first name, has piloted this one. Love the wasteland play, get into combat, make the opponent think they actually are gonna play that 7-drop, and then hit them with the double wasteland. That was beautiful.
Oof, oof. Great sequencing there, great decision making. Even after such a long day, you're able to sit here and still make those clean plays like that. So we'll see.
So now we have the choice between two drops, whether we want the Agate Instigator and start pinging away at our opponent's life total, or we want the Amped Raptor and trying to develop the board even further. Because Amped Raptor, depending on the situation, could be anything, but on an empty board, hitting Swords to Plowshares is not too exciting. I'm a professional at doing that. When the board is empty, I always hit Swords to Plowshares in this spot.
Yeah,
I guess
so
here
we'll
it wouldn't be
see.
that bad with the spawn, right? But you get the point. Empty board, what could possibly go wrong, and then Swords to Plowshares.
All right, Amp Raptor, let's go and reveal. Find some. Hold on a second. Did you already see into the future? You already knew there was going to be a Swords coming up. So,
Yeah, I've certainly been spinning that wheel before and seen this situation. In this case, it's actually pretty strong to keep your opponent down on mana while you have a gazillion power in play.
ooh, very scary. All right. Now it's up for our Eldrazi player to find anything to kind of throw onto the board here, just kind of absorb some hits at this point.
I think now the game is going to be very complicated because now there's even a red permanent in play. So this flip to Johnny, that card can never flip. That means we can attack freely with our tokens. This is just horrendous. And here's what I consider the information play before we move on to the next game. A play that I oftentimes see online is, let's say a player has 1 or 2 life points, you can still cast Thoughtseize and get a glimpse of the hand before going to the next game. This is very close to the equivalent of that.
Oh yeah, but seeing the instigator here, seeing the static prison, like you said, is good information gathering. We're kind of setting ourselves up
because
kind of
there's so many versions of Boros where they play different 2-drops. Do you play Thalia? Do you play more Sand Scouts? Do you play more Hexing Squelchers? So do you play White Orchid Phantom? So it's actually not terrible to learn that deck is on the Instigator.
Yep, and they will scoop it up there. Seeing the writing is on the wall with the amount of pressure that was able to be generated off of all of those cats makes total sense, though. Now we can kind of go in and dive into the sideboard here and see if we have any tools. But like the path there was really good until the Wasteland stripped away all of our game plan. So what can we use to kind of help us going into game number 2 here?
Yeah, so we need those 2 dismembers, and we can consider the Warping Whale. I might need the wording on that, whether it checks for power or toughness on the removal side of things. But the dismembers seem like awesome removal that I would happily draw the first copy of every time. So having 2 seems like a decent number. You do have to get rid of cards, though, and this is where you have to make a decision whether you think you'll get to 7 mana and Sire of the 7 Deaths will be relevant, or you should get rid of a card like that to circumvent the effect of Wasteland in a little bit of a proactive manner. This card, amazing if it hits the battlefield, not too amazing if it sits in hand.
Very good point. And Warping Whale does check whether it is creature with power or toughness, 1 or less. So
power or toughness. So you can actually go ahead and exile a copy of a Johnny. It works on Voice of Victory. It works on a bunch of things here.
All right,
let's have a look at the energy deck here. Because
it's fast. It's coming out the gate. We saw how aggressive it can be, but is that another copy of Price of Progress that we see?
Oh yeah, this card is amazing out of the energy deck. I love Abrades and I love Price. Abrade is a pretty good split card. It lets you kill Chalice of the Void. It lets you kill an Eldrazi creature. Price of Progress makes it so that you have to be a little bit worried because you're on the draw. Maybe the opponent's going to be the aggressor in the game at hand. Then Price can be dangerous, but in most games, that card is going to deal the 6 or 8 that's needed to win the race. So I'm excited for those. Cutting from the deck, though, is where it becomes a little bit challenging. You could, in theory, start tampering with Hexing Squelcher and say the interaction against Chalice is not good enough because we simply have better stuff to be doing. You can get rid of the Instigator and say, if I get Thought Not Seared or I have to take some mulligans, I cannot go wide, so maybe that's the weakest individual card. You can also say Sand Scout into the Quarry is not going to be what this game is about. This is mainly a grindy tool, so you can go up for a few approaches here if you're the energy player. The key thing is we're going to be playing on the draw, and the opponent has a deck full of hasty creatures. So I think play draw here is going to change the strategy a lot.
Definitely, for sure here. So we're gonna have to see, will the Eldrazi big scary monsters be enough, or will the cats swarm and overwhelm things here in this game number 2 in round number 9 of our 4 Seasons Legacy? We see a turn 1 Chalice is pretty good way to start things off, though, because that cuts down quite a bit of the threats that we got to see initially.
Turn 1 Chalice is huge here against a lot of hands, and then again, if you have a Squelcher or an Abrade or simply just a handful of 2-drops, you don't care too much. Land Pass is ideal here for Dario because, first of all, the Chalice probably hit something. We know it didn't with a look into the hand. And second of all, we didn't get Wastelanded.
We didn't get Wastelanded, and we can kind of help ourselves saved against Wasteland.
Now we're not getting Wastelanded, entirely.
The Hamlet is I'm telling you, this Hamlet has done so much work in these decks that care about being protected against Wasteland. It's like all weekend long, and I feel like we've been seeing it.
Yeah, I like it a lot that you have this choice in deck building. Do I want Wasteland on my own, or do I want to protect and try and build with my mana base? Also, this Fleshraker, Dario has pretty high confidence that Fleshraker is going to stay in play with that Chalice helping it out.
It is. Fleshraker, definitely a great way to accelerate out as well as deal damage to our opponent here off of every spell that we're casting, generating more and more tokens, generating more and more damage. So it's a great snowball-y card, but you see that we've got a little bit of options with our 2-drops here. Voice of Victory, Amped Raptor. You could even do like a Johnny, Goblin Bombardment. So it's 2-drops all the way around, it seems here.
Which is a way to beat Chalice for sure. Is this Goblin Bombardment?
Ooh. Looks like that is Goblin Bombardment here.
Yeah, Goblin Bombardment. Parking that in play, I like a lot because then no matter what, when you play creatures into the future, they're going to provide some kind of value. Like there's no window for the opponent to prevent that once the card is in play. Now, the bad thing about parking it in play is the opponent could have Wastegate Battle Mage and kill it before it ever did anything. So, yeah, just a little bit of a judgment call play here from Louis. Also, if your payoff, which right now is a Johnny, and you have 2 copies, then you're not scared of getting Thought-Knot Seared. So I think that is the biggest reason that he went for this play, that if the opponent has Thought-Knot Seer, I would rather show him 2 copies of a Johnny than 1 copy of a Goblin Bombardment when I'm trying to set up the peanut butter jelly combo.
Oh, great way to think about it there. So now we get to see the kind of pass back. No real development there outside of the Lotus Petals. So this is sort of like kind of that sigh of relief. No thought not to strip away any of my tools.
That is yes, perfect. That's exactly the sigh of relief. You could have been overwhelmed by Eldrazi Linebreaker, Reality Smasher, K-Command. Like, lots of stuff could have happened there.
All right, there's a Johnny.
So
very important card here.
There's an ETB trigger on the stack here, and this is the moment that you should dismember it if you have it, because then there's no cat to second response.
And there we go.
The read is, do you know what? I don't think you have the dismember, buddy. I'm gonna,
go for it.
Ask the tough question. But this is where Dario actually does have the K command. Oh, this is awesome. So let's see. X equals right now 1. So we need 1 more. So do we get rid of a petal or get rid of a spawn? I would guess the spawn is more valuable.
Yeah, we also get to get a new spawn. So it's like,
yeah, in general, creatures are just better than artifacts lying around here, I would imagine.
Yes.
There's a non-0% chance the opponent has something like Meltdown in the sideboard, and then all of a sudden that petal could have been a creature. Also, petal doesn't give colorless. In theory, that could come up. I've had games where it's awkward that I don't have double colorless for my K command because I kept up petal as mana.
Yeah, so there are those very specific situations that you have to think about, and I think that was definitely something that was going through his head as he was going through it and trying to decide what is going to be more impactful and better. So we do see a response here. We're going to sack it to make sure we have enough damage to it. So 2 damage marked on that. Fleshraker will be enough to kill it. And there we get to do some at least setup there with the
Yeah, we
Kozilek's
tried
command.
to ping it with the cat token
Mhm.
in anticipation of Kozilek's command, so we could finish it off with a Johnny if we had to. So just very, very well executed play saying, if you don't have the K command, I'm in a commanding position, and if you do, I'll hedge a little bit and get the best out of it.
Yeah, definitely. So now we've got a decent amount of mana here, but losing the Fleshraker does hurt a bit. So we at least have a follow-up one to kind of help us keep going here, but no big payout still. No Thought Knot, no Reality Smasher, right? Nothing to kind of go and really push the damage here. So we're just, and no even follow up with low cost stuff to trigger the
Yeah.
Fleshraker either.
So we know about the Ancient Tomb in Dario's hand, and the other card, yeah, I'm not sure what that is, but we do know that Louis has a second copy of a Johnny, and that is a card that is just
Gonna be
waiting
really
in the
tough.
wings to take over the game with a Goblin Bombardment.
All right, so 2 drops ready to get deployed here. Be very scary. We've also, Voice of Victory is also a good way to say you can't do anything on my turn when you're trying to, if you had another K command or things like
Right.
that.
Oh
But
yeah, you can sequence that first and then kind of get over the hump there. That's a cool one. Because that takes a card like Dismember out of the equation, makes Kozilek's command way worse.
Yep, there's the Voice of Victory getting deployed,
Yep.
and also a way to generate even more pressure because you can generate a bunch of creatures on attack, and
Yep.
then before they get sacrificed at the end of turn, you feed them into the Goblin Bombardment, and so it's just like, all right,
Yeah, and they even
here's
count
something
our
scary.
creatures when you're going for your Ajani. You already have the red permanent. If you didn't have your red permanent already, those creatures are even red, the tokens that come off of Voice of Victory. So even without the bombardment, this is backbreaking.
And there's the Ajani. So now, like, that was just kind of one turn, and the board is filled up already.
Yeah, the second deploying bombardment early and then having the second Ajani was huge this game. So no matter if the answer was K command, Dismember, Thought Not Seer, Dario was going to come up short in this exchange. So high level sequencing from Louis.
Very nice to see. Ajani is going to flip here. We were able to target the spawn off of the initial bombardment there, and then with the flip off of a Johnny, we can be able to shred and get rid of the Fleshraker here. So that's kind of been the name of the game, right? Just keep the Fleshrakers in check, keep that out of the path of you ramping up, you being able to shred me. So now I can just get more and more cats out and more creatures to keep that pressure going and have a very similar game that we had from game 1. So what can we see from our Eldrazi deck to kind of get them out of this hole right now?
That's back in the day we had cards like All Is Dust and
All this stuff is so good.
stuff like that, but here it's just almost unthinkable that Dario gets out of it. Let's see here. That card pings
Warping
you down
Whale
to
turns
9.
into,
Then we're going to see an attack for 2. Johnny's going to at the very least ping for 2, but that Amped Raptor might have something to say about that. Maybe there's Price of Progress in the deck that can, finish the game off. The thing is, the way these Eldrazi aggro decks are built, there's not many, if any, comeback mechanisms built into them. They kind of assume that they're going to be the most aggressive deck at the table. Also, we should probably highlight Luis's ability to look at a Chalice of the Void for 1, have a deck with, 12 1-drops, and simply not care about it the slightest.
Says, I'm just going to get all of my 2 drops. Hope that's okay for you, especially with this Voice of Victory coming, adding even more kind of stop. You cannot cast anything on my turn. I'm going to keep putting the pressure on. Cats coming across here. A Johnny ready to continue to generate more and
That's
more
3
pressure.
more damage to the dome.
Oof.
And then I wonder.
Oh, hey, there we go.
Yeah.
Price of Progress to kind of finish off there. That was crazy. Oh my gosh.
Louis takes down the match 2-0, and that was our final game of the weekend there. I don't know if we put enough emphasis on that, but this was the last round of the tournament. And yeah, what a sweet weekend we've had here together. Callum and Julian did a great job setting the table for us, and we had the tail end of both shows. How did you enjoy this? I know you don't do Legacy every day necessarily, but
It's
what?
like I don't
Yeah,
do Legacy every day. Modern is the everyday format, but I love being able to play Legacy and watch Legacy when I can. And this event has been phenomenal, especially because we had such a variety of decks that we got to feature on stream. So if you guys missed any of the gameplay, of course, make sure you guys are checking out the 4Seasons YouTube channel so you can see any of the VODs for that. Also checking out on the Twitch when we're doing the live stuff, because they have announced October 16th, 17th, and 18th will be the next 4Seasons event for you guys to be able to check out there. So so much great stuff. Was there any standout decks or standout matches that really uh, were a big highlight for you, Andreas?
yeah, I must say the birthing taxes deck. So just imagine
Yeah.
I play Legacy every day of the year, 365 days a year. I play Legacy. I research Legacy, and this was just innovation. And a lot of the time you go, "Oh yeah, that's kind of cute. I'm sure that's gonna, really beat your friends at the kitchen table." But no, Nicolo said, "I'm gonna top eight the Invitational, and then I'm
Mhm.
gonna play very well deep into the rounds on the main event." He might as well have gotten there. I haven't checked, but he was 7-1 last time we checked on him, right? So
That's true.
that was just huge for me that with such a large card pool, not only are new cards coming out all the time, we also have cards from the past that now add up with new cards. So innovation is not only new printings or bans or unbans. Innovation is always also going to be cards from 5 years ago that now maybe these go together. Maybe this is time to bring out the big guns. Birthing Ritual, that was the highlight for me.
Yeah, I would agree with that. That was so great to be able to see yesterday and today. Also seeing that mono black aggro deck sort of in action here. So there's been so many cool decks that exist in Legacy. It's such a deep pool of cards, like you talked about, that you can pull from here. So great to be able to see. We're gonna do a quick little review of stuff though, because we've got some great way to show off our casters, our production, because like you mentioned, Julian and Colin were able to help us out in the mornings. We also had the great guys. Oh, here you go. Look at this. There we go. Look at this awesome little overlay for you to be able to see all four of us on display here for our production this weekend, being able to bring you guys the coverage. Of course, the morning started out with Colin and Julian bringing you guys the great stuff yesterday for the Invitational, as well as this morning, myself, Nan, and Andreas was able to kind of finish things out. All of these images and the actual videos that you guys got to see for the broadcast, because I am not in Italy, right? So I cannot be in person to be able to cast you guys. But there's a great team that is working behind the scenes to help make that happen. As you can see, our production team, Will Hall as our team manager, and then we've got our course developers and production over there at that Impact Live crew. David and Nico there did a phenomenal job. I
Oh
can't
yeah.
speak highly enough about how great that they did, making this such an easy thing for us to be able to do and be able to bring you guys this content so easily and seamlessly. Even with like the hand cam stuff was such a great treat at the end there for us to be able to show off what players had in their hands, not only for our invitational yesterday, but also today here. So great stuff across the board. But Andreas, you got some, little shout outs or anything else that you want to kind of wrap us up with to wrap up today?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I had such a fun time, and it just goes to show that Legacy and Legacy tournaments, that's more than just a strategical game. That's passion. That's a lifestyle. We see players forming camaraderie across borders. We see players working on their decks, their favorite versions of cards. It's emotional, it's a lifestyle, and it's just so cool that the 4 Seasons guys are so dedicated to supporting the Eternal formats. And yeah, I'm just very, very humbled to get to be a part of it. So more than all, I'm just very, very thankful, and I can't wait for the next time.
Yeah, that's a great way to talk about it there. Legacy is such a great format. It's awesome that 4 Seasons has such a dedicated scene that we could be able to showcase so many great players for the weekend events like this. So again, if you like this stuff, everybody watching at home, make sure you guys are spreading the word about the 4 Seasons events, subscribing, following along, and all that good stuff there. But that's going to do it for us here today. Thanks so much for tuning in and watching, y'all, and we'll see you guys next game.